Hey, you know what it is, It's your host with the most time on his hands coming in to make uh, an appearance I've been waiting for a little while. Very excited to be hopping on here with Brighter Skies. Now, you might be wondering, man, I was just watching one. What happened? Why is there a new one? Look, there are some restrictions on the Bird app that it was an unforeseen situation. Have no fear. We are here to help you carry on throughout this best ball charity event. And what an event it is. It's just an unbelievable, just humbling experience to be here in my chair with you all on a Saturday. A little weird for us and the brand. But of course, you might be thinking, well, Tom, why are you by yourself? Don't worry. I never go anywhere on these shows without bringing in help. And guess what? Today, I managed to secure one of my top tier mates, one of my running mates from the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast himself. He is the stat extraordinaire, the man himself, Big Sexy, Big Billy, FF, here to help us get through this hour with everybody here. I can see that the new chat is here, the Aviator. That's right, 100%. And look, I cannot pronounce that correctly, but I'm going to go with Jarsht is here with the LFG. That is right, Billy. What we have in front of us is a best ball draft. Now, this best ball draft is a charity best ball draft. And now people might be thinking, but Tom, you guys are a dynasty podcast. Guess what? We also do some best ball. If you didn't know, our other mate, that's Jacob Sanderson, FF_RTDB, has been a best ball machine. And he wanted to let everyone know he was very disappointed he couldn't be here with everyone today. He is out of province in the Canada, but he is sending his love to Julian and everyone here. With the Brighter Skies Pod-A-Thon. Billy, I want to look at this board real quick because it's moving pretty quick.
Yeah, they're popping off.
Yeah, this might be one of the most fluent drafts I've ever had to see. And I'm looking at a couple of teams, and you can quite clearly tell that there were strategies going in. Now, what it looks to me, Superflex, obviously, that's what we specialize in. It's all we do. It's all we talk about. So, how's that 113 looking, Yarsht? Oh man, you know what? I like that 113. I can dig that. Is this 14? Yeah, I can dig it. I'm into it. We're here. Look, there's one team here. I gotta say, if one has the boldest strategy, it is the team that just took Brian Edwards as their wide receiver 1. Look, best ball. You're taking your shots. Right? This is a bold strategy, Cotton, and I'm very interested to see how it plays out. Obviously, you've got the Akers, the mix, and the ETN, just absolute fire, especially when you mix it in the gas can into the fire here. Yeah, he's obviously going to roll pretty well. Edmonds could be a top tier option in a best ball draft. Billy, when you're looking at the board initially, what's the first thing that pops out to you as you're just staring down the board here? I'm going to try to be the as we like to say on the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast, a paragon of objectivity and not just sit here and tout the Ravens logo drafting Lamar Jackson and whatnot. I'm just going to try to skip past that for today. What is something that is looking at you in the face right here when we're checking out the board?
Yeah, the biggest thing that stands out to me is 2 very defined quarterback runs. Like, that is absurd how well that broke out. You see the first round, you have Mahomes, Prescott, Murray, Jackson, Allen. Great. All the way down to T-Law going later on. I like Burrow over T-Law. I got some flack for that in my rankings, besides the point. And then you jump down into this next tier in the 6th round, and all of a sudden you have this long stretch of players go off the board, and you could almost feel the fear festering in the rest of the league who didn't have 2 QBs yet.
Right.
When you see Mayfield jump off, Fitzpatrick, Lance, Darnold, you're like, oh gosh, and you're looking down at the board, you see Daniel Jones, Derek Carr, Zach Wilson still sitting on the board. You're like, that's pretty sketchy. Uh-oh, Daniel Jones. Uh-oh, Derek Carr. Uh-oh, Zach Wilson. Jared Goff, Cam Newton, and all of a sudden you're sitting there, and I love what the 102 did in this turn here and picked up Cam Newton and Ben Roethlisberger to supplement his kind of sketchy situation, not kind of sketchy, a pretty sketchy situation with Deshaun Watson. There is a lot of moments there where there's going to be a very scary situation. The good news is he has one of my favorite builds on a best ball team, which is taking high upside players early on in the draft and then supplementing that with floor players later on. You look at Goddard, you look at Fournette, then you look further down. He has a lot of high-end upside at the wide receiver position, which is phenomenal in a best ball draft. So I like that save, counter, kind of steering away from that streak, and then after that, we don't see another quarterback go off until Winston well into that round.
Right. And for me, when I'm looking at this thing, I'm looking at strategy. I am a running back enthusiast in best ball, even in Superflex. Look, on Friday, yesterday, which you can find the episode over on the tube of you with the Dynasty Vipers Network and the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast. But we did what? What do we do yesterday? We let it go. And unfortunately, that only applies to Dynasty because in Superflex strategies, I am not touching a quarterback until I absolutely have to. I am pounding the table for the RBs, which is why I like Team 3 here. Little on the extreme side for me personally, but completely understand why that would be the case. Running backs win championships in fantasy has been something that has been a bit of a hot button top of the zero RB and the modified zero RB and the hero RB and the anchor RB and the RB and the RBs of the RBs. But that's kind of an extreme. Like team number 2 here to me has got it right. McCaffrey, Jones, Gibson. That's the start. The Watson is brave, and I appreciate that. 100%. You look at the other quarterbacks that went after. Right, it's Wentz, it's Cousins, it's Tua, it's Fields. The upside's not totally there. So if Watson plays, mint and money. I'm happy that you are willing to roll the dice and play those cards.
Yeah, and I want to give some love over to Ben C. Like that draft is phenomenal. I love the Justin Herbert, Tyreek Hill, Clyde Edwards-Helaire start.
Yep.
That is a lot of upside, and then he immediately goes into safer picks to supplement. Jumps in on top of Jacobs, Robert Woods, Darnold. They're all going to be safe. They're all going to put up 10 points a week. That's all you need. Enough floor to supplement some of those players who are high variance. And then he goes right back to the variance, takes Cooks, Marquise Brown, A.J. Dillon. Phenomenal picks. That's a big Billy FF approved draft all the way down to probably Mo Alley Cox. Besides that, phenomenal. Love it.
That's a Full Tilt Dynasty approved draft strategy. We got the zero RBs. Look, so where I am, there's no more RBs. They're all officially gone over here in the peg of Winnipeg, in the middle of nowhere, Canada, and it's a little sad. We poured one out for that D. That's right, RBs of the RBs. Coach Craig Sports knows what's up. I'm glad you like that one, man.
I still got RBs rolling down
what's
here.
What's going on? Didn't take Mo, it took Robinson. There we go.
Yeah.
So, look.
Oh, give you that credit. Sorry, I was looking the wrong end.
That's right. That'll happen.
And you got Jared Cook.
Board.
Jared Cook is Big Billy approved.
Big board. It's a lot happening. But guess what? The only thing that doesn't change is still the fact that it is a Full Tilt Dynasty approved podcast. Billy, there's a couple of things we want to do in this hour. I mean, the superstars that went before us really laid out this draft board. Here's the thing. We get to this point in the draft, and you know what? It's a little thin out there for the takes. This is what we're going to do every week on the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast. Billy stumps us. We haven't beaten him yet, so what we're going to do is we're going to get the help of the chat and the people around. I'm going to need some help to beat Billy. What we're going to do is we're going to bring a best ball and redraft related Billy's stat corner to the Brighter Skies Pod-A-Thon and give you a little taste of what we do over there weekly. Now, Jacob is not here. He is smarter than me. I usually lean on him for everything. So I'm going to try to be doing this one solo. So let's see if I can beat Billy with the help of the chat right here. Now, to run down what this is, Big Billy is going to ask me a question. When he asks me that question, I'm going to have 3 strikes in 5 minutes to nail down the answer. So, Billy, if you wouldn't mind enlightening everyone, what is the question that we are bringing for Billy's Stat Corner to the Brighter Skies Pod-A-Thon?
All right. I'm excited. I broke out a best ball specific one. One of my favorite late round things to do in a best ball draft is I want to load up on running backs who have the opportunity to pull 2 touchdowns in a game. I can see that with Ty Johnson that Ben C just picked. Still love it. Rashad Penny, Wayne Gallman. I mean, you look further up, Latavius Murray.
Okay, I see where this is going.
Couple of those. Love those picks. So,
FF Monsters over there in Kitchener. I was born in Guelph, man. We're not that far off from one another there, mate. Let's go.
Yeah. So, here's the step. So, in terms of some of my favorite best ball picks, we're looking at 2020 running backs.
Okay.
Who finished with less than 500 rushing yards.
Okay.
And more than 5 touchdowns. Now, I will give you one outlier, and that's Christian McCaffrey because he was injured.
Okay.
Everyone else on this list played more than 13 games. They all have more than 5 touchdowns. There's 3 players, but less than 500 rushing yards. And these are the players I like to target in drafts.
So more than 5 touchdowns in 2020.
Yep. 5 rushing touchdowns.
5 rushing touchdowns in 2020, more than, and they didn't have 500 rushing yards.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I knew this is going. Okay. So if I had to guess, see, this is tough because there are a lot of those weird tweener backs.
Yeah.
Last season didn't have 500 yards, but had more than 5 rushing touchdowns. Boy. Okay, I'm going to go Jeff Wilson Jr. as 1.
Jeff Wilson Jr. is not on the list. He had more than those rushing yards.
Really?
Jeff Wilson Jr. had 600 rushing yards last year.
Oh, you. Okay, so that's 1 strike. I got 2 more. That's right. Let's go.
Any guesses from the chat so far?
We got Aviator just touting out the Blount style. Blount. Yeah, that's right.
Love
the
me
hammer.
some Garrett.
Yeah, the hammer. Oh, geez. Okay, hold on. If I had to pick another one, I don't know. Oh, this is brutal. This is savagery. Straight savagery. Trying to think. Nah, the Gus Bus had more than 500 yards rushing.
Yeah, not Gus Bus.
Yeah, he had definitely had more than 500 rushing. I'm going to say, okay, hold on. So basically what I'm looking for is guys who got goal line touches, who kind of somewhat played but got supplanted. So if I'm looking at this board and Billy's saying late, I'm going to go. I'm just going to rip off this board here. Jordan Howard, nah. I don't think he had 5 touchdowns there. And didn't have 500 yards rushing.
From what I'm seeing on the board, only one of them is currently taken.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Jordan Howard, I thought for sure was on this list. That's a great guess, but he actually only had 4 touchdowns.
Oh, Julian with the Adrian Peterson. Oh, that's good.
Good guess.
He had that game where he had like 2 or 3 touchdowns, right? In the one game, but he didn't have 500 yards. I want to say he played enough to get 500 yards though. So hold on. You said one of them has been taken.
Yep, one of them is already taken. I can see them on the screen right now.
Okay, the Gall man definitely did. Penny didn't. Zach Moss had more than 500, but he's got to be close. You know what? I'll go Latavius Murray. Latavius Murray seems like he was a lock for 5 touchdowns, but not 500 yards. I know I'm running out of time here. I'm gonna lock in Latavius Murray as my second guess.
Latavius Murray is not on the list.
How? He vultured so many Camaro plays at the beginning of the year. He had to have been close though.
Let me pull him up. Latavius Murray
500 rushing.
Latavius Murray had 656 yards last year.
Son of a. See,
it is FF Aviator. Got one of them.
Okay,
Jarek
so there's
McKinnon.
Okay, appreciate the help there. Swift 521. Yeah. Okay, so we got Jarek McKinnon. That's a heck of a guess. Is he off the board already?
He is not.
Okay, so he was one of the ones that's not.
I didn't see him.
I'm trying to find the one that was on the board already, and man, if it's not him, 5 rushing touchdowns late. Late. I wouldn't call these Mike Williams like up here late. I'm looking. You're tricking me with your wordplay again. Darn it. Okay. Look, I've got my 2 strikes already. The other one is in Miami now.
Oh, Aviator's feeding him the win.
Oh, Aviator, I appreciate you. Well, that's Mike Brown.
Malcolm Brown, but
Malcolm
yes.
Brown. Okay.
Malcolm Brown is number 3.
Okay, so I got one more. One more I need, right? Okay.
Don't feed him the win, Aviator.
This just screams. And neither of those 2 were taken off the board yet. So there's one still on the board who had 5 rushing touchdowns that didn't score. Look, I'm gonna regret this. I'm really gonna regret this, but I just have this weird feeling that he scored enough touchdowns. It's Sony Michel, isn't it?
It is not Sony Michel. Number 1 is the meme of our chat, Leonard Fournette.
He didn't have 500 yards?
Leonard Fournette only had 367 rushing yards last year. And had 6 rushing touchdowns. Yep. Yeah.
He only had 300 and some yards.
Yep.
He tormented fantasy fans for an entire season.
Yeah.
And he had 300 yards. Really?
Yeah.
See, also, your whole late thing, he's right up here. I'm going to call this a disqualification because I don't think that's late enough.
I didn't say he was late on this board.
Oh, see?
I just said he was drafted.
At the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast, Billy likes to do everything he can to take an advantage. So let's run through the 3. We got Malcolm Brown, we got Jerick McKinnon, it was Leonard Fournette. He had more in the playoffs. See, that's probably where my brain is going.
Recency.
With the playoff performance. This is a very solid case of recency bias. All 3 very interesting targets going into 2021 at the late stage of the draft.
I love Malcolm Brown in the back half of fantasy drafts this year.
Yeah, 100%.
Like we saw Jordan Howard. Jordan Howard was another person who was recommended. Jordan Howard had 4 rushing touchdowns last year and 60 rushing yards. That is absurd.
Yes.
That's absurd.
Very much so.
Jordan Howard had a touchdown every 15 yards.
Yeah. It's asinine. Really is what it is. Look, we're at the end of it. We're getting to the end of it. You're seeing the Davis Mills. They're going off the boards. The Heineke. I love that pick.
Heineke's going to be fun.
Yeah, if he actually gets in the game, he's going to have the rushing upside. Obviously, we saw out of the 1 game, right? 1-2 games with him at the helm. Looked entertaining. Chase Young,
I'm almost curious if they're going to give
him.
I'm almost curious if they're going to give Heineke like a Taysom Hill role. Like, obviously not to the extent that they have, but pull him in for rushing downs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what happens over there with the football team this season. So, Billy, I want to talk a little bit about how you go into ranking players for your best ball draft, because obviously we're a tier-based group. We always tend to draft off of tiers. However, when you're doing a best ball, tier-based drafting isn't necessarily the method that I would prefer to choose myself. So when you're delving into, say, something like a ranking system, a tier-based system, anything like that, what is the first couple of things you're looking at outside of just plain, pure, simple strategy? Like, I'm definitely taking running backs. I'm definitely taking wide receivers. How are you building your draft as you're moving here if you're not relying on tiers?
Yeah, this is something that I absolutely respect one of our co-hosts, Jacob Sanderson, for, is I don't think if I sat down, yeah, exactly, Coach Craig, amazing stat. I don't think if I sat down, I could reliably, in good faith, make rankings for best ball. Because I think more than anything, best ball drafting comes down to team composition. And it's how the draft is happening. So it's so hard to sit down and be like, I'll take Jerry Jeudy above Melvin Gordon or Ronald Jones, like we see in this draft. I think
Right.
stuff like that is so hard because in best ball, you want those high variance, high upside players.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I like to do it is I like to have a couple of those and then a lot of very safe floor players, which is why I was loving Ben's draft in here, where he took, the very high ceiling of Tyreek Hill, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Justin
Mm-hmm.
Herbert, and then
Right.
some of these very safe floor players of Robert Woods and Josh Jacobs. I think that is a great way to draft because in the cases where, say, your entire flex team, Brandon Cooks,
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm Brown, A.J. Dillon, Perriman, Robinson, all of them don't perform, you're still going to get, say, 20, 30 points from your remaining players, and then you have these high ceiling players that can make up for what you're losing in these other cases. And what you end
Mm-hmm.
up getting is an averaging that has a floor and then has this ridiculous ceiling when multiple
Mm-hmm.
players hit at the same time. So that's when I approach a best ball draft, that's always my thought is one, how are people drafting around me? And how can I sit down and build kind of a similar scheme to that? How can I
Right.
set up these high floor players with these high variance players and still be able to get some of these kind of rarer commodities, like what we're seeing with these QB picks right now? Like one of the
Right.
biggest picks that I see that stands out to me is Chase Claypool.
Mm-hmm.
Picked. He's right in the top right-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah.
I'm sure when he was on the clock and he looked at Claypool and he was sitting there and going, well, I will take any of Mayfield, Fitzpatrick, Lance, Darnold, Carr, Wilson, Goff, any of them who come back to me. And you know what? At that case, I'll take Claypool because one of them is going to come back to me in the QB slot and I won't
Right.
really have to worry about it.
Right.
And that I think in premise is a very smart move. But what ends up happening is some of these cases, and this is a very big case, where he took the high variance player and lost out on some of these higher
Right.
end, safer floor quarterbacks.
Right.
And there's so many players you can get at the back end of your draft, like Brandon Cooks, like Marquise Brown, like Elijah Moore, who he even
Right.
took, Darnell Mooney, who can produce without you having to worry about that. So in
Right.
that case, I probably would have taken Mayfield in that slot because he's safe. He has an amazing quarterback at the top of his draft. And,
Right.
it sucks to lose out on the ceiling of Claypool. But at that point, give me like the floor of Mayfield to just get constant production in my QB position. I don't have to worry about that. Then
Mhm.
let me hammer high upside players later on.
Yeah, though I agree with you on that one. For me, in that situation, I'm still taking Claypool myself because if you look, the next pick for him was Winston. And that's why, for me, if I'm making the bet and I want the highest of highest upside that I could possibly have at the late part of a draft hitting a quarterback, it's going to be Mr. Crablegs himself. It's going to be Jameis Winston.
Mr. Fumble Drill.
What a drill that was. Yeah, I was involved in football for a while, but that thing was all sorts of out there, and
Didn't
good
need
for
to pull
him
your train of thought there.
putting in the work. Well, he had to put that drill back in my mind. But look, he's out there working. He's doing the best that he can, and I think between the two, he will provide the Saints with the best chance of popping off. So he's the guy that I want for sure. Oh yeah, Yarsht said he was deciding between Claypool and Baker. See, I'm with you on Claypool, man. I was right there.
I like Baker.
I'm with that pick. I
know you
pick the
hate
Browns.
Baker. I know
I
you
can't.
hate Baker.
I can't do it. I am objective to a point.
I watched
Okay.
Baker torch Texas Tech for 3 years. So
It's too true. So Billy, for someone like me, I'm taking those picks the way that we had just mentioned it. For me, when I'm building, I'm definitely going off my rank sheet, like literally 1 through however. That's how I'm looking at it because I want to trust that board. The only time I'm changing that approach is if we see something wild in the draft. 9 straight running backs, 10 straight quarterbacks. You get drafts like that seem to go that way, in which case you got to switch the whole thing up. But for the most part, I'm kind of one of those ones that the play it by numbers type when it comes to best ball. Now this event here with the Brighter Skies charity is a look. It's cyberbullying is brutal. I mean, there's no. It's ruthless. It's mean. It's easy to do, right? It's actually harder to not be human garbage these days than to be the worst. You have people with multiple accounts on every social media platform. It's so accessible to be the worst type of human. And this it's not okay. And we see it in multiple forms. And those can take a turn to reality as well. For myself, most people have been through these kind of things. I myself am a professional wrestler. This is something that I have done for many years. And you might think, well, what does this have to do with it? Check it out. At one point in my career, in here, that is Winnipeg, Canada, if you know wrestling around the world, there's a gentleman named Kenny Omega. Now, Kenny Omega was big deal here in Canada. He's big deal in Japan and whatever. But he comes here, he pays his dues back to the people that helped him start. Well, I myself had the opportunity to wrestle one Kenny Omega, whose fan following is extreme, to say the least. And after the biggest show of my life, wouldn't you know it, after, pictures and videos are seen in Japan and all over, I had no less than 25, 30 DMs letting me know how not only out of shape I am, but how much I didn't deserve to be in the ring with Kenny, to the point where it got, threatening. But it's one of those situations where you might think, well, that's horrific. And yes, it was horrific. But what did that do for me? I looked at the situation. I applied my many years of positive thinking and all the tests that come from the trials and tribulations of being on the road. And I turned it into, as much as I decided on that day, specifically that day, that I was never going to do that to another person. And that's the effects that it can have. It's not something that you want to ever deal with. It's something that we need to be teaching in our youth. Because I mean, it's always been said, right? Kids are ruthless. Kids are the worst. Grade school is the worst. They don't like the color of your shoes, your jacket, your hair. It's the wrong side that day. They're coming at you. Like I said, it's easier to do via the interwebs, and you have to be safe and you have to be careful. But something we like to preach on the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast is spreading that love and positivity and all that joy. Don't be afraid to reach out to people and ask how they are doing. Do not be afraid to reach out and, let them know that you're thinking about them. That goes a long way, man. It's a big thing, and it definitely can go a long way. Yeah, no, it's all good, Moss. Like, these are the things that happen. It happens to everybody, everyday people. It's in situations. I mean, celebrities obviously have to deal with it, but we, the people, the casuals, right? We deal with it all the time, and I've seen it leak into fantasy football, and it's not okay. There's the difference, right? So I think this is something that doesn't get talked about a lot. I know a famous phrase in fantasy football communities. It's not something that gets talked about a lot. We know that we like to give each other shit. I give Billy shit, right? I give Jacob shit. Yeah, they give me shit. There's a difference between, having it out with your mates, right? And just being the worst. I have received messages that are eye-opening from people that you wouldn't see or wouldn't expect it, right? You make a trade, and then all of a sudden, you're a garbage human. I mean, Billy, you went through this obviously earlier in the offseason with the pick or two. We saw it happen.
Oh, Rondell Moore.
Yeah, the Rondell Moore situation, right? And
Yeah.
as much as that is a lot lighthearted, right? For the most part, it wasn't at some points. Right? People take things to the extreme, and we had to dial it down. And you took a break for a little bit, right? You laid low, right? But
yeah,
it's not a thing that people should have to worry about. So when I got the call, when I got the message, hey Tom, we need you. I said, no problem. I'm going to be there because these are the type of things that we preach on the show every single week.
Mhm.
And without these kind of charity events and donations and people willing to step forward and put their faces out there and talk about it and look it dead in the face, it's just going to be something that continues to happen at an alarming rate. So what I want people to do, and it's really easy to do, you go to @BrighterSkiesFF. They're on the Bird app. All your donations are going to cybersmiles.org. And if that's not something that you know much about, you can go to the donation link in the bio, the Brighter Skies FF Bird app page, and go and look it up. There's a short little thread. Julian and all the guys at the Point After have made it very easy for you to go and check it out. And I wouldn't be able to sit here on this Pod-A-Thon and talk to everybody here and have my main man down there and not bring on one of the gents themselves, someone who obviously has put a ton of work in. And I've seen all the superstars before us come in here and really rep this draft. But what I want to do is take a little bit of time for sure. And I want to ask Julian a few questions himself as to how he has managed to come up with the idea and where it came from. So, Julian, I'm going to bring you right in here, right underneath. There's the man himself, Julian Barnett of the Point After, a fellow Canadian.
Yes.
Julian, this is obviously a big endeavor. This is a big taking on a project that obviously started for a reason. This isn't just something that two guys decided one day, we're going to just make a charity. There was something that obviously triggered the chain of events. Can you walk us through the process of Brighter Skies and how it came to be so people can kind of have an understanding as to how and why they connect? There's a reason I connect with it. As I told one of the stories that, had happened to myself. There's obviously a reason that I connect with it. So what is a reason that other people can kind of get on the level of you guys and start connecting with the charity and the movement that you guys are doing such a great job with?
Well, first of all, Thomas, let me just thank you guys for coming on and crushing it for this first half hour. My apologies
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. My pleasure. We had a little hiccup with the link with StreamYard. Twitter couldn't handle us for more than 4 hours, so we had to create a new one. So I appreciate
too much power.
Yeah, I mean, really, it is. I mean, but no, to answer your question, Thomas, it really is. It stemmed from if you spent any time on fantasy Twitter, fantasy football Twitter, you would have heard about this happening. But it was a well-known person in our community. They faced so much cyberbullying online that they attempted to take their own life. And
right.
And Ben talked about this when we kicked off the pod this morning. Most of you guys were probably still sleeping, but when we got it going live this morning, we talked about this, and it really just, that kind of was the fire that lit it all. And it wasn't just Ben and I getting together. It was kind of a group of fantasy minds, all thinking similarly, like, what can we do outside of just giving our condolences or sending out a tweet that says thinking about you. And so we put our heads together. We kind of said, well, people do charity tournaments all the time. How do what can we put together? And then that's just kind of, the ideas just started rolling from there. And that's how we got the idea with the raffle, and then to do the Pod-A-Thon with the draft, all kind of together. They really seem to go hand in hand. And so far it's been an absolute blast. This is we're going into hour 5. And I've enjoyed every minute of it. I've been sitting backstage listening to all of the guests and hosts that we've had on, which has been absolutely fantastic. Great for my fantasy football knowledge, I must say. And Yeah, so ultimately we're out to stop that. We're out to combat cyberbullying and actually make real change in the world, and not just not just kind of talk about it. But so I'll lead that over to the Cyber Smiles webpage. You can find them at cybersmiles.org, and over there you can find a plethora of different links. They've got different support pages, what to do in the case that you're being cyberbullied, if you're like as an what to do if your child's being cyberbullied, like really some actionable things that you can go and put in place in your daily life. And that's what the donation money is going towards, running seminars that teach people about this stuff and teach children how to deal with this, and also to give back into the communities that are dealing with this cyberbullying, and give a resource for the people who don't feel like there's anybody else to talk to, and they don't know what to do. So, really outstanding organization, and it really fits the bill for what we're putting on here with Brighter Skies. And did that answer your question, Thomas?
Man, that was a big ups. Look, like, people have stories, right? And they all have one, and everyone's is a little bit different, and they're all unique in their own way, and nobody should ever have to feel down about those stories. Yeah, Aviator's got it right. It's a big ups, and
all right, guy.
Seeing the love there. Like, again, people shouldn't be afraid to put themselves out there, and unfortunately, they do have to be. I've mentioned it before as someone who has been homeless and an addict and all these things. I've talked about it pretty openly on the Bird app themselves, and even still, you still get people that come for you. You're trying to. You're messaging someone else because you see they're a little on one, right? And you message them and go, "Hey man, I've been through this. Like, this is what's up." Whether it's body image issues or, substance, all these kind of things. And even just trying to reach out, you have those people who live off of trolling that want to put their inputs in and continue to spread that kind of thing. And it's difficult. It is hard to have an understanding of what to do and where to go, because you just opened up about it and you just got shot back down, right? So what are the steps? What are the places? And I didn't know that, that Cyber Smiles existed. I had no idea until when you made the initial post. And what did I do right away? I want in. It wasn't even like it was out a couple of minutes, and I was like, this is something I'm doing. I let the mates know what was up, and we all came to a consensus that yes, this is definitely something we are going to be involved in, because this is something that matters. So yeah, it's a big up, man. It's great that there are people out kind of walking people through the path of where to go, what to do, how to educate, and really just doing literally everything you can from your chair to spread it out and wide. And I'm loving seeing people drop in on the comments, in the chats, in the team chat that you had organizing. It's been great kind of seeing how everyone else is really banded together. And look, I've been a part of some things that I thought were very superficial, right? It's people that want in to say that they've been there. This is a group of people that want in because it matters, and there's something different, and it's palpable. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I
can't say that. Sorry, Thomas, I cut you off there. Go ahead.
It's fine. We wanted to say thank you, but not to go anywhere quick. I'm going to let you finish your thought. I'm going to hit you with something right away.
All right. Well, I just wanted to throw this out there. Thanks to Doug for the Cyber Smiles idea. He was the one who he did reach out to us and said, this is a cyberbullying organization. They are registered in the United States and over in the UK, which is pretty awesome. But we got to get them up here registered in our Great White North, Thomas. But I also wanted to say, I just wanted to thank everybody who's donated so far, everybody who donated to get into the raffle. We today we just surpassed the $2,000 mark, which was our first our first official mark that Ben and I had kind of decided on. Then we bumped it up to 2,500 to be a little extra generous. So that's what we're aiming for. We're about $450 off from that goal of 2.5K. And then, of course, all of our proceeds on Viridian Global, all of the shirts, just like this one. You can buy hats that look like Thomas's, but with this logo. And you can get all of that over on Viridian Global. All the proceeds, 100% of the proceeds go to the Cyber Smiles charity as well with that. So we appreciate all the support we can get. And yeah, I can't say thanks enough to the people who have really been, carrying this along. You can say as much as you want about Ben and I getting it set up, and I'll pat myself on the back when we're completed for that, but it really comes down to the community for supporting us all, and for being there. We had to get 12 separate hosts to come on, and you guys, it wasn't like a simple job for you. You had to go and reach out to all of your guests and get that all set up, and you guys all built little show sheets for yourself and stuff. So it's not like all of this is our doing. We truly appreciate what the community has been able to put behind us and support us with, and so hats off to everybody out there.
It's a situation that really defines it takes a village, right?
Yeah.
Yes. It has taken a village, and if there's something that I can say about the entire fantasy football community, it is when someone does need it, there are people willing to show up in droves to lend their hand to the situation. Julian, Billy and I had an idea for our stat corner. You saw that. You got the point. Well,
I got it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, guess what we did? We actually prepared a second one. So this is how the second one is going to work for everyone here. Obviously, the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast has made a donation already as we are in the raffle. But I myself, we obviously Billy, the way you set up the questions, let me know how many answers are there for this question?
3. The usual.
That's how we always do it. For each answer that we get, the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast is going to donate another $20 per answer. Okay. Now,
okay.
if we run the gamut, if we knock them out, well, guess what? For each answer we get wrong and have to guess again, we're going to donate another $10 to that. So no matter what, we are making moves with the game that we like to bring on, that is Billy's Stat Corner. And seeing as how I am incapable, apparently, of answering these correctly, Julian, I'm going to need your help in taking this down, as Billy is undefeated in Billy's Stat Corner. So in a very semi-Mayweather-like, the record's not going on the line, but the stakes are high. So for the Brighter Skies charity event, this episode of Billy's Stat Corner, this edition, is for all the proverbial marbles. So, Billy, can you please let us know what you are stumping us with this time? All
right. So, on yesterday's show, I got a little flack for making my question too complicated.
It was.
So, oh, boo-hoo.
You were just mad you lost the People VRTDB, dang it.
I was. Undeserved. So, we're just going to be as simple as it is. We're looking for the most yards in a game in 2020. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because 3 of the top 10 are very surprising players. Players you probably wouldn't think of. Players who I guarantee if you had them in your best ball, you'd win. So, when we're looking at players like Tyreek Hill, Darren Waller, Tyler Lockett, Devontae Adams, they're the top 4. You expect them to be in that list. Now, number 5 is a surprise. Then you have Kittle. Number 7, Mike Evans. Number 9, and Julian Edelman. So,
okay,
we're looking for 5, 7, and 9. They were very outlying players and absolutely players who I checked before this are going beyond wide receiver 50 in startup or in best ball.
Do like punt return yards count, or is it just pure receiving?
Pure receiving yards.
Okay.
Oh boy.
See, because my first thought was Isaiah
total?
McKenzie, because he had that like 3 touchdown game at one point, but he returned a kick. I think he had 2 kickoff return touchdowns that game.
I will clarify, because I'm going to get flack if I don't clarify this. One of them is going as the wide receiver 50 in best ball ADP.
Oh, I'll just do a quick Google search.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We could probably look at this board and find the 50th wide receiver taken.
I did clarify before this. 2 of them are currently drafted, and they are on the screen right now.
Okay.
Oh,
So this is total yardage in a game?
Just receiving yards.
Total
Just
receiving yardage in one game.
And rushing yards wouldn't get you much.
Okay. And 2 of them are on screen.
Yep, 2 of them are currently on screen.
Okay, I gotta think one of them's gotta be like Claypool, right? Didn't he have his big, huge blow up game?
I don't know if it was that many yards though. I know
Did he not have a 200-yard game? Or close to that? Like 185?
And 200 yards. I don't know how many players had 200 yards receiving in one game last year. Like I think George Kittle's game where like he's 6th, right? You said he was 6th on that list?
Yeah, George Kittle is 6th, and he had 180.
180 something, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So
only Tyreek Hill, Darren Waller, and Tyler Lockett, who are 1, 2, and 3, had more than 200 yards.
Okay.
So number 5 might have had 200 yards potentially. Is what we're getting at here.
I don't know if Corey Davis have
Corey Davis is number 7 on the list.
Okay. So there's one. There's a $20 answer right there.
Corey Davis had 182 yards.
Damn. Billy's favorite receiver.
Why? I hate Corey Davis with a burning passion.
Because we got Coach in the comments.
Coach
he's been toting Corey Davis ever since he signed in New York.
Okay, so we got one there.
So we need number 5 and number 9.
Oh, Will Fuller.
Yeah, I could see that.
Billy Needles for sure.
Will Fuller had a 171-yard game, but that was not good enough to put him in the top 10.
Damn.
No way. Wow.
Okay, so that's one wrong, but that's a $10 donation for that wrong answer.
That was number 14.
Okay. Damn, this is tough. Oh, this draft is just moving.
Hear me out here. This one's a little crazy. It's a little out there.
I like that.
But Nelson Aguilar.
We got Justin Jefferson in the chat. I think I like Aguilar. Did he have a big enough game?
He had one game where he had
174 yards, didn't crack it.
Justin Jefferson did have a game of 175, but that was only good enough for 12. Keep in mind, these aren't none of these players are going high in drafts right now.
That's what led me to.
That's a good
take
point.
A stab. Okay.
One of these I could not find best ball ADP for. So, but the game was
way out there.
The game was very notable. It was a Monday night game, so that should help. It was a primetime game.
And you can't find
God. Hold
ADP.
on. What about hold on. Just work with me here. Sammy Watkins. Did he not have one of his big, ridiculous blow-ups?
No, that was in 2019.
That was
week
19.
Week 1, 2019. He had 220 yards.
I thought he might have had one of his blow-up games. Oh boy. This is okay. So let's knock out. It's not.
Okay. Can we just
Brown. It's not Mike Williams.
Oh, what about any of those really late flyer guys? I don't know, a Jalen Guyton or I don't think he ever had 170 plus yards, but I'm thinking a guy who just had an outlier game out of nowhere.
That doesn't have an ADP. That's what's insane to me.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part, man.
So I listed a few other people in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who doesn't have an ADP, because I feel like I do need to give some form of help on this guy. is on one of their teams with them.
So he is drafted. So he does have an ADP.
Yeah, he is currently on an NFL team.
Oh, on an NFL team. Okay.
But he's on the same team, like NFL team, as one of those players.
Oh, man.
So just to
I'm going to talk
recap,
about your hints here.
just to recap, the players who I read off are Tyreek Hill, Darren Waller, Tyler Lockett, Devontae Adams, George Kittle, Mike Evans, and Edelman, who is not currently on the team. So one of those others.
He doesn't have a best ball ADP. He's on the same team. This is going to sound nuts, but did Scotty Miller blow up in a game? Like, really blow up in a game?
That'd be a big blow up.
But no Godwin.
Yeah.
I'll
Just in my brain.
I'll slim down this other guy one more if you can get the last one.
Okay.
Number 9 is a player who's notorious for being bursty, but he's consistently bursty throughout his entire career.
He's continually bursty throughout his career. So you said?
Yep.
Okay.
People seem to like Jacoby Myers versus
Jacoby Myers was on the list, but he's not in the top 10.
Wowza.
Oh, okay.
Good guess. Jacoby Myers, I almost included him in this question.
He's known for being bursty.
Yep.
And has been bursty his entire career.
Yep. And he's currently on the screen.
He's currently on the screen.
Hang on, let me verify. Yes, he's currently on the screen.
Okay. I just want to have a quick peek. I'm cheating a little bit. I'm peeking at the draft board. He's known for, and it wasn't Billy Needles. So like It has to be someone more bursty than Billy Needles. Was it Robbie Anderson?
It is not Robbie Anderson.
Okay, it's 2 strikes. It's another $10 donation on the strikes.
Because I want to help out. The player with no ADP plays in the NFC West. So that sides with Tyler Lockett, who's still on that list.
You know what?
And
Hold
George
on.
Kittle.
So we got one more strike. Deshaun Jackson has popped up multiple times. He did have one big game, and then he
You're right. He
got
did
yeeted.
one big game.
Yeah, and he got yeeted for the rest of the season. He's been bursty his entire career. Is he on this board? Did somebody take him? He's not on this board.
I haven't seen him. He wasn't. I guess I just gave that one away, but he wasn't the one I was talking about.
But he is on there. I'm gonna go to Deshaun Jackson then because I feel like you just gave us that one.
He is on the board?
No, I'm asking you because you said one of them's not on the board, and you said you just gave it away.
Okay, Deshaun Jackson isn't it.
Oh, okay.
He's not it.
Coach Craig said that he's not it.
Wow.
Looking at the board,
man, this is tough.
Yeah, Billy does this to us every week, yo.
And
it's ruthless.
Y'all want one more hint?
Yeah,
yes.
one more hint. Not
Okay,
that's good number.
So the bursty all his career changed teams this offseason.
Okay. Like
what
this offseason going into 2021?
Yep, he was playing on a new team.
In 2021?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that narrows it down.
A lot.
Let's see.
There is one like.
Yo, it's got to be either Marvin Jones
or Cole Beasley.
No,
he had some big games.
He's playing on the same team. So people that change teams, right?
Yeah.
You have
Jones.
Starvin Marvin Jones,
Emmanuel Sanders.
I don't think he would have done it.
He was not it. It's a joke. He wasn't it.
He's not.
Nelson Aguilar is changing teams.
We said Aguilar already, right?
He didn't have. Yeah, I think so. I think we already guessed him. AJ Green didn't have a big game.
I just lost him. I was looking at him, and now I've lost him.
Right here. AJ Green's over in the corner.
Had Marvin Jones, and we had This is a ruthless question, dude.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
tough.
Okay.
At least it's going to a good
The
cause.
screen's moving on me.
Sorry, that's me. I'm looking.
Where did he go? I just had him. He was right in front of me, and now I've lost him. He switched teams.
Who are you looking for?
You know my brain.
Sean Perriman? No, it wasn't him.
It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been Perriman. It wasn't Patrick. He's playing on the same team. Devotion. Curtis Samuel potentially. Did Samuel have a big blow up game?
Yeah, but he has a best ball ADP.
Oh right. This is somebody that
the guy on the board does have an ADP.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah. See, Billy's tricking us with this.
Then there's
okay.
one
So
doesn't.
if I had to just
Usually
take a
I'll do,
shot,
like,
Julian,
one really hard
I'm
one.
gonna pick someone. You're gonna pick
Fine.
someone, and we're gonna roll with it.
Just
So
one second.
I'm actually gonna make for my last selection. I am actually going to suggest Julio Jones.
Ooh, that is a really good guess.
I know he has an ADP. He's on the board.
Is Julio Jones beyond wide receiver 50, though?
Are they all beyond wide receiver 50?
They are all beyond wide receiver 50.
Isn't he?
Corey Davis was the wide receiver 50.
Okay. And he switched teams, eh?
Yep, he switched
One
teams this
game.
offseason.
Okay, so
Okay,
like
well, then I'll
options
take
are-
my original. I'll take my original pick, and I will go with Marvin Jones.
Okay, good. Thank God. Yeah, it's Marvin Jones.
All right.
That's what's up. Okay,
He's number
that's it.
9.
Kate,
So-
there's a $20 donation right there. So we're currently sitting at 60. Okay, we got one more on the board, and this guy doesn't have an ADP.
Yep, so let me recap the hints I gave. So he plays on the same team as another player in the top 10,
Okay,
and he plays in the NFC West.
he plays in the NFC West.
Let me check that division is correct. NFC West, yes. And it was in a primetime game.
Sorry, can you say that again? Can you say that again?
So NFC West,
and he plays on one of the teams of the other top 10.
right?
And it was in a primetime game. I thought someone in the chat would jump in on this one.
NFC West. So let's.
Sorry, I'm doing some stuff in the back right now. You're on
Is
your own.
it?
It is not MVS.
It couldn't be Christian Kirk, could it? Did he had one? I vaguely remember him having one big game and Jacob losing his absolute mind.
I'm trying to guide y'all.
Yeah, you're like serving this up on a platter for us.
Yeah, this one. So usually when I do these questions, I get 2 ones that I think they can guess and one that's pretty hard.
Is it? Hold on. After wide receiver 50, though, like I want to say someone like Brandon Ayuk, but there's no way he's after. Oh, right here. Is it Richie James?
Richie James, baby.
I do remember that game now.
184 yards.
Right.
Mullins hyper targeted him in that game.
Played against the Green Bay Packers.
That's why.
There we go, Coach Craig. MVP at Billy Stats.
Well, look. As much as we said it would take the guesses and all that, it actually doesn't. We're just making the flat donation to the Brighter Skies charity. We're going to do a $90 donation on behalf of the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast. Is going into the Brighter Skies FF charity. It's honestly something that I wanted to do, and we're definitely going to get done. So, Julian, I'm going to get the information from you when we get out of here, and I am going to put that together and get it out to you, because at the end of the day, the money is one thing, the cause is what matters. So anything we can do to help get you guys to your mark. You said you were a bit off.
We're almost there now.
We're almost there now. That's right. So we're counting on the people who are watching, who are listening, to go and reach out and help everyone reach this goal. It matters. And with that being said, that's going to pretty much do it for the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast time on the show. Ben, down here.
I'm hiding behind this comment.
Yeah.
I'm here.
That's me. It's Billy. It's coming from Jacob and our mate across the world in Australia. It's
Good draft,
Mr.
Ben.
Tom Lee. You can catch us every Monday with the Fantasy Walkabout, Friday at the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast on the Dynasty Vipers Network. Julian, big ups to you. I know we got Rich. He's chilling down here out in the back. He's ready to pop in here and take over. Just give us a thumbs up here, Rich, whenever you're all G. Oh, he's here. We're gonna get him in there. Rich,
There we go.
I hope very good. It was a good hour over here, kicking off the new stream, part 2 of the stream of the Brighter Skies Best Ball Pod-A-Thon. Again, happy to be here, thankful to be here. So for myself, the host with the most time on his hands, and my man, the stats master himself, Big Billy FF, we will sign off for now. And remember, keep everything positive. And remember that clear eyes, full hearts can never lose. Good night, everybody.
Peace out.
How's it all going, boys? Welcome.
It is going fantastic. Rich, how are you doing, man? What time is it over there right now?
It is just gone 8 o'clock.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
So I can drink now, right?
Well, absolutely.
Mhm.
I've spent the last 10 hours laying a concrete patio, so hence slightly sunburned and absolutely shattered. But it's been a good day, so very much looking forward to diving into this and getting in. We've had a bit of a last minute change of guest. I was due to be joined by Murph of 5 Yard Rush. Unfortunately, Murph's unwell, so Tom Strachan is due to be diving in. He's actually taking part in the draft live, so it'll be quite interesting to pick his brains and see kind of his thought process between his strategy and things. But I've been watching along for the last hour or so. So yeah, it's been looked fantastic, and the draft has absolutely flown, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. It's been a lot of fun. In hindsight, I would probably flip this. I started out the clock with 2 minutes for these guys. I should have started it with 5 and then went to 2 minutes later in the draft. But instead, we flew through the first 10 rounds, and now it's just it's gonna finish up here. I think we'll still finish early, but we're gonna have a bunch of fantastic people on here just breaking down these teams and and talking about all different kinds of mental health as well as cyberbullying. We just talked about it with Thomas. So I'll leave you the floor, Rich. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. You can bring your guests in here, and then just DM me if you need anything. And have a blast, guys. Enjoy your hour. The time is yours.
Are you able to add Tom in? I'm a complete technophobe when it comes to these things and don't know how to work it. Oh, look at that!
Just like that.
There we go.
Just right there.
Hey guys.
Oh,
I
he's
got
wearing
you.
Ravens gear. Can we kick him back out?
Yeah. One second. It's okay. It's
There
just
we
us.
go. Perfect. That's better.
All right. Just I'll message you on Twitter and just take it away, guys.
Awesome.
Cheers, Julian.
How's it going, Tom?
Yeah, all good. Just, deep into the draft by now. Things are getting pretty grim on the old draft queue,
Yeah.
but can't
It's,
complain for a good cause.
It's tough in these larger leagues, isn't it? When it just gets drier so quickly, and you get to those back end of the rounds, and you're throwing darts at blindfolded essentially, aren't you?
The difference between our kind of classic 12-team leagues, even where you're playing 25 rounds or so, and these 16-team leagues, it really dries up very quick. And in this format, where we're starting 10 players overall, I'm struggling with some of my selections now.
And so, talk me through your draft then. So, did you kind of come in with a preordained strategy, or?
I think once I had the draft order and knew that I was going to be picking 5th overall, it was you're either looking for that elite running back or you're taking one of the top tier quarterbacks. So for me, being a Ravens fan, I knew there was a fairly good chance that either Lamar Jackson or Dak Prescott had slide to that point. And I'm very high on Dak as well. So once Lamar was there, it was an easy choice to take him. Coming back, you know that if you don't take a running back around there, then things are going to dry up very quickly. And the key with best ball for me is always just to hammer wide receivers. So being able to grab Calvin Ridley and CD Lamb after that, you know you've got a safe base from there, and you'll be able to put up decent scores at a few positions every week.
Yeah, and before you kind of drift away talking about wide receivers, you are, Tom, the king of stacking. I'm sure everybody has seen your stack charts that are doing the rounds for, what are we now up to, 4 or 5 different platforms?
Yeah, so you can see them for FFPC best ball, Underdog best ball, DraftKings best ball, and then Sleeper Superflex versions as well, which are kind of the closest ones you'd see to this draft, but they are 12 teams rather than 16, so quite a few differences on this.
So did you come in, we talk about stacking, you always love to stack. Did you come in with that full intention of, if I'm taking a QB early, I've got to get that receiver?
I think you never want to really, particularly in the early rounds, you don't want to be reaching too much. So my intention was, once I took Lamar, obviously you're not taking a receiver anytime too soon after that for that stack. So instead I was looking at correlating offenses. So once I got Zeke, I was very high on the idea of catching either Amari Cooper or CeeDee Lamb. And it's the same premise as stacking, really. You're counting on one team and saying, I know this team has a good offense and I want as many pieces of that as possible. And even if you've missed out on the quarterback, you're going to get good exposure to those points. I think everyone's expecting Dallas to score a lot of points this year. So in a big league like this, I have no problem adding those kind of little correlations. So as well as the Dallas players, I've got Calvin Ridley and Mike Davis. And then later on added Zach Wilson and Jamison Crowder and Chris Herndon, which isn't the most exotic stack, but it'll do.
So I'll be honest, I'm a bit of an amateur, should we say, when it comes to best ball. It's not something that I've ever looked at, ever really played, ever really dabbled in prior to this year. So the whole concept of stacking, again, not a DFS player, is very new to me. So I get stacking guys on good offenses. You know what? You want as many pieces of that pie when they have good weeks. But what's the idea of, potentially stacking a bad quarterback, a bad receiver? Why would you do that?
So it's really just looking for the exposure to all those points. So let's take the Lions, who I think we're all expecting to be one of the bottom 3 teams of this year. But it's quite easy to see how a lot of Jared Goff's points could be touchdowns to TJ Hawkinson or perhaps Brashad Perryman. And even if a team is only going to put up 20 points a season, perhaps it's like saying, right, 20 points a game, sorry. It's saying, right, well, if I can grab a touchdown for both of those players in that game, I've got the vast majority of the points of them. And if they're your second or your third stack of your team, then it's just going to give you a nice safe floor when the elite players are on a bye week or the elite players fail to play that week or something.
So are there any major risks, I guess, with taking an approach where you're stacking heavily?
So, I mean, I guess you could look back at last year and the Dallas offense, which again, I was in on them last year. And when Dak goes down, you're pretty much burnt because of the whole, you've lost a high draft pick in Dak Prescott, but you've still kept, say, if you had CeeDee Lamb last year and Amari Cooper, which was a more affordable stack last year, then you've still got access to those points. And they did put up a decent amount, but what I would say is you have to be careful of overstacking. So like in this league, I wouldn't have taken, if I'd got Mark Andrews, I probably wouldn't have taken more than one of a Ravens receiver because, the passing game isn't prolific. Whereas if you looked at something like, say, I guess, Kyler Murray, you've got plenty of options there, but it's again, if you took all 4 of the kind of top wide receivers there, Kirk, Hopkins, AJ Green, and Rondale Moore, you've devoted perhaps a quarter of your roster to one team, or, it's quite a heavy chunk to be all in on for when things go wrong.
So is this why you talking about diving in on big powerful offenses? Is this why you've got it all in on the Jets? And was it 4 shares you've got there? I see.
Things were getting pretty grim by that point. I was in the 5th round. It was like, well, I've got to take Mike Davis, or I'm looking at running backs like Ronald Jones or Michael Carter as my RB2. So
is that just shots at our next 2 guests?
Yeah, well, we'll throw them out there and respond. I'm sure they'll criticize my picks. So at that point, I passed up Justin Fields into hoping that I was going to get an okay quarterback when he came back. And Zach Wilson, I like Zach Wilson. I've got a decent amount of exposure of the Jets this offseason. I think, he's handy with his legs. He's gonna start all 17 games, barring injury, and that's going to be nice because I've clearly missed out on a 3rd quarterback here. I didn't see the point in trying to take somebody like, Jordan Love or Jimmy Garoppolo, because Jimmy Garoppolo's bye week clashes with Zach Wilson. I'd still be down to 1 quarterback that week. I'd rather just grab another receiver or running back. But no, I think the Jets are somebody that a lot of us in best ball are quite happy as your 2nd stack or your 3rd stack.
Okay, all right. And without wanting to, I guess, give away too much, if anybody in the draft is listening live, are you? What are your kind of back end approach to a best ball league? I know we've talked a couple of times, and you like that sort of receiver approach late. Is that something that you try and overload on those receivers in most leagues, or in a bigger league like this? Would you do the same?
Yeah, I mean, in a typical best ball draft, once we get past about round 13, I'm looking at either grabbing 1 or 2 more tight ends, or just loading up on wide receivers. You players like Deshaun Jackson or Tutu Atwell, those kind of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, those players who can go off for 100 yards and a touchdown one week, and then perhaps they'll do nothing the next. But they're big boom players. In this league, with the kind of deep first team roster that we've got and the 16 rounds, I kind of like the idea of adding any more stacks to my pieces that I can get. So, maybe that means I'm going to be diving deep into Devin Duvernay territory, or I think the Jets are pretty much all done at this point. I think Mims has already gone, and you really
has Keelan Cole gone? Is he still floating around out there? Or if you want my Jets deep dive, so there's maybe, do I tell you? Yeah. So my Jets deep dive is the 2 Smiths. You've got Vincent Smith. So fantastic athlete, bit of a special teamer. I do wonder if he could, have the odd week or 2, very, very much a burner. Could be worth chucking in that last round, 20th round as your deep flyer.
Deep down the depth chart.
Oh, I think you're talking way down.
It's unusual. I've drafted over 100 wide receivers this offseason already between my best ball drafts, and it's unusual I find a name I don't know, but you definitely stumped me there. You've
not got any exposure.
It's a big fat 0.
To be fair, in this, it's only in a super, super deep draft like this that I'd even look at it. It's just that he's as I said, he's a good athlete. He plays on special teams, so he's going to make the roster. And I know that the kind of coaching staff have been speaking quite highly about him in sort of mini camps and OTAs. So, as good as any 5th receiver on a bad offense can be, that's kind of all I guess you can hope.
So, I mean, obviously you come to this from the dynasty approach, so you've got that kind of... How hard do you find it to keep track of these particularly deep, back-end players?
Yeah, tough. Oh, we're joined by Matt. How you doing, Matt?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Sneaking in while you two were chatting.
Absolutely. We were just talking the deepest of deep dives. So the true answer, Tom, is that because I'm a complete degenerate and I spend most of my time thinking about dynasty rosters and back end of stuff, I seem to have quite a good brain. Once I latch onto a name, I can sort of remember it, and if I hear someone mention it once, I sort of file it away. But the truest is that in a dynasty world, and I actually wrote about it this week, these later rounds of startups and certainly back end of my roster spots, I'm basically taking as many backup quarterbacks as I can if it's super flex, and then I'm just taking punts and running back. And it's, one of the guys that I'm loving at the moment, I think I'm over 50% ownership, is Salvin Ahmed, just because, he looks good in the 2 weeks he played last year. Could he potentially win some more share in that backfield? It's not a nailed on. They've not got a stud in that backfield. So I do think that that's the kind of guy that I'm looking for, those back end of the roster spots. So Matt, thanks for joining us.
No worries.
How we're talking best ball. How's your kind of best ball knowledge? Do you have much kind of best ball play, shall we say, or are you as much of a novice as I am?
I can see Tom smiling because he knows that I'm fully invested in these best balls this offseason. Tom's been setting up plenty of leagues on Sleeper, and every time he seems to set one up, I seem to be. I can't refuse. Basically, I just can't refuse. Tom, he emails me. He knows he's got me hooked. So I've been entering plenty of best balls this offseason, and I've been loving it.
I think it's the purest form of what we love about fantasy. It's drafting, and then it's none of the stress on Sunday.
Exactly. Yeah.
See, I think I must be in the minority when we talk about everybody loves a draft. I don't get me wrong, I enjoy a draft, but for me, the best thing about fantasy, and it's probably why I love Dynasty so much, is that managing your kind of roster and little tweaks here and there and that kind of thing. And that's where, trading and I'd much rather spend, an hour trying to work out trades, trying to tweak my roster, trying to find little upgrades here and there than I would sitting and doing a draft. I find draft quite stressful.
The more you do, the less stressful we get.
Exactly. I don't know how many Tom's in, but he must be in plenty. Every time, like I say, every time he sets these leagues up, he's in them. So must be made of money, Tom.
Still playing with last year's profit, just about. But it's running out.
That's it. As long as you make a profit, no one cares. And we're talking about Kev. How you doing, Kev?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Cheers for having us on.
No, thank you very much for joining us. It's obviously a fantastic day, a fantastic event, and great to have you guys on. So before you disappear, Tom, and thank you very much for diving in. For those who don't know, Tom dived in last minute to jump in, step in for Murph when he was unfortunately down ill. You've got a pick coming up here, Tom. So I'm gonna let you go away and make that pick before you get too stressed. But where can everybody find you? Where can everybody find your work as such?
You can find me on Twitter at bestballuknfl, and you can find all the kind of stacking sheets that I put out on there, as well as links to my website where I tend to run whatever articles run through my brain at 4:00 in the morning. But yeah, or you'll find me in the best ball streets, normally in a draft somewhere.
And I have to say, look, I've said it before, I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to best ball, but Tom's best ball stack sheets I've found incredibly useful. I've tweaked them into my dynasty world. I'm using them for Scott Fishbowl. I'm using them for pretty much wherever I can. So if you've not seen them, please go and check them out. But Tom, one last question, if I may.
Go for it.
Brighter Smiles FF, this whole, why we're all here today. What was it that got you involved? What was it that made you want to be a part of this fantastic cause today?
I find the internet, it's such a great place in so many ways. It's, I've got to know you guys through it and made plenty of friends in the fantasy community, but it's just such a vicious place at the same time. And we all just need to take a breath and be a little bit kinder and be a little more relaxed. So many people get so worked up about hot takes regarding fantasy, but it just seemed like the perfect sort of reminder of let's all just chill out a bit. We're here to have fun, be nice, and the guys are doing great work with it.
No, fantastic. And for those of you who don't, obviously we've got the ticker along the bottom of the board. Please donate, follow along, support. But best of all, if you're not in a position to donate, if you're not in a position to support, let's just be nicer to each other online. Nobody knows what's happening with the other person, the other end. Let's just think before we tweet. All right, now Tom, I will let you go away because I know you've got a pick coming up, and I don't want to be blamed for I don't want to be blamed for influencing you. But thank you very much for joining us.
No worries, bye.
Good luck, Tom.
So, Kev, Matt, thank you very much for joining us.
No worries.
Thanks
for having us.
So Kev, we found out that Matt is now a best ball degenerate. Have you dived in and joined the essentially Tom's ranks of best ball degenerates, or?
So I'm more of a novice. I have joined one Dynasty Best Ball this off season with both Tom and Matt. I did quite a few best ball.
I'm rich.
Oh shit! Oh yeah. That's terrible.
Off the stream now.
I didn't even mean to give you some. Get me punched in there. I do apologise for that.
He's been on 2 minutes and he's already started, Rich, with the shade.
We can edit this out, can't we? We're not live.
What's that, live, you say?
No, I think last year I did plenty of best ball leagues, varying levels of success. I think there was a lot of injuries last season, so the bad teams were really bad, but I did have a few good teams as well. So yeah, I'd say modest when it comes to best ball.
A lot more than me. That's all the bad.
Definitely.
So I mean, we've had Tom on there. Obviously, I called him the king of stacking, and I think, quite frankly, it stands. Matt, are you a stacker? Do you believe it's a good policy, or?
I definitely am now that I've got to know Tom a little more. His influences, yeah. Every time I'm in these best balls with Tom, you see Tom over in the corner just quietly putting together his stacks, and you think, well, if Tom's doing it, I think I need to start doing it. So yeah, I've definitely been incorporating it a bit more and using it a bit more. Maybe not as much in Dynasty, but especially in these best balls, yeah, stacking is definitely something that I'm always looking to do.
What about you, Kev? So Matt mentioned Dynasty there. Is it something, we've seen it in DFS, we've seen it in best ball. I think it's starting to creep into redraft more. Do you think stacking is something that we'll start to see once we into those Dynasty circles?
Yeah, I think you're bang on. It is coming into Dynasty leagues more and more. I think I've seen it more personally in smaller leagues where you're looking to get that bit of extra upside where all the teams can be very similar in talent, but it's just these spike weeks that you're looking for to win. I know all three of us are in a Devi league, which you won last year, Rich. And
thank you. I wondered if you were going to bring it up.
you had a stack.
He's trying to make up for that Dynasty best ball comment here, Rich.
No, I mean you had an amazing stat, didn't you? Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. So it just proves that in those small leagues where all the teams are, well, most of the teams are fantastic, that getting them edges is key, really.
Yeah, I thought you were going to, gloss over it. I thought we weren't going to talk about it after Matt trade.
I mean,
I'm not sure you've ever forgiven him, have you?
I'll never forgive him. No, I'm not kidding. I think it's funny in that league as well. I actually had a few stacks, Cousins and Thielen, Stafford and Marvin Jones. But I guess at the time I wasn't really thinking about stacks. It just naturally occurred, and then it helped me out in certain weeks. Unfortunately, the week it mattered, Matt Stafford got injured. So what do you do? That's the thing with stacks as well. I think the higher risk, but the high reward, but the high risk. So if the QB has a bad game, you've got two players that are potentially costing you a week.
Yeah, I think you made a point there, Kev, about it naturally happening. I think that's what seems to happen because in fantasy, you get invested, don't you, in certain offenses. So then you're looking for those pieces, and before you know it, you've got half of the offense on your dynasty roster. So yeah, that's definitely something that seems to be happening.
Yeah, and I think that there comes a time where you, as you said, you want parts of high-powered offenses. You know, I've got a ridiculous amount of Dak shares. I've got a ridiculous amount of CeeDee Lamb shares, and I've never even thought about them being a stack. But it's just that I want parts of that offense because I think it's going to be fantastic this year. And obviously, we're in this draft. We're getting towards the later rounds. Do you guys have a particular approach to these kind of back end of the roster? What we round 16 plus in this 16 team best ball? What would you be doing here?
I'll take this one. Yeah. Well, I tend to be hammering wide receiver at this point. I know I've heard a lot of different strategies around going for like QBs and flyer tight ends and stuff. And I do think there is flyer tight ends available, but I think with best ball for me, it's more about the actual roster construction than the players. So I find that you want to be taking darts on loads of wide receivers. My strategy tends to be that you're going QB and RB in the first 6 rounds, just as a rule of thumb. And then you're just hammering wide receiver where you can. Because they're the ones that are going to have the biggest spike weeks in performance. And sometimes you're not going to know who it is on a certain week.
Yeah. And Matt, are you taking the same approach?
Yeah, I think obviously in best ball, I'm the same as Kev. I tend to target the wide receivers, as I mentioned. The fact that those are the guys that tend to get that spike week. If it was dynasty, I'm probably looking more towards running backs. But like I say, in best ball, you're just looking for those weekly boom weeks from one of these guys down here at the bottom. And it's wide receivers and maybe tight end as well. It's usually a position that I tend to fade. So if you get into these stages, and we've seen guys like Njoku just gone, and even Jimmy Graham, somebody like that, if he's still on the Bears, there's every chance that he can contribute at the tight end position. And we know what a mess the position is. So yeah, tight ends and wide receivers in best ball for me.
Is that you predicting that Jimmy Graham's about to get cut?
Well, I know that our co-host Ali, he'll be praying that he gets cut because he's a massive Cole Kmet fan. So for Ali, I'm hoping he does. But yeah, it's an interesting one for sure.
Absolutely. And Tom's now on the clock, so let's see if he indeed does continue with one of his stats.
No messing about.
Not a quick.
So he's,
and that's it. Another wide receiver, somebody that can have boom weeks. We've seen it before with Jackson. He can have those huge weeks. So for those 3 weeks that he's healthy, you never know. He can be putting up some points for Tom.
Absolutely, it'll be the 2 weeks that he's healthy. He'll put some points on the board, and then Tutu Atwell can come in and take over. So it's fine. I've got my little one Tutu Atwell mention of the pod. So streamathon we'll call it. So talking of my guys, Matt, I can't have you on.
Oh my god!
To mention Michael Carter. Well, there you go. Tom said 3 weeks is all he needs. There you go.
Exactly.
That's fine, because that's all you're going to get from Djax. So Matt, Michael Carter, you've talked about nothing else this offseason. Every article, every comment, every post is Michael Carter. I'm a Jets fan. I'm very hopeful that you're right, that he is the second coming of Jesus.
Me too.
Are you now concerned that you've overhyped him?
Probably, yeah. It's got to this point now where I don't even want to hype him anymore, but because everybody hates it, Kev hates it, Ali hates it when I talk about him, I feel like, well, I've got to talk about him. So yeah, I've dug myself a deep hole, and I'm just going to carry on digging, I think.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, when you've already planted your flag pre-draft, and you can't.
Well, that's it. This is the thing. Pre-draft, I loved him, so at least I don't feel like I'm jumping on the hype that he's on the Jets with potentially a great opportunity. I was there earlier on, Rich, so I feel like it's justified. I'm allowed to be excited about him.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest. I've been trying to cool off the kind of excitement, but I watched the Jets released a video of Robert Saleh and Mike before talking about how excited they were and how hyped the draft room was when Michael Carter fell to them. So yeah, that got me a little bit more excited, I have to admit.
Good.
And Kev, so we all know you've got a few loves, but it feels quite apt because Michael Carter went in this draft, and the guy who went next to him is a guy who I know you have a dear love for in Ronald Jones.
Well, I'll talk about Carter first of all. I actually like him. I actually like him a lot more in redraft than best ball. I think as a guy that's got that day 3 draft capital, I'd be worried more about him in Dynasty that he's going to get replaced potentially next season. But for this season, if he does manage to get control at backfield, even if it's just a majority share or the pass work, I think he's in a pretty good spot to deliver as a. I mean, you take him as an RB3. I'm guessing in seasonal best ball. So it's a pretty murky range of the draft in general after the first sort of 20 or so. But I do like Michael Carter more in your best ball leagues because I think he will have some spike weeks, as much as it pains me to see. I see Matt smiling.
It's because I know where you've got him in your dynasty rankings as well, but you don't want to tell everybody that you're not too far behind me. So,
but I think you hit down the head there, Kev. Is that in these best ball, in these redraft leagues, once you get into that murky sort of RB3 territory, what I'm certainly doing, I don't know, it's not exactly rocket science and a hidden tactic, but I'm looking for those uncertain backfields, those opportunities where you've got 3 or 4 guys who could potentially win the job, and just hope that someone wins the job. And there's no more than the Jets. You talked about him having day 3 draft capital and potentially being replaced for dynasty purposes. Well, the Jets spent day 3 draft capital on a running back last year who's already been replaced, and from reading some of the beat writer stuff, might not even make the roster in the Michael Pitt line. You've then got several others, but is anybody hoping Tevin Coleman comes out? So yeah, I'm with you. I'm excited for Michael Carter. I'm hopeful that he is something this year, but I'm still certainly not as high as either of you are on him from a dynasty perspective. So Ronald Jones, Kev, you banged the drum for him last year. Are you continuing to bang the drum this year?
I thought I managed to swerve that one pretty well then, but yeah. I think, to be honest, I'd have been happier if Joe Bernard wasn't there. I just think it makes it even more questionable. I'm not massive on Leonard Fournette. It all depends on his mentality. I think when he's on, he's great. As we saw in the playoffs, he was fantastic. It was amazing. But it's just strange how up until late on in the season, he'd done pretty much nothing. And Ronald Jones, it was his backfield, really. Despite the snap shares being relatively equal, first 14 weeks, Ronald Jones was a far better player. I'd say Ronald Jones is probably not the right type of running back you want in your best ball because he doesn't give you pass catching upside, and I think that's key to spike weeks. I think you're looking, if you're taking a potential 2-down back outside of Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, I'm struggling to be taking 2-down backs at any point in a best ball. I think you've got to be going for upside of pass catching.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think. Yeah, I don't like any running backs that don't catch balls. Basically, it's something that I'm certainly trying to fade as much as possible. Have you got your guy this year that you're planting your flag on, or are we too early, Kev?
At running back, I think probably my favourite one's DeAndre Swift. Just on that basis, I feel that he has got the potential to absolutely blow up and get 70, 80 catches this season. I don't think that's out of the range of outcomes with the weapons on the offense. There's Hawkinson, who's potentially going to have a big jump as well, but wide receiver wise, there's not a lot to be scared of, and they're going to be playing from behind a lot. So he's a guy that I'd be targeting in all formats, really.
Yeah,
I think he's a value in all formats.
Are you concerned by Jamal Williams?
No, I think it's good because you don't want DeAndre Swift having 20, 25 rushes a game as such. I think I'd prefer for him to have maybe 12 rushes and 6 targets, something like that. I know Anthony Lynn spoke about A-backs and B-backs and all this sort of stuff. The way he was talking, it seemed like Jamal Williams was going to do the hard work in the middle, and Swift was going to get all the nice work on the outside and in the red zone. So, yeah, I'm really, really high on Swift. I know he's going pretty high in dynasty leagues, but in best ball, he's going a little bit later, and I think he's got fantastic week winning and league winning potential.
I think that for me, I love Swift, and I think he's a fantastic player, and everything you've basically just said there is, he can do everything. I think he's incredible talent. The one concern I've got is that I'm really worried about the offense. I think the offense could be absolutely abysmal, and I think that for me caps his touchdown upside. and I'm a little concerned about that. In that, I don't think Jared Goff's going to have that offense marching down the field, and I think we could see some very low scores from that offense. So that is a concern for me. So Matt, talking of kind of bad offenses, do you try and fade? Are you trying to avoid bad offenses and just target those good offenses, or do you think there comes a point where even great players on bad offenses can still produce for you?
Yeah, I think it's always tough because you talk about bad offenses, but with that, it becomes they're going to be chasing the game a lot. So, there's going to be a lot of passing opportunities. So then if you're getting somebody that has that opportunity is one of the key things in fantasy football. If you're getting the targets and the receptions, that's where you're getting your points, even more so from, like Kev just mentioned, at running back. So if somebody like DeAndre Swift, if the Lions are chasing the games and he can be used in that Austin Eckler kind of role, then I think he's going to be absolutely fine in this kind of offense. And the fact that they don't really have many weapons outside of Hawkinson, it just makes you think that he's going to be that short, easy pass for Goff. And I think he's going to be a huge safety net for Goff. And for that reason, that's why I'm equally just as high as what Kev is on him. We both liked him in his rookie season. Obviously, we weren't too keen on the landing spot. You never get excited when you see a running back land on the Lions, but just the opportunities potentially getting, I think, yeah, it's exciting. So, yeah, but you want a good offense. You want a quarterback that you can rely on. That's maybe why I like the Texans as a team. I'm probably fading because the fact that you're getting Tyrod Taylor throwing the ball, that's a concern for me. The quarterback is a huge part of the game. It's the biggest part of the game in real life. So, yeah, it swings and roundabouts. I think with bad offenses, you get the opportunity, but at the same time, it's the quality of the opportunity that's the downside.
So is that you reporting that Deshaun Watson not playing at all for the Texans this year?
It feels that way. I don't know if there's been any news recently, but I've not seen much too recently. And in this draft, we even see that Taylor, where has he gone? Is that the 9th round? So people obviously they're thinking that Taylor's going to be the starter. And I know if I had to choose between Deshaun Watson and Tyrod Taylor throwing me the ball, I think I know which one I'd pick. So yeah, that offense is a bit scary.
I think it's interesting that the starting quarterback for the majority of the year for the Texans went in the 14th round in this draft, and Davis Mills.
Potentially.
A fan of Davis Mills.
Yeah.
It was my QB7 in Dynasty. I think, again, a little bit like Michael Carter, I think he's more valuable in best ball and redraft, just in the sense that Tyrod Taylor is there, but he generally does a couple of games and then it kind of gets a bit boring, does it? They want to move on and see what they've got, and it's a perfect opportunity for the Texans to see what they've got in Davis Mills while Watson's likely going to be out for an extended period of time. And if it comes to a point next off season, I think Deshaun Watson's gone. He's not going to be coming back there. It's a chance for him to stake his claim. So they've got to see what they've got in him at some point and where you're taking him. If you've got, let's say, 2 really solid QBs in your best ball, then you might as well take a flyer on a third that's going to be this cheap rather than sort of messing about in their middle rounds.
Yeah, I really think that I'm a big believer that teams tell you what they think and what they feel in draft capital and how they approach the NFL draft and the NFL offseason. And I think, you've got a team with, let's be honest, holes across pretty much the entire roster in the Texans, and they spend their very first draft pick that they had on Davis Mills. I think, to me, that says that Deshaun Watson's probably not playing this year, and I think he's probably never playing for the Texans again. Yes, we've seen stranger things happen. He could easily, come off this exempt list or whatever he's on and end up playing again. But I just think he's done in Houston.
I think when the rumours that the Texans were looking at Mond, didn't he go was it the pick before the Texans, I think? Really? The rumours that they were targeting Mond as well. So does that maybe put a little cooler on the fact that they were interested in Mills? And with Mills as well, I think as a prospect, he was a guy that a lot of people were saying needed that time. Obviously, I think he was a real highly touted prospect coming into college football, but then obviously had the injuries and everything. I think he was more of a guy that teams were hoping they could maybe have him sit behind a quarterback for a couple of years. And I was on a podcast and I thought somebody like the Buccaneers sitting behind Brady, learning from somebody like that would be good for Mills. So it's interesting that he's now falling in a situation where he could be the starter week 1. So yeah, it's it's going to be exciting to see. I mean, hopefully he's great in terms of if you own these Texans offensive weapons. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's, let's be honest, the track record of guys coming in later rounds that sit for a year or two in the NFL, it's pretty non-existent, isn't it? If he's gonna, be relevant, he almost needs to start this year, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But one guy I want to pick your brains on, guys. It feels like the Kyle Pitts hype. It feels like we talk about a lot, being honest. We've seen him now. I feel like from a dynasty perspective, I've got my head around things. I can cope with him. He's going as like tight end 4, I think, in ADP at the moment. I can cope with that. A rookie tight end. We've seen him in this draft. Where did he go? He's the tight end 5 off the board. I think that's pretty much his ADP in redraft and best ball.
Yeah.
I mean, Kev, talk to me. Are you trying into that from a 2021 perspective, a rookie tight end coming in and producing at that price?
Yeah, I mean, it's just wild, isn't it, really? It's for him to be going there as a rookie tight end, even if he's pretty much historic, he's not going to... He's got such a low chance of being the tight end 5. I think... In your best ball leagues, you might have a few spiked weeks, but I think that's going to be a 12 personnel offense, to be honest. I think there's going to be a lot of Aiden Hurst still used there. Calvin Ridley, he's going to see a ton of targets. He'd probably lead the league in targets, to be honest. Personally, I won't be taking Pitts in any best ball, any redraft this season. I think Dynasty, it's a little bit different because you're playing the long game and he has got that talent. But yeah, ridiculous it's going there in my eyes.
What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I think I agree with Kev, to be honest. He has got to have one of the best rookie tight end seasons that we've ever seen. So if they use him maybe as more of a wide receiver, put him in the slot quite a lot, that's obviously got potential that happens with the fact that they don't really have anybody outside of Ridley at wide receiver. Yeah, that's what you're hoping. I think really that he's used as a wide receiver, get in the slot, get those targets. But yeah, he's got to have a huge rookie season, and I don't personally see it myself. I think he's got to break the mold, and I know that he's a huge talent, and everybody's falling in love with him. And from Dynasty, I understand, but redraft, I think I'm probably going to fade him at his ADP and target one of the later tight ends.
Yeah. No. I mean, I agree with both of you in that I think his price, it's scary to me. The one thing that I'm really intrigued by, and I think we talked about this on a previous podcast, and I'm getting a little bit nerdy, is that Arthur Smith used in Tennessee heavier personnel sets in terms of max protection more than any NFL offense last year. We saw 2 wide receivers out on a route at a historic rate for the Titans last year. Now, I don't know if that's a Tennessee thing or if that's an Arthur Smith thing. And if that is an Arthur Smith thing and he's going to bring that to Atlanta, I cannot see him running 2 wide receivers out and Kyle Pitts being kept into block. So to me, that says they could run some 31, 22 type personnel sets with Kyle Pitts as that second wide receiver. And I do wonder if that is the case, Kyle Pitts is essentially going to be the X on that offense. You've got Calvin Ridley, who's, let's be honest, a prototypical Z. If Kyle Pitts is the X, then you're basically he's the Julio replacement. And that's the one thing that I'm hoping for. And I think that if that is the case, Kyle Pitts could easily, this is going to sound ridiculous, but Kyle Pitts could be the tight end 1 in 2021.
I think the interesting thing as well with that offense is that outside of Ridley, I don't think there is a wide receiver 2. I know there's hype about Russell Gage and Olamide Zaccheaus, but they're not NFL quality wide receiver 2s in my eyes. I think there is going to be opportunity there. And if he is a wide receiver, like you said, he has got that ceiling to be. If he's essentially a wide receiver, you have to start playing like he's a wide receiver, which does make him a value. I just think it's the cost for me. If it was a couple of rounds later,
100%. Completely agree. And I think that it is difficult paying. We know the track record of rookie tight ends. It's just not great. And I'm sitting here saying it and thinking, but I just can never take a rookie tight end. But I'm also sitting here thinking there's probably a 20-30% chance that he's basically been drafted as a wide receiver. And in that offense, he could easily step into 110, 120 targets. And if he's getting that volume, there's not many tight ends that are going to outproduce him. But yeah, that's the reason the price is so high, isn't it? Because people are so excited about the potential of what could be.
It's because it could be a cheat code, couldn't it? The fact that he is a tight end, if he can get that wide receiver usage, then it's going to be a cheat code in fantasy in regards to tight ends. But I mean, it's gone plenty before Jamar Chase, who's obviously the arguably the wide receiver one rookie. He went like a round early, didn't he, in this draft? So yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, we're talking in hope, aren't we? Really, but we're hoping he smashes. But until we see him on the field, it's just us taking guesses, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you hinted at Jamar Chase, wide receiver one? Is he? I guess how comfortable are you him being your rookie wide receiver one in 2021, Matt?
Yeah, I'm personally very, very comfortable having him as my rookie wide receiver one. I think, as in regards to a prospect, I think he's one of the best wide receivers we've seen in a few years. I've mentioned it a few times on our podcast. He's comfortably my wide receiver one. Guys like Devontae Smith, I'm not super high on myself, so that's just another reason why Chase has just cemented himself as the wide receiver one for me. On an offense, if we're just swinging it back to best ball, this is another offense that I'll be targeting for stacks because you can get it at such a good price. It's when I'm in these drafts with Tom, I've seen him do it a few times. I've took his advice, and when I managed to get in leagues without him taking the Bengals stack, I'm doing it myself because you can get it at such a great ADP. And I just think this offense as a whole, it's going to be a really pass heavy offense. And yeah, I think he's in a great spot to smash straight away. Tied to his quarterback that he had in college at LSU, that's just another bonus for the hopes that he makes an immediate impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And sticking with that offense then, Kev, I know one of your favourite players to talk about is the running back in Cincinnati, Joe Mixon. Do you think he's in for that final, is it fifth year breakout? Is that what we're talking?
Yeah. To be honest, I'm in on Mixon this year. I think it's looking really positive. The fact that Gio Bernard's gone, that pass catching wise, my worries last year were that he's a 2-down back on a bad team. And obviously the offense has improved. I think the O-line has improved and people don't realise. It was on pace for 52 targets last season as well, and that's before Gio Bernard left. So if he can get 70 targets and he can stay healthy, because that's the key as well, he's got a pretty big ceiling. He could be a top 5 running back this season.
Top three, Kev. Top three.
Top 3.
That's what we spoke about on the podcast last week. That was my prediction for last season, so I'm sticking with it. I'm going for it again. I'm down.
I have to say, Kev, I'm absolutely delighted that you're somebody else that has said that offensive line improved, because I feel like I'm banging my head against a brick wall. Everybody's just saying, but they didn't take Saul. But tackle wasn't their issue. They've signed Riley Reid from free agency. That wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was guard, and they went and drafted one in the second round. So don't get me wrong, I don't think that offensive line is going to be above average. Still think it's going to be bad, but it's improved. It should hopefully be better than it was last year.
Yeah, I know on the charity streamer fun we did in May, we had Scott Connor on at Charles Chill FFB. If anybody wants to follow him, he's a smart dude, and he's a Bengals fan. And he was saying that Penei Sewell, they viewed him as a guard, and taking him at pick 5 it's a bit high. If for as talented as he is, I think if their choice was Sewell at guard or Jamar Chase, they've definitely made the right decision.
And going back to the draft then, so we have just seen Tim Tebow drafted. It feels like you've got to pay your dues and you've got to talk about him at some point whenever you're doing anything like this. So Matt, do you think he's going to be relevant at all? Do you think he'll catch a pass?
No, well, he might catch one pass maybe, but no, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. I mean, Kev, we spoke about it a little bit today in the DMs about we've seen somebody on Twitter saying that the top 10 in tight ends. It's such a mess that we're undervaluing maybe Tebow, but I just can't see it all. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, we're at such a sorry state at tight end that we're hoping this. What is he now? 31 years old, played quarterback, and we're hoping that he can be a top 10 tight end in fantasy. I'm not. I'm sorry, Rich. I'm not on it all. I'm not buying it.
Kev, do you think he even makes the roster?
Well, I think he's been brought in because he's got ties to Urban Meyer, and he's potentially coming in to help with the culture, sort of building in it on that franchise. If he makes a roster, I bet he takes a snap out of Wildcat on the goal line.
Yeah. I was going to say, I bet he throws more passes than he does catch them.
We'll see that Tebow pass where it's empty, tight. He'll run it and then end up jumping up and passing it to the left. I think you've nailed it there, Kev. He's a guy that's you've got a new head coach coming in. He wants to build his culture. You've got someone like Tim Tebow who is a fantastic leader, a natural leader, but has been with Urban Meyer for years and knows Urban Meyer. So what's better to try and be your culture builder than Tim Tebow? I think, quite frankly, as long as all I care about is how quick he can run the 40 down the field on kickoff, because that's the only time he's in the field, as far as I'm concerned. I think him making the roster is purely dependent on him playing special teams, because I just can't see him being useful as a tight end. And I think that as great as he is as a locker room presence and a leader, I think at some point when you're trying to cut it down to 53, unless he can play special teams, he's not going to find himself a spot on that roster.
It'll be something else for the fans to have a go at Urban Meyer about. He seems to be getting a bad rep, doesn't he, for nearly taking Kadarius Toney and taking ETN in round one. So it'll be another reason for the Buzzards to out him, I guess.
So you dropped Etienne there. So last year we saw, I think, possibly the greatest overall rookie draft class at the running back position in terms of year one success. I know we obviously had Saquon Barkley, who came out and was, I want to say, a top 3 running back in his rookie year. We didn't quite have that. I know Jonathan Taylor was quite close, but I think we had 8 guys that were usable and put up decent production. Do you think this year's class, Kev, are we going to see 2? Are we going to see 3? Do you think there's more? Are we going to see someone like Michael Carter be relevant this year?
Oh God, that is an hard question. To be honest, I think there'll definitely be 3. I think all 3 of those top ones, Harris, ETN, Williams, I think they'll all be top 24 running backs this season. I've got no doubt about that. There probably will be an extra person, but I wouldn't be able to predict who. It could be a surprise like an Elijah Mitchell who's just gone in the last round of this. Can't think of anyone else, really. What about you, Matt?
I know you can. I know you can think of somebody else, Kev.
You think 4 then, Matt?
Yeah, I've got to. Yeah, definitely. I think Carter can be top 24. Yeah, definitely.
Any hopes for Trey Sermon?
Personally, no. I'm not a big fan of Trey Sermon. I don't think Kev is either. So no,
I can't see it with that backfield. It's just always there's like 4 guys that can be usable each week, which is why that backfield's probably a good target in best ball, better than your redraft and your dynasty leagues.
So I think I did some work on that backfield last year. It's earlier in the offseason rather. And if you took the running back that had the most carries each week for the 49ers last year and added up their fantasy points, they finished as the RB3.
Wow. Impressive.
The problem is that
you don't know which one it's going to be.
you knew most weeks, because there were so many blooming injuries in that offense. Yeah. It was a case of the one running back that was fit each week, but you had to roster 5 guys to try and get that running back because it was completely ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, I really like Raheem Mostert at his current cost. I think he's going to still be the 1A in that offense as much as you can. But guys, whilst we've got you, let's sort of give yourselves a little bit of a plug. So where can the people find you, Matt? Where can we can see your work?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at MattFFDynasty. Obviously, myself and Kev have got the podcast Fantasy Wildcard, and also I produce content for the FF Astronauts. Arguably not too much lately, but hopefully going to start putting out a bit more content now that the season's getting much closer. And
Kev, what about yourself?
Yep, I'm at Dynasty_Go. I'm also with Fantasy Wildcard at Fantasy Wildcard. And I'm purely a podder, I guess. So yeah, just
don't work anymore.
Yeah, we do a weekly show that it's year round, and when we try and have a laugh. It's usually full of really bad dad jokes from myself, but if you appreciate Dynasty, then give us a look.
It's definitely the punniest podcast out there,
and I. More,
Kev's getting worse. I think every show he seems to be getting worse and worse. And now he's even got Ali joining in as well. Now even Ali's coming out with the dad jokes. So.
It feels like sometimes they're sort of natural, but the vast majority issue on this.
Oh, Kev's they're all forced.
Work them out.
I have to work on my fake laughter because I see him in the show sheet before the show starts. So. Yeah,
I'll have to leave them off.
It's always good fun.
Yeah, and guys, thank you very much for coming on board. It's been really good. But the reason we're here, the reason why everybody's here, obviously, we're raising money for the Cyber Smiles organisation. You can follow along on the Twitter at Bright Skies FF. There's the donation links on there. If you're enjoying, listening in, if you want to try and help out, obviously you can donate to Cyber Smiles. The links are, I believe, scroll along right at the bottom right now, or indeed you can go on Viridian Global. There's some Brighter Skies swag, and 100% of the proceeds are going to the Cyber Smiles organisation. Whilst we're kind of rattling through this draft now, then Matt, are there any guys that you're eyeing up, thinking could potentially be useful that are still on the board? Looking now, the highest ranked player in terms of ADP at the moment, we've got Josh Palmer, Tutu Atwell, Mark Ingram, Keyshawn Vaughn, and Kill Harry. Any of them take your fancy at this point?
That just goes to show what kind of quality we're talking about as we get to these later stages. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of saying Tutu Atwell, but Palmer, I think Palmer's got a great chance of maybe having a few boom weeks. Obviously, we know that the offense that he's on playing with Justin Herbert, an absolute gunslinger at quarterback. I think he's definitely a guy, especially in best ball, that could have those boom weeks. We know Mike Williams, as good as he is, Kev, he's my dynasty wide receiver one apparently, but we know he gets hurt as well, just with the jump balls that he makes. So yeah, I think there's an opportunity for Palmer, and I think he could be a nice target late in best ball drafts. Yeah,
and Kev, in Kill Harry, has the hate gone too far? Do you think that he's a complete bust that will never be relevant at all, or do you think that could be a sneaky year 3 breakout?
It's looking bad for him, I think. Yeah, he's not shown enough so far. I know we had guys like Devontae Parker that had a 5th year breakout or whatever it was. So I'd be very worried. I think he has to move really he has to get another shot on another team to have a chance. But after busting for 2 years, it's going to be really tough for him now. Because even guys like Corey Davis, who are considered late breakouts, he was a top 30 wide receiver in his sophomore season. So it's just going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, I think for me at this price, he's easily worth the punt. I think, he was useless, quite frankly, in his first 2 years, wasn't he? But I do think that a guy that had an incredible rookie, production profile, he came out, he was the 101 in most 1QB leagues that year.
I took him 101.
Yeah, me too. I called 2 people in one of my home dynasty leagues one took Josh Jacobs 101 and the other took Miles Sanders 102, and I called them both donkeys. They passed up and kill Harry. So, I guess who's got egg on their face now? But I just think that, look, we're talking, I don't even know where we are with wide receivers. We're probably in like the 90s and such. And I think at that point, if I can get a first-round pick who, let's be honest, has had 2 tough years. He came in as a rookie. He's got Tom Brady as his quarterback in an offense that we know is difficult to learn. Is a lot of those option routes and choice routes, and it's challenging. And then as a second year, I mean, let's be honest, I can throw the ball better than Cam Newton could last year. Cam Newton is incredible, and I'm really hopeful that his shoulder is healthy and he's, going to come back and show that he is an absolute freak of a human and be fantastic this year. But last year, some of those passes were horrific. So I'm hopeful that, at his current cost, I think N'Keal Harry's got to be worth a punt here. But it would be, for the second mention of the pod, I've got to get Tutu Atwell. The guy is a complete, abnormal human in terms of he would be, I think, the smallest guys ever, basically, to play wide receiver in the NFL. He's absolutely minuscule. But in best ball, I can easily see he's going to be uncoverable at times this year because he is so small and so agile and so fast that he's going to get open. And I think that Sean McVay's likely to scheme him open. So why not take a punt and, only take 1 or 2 catches and he puts up a start of a week?
I think if it's the profile of what you're looking for in best ball late, where naturally it's wide receivers you're going for upside, you're looking for offenses that are going to pass it, have got a good QB, in which Matt Stafford is a gunslinger, can get it down the field. So I think he fits the profile for sure. The only worry is they took a guy like Van Jefferson who didn't get used. I just wonder if the same could happen with the same coach. But it fits the profile of what you're looking for in a best ball wide receiver late.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, Van Jefferson and Tutu Atwell are completely different players because I think Van Jefferson is an absolute, he's an average athlete. He's an average NFL player. His one elite trait was that he's a fantastic route runner. And to be honest, it feels that slightly redundant in a scheme like Sean McVay's where he can scheme guys open. Yes, you need to be a decent route runner. Obviously, Cooper Kupp has excelled as a very good route runner, but I don't think you need that. If that's your one NFL trait in the offense, I'm not sure it's gonna go on and be a huge success as such. I'm not converting.
We're not buying it, Reg. You tried your best, but we're not buying it.
Fair enough.
We'll come back in a year's time and see.
Yeah. What about if we're talking punts? What about punt at quarterback, Kev? I think he was your original love, wasn't he? Marcus Mariota still sat there on the board. Do you think he could be usable this year?
I just think in best ball, you don't want to be going for backup QBs. I think you have to be going for starters. Depending on your format, I think you want to be taking 2 or 3. And I personally don't want to be taking backups, which is what he is. I still believe in him. It might be take lock, but I think for your seasonal and your best balls, I'll be staying away from any backup QB.
I think the positive, though, is the upside that we know that it has. We've seen it. That one game that he played last year, I mean, I don't know how many fantasy points he got, but it was a lot. So in best ball, I mean, he's one of the quarterbacks. If you are going to take one this late, he's the one I'm looking at. I mean, I've seen guys like Heineke go, even Mills, really. And if he's the starter, obviously, it's a good pick. But if he's just going to get a few games, I mean, the upside's it's arguably not there. But with somebody like Mariota with his rushing, that's what probably makes him a bit more appealing if you are going to take a quarterback late than any of these other guys. Yeah,
absolutely. I think, if we're talking purely points per game last year, Marcus Mariota was behind that. So, it's hard to hate on that. But I think, as you said, it's kind of, it feels slightly redundant taking backup quarterbacks because if all goes well, they're not scoring you any points, are they? I do think to disagree with you on Heineke. I've said it a few times now. I do think Heineke starts at some point this year. I don't.
But is it going to be good enough to get your points in best ball? I mean, I don't think it will. You've got to be really struggling at quarterback if you're relying on Heineke to be a quarterback in best ball.
he was fantastic in the playoff game. You know, yes, they lost, but he was fantastic. I still believe, but that's our time comes to an end, guys. We're going to bring in, I believe it's JB.
What's up, guys?
Here we go.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
What's going on? You guys are doing a great job over here.
Thank you very much. Been great
Appreciate
fun.
it.
It's been a lot of fun.
Sure.
Awesome.
Hey, I jumped in a little late because I had family over for a barbecue, so I didn't catch your whole segment. So I hope you guys said nice things about my team over there.
Absolutely. Don't worry. We only spoke great things. Anyway, thank you very much, Bud. Thank you very much, Kev and Matt. It's been fantastic to have you. And we'll leave you in the guys' capable hands, and we'll speak to you soon.
Cheers.
Yep. Cheers, guys.
All right. I don't even know what hour we're in. It's been going all day, and it's been awesome. I mean, shout out to the guys. You know, you're doing a great job over here, Brighter Skies. I mean, just the league itself, but the whole theory and story behind it. You know, I know that, I mean, it really is. Cyberbullying is a real issue, and, you know, just some facts about it. I mean, obviously this idea developed out of one specific thing that happened in the fantasy community, but it's something that's prevalent everywhere. And I was reading facts that 37% of young people between the ages of 12 and 17 have been bullied online, and 30% have had it happen more than once. 95% of teens in the United States are online, and the vast majority access the internet on their phones, as you know. So it's the most common medium for cyberbullying is on the social media platforms, and it's so prevalent. So, you know, having something like this that brings attention to it, helps raise money to combat it. I mean, this was an awesome idea by the guys, and just happy to be a part of it. And Coach Craig's here with me, my man Pierre, Pee-wee's in the house, Wes will be hopping in. So say hi, fellas.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just hopped in last minute. Julian said he was looking for a couple extra people, so happy to join you guys. I think, JB, you're in the 107 group chat too, right? For
Yes,
Sky
sir.
Football? Yeah,
Yes,
so I've
sir.
seen
The
you a
best
couple
group
times
chat
in
there
there.
is. Yeah, man, we've got some great conversation in there too. I mean, that's a great group we got in there, don't we?
Mm-hmm. I'm a little quiet here. I'm trying to make my picks here still too.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Pierre, why don't you say hi and introduce yourself?
Hey, what's going on, man? Pierre, Pee-wee 31. Agreed. Great cause. I actually literally had a conversation with my 9-year-old daughter, maybe 15 minutes before this, because she had her own little experience on an app with some bullying herself. So good segue for myself to kind of face this with my own child. And, you know, love the cause, love the people involved, and just the community in general. So just looking forward to having some conversations about the seriousness, as well as the fun side from a fantasy perspective.
Yeah, that's great, Pierre. And actually, I was listening in the morning when this kicked off. The guys had some guests on, and one of them was talking about right off the get-go how he had a daughter who had some cyberbullying happen to her. And, you know, this people don't realize, you hear cyberbullying and you hear, yeah, it's out there, but you don't realize how close to home it really hits to so many people. And for you to say, you know, just this morning, right? Yeah. It was in your life. I mean, that goes to show you how prevalent it really is. And I'm glad that, you know, we're talking about it. We're bringing awareness to it. And look, if we can just change one person's mentality and one person's mindset on it, I mean, we see it, man. This fantasy football community on Twitter, people can go off at a drop of a hat, man. And, you know, they might not think of it as bullying, but other people might see it that way. So, you know, if we could just change one person's mindset on how they talk to people and how they behave and how they interact with people, then, hey, we did our job, right?
Absolutely. Sure. Slow to anger. I think that's the key. You got to be slow to anger. And we all have our opinions on things and, you know, want to speak our minds, but at what cost, you know, are you trying to get your opinion across is, I think, the big factor. So definitely a thing. It's out there. And I'm glad we're just having the conversation. If nothing else, it's good to have the conversation to make awareness of the situation.
Yep, absolutely. So we are in round 18 at this point of a 16-team Superflex best ball draft. Now, Craig, I know you're in this here at the end. I'm in the 6 hole in this draft as well. One of our founders here of the Brighter Skies, Ben, is in here as well. His pick's coming up. So we got a few people in here, and actually Sam's going to be joining us. Sam is in the 4 hole, and he's going to be joining us on here. So we'll be able to talk about the draft and a little bit about our teams as well. So we're in the 18th round here, and this is where it starts to get hairy. I mean, 16 teams as it is, right?
Yeah.
So we're in the 18th round. So this is pretty much guys that go undrafted in most regular leagues. So talk about the picks that you just took, Craig, and what do you see as far as, I mean, Palmer's a guy who I have in my dynasty roster because I see the upside there. So I like that pick. So at this point, we're looking for upside, right?
Yep. And I mean, any wide receiver you can take that's tied to Justin Herbert can have a big game too. So it's not completely out of the question. If he gets that wide receiver 3 role, we saw what guys like Jalen Guyton and Teron Johnson did last year even. And Palmer's a very talented kid. If you look at his numbers at Tennessee, they don't look that good, but the quarterback play at Tennessee has been terrible the last couple of years too. So I think he's a very interesting prospect, probably takes over more for Mike Williams in the future, but at the same time, Mike Williams isn't the pillar of health either. So that's, a late round best ball type of guy here. I don't really have a problem with it. I look at a couple other wide receivers. It's like, well, they might have a week here or there, but you're not getting much late here. Quadri Olson's just another guy. If Mike Davis goes down, I know everybody's really into Javian Hawkins, but I'm not into like 175-pound running backs either. So, and I don't think Arthur Smith's going to give him a bulk load of touches if something did happen to Mike Davis either. And supposedly Quadri Olson looks really good in camp. You can only take that with a grain of salt. I think they'll bring in a veteran eventually here with somebody getting cut, whether it's somebody like a Jordan Howard, might be a Kalen Balazs, somebody like that. There's rumors about maybe even Melvin Gordon. If Javonte Williams looks good enough and they decide to move on from him. But I think they're definitely going to bring somebody else in, but I don't think it's going to be somebody that's a major factor. But if they don't, Quadri Olson's looking pretty good. I know Caleb Huntley is also on the roster too, undrafted rookie out of Ball State, but he's like the less athletic version of Quadri Olson at that point too. He's just not good at football.
So Pierre, looking at let's look at Craig's team together, and the first thing that jumps out to me is that he went Waller in the first round, which it does have a tight end premium. Came right around, took my boy Tom Brady. As you could tell, I like that pick. But then you waited on quarterback for a long time, and it is a super flex league. Pierre, what do you think about him waiting on quarterback and then jumping in with Drew Lock there, who has some question marks as to if he'll even be a starter?
Yeah, the Drew Lock pick's questionable. As you stated, they brought in Bridgewater. Not happy with him. I guess he's had some good showing the first part of the early camp that they had there. But I think you got to get quarterback early. You go in super flex for sure, then you want to double up. You got a good one to start. Obviously, your guy Brady. It's hard for me to say that being a Colts fan, but I mean he's the GOAT. I get it. He surpassed Peyton Manning. I push it over. Tom Brady's the guy, but it's tough to hold off for a Drew Lock type for sure. So that's going to be interesting. If he wins the job, great. If he doesn't, then you may be scratching there later on.
So what was your thinking, Craig?
I think it's just kind of where all the value came down to. It's like, I know like when Zach Wilson went out, I thought he was going to come back around. Like I thought in that range, I could get somebody coming back around, and there really wasn't anybody there at that point. So it's just kind of like, I don't know, like where Drew Lock, you get him here, he's free. I think he's going to end up being the starter. I think they pretty much want him to be the starter. They brought into Teddy to push him, and my biggest thing, I didn't like Drew Lock that much coming out of college, but I've been out there kind of defending him because everybody's so quick to write him off. The dude's made like 18 career starts. So he's second year in the offense working with Pat Shurmur. Pat Shurmur's had success with quarterbacks before. Daniel Jones looked better with Pat Shurmur, obviously. Case Keenum looked like a pretty good quarterback with Pat Shurmur in Minnesota. So I think it's going to get better, training, working with Peyton Manning, watching film, all that stuff. It's only bound to get better, but that fantasy community, the NFL, they're so quick to write off these quarterbacks. If you don't perform in 2 years, it's like they want to throw you out the door. And you go back even some of these quarterbacks that we've seen in the past, you know, whether it's a Brett Favre or somebody like that didn't come out right out of the gate, or you've seen guys like even Rich Gannon have to take their talent somewhere else to get the real shot and really perform overall. So I think he's definitely got a shot this year, but you know, it's kind of that make or break year, but he's got hopefully all his weapons are healthy this year. You know, obviously Cortland Sutton and Albert O, who was his tight end in college, are both coming off ACL tears as well.
Yeah. And you know what? I agree. I think it should be his job to lose. Having Teddy brought in kind of makes me wonder how quick of a hook they might have, right? If he doesn't improve. So, you know, that's a little scary, but at least at that point, I mean, you look at the quarterbacks that were going in that range. I mean, starting quarterbacks dried up in what, round 7, you know? So, you know, getting a guy in round 10 who actually is a starting quarterback right now, I mean, I guess you could look at that as getting a value there. You got a starting quarterback. I mean, I drafted Tyrod Taylor right before you at the 9-6 spot as my QB3, though. So, I mean, like Pierre was talking about earlier, I went quarterback early. I knew as soon as I saw that this was a 16-team Superflex, I knew I was hammering quarterback first 2 rounds, because I think it just falls off a cliff after that. And yeah, I might have missed some good value at wide receiver and running back positions, but I wanted to lock up 2 top-tier quarterbacks. So I started my draft with Josh Allen and Matt Stafford right off the bat. Just grab 2 guys that I expect to be top 10, top 12 quarterbacks, and just go from there and just figure I'll play the draft as it comes to me after that. I'm surprised I was one of the only people that did that. Only me and Connor drafted quarterbacks in the first 2 rounds. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I guess I'd love to hear, like, when Sam gets on, or if Ben, you know, chimes into the chat or something. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm curious why more people didn't go that route. I mean, I think that by me double tapping quarterback, yeah, I missed out on a real, you know, wide receiver 1, running back 1. But I mean, I followed that up with Swift, Hawkinson, Godwin, Sutton, Boyd. I'm happy with that start.
Good core. It's a good core. So how did Josh Allen get to 6? What were your thoughts when you saw him kind of fall in your lap there, JB?
I was pumped. I even commented in the chat. I was watching at that time. I was like, wow, what a gift. Because, I mean, you see in some of these leagues, he's in conversation for that, you know, 1 to 3 spot. Mm-hmm. So obviously Mahomes going 1, I figured was going to happen, right? But I thought more people would be on the QB train. But I figured McCaffrey might slide in there before me. But then it went Dak, Kyler, Lamar, Josh Allen. I mean, I was expecting to get Dak at that, you know, at the 6th spot. But the fact that Lamar and Dak went before me, I'll be happy with Josh Allen there.
Yeah, okay. I'm actually in the 6th spot myself in the Scott Fishbowl 11. So if Allen gets to me, I'll probably be doing laps around the house if he falls there. I did have a question. So I know we're talking round 10. You took Drew Lock there. I see right there also was Taysom Hill. So, JB, I know you're a Tampa fan. What are your thoughts on that Winston and Taysom Hill battle that's going to unfold there in New Orleans?
Well, I've never been a believer in Taysom Hill. I think he is a better Tim Tebow, or, you know, a rich man's Tim Tebow. You know, I call him Taysom Tebow, and you know, Cal hates me for it, but I look, I've been a Jameis apologist for years because I had to defend him for all these years in Tampa, right? So I don't think he's a great quarterback, but he has proven to be a good fantasy quarterback, and he has proven to be a guy who can play the quarterback position. Does he have turnover issues? Yes. But you would like to think that after sitting behind the reins, watching Drew Brees for a year, learning the system for a year, you'd think that maybe they kind of reeled him in a little bit and he'll be able to execute that offense. I think he's the best option for them as a quarterback to lead that team, especially if they think that they could still be competitive. I mean, you ask me, I think they're going to be a 5-6 win team this year. I think they're going to completely fall off the cliff. But I think Jameis is the better quarterback there. Hey, there's our fearless leader.
I made it.
You mashed the right buttons, huh?
Hey, I'm confused on what time it is. I don't know Eastern time, Hawaiian time. I don't know where we're at, what we're doing. But good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to this edition. How about that? I've been practicing that all week.
Awesome.
Hey, who filled in for us up there?
Craig hopped in with us. Craig's in the 16 spot in this draft, so he hopped in with us, and we've been chatting about the draft. We talked about the cyberbullying cause for a little while, so I'm glad you're here. I mean, times kind of got, we were on at 5, and then we were asked to come on at 4, so we threw it together. Craig jumped in to fill in with us for a little while, and we make it work, man. That's what we do. We make it work, right?
Hey, Breadmen are known to adapt and overcome. That's what we do. So, Craig, you are an official Breadman as far as I am concerned. I appreciate you filling in. You can hang out with us as long as you want to. Pierre, JB, you guys did a great job, okay? I'm looking you right in the eyes. You may not be able to tell it, but I'm looking at you in the eyes.
Ooh.
Thanks, Craig. What do you think about your draft, Craig, at number 16?
It's been kind of interesting. I don't particularly like picking on the end in general. Obviously, we kind of talked with JB. We're both in the 107 group chat for the Scott Fish Bowl. So I tend to like being in the middle a little bit more. And especially kind of when you're playing against people that kind of know what they're doing. And then you're on the end, especially in a 16-team draft, like you have to make some reaches too. So sometimes you have to get real creative with the values or going after your guys too. So, and there's a couple different times in this draft too, is like the pick like right before mine or 2 picks right before mine. It's like, oh, I might get Travis Kelce here. I might get Michael Thomas here. I might get, I don't even remember who else there was later on in the draft. It's like, and it's just like right before me every time.
You know what sucks is I just got double sniped by auto picks.
Oh. And you see it coming too, and there's nothing you can do about that at all. Nothing you can do. Yeah, I was looking at how many people were in this draft, and my screen was very large at one time, okay? And so I'm like, oh, this is like a 10-person best ball. This is no problem. And then I went, oh, my screen's real big. And so I slimmed it down to 100, and I'm like, oh, that's like 11 people. That's strange. Slimmed it down a little bit more. Next thing I knew, there were 16 people in this draft room, and that is a lot of people, JB. I don't know how you managed it, JB and Craig, how you managed to pick 16 different teams going all at one time, and it's a big, deep draft, too. You guys got to be scrounging the bottom of the barrel right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing at this point, and it's my pick right now, and I'm looking at this list of players, and I'm like, yuck, 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 yuck. A little less yuck.
You said you were sniped. So you said you were just sniped. So I know Granson just went before you. Being a Colts fan, what are your thoughts on Granson, and why were you kind of hoping to take him there?
Well, because obviously that's an offense that uses the tight end, and a team that uses the tight end, it's not the strongest wide receiver core. So even though there are other tight ends for him to contend with, he has the ability to immediately play a role in an offense that likes to utilize his position. I mean, he's a hands guy, right? I mean, he's a guy who can come in right away, catch passes, be a reliable target in the red zone. I mean, I know they have other guys that do that, but I mean, only the 1 year from Jack Doyle impressed me. Mo Cox is a one-trick pony type of guy, right? He's a basketball player, so he boxes out a guy in the end zone. If he gets good position, then great. But I think Granson is the most talented of that group, so I think he can come in and play an impact. So I was going to draft him there, and I was going to take a shot on Atwell too, which I haven't done in any league and didn't want anything to do with him. But I think I just liked the way that the guys that were on before us were saying Tutu Atwell in their accent, so it made me want to draft him. But I think what I'm going to do here is go with another guy that they talked about with, at this point in the pretty much the end of the 18th round of a 16-team best ball. Why not draft N'Keal Harry? I mean, the guy was supposed to be good. He hasn't been good, but I'll take a shot in the 18th round.
Yeah, I'm just scared by Cam Newton. I know he has the rushing upside. I know he's been, an all-pro type talent, but his throws just in general, they worry me. So any receiver that Cam's throwing to, it just scares me. It scares me. So that's my whole thing with the whole Patriots core is because of Cam. And I like him. Again, I think his rushing upside, if he does get the start and, he doesn't have to worry about, Stetton or Mac Jones over his shoulder, I think he'll be fine. But I just don't like any targets that he's ever throwing to personally.
Yeah, I understand what that's saying completely right there, Pierre. Hey, have you guys talked about why we have all come together today?
We did for a little while, but love to hear your thoughts on it because I mean, I ran off and sped a couple of facts on cyberbullying and how it's affected so many people and every single day. And Pierre kind of told us about an instance with his daughter that happened just this morning that he had a conversation about this. So love to hear your end on it too, Wes, because I know you've got daughters as well. So tell us what your thoughts.
You know, as we sit here and talk about the bottom of the draft, and we use terms like the bottom of the barrel, we're fishing around for people and stuff like that. It could be construed as we are being mean or being rough. We're trying to be analysts. I think that we can use maybe better words and terminology at different times to be able to talk about maybe a player that's been picked or something, because we can hurt feelings, right? And it's real easy to hurt feelings. And I think especially online and cyberbullying, as it's called, you can really hide behind an avatar. You don't have to see the person face to face. So it gives you a little bit extra courage, I think, to say whatever it is that you want to be able to say or that you want to say. And to me, what we've done with my daughter, and she's 14 years old, we really limit what she has access to. And trust me when I say her mother and I are sometimes the worst people in the world, according to that teenage daughter, because we do not allow her to get online without supervision. And I don't just mean like, oh, you got to have certain codes to get into. No, we're behind her. We're walking right next to her. She doesn't even have a cell phone right now. She had a cell phone for about a week and a half and she lost it. And that was it. So she doesn't even have a cell phone right now. And we haven't rushed out to get her one. Right? She's got an old cell phone that we let her play some games on or something like that. But I mean, there's no internet access. There's no nothing. And that sounds like it's mean, right? Because in today's world, we let people just do whatever they kind of want to do. And you kind of give them freedoms and you give them liberties and you can trust your daughter. I want to be able to trust my daughter. But you know who I don't trust? Those other people behind the screen, right? I don't know who they are. I don't know what they want. I don't know their desires. I have no idea, and I don't trust them because a lot of times I don't even know who they are. And Pierre, you talking about your daughter earlier today. I don't know how you handled that situation, but I know if somebody tried to bully my daughter or tried to do something else to my daughter, I would want to reach through that screen and take care and handle things like a dad would want to.
Absolutely. That's what comes out. Just the anger. And again, you try to be slow to anger yourself and provide a good example for your kid. But on the other side, you're real protective. You know, that's your baby. So it's tough. It's tough. And I know, I'm not sure if you all seen The Social Dilemma, but that's a movie that kind of talks about this as well in regards to the cyberbullying. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I'm not promoting it. I'm not in it or anything like that, but just touches on a good topic. And again, it's out there. Social media it's great. Has a lot of great purposes. If it's used properly, I think we could do wonderful things, you know, on this platform. But there are those that, you know, take it another way, another direction. And that's why we're here. And that's why we're talking about it.
And you can go over to Cyber Smile and you can be able to donate there to this cause and to prevent cyberbullying. That's really what we're in this for. And that's why we're all coming together today. Hey, who's down there in the corner?
Wait, hold on real quick, Wes. I just want to give an update. There are over $2,000 raised from this Brighter Skies League, Pod-A-Thon, all this. I mean, shout out to these guys, man. You know, Jules and Ben, great job putting this together. They raised over $2,000. And if you check out at Brighter Skies FF on Twitter, you can see the link to donate to Cyber Smile. I mean, what awesome news. I just saw that over $2,000. And that was 2 hours ago. So they're probably even beyond that. But go ahead. Let's introduce Sam. But before we do, I think Craig's going to hop off. So Craig, thanks again for filling in, man. I know you're going to be back on later, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be on with Dan Brown and the Sons of Dynasty crew later today. So it'll be about, I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern time. So I'll be sure to tune in for that as well.
Subject to change, Craig. I'll warn you right now. Subject to change.
Yeah, I'll be around though.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, have a good day.
You too. Now, who's in here? This is your competition, JB. Another person who's in the draft trying to steal your picks, right? This is Sam right here. I just met him a little while ago on Twitter.
Yeah, how you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys for asking me to hop on as a little guest and help you guys out. How you guys doing today?
Doing great,
doing
man.
good, doing good.
Ever since I sniped you in round 4, I've been doing great.
Yeah, the TJ Hawkinson put me on severe tilt, but I think I righted the ship a little bit. I think we've done okay so far. So
So Sam, you were number
Absolutely.
4 out of the 16 in this draft. So you were picking 4th out of all that, and it kind of circled back around a big old snake draft. Now, Pierre, you and I are sitting on the sidelines of this draft. We have not drafted. These 2 other men have been in this draft room for a little while now. And we always like to play a game, Pierre, on the DFS Streamer podcast here on the Fantasy Impact Today network of kind of picking out the quarterbacks, right? Picking out the quarterbacks.
Absolutely.
Before I get to you about these quarterbacks in the little second tier here on my screen anyway, JB, I noticed that you have got Josh Allen there for your number 1 quarterback. And I think this is a 2-quarterback best ball league, right?
It's a 16-team super flex, so I definitely prioritize quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah, he definitely had to do that.
And I see, Sam, you have Kyler Murray there. Sam, I'm going to defer over here to my partner, JB Berry, on the Fantasy Magnet podcast. JB, you've got Josh Allen. Those 5 quarterbacks right there in a row, the first 5, were Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen. JB, I know you're happy with having Josh Allen. I know you're a big fan of Josh Allen. But would you have rather had any of those other 4 before him?
Yeah, I mean, Allen's 3rd in my rankings, and I have obviously Pat Mahomes at number 1, and I do have Kyler a little touch ahead of Josh Allen this year. I do just think that Kyler has more upside and more ability to have the breakout year that we saw from Josh Allen last year, and it's obviously harder now with the year of tape on what Josh Allen did last year to kind of exceed what he did last year, so I think he does take a little bit of step back. Playing at the level he did last year, taking a little step back still makes him an elite quarterback. So that's why he's still number 3 for me. But I mean, to get him as QB5 on this draft, I was pumped and I was a little surprised by it. I expected Dak Prescott or Lamar Jackson with that 6th pick. So for Allen to land in my lap, I mean, Sam, you could have picked an oddball quarterback too and let Kyler fall in my lap. But hey, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I could have, but how would I be able to stay on brand with my Kyler Murray QB1 overall ranking if I did not pick Kyler, every chance I get? So, I was happy for that. And then going back to it, let me go back to the draft here. It feels so long ago. I almost forgot who I took. Oh yeah, I stacked Hopkins with Kyler there, and I took Eckler, and then I didn't take a running back until Zach Moss in the 8th round, which kind of pained me to do. I'm not a huge Zach Moss guy. Don't find myself taking him very often. Don't find myself doing this kind of build very often either. But 16-team league, guys just kept coming off the board, and yeah, JB really killed me because I always make it a priority to have an elite tight end, and TJ Hawkinson is my number 5 this year. So that hurt.
Well, both of you have the best running backs on the teams that they play for, in Josh Allen and Kyler Murray, in my opinion. Okay, they let them throw the football every once in a while as well on those teams, so that's always a good thing. That's all. Hey Pierre, let's look at that little second tier there that went in the 1st round. Okay, we got Justin Herbert, Russell Wilson, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, and Trevor Lawrence jumped all the way there in the 1st round of this 16-teamer. Let's start at Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
Do you like Trevor Lawrence in the 1st round? Can you see a good possibility of him scoring a lot of points in a best ball draft?
Not really. I know this is 16 teams, so it kind of changes things just compared to your normal 12. But it's really, you just never know when it comes to your rookie quarterbacks. Obviously, Lawrence was the top guy coming out, the new prodigy, best one since Andrew Luck. You got Urban Meyer that he's paired with. I know he has weapons there. A lot of folks are really high on Shenault. We had DJ Chark, being called out by Urban Meyer already. They went and got his running back in, Travis Etienne. So I think it's possible that Lawrence could have a big year. I just don't think it's a 1st round pick type of big year. They'll probably be trailing. I expect the Jags to be, below average still, even with him in the mix. So they'll probably be trailing. He'll have to throw the ball, which is going to be great from a fantasy perspective. I'm just not sure it's 1st round great, but I guess time will tell there.
Yeah, I know my guy Pope's Hope, and what he was doing right there, he's trying to separate himself from the crowd, right? A little bit in this draft, because that's what you have to do in one of these big draft rooms and everything. You have got to go for the gold like that. And if Trevor Lawrence end up panning out, that could be a fantastic pick, especially there in Jacksonville. But let me ask you this, Pierre, would you rather have Trevor Lawrence or Joe Burrow?
Oh, it's Joe Burrow. Big Burrow fan. I thought he was off to a great start, but before the injury last year, his weapons, you got Chase, Higgins, who I think's being overlooked now that they have Chase. I really like T. Higgins. Tyler Boyd's probably being overlooked out of all of them. I mean, those are three like top tier type receivers in my opinion. He seems healthy coming off the ACL. They addressed the offensive line a little bit as well. Mixon, we'll see what happens there. I know that he may have lost his competition with Bernard going to join JB's boys there in Tampa, but I do like Burrow. I take him over Lawrence. I like his weapons better. He's been in the offense for a year already himself. And as long as he's getting protected, we know he can sling it. We saw what he did at LSU. So I definitely take Burrow ahead of Trevor Lawrence myself.
All right, JB, I'm going to ask you one of these questions about these quarterbacks because quarterbacks are very important. Joe Burrow or Jalen Hurts?
In this format, I'm going to take Jalen Hurts because this one is a 4 points per passing touchdown league. So you're getting a little bit more value out of a rushing quarterback. I'm not a big Jalen Hurts guy. In fact, I am a big Joe Burrow guy. And we've talked about Joe Burrow on the Fantasy Besties podcast so many times now. And we are very high on Burrow. But I think in a format like this, I was looking for quarterbacks with rushing upside. And I think that Hurts will kind of give himself more value by his ability to rush the football and ability to run for some touchdowns. So I would put Hurts slightly above Burrow in this format.
And Joe Burrow's got some sneaky little rushing ability. I don't know if he could still have that while he's got a knee injury so bad, but we'll see how long he's able to stay in the pocket there in Cincinnati. Sam, let me ask you one of these similar questions here. Jalen Hurts or Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson, of course, being that old dog who used to have a lot of rushing ability, but he just doesn't run that much anymore.
Yeah, and this is a difficult one, but again, in this format, I'm still going to take Jalen Hurts because he's got the rushing ability that Russell Wilson does not have that much anymore. And even if Jalen Hurts doesn't run as much as he did in his 4-game sample, and I think it was 79.3 or something rushing yards per game last year, even if he doesn't rush for 80 yards a game, he's still going to have a huge ceiling just off the rushing alone. And I think this is a very sneaky good Philadelphia offense that's going to need to throw a lot to stay in these games. So give me Jalen Hurts because I think they're going to let him leave it all out there on the field to decide whether he's the guy that can take them into the next step for the next 5 to 10 years or not.
Okay, Pierre, I don't know if you agreed with the Jalen Hurts still sticking around above all these other guys or not, but would you rather have Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, or that new sophomore quarterback who made a big impact in the league last year, Justin Herbert?
Out of that group, I take Herbert. I think Herbert kind of stands above the Burrow and Hurts. He shocked me. I didn't like him coming out. Full disclosure, I swung and missed on Herbert last year. Still curious what would happen if the doctor didn't sabotage Tyrod last year with the shot. But no, Herbert seems like he's legit. Again, he has Keenan Allen, who he really relied on. Stronger arm than I realized he had. He has a cannon. He can run. He ran a lot there in Oregon. So I really like Herbert compared to that group. I'm concerned on Hurts. His rushing upside, I think, is obviously what has him up here. But when you look at even like a Wentz last year, it just seemed like the Eagles were bad.
Different coaching staff.
Yeah, they
Different
brought in
team.
Sirianni, who I'm used to, obviously, in his kind of play calling here in Indy. That's just my timidness. It's just kind of what are we going to see there in Philly? Was it Peterson? Was it that staff? Was it Wentz? Which we'll find out. And then what can Hurts actually bring? His rushing upside, again, is going to kind of set him apart a bit. But, I mean, he was looking at even his big games where he started, 3-4 games, was around 50% completion percentage and things along those lines. So just kind of worried on what we're going to see. Not saying he's not going to be solid. That's just the concerns I have, I guess, to start the season with him.
Okay, we got to move on here a little bit more. But JB, I'm really curious in the second round here, or I guess the second, whenever everything rolled back here in this snake draft, Tom Brady, Ryan Tannehill, Aaron Rodgers. You picked up Matt Stafford, and Matt Ryan is there in the second round. Do any of those guys belong in the first round? And granted, there's a lot of concern over Aaron Rodgers and what he's going to do. I still think he's going to come back to Green Bay. He's just enjoying his time over in Honolulu right now, or wherever he is at this present moment. But do any of those guys belong in the first round?
I would probably say that, like, I like Brady and Stafford over some of the guys that went in the back end of that first round. Like, I would probably take them over Trevor Lawrence. I have him in the same range as Burrow. So, I mean, if I was picking at the back end of the first, I mean, Craig pretty much took him with his last pick of the first. He did it with the first pick of the second. So, I mean, I would probably have picked one of those guys between Brady and Stafford if I was picking at the back end of the first. We were talking about it before with a 16-team Superflex league. I double tapped quarterback because I knew quarterback would be a priority, and I knew that it would dry out pretty much after my second pick. I mean, I feel like it went off of a different cliff. So everybody else is at different tiers that fall well below Stafford, in my opinion, at least. So I think the guys like Stafford and Brady hold first round value in a 16-team Superflex. So yeah, I would have taken them at the back end of the first.
Yeah, and no offense to Elliott, I think is the guy in the number 2 hole. But I'm not sure he has a quarterback. I mean, I know Ben Roethlisberger is sitting there. I know Cam Newton is right there. And I know Deshaun Watson is there too. But I'm not sure how long any of those guys are going to be able to stick around and actually play quarterback in a best ball league. I think this has some free agency moves, possibly waiver wire ads. So I really hope that he's on the clock whenever a quarterback becomes available. His quarterback situation scares me just a tad.
Yeah, I was listening when he made that Watson pick, and the guys that were on at the time were very surprised by it, as I'm sure most of us, because we don't even think that this guy's going to play this year. And even if the NFL lets him play, obviously he and his employer don't like each other very much. So I feel like, his first pick of Watson there in the fourth as his QB1 was super risky. And then, I mean, I like Cam in this format. Again, it's an advantage to quarterbacks who run the football, and obviously Cam does get those rushing touchdowns. So I like Cam in this format, and I had him in my queue, but I mean, I wasn't going to reach for a third quarterback at that point. So, I mean, I'm scared for that team. If Watson doesn't play, if Roethlisberger's already wrapped up like Stay Puft the Marshmallow Man before the season even started, I mean...
Michelin Man.
Yeah. I'm worried for that team as far as the quarterbacks go, but I mean, he's got 3 solid running backs there to start off the draft at least.
Yeah,
he can ride those guys.
He'll be hunting that Justin Herbert this year, though. He'll be looking really hard at that waiver wire. Guys, the running back situation was pretty vanilla. CMC, Dalvin Cook, Kamara, Henry, Barkley. Taylor, your guy, Pierre, over in Indianapolis. I like him, okay? I like him. But I've seen what Carson Wentz can do to a running back. Do I need to have that kind of concern with JT, or should I just be like full throttle ahead with him?
I think he can be full throttle. I think he kind of showed himself last year. The injury to Mac really helped him out because he actually broke camp, behind Mac and behind Hines. But they spent the second round captable for a reason. I think the Colts have one of the best offensive lines, in the NFL as well. He's explosive. Once he gets past the line, he can break free. Wentz can kind of take advantage and help him out as well. You look at Old Man Rivers and just kind of the struggles that he could have just with his accuracy, with his mobility. I feel like Wentz will be able to, extend some plays, perhaps get JT even more involved in the passing game, which I know he's been working on as well. So I really like him. I think he holds up. Again, you got to see how Mac kind of recovers from the Achilles. The Colts are really taking some chances on the Achilles injuries. I know there's a new surgery technique, but when you look at Marlon Mack, they brought back Eric Fisher, who they signed out of Kansas City, both coming off Achilles. Those are a couple gambles, but I feel like Taylor's safe. I think he'll be fine. Yes, Hines will still some of the passing down work, but I think he'll be perfect under Wentz and behind that O-line still.
Quickly, Pete.
Go ahead. One question. Do you get worried that Jonathan Taylor was basically like David Montgomery last year with the schedule down the stretch, given that he faced such an easy schedule for a running back. Like, does that worry you at all, given the fact that he wasn't really that great the first 10 or so weeks of the year and then just kind of exploded?
Yes.
It worries me.
Plays a part for sure. Yeah. So you're right. But I still think he's talented is the whole thing. So yes, he had a weak schedule, but I think the talent's still there. If he can actually have a better offense, in regards to Wentz, I think Wentz is going to skyrocket. I know I don't want to get off topic, but he was QB9 in the rankings last year. He's down around 18, 19 this year. And I feel like he's in a more comfortable position, and he's just going to open up that Colts offense. I feel like the whole offense, probably outside of Taylor's, a little undervalued right now, but I feel like Taylor can still be the guy we saw against the weaker defenses, even against a tougher schedule this year for the Colts.
So, Wes, I'm going to follow that up with a question to you then, since you've been throwing either-ors at us, right? So Pierre's talking about Carson Wentz and the value that he could be this year. I'm going to give you a tag team either-or, okay? So would you rather have Carson Wentz and Ezekiel Elliott or Matt Stafford and Swift?
Hold on, say it again.
Carson Wentz
and Zeke or Stafford and Swift?
I honestly, I think it'd be Wentz and Zeke. I would have to go Wentz and Zeke. I like that matchup a little bit better. And the reason why is because Zeke has proven himself over and over and over again. Last year, that team was really chaotic at the end of the year. So I really like Zeke in that spot. And I'm with Pierre. I really am going to be pulling for Carson Wentz this season. And we've seen a lot of different Indianapolis Colts quarterbacks be able to succeed in that environment, in that offense. Reich really does a good job of bringing everything together. So I really like that combination. And you got, you got Stafford. Okay, you got Stafford. I know he's going to be a fireball there in Los Angeles or wherever the team is right now. He's going to be a fireball there, but I still am not a believer. I'm not a believer in any Detroit running game. That's just me. That's just me.
Okay. Yeah, and you know what? I'm lower on Swift than most people are this year. And the reason I asked that question is I'm looking back at my second and third round picks because I was so locked in double tapping quarterback. I'm going to take the two quarterbacks. And now that I'm looking at the board, if I went Zeke in the second round, I could have came back with Wentz in the third round. Because when it got back to me in the third round, I knew I needed to take a bell cow running back because there weren't many left. Yeah. And really my only options there were Swift, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and like a Chris Carson. So I would have rather had
CEH. I think
you know what? I thought about it. I think Swift is a better talent. I don't believe in CEH. So at that point, I'm rolling a dice on an RB1 at that point. So I'm going to take the one that I believe to be the best talent. And you never know. I mean, look, if he likes biting kneecaps, he's going to get opportunities in that offense, right?
Now, you guys know I don't need any help in finding sleepers. Okay, I don't need any help because my sleeper becomes my first round draft pick because I get those names floating through my head. You guys know that. But I want to look on this board at players who have been drafted a little bit lower that we go, oh man, that was a steal right there. I don't know if anybody jumps out at you guys who is a steal in a 16-team best of all draft, but those guys are going to always be around in any draft. And you guys know, I love me some Devin Booker. And I know he's going to be a backup to Saquon Barkley, but we haven't seen Saquon Barkley stay healthy for a full season in quite some time. And from all reports, I believe they're going to start him out a little bit slow. Maybe they're going to share some carries with it. I don't know. Devin Booker is always one of those guys, though, that seems to step up whenever he has an opportunity to. And I think that opportunity is not a wide open door, but there's always going to be a door open in New York. So I like a Devin Booker.
I think that's Devontae, right?
Oh, Devontae, yes.
Yeah. Devin's the Suns. You got the NBA playoffs on your mind.
I like Devin Booker too.
I'll do that all the time too. You guys will catch me all the time doing that. Did you guys see anybody though here that jumps out to you? I know Pierre's looking at T.Y. Hilton thinking, "Oh man, that far down in the draft."
I mean, I am. T.Y. is obviously my guy. You know how I just said about Wentz. The one I'm curious on is going to be, what are your thoughts on Zach Ertz? So we know we have tight ends. We're talking tight end premiums. Again, he's another guy. Philly offense, he's still there in Philly. But he's a year removed from being up there in the, Kelsey, Kittle, Waller situations. He hasn't been moved like many have thought he was going to be moved, but let's say he somehow gets released. He ends up in Buffalo. He ends up in Indy. I think Zach Ertz and kind of where he's going, if he can get to a better situation, could be a steal personally.
OTC, JB. OTC.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like I'm shocked he wasn't moved yet, and I know the reason why he wasn't moved. It's because the gap between what they want and what they've been offered is monumental at this point. So, and I know they didn't want to trade him somewhere that he didn't want to go because he's done so much for the franchise. They wanted him to be able to choose a spot. I just thought they were going to cut him on June 2nd.
Yeah, well,
that's what everyone thought. Everyone thought, or maybe they would trade him for a 6th-round pick, get something rather than nothing. I think they're digging in their heels. I don't know what they're waiting for anymore. If there's some date that I don't know of that, maybe his cap number goes down or something. Maybe that's it. I don't know if one of those exists anymore. I think we're past that point at this part of the offseason, but I would be shocked to see him go anywhere else other than Indy or Buffalo at this point. Those would be my two picks. Obviously, the familiarity with Reich and Wentz and Indy, and then Buffalo. He knows McDermott. I do believe McDermott was here in Philly right when he was drafted.
I think so.
So I know there's some kind of connection there. So apart from that, maybe Los Angeles, the Chargers were another option back a few months ago, but he could really get there. He's still a good talent, and really he was up there, as a top 4 or 5 consensus tight end last year. He really just fell off the wagon. I think he got really pouty when they wouldn't pay him $14 million a year.
I agree. And so that's why I say, where he's going, if he ends up in a better situation, I just feel like he's going to be able to pay it off. From a talent, I still think he has the talent. He may have lost a step, but I still think he has the talent. And then where he's at in regards to tight end rankings and seeing that a lot of leagues now are tight end premiums, I feel like he's the value personally. Looks like he went in the 12th in this draft here.
JB, you are on the clock. You have got 2 minutes to pick, and I know you are rummaging through all of your notes to try and see who has the best value here in the final round, or no, your second final round of this brighter blue sky best ball draft. I don't know if I said that right either. Devontae Booker.
Yeah, you know what, Wes? This is a part of the draft where I'm thinking about, okay, do I go for an upside play or do I go for a guy that is going to get some points? You know what I mean? So you're in the 19th round of a 16-team draft. These are guys that go undrafted in most leagues, right? Mm-hmm. So, I took a shot on a guy like N'Keal Harry last round. I got guys like Lazard and Zacchaeus who, should have some sort of role on their team. So I'm debating, do I take a backup here and a guy who will get opportunity if somebody gets hurt, or do I go with someone who's going to be on the field? And I think what I'm going to do, and it's a little bit of a shock factor too, since, I'm drafting live on the air. So yeah, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to draft a guy who is going to be on the field, and he will be the first tight end, the first fullback taken in this draft, ladies and gentlemen. I drafted a fullback.
Shout out Jeff Greenwood if you're watching. Kyle Juszczyk just got drafted.
And that's why we're glad you're here, Sam, because you said that name properly. I would have butchered that name.
So I'll tell you, he's the worst for a DFS player like myself. I'm big into the DFS, but seeing Juszczyk still from Mostert and the other running backs when they hand it off or a dump off to Kyle Juszczyk, I'm just like, and there's always someone that has even a showdown lineup for $200 and you're just tilted the rest of the night. So good pick there. He's gonna get in the end zone a few times for sure.
And that's the thing, Pierre. He does that, and we all know he does that. I saw a report that he's doing things this year in the OTAs that they want to use him more this season, and even more than what he's already doing. We see him score those touchdowns, and this is the best ball. I don't have to put him in my lineup. I don't have to click Juszczyk and put him into my running back position.
It's true.
It's the best ball. So when he scores those touchdowns, great. I benefited by taking him in the 19th round.
I like your thinking.
We talked about Elliott, is that his name, in the number 2 hole, and his lack of quarterback depth or quarterbacks at all, possibly. And he went ahead and took a Marcus Mariota. And CJB, I thought maybe you would take a quarterback because I didn't really like the Tyrod Taylor pick very much, although he may be the starter there in Houston. I don't know how long that would even last if he ended up being the starter week 1 there. I thought you would end up taking another quarterback there.
Yeah, I don't think I need to draft a 4th quarterback at this point. You know, I pretty much locked up my top quarterbacks, and I said that I think both of those guys are top 12 quarterbacks. So, you know, I don't plan on Tyrod Taylor making it into my lineup much, but he's a guy who, again, rushing upside. So if he runs for a couple of touchdowns one week, then great. You know, he slides into my super flex role. But I mean, I don't know that drafting a backup quarterback at this point, because it's really all that's left is backup quarterbacks. I don't know that I really want to waste a pick at that point, because that's a guy who might never see my lineup.
That's true. Sam, I want to ask you a question. How did you get involved in this draft? Because we are here to talk about online bullying, cyberbullying, and so forth. Was this something that stood out to you? Were you bribed to get in here? How did you get in here, Sam?
Well, I was when Ben and Julian announced that they were doing this back in March. I was one of the first people who donated to it. You know, I dealt with a little bit of bullying when I was a little bit younger. I grew up short and with glasses, and that, you know, that tends to lead to a little bit of tormenting, you know, when we're in elementary and middle school. But you know, I think it's important that everyone's just to be kind. And, you know, I was very grateful that I was picked, you know, via the completely random wheel to get into the league. And, you know, I had a lot of fun doing this draft, and shout out to Ben and Julian again for putting it on and, you know, hosting the Pod-A-Thon and all that stuff. And shout out to you guys again for having me on here. But it really is a great cause. And, you know, bullying is something that, you know, tends to go overlooked as, you know, a real problem. And even in industry like this, where, you know, people with bigger followings sometimes don't act the way they should, or their action, you know, their words go unchecked. And, you know, I think it's just important for people to be nice. And there's a couple people, you know, with bigger followings who have, you know, made it their goal to, you know, stick up for the littler people in the community. And, you know, those people know who they are. I don't need to name anybody. They're doing the Lord's work out there. So, you know, shout out to them, and, you know, shout out to this, because, you know, bullying is a problem, and everyone should just, again, do their best to be kind, be a good person. It's completely free, and it really doesn't take a lot of your time. But I wanted to thank you guys again for having me on. I do have to hop off. I got to get going, but thank you guys, and you guys have a great rest of the stream.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks,
too,
Sam.
Sam.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Peace.
JP, do you have that information where everybody can donate to this cause? I know you mentioned that before, that we've already raised over $2,000 on this Pod-A-Thon. Isn't it Cyber Smile?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cyber
Smile. Yep. And it's cybersmile.org. And you can find that if you go over to the Brighter Skies Twitter page, Brighter Skies FF on Twitter. It's actually right in their bio. They have the cybersmile.org. And then if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the link right to where you could donate for it. I'd love for the guys to give us an update on where they're at now, because I think it was 2 hours ago that I saw that they were up over 2K. So, I mean, again, great job, Ben and Julian, getting this going, and all the people that have been on today. I mean, look, my day was made at like 10 o'clock this morning when Bob Harris was on, and they asked Bob Harris about my team. And Bob Harris is a legend. I've been listening to Bob Harris and interacting with him on Twitter for many, many years. And they asked Bob Harris about my team, and he's like, "Oh, I know JB. He's doing a great job over there." Right then I was like, "Yep."
Done.
Mic drop. I'm good. Bob Harris said I was doing a good job.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, I mean, they put a really good group of people together. I mean, this has been great all day long. I had to hop off for a little while because I had some family over for a barbecue, but I've been in and out of the stream. And, I mean, what a great Pod-A-Thon this has been. And shout out to those guys for raising money, raising awareness, bringing a bunch of great people together, and, you know, all in the fun of having some a 16-team Superflex draft.
Well, Ben and Julian have been working really hard, and Sam mentioned all the way in March. I'm not sure when I was contacted about doing this, but I jumped at the opportunity. Ben goes all the way back to our guy, Rob Norton's Baby Bowl that you guys were both a part of for the playoff edition, and Rob couldn't join us today. I think there was some anniversary plans for him this weekend, so that's always good. So if Rob's watching, I hope Rob's not watching because I just had the visual of her. But look, that's how I got to meet Ben. Ben kind of rolled over a lot of people in that Baby Bowl, and he did a really good job there. And we had him on that Baby Bowl podcast a time or two, and Ben has just taken off too. And I was able to meet Julian through Ben, and I was very honored and pleased to be able to take part in something like this. I always try to be nice out there in the Twitterverse. It doesn't always happen whenever I get into the political tweets, but that is because it becomes really personal. Then I guess it is, Pierre. But I know that's how you and I ended up meeting too. I think all three of us met through what was it last year? We met
the Hunger Bowl. Hunger Bowl.
Yeah,
yeah. Aaron had. So yeah, that's how we met. And you reached out, and I think you were kind of just touched on my own post that I was making. And again, it all comes back as being kind. You reach out to those that you feel are kind. You see them, being polite, which seems like it should be pretty easy to do, but you just kind of gravitate towards folks that just seem genuine, or pumping each other up. And that's the case. I know I've gone into the besties and, interacted with JB and the gang in there. And it's just trying to interact. I can't always do it, but if I can hop in, say hello and support someone else, that's what it's all about. It's just supporting your other peers, your other humans, and just being there for one another. And I feel like that's what part of this charity is really trying to get towards.
I think sometimes too, what ends up happening is we don't have a sarcastic button on our keyboard, right? And so we don't always know how to interpret what somebody else is saying. And I think as somebody who's on Twitter, and I barely know the English language. You guys know me enough like that. You've seen my show notes. You guys know those things. And there's a good story behind that. One day we'll be able to share that. But like somebody like, who's it? Du Bois, Kevin. Kevin and I always have banter back and forth. But Kevin and I talk outside of that. And we know each other pretty well, and so we can give each other a hard time. I can give JB a little bit of a hard time, and Pierre a hard time as well, because you guys know me, and we have conversations outside of just a Twitter post. And I think that's something that we can all be a little bit more careful about doing, is making sure we are being kind, getting to know somebody before we take for granted that we can be sarcastic or give them a hard time.
Hey, you gotta know your judge.
Right. Yep, and we talked about it a little bit while you were trying to mash the right buttons to get on here, but just people don't always realize that they're bullying somebody, or that what they're saying and doing is being perceived as bullying. And it's just a change of a mindset, and we see it all the time on fantasy football Twitter. I mentioned this before. Like, there's so many times where somebody doesn't like somebody else's take, and they have something to shoot back at them, and then they come back at them, and they come back at them, and then all of a sudden it's talking about other people's families, and it's like, whoa, hold on, how'd we get here? We're just talking about who RB12 was in our rankings. Like, take it easy, you know what I mean? So, I think a lot of the times people don't always realize what's coming across on the other end. And you said it, there's no sarcasm button on the keyboard. So things like this that bring awareness to it and let you know that, hey, even though you might not think that you're being a bully, or you might not think that you're hurting somebody, you could be. So just think twice about how you're saying something and what you're saying. And if you think it might affect somebody in a certain way, then maybe try to reword it a little bit better.
Yeah, or don't send it, I guess.
Yeah, you don't have to have an opinion or comment on everything is a great point as well. But just good timing, I feel, for this whole event. Coming out the pandemic, I think mental health has really taken a turn to really be put in the spotlight. And given that a lot of folks were, without jobs or stuck at home and just different situations, you really don't know what people are facing on the other side of that phone, the other side of that computer. So just trying to think about that before commenting, before being snarky, sarcastic, whatever you want to call it. You have to take that into consideration. You don't know what they're going through. And I feel like, again, if you're slow to speak, slow to anger, you take time to think about what you're getting ready to say and how it may impact someone before saying it. that itself just goes a long way.
You're absolutely right. It does. I'm not sure who's coming in behind us. Does anybody know who people can be looking forward to on this?
I think at 5:15 we're gonna get Chris on here. He was in here testing before, so he's gonna be coming on at 5:15. So we're gonna get our boy Detroit Beastie, who I know we've interacted with plenty of times. He's very popular on Twitter, and he's in a lot of group chats, and everybody knows Chris. So it's gonna be good to get him on here. He'll probably be on in about 5 minutes or so. I'm hoping that we can get to my last pick before we hop off, so I could do that one live. But it might be really ugly, so it might be a good thing that we're not on. I just saw my wife jumped in though, so shout out to Raina.
Hey, I don't know how you see people jumping in, but I say that because I want to encourage everybody to make sure that they do donate to this cause. It's been a fantastic opportunity to be able to raise money, to raise awareness for cyberbullying, for bullying in general. And Pierre, you said something about coming out of the pandemic. There's been all kinds of studies that I've read and I've looked at where children now in the future, or maybe just will have a tough time being able to recognize some of these things because of people wearing masks during a very important time in their childhood of being able to read people. We've had a lot of foster kids come in the house, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things my wife pointed out, because she's much more observant than I am.
All wives are.
But trust me. Yeah. But she talks about how observant these foster kids are who we would like to think that, well, I guess we take for granted that they're coming out of bad situations. They read your face. They look at you to see if you're mad, to see if you're angry, to see if you're sad, and see if you're happy. And that's one of the things that I have a tough time doing, is not being sarcastic, showing my emotions just on my sleeve, because I like to joke around. I like to kid, and with kids, I like to kid especially. And one of the things I had to work on was not kidding with those kids because they couldn't tell I was kidding. But as soon as they did, they understood it, and then we were able to have a good rapport with one another. But they got to know you love them, right? Beforehand, before you can do something like that. And not being able to read people's emotions might come into play later on in the future with the next generation even. So we have a lot of sensitive people nowadays. I'm kind of scared of how sensitive people may be later on that may not be able to read those emotions in people.
Absolutely. That's the thing with cyber. When it comes to cyberbullying, you don't see it. You don't know when folks are serious, when they're just joking around. You don't know. So you're just going to take it however you assume, it came across to yourself. And, that's the same thing with like the mask situation, like you brought up. You don't know if someone's smiling, behind their mask, etc. So it's a tough situation. I've had to work on it even myself in my own household. It really caught out. So again, my daughter's 9, and there'd be situations where folks would be like, "What's daddy look like?" And she'd be like, "What's mommy look like?" It's just like, so daddy's the frowner, mommy's the smiler. I'm like, wait a minute, we got to change this up. But kids are so literal, and that's all they know. So it's a good call out there. And again, I'm glad we're having the conversations, because it does. It's not just kids, adults get bullied, and it goes up through the ages. So it's definitely a great cause, and I'm glad we're having the conversations.
Yeah, we've talked about the link to donate too, and I'm watching this scrolling thing down at the bottom there, and there's actually some Brighter Skies T-shirts that Viridian Global is doing, where 100% of the proceeds are going to the Cyber Smiles. So I think that's another opportunity, and they're cool shirts. I saw that when Julian and Ben were on before, they were both wearing the shirts. They have hats, shirts, mugs, women's clothes, kids' clothes, all with the Brighter Skies logo on it. Viridian makes great stuff. I'm rocking my Fantasy Magnets t-shirt right now from Viridian Global.
Nice.
Wes got his hat right there. I was showing you guys before. I put it on Twitter. I got my wife is due in October, so they made me a little Fantasy Magnets onesie for my kids.
That's awesome. Congrats, man. Congrats.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. So check it out. Go on over to Viridian Global. Get a Brighter Skies shirt. Get a Brighter Skies mug. You're supporting a good cause, and It's a pretty cool logo too, right? That's a pretty cool logo.
Yeah.
No, it is a cool logo. And I was trying to weave it in there about that announcement that you made on Twitter the other day. I was going to say, do they have Brighter Skies baby outfits, JB? You know, I was going to put that in there because that was one of those things. And yes, Viridian Global does a fantastic job. They are so supportive of the fantasy football community that we are all in. And Viridian Global always deserves a little hats off, because they do a fantastic job.
Absolutely. And shout out to Dan Made Graphics at Dan Made Graphics. He's the guy who made that logo. So got to give him a quick shout out too, because I do think that's a pretty cool logo. I mean, look at it. You got everything you need in there. You got the sun coming out from behind the clouds, giving you those brighter skies. Nice job, Dan Made Graphics.
That's impressive. People are talented. Like, I'm a stick figure guy still. Like, I never related past a stick figure. So seeing the graphics and stuff that these folks come up with, it's just wonderful.
You're better than me then, Pierre, because I have to trace the stick figures even. I'm so bad. That's terrible. That's terrible. But no, they do a great job with stuff like that. And Viridian Global has been so supportive of this fantasy football community, and everything they do. It just really always is top notch over there at Viridian Global. So visit that website and pick up some of the Brighter Blue Sky gear. Now, you guys remember when all this happened. And there's old Detroit Beastie himself.
Welcome.
Hey boys, how you doing? Congrats from what I'm reading in the comments, congrats on the new baby. Not born yet, but you have a snap-on onesie from what I've heard in the sitting backstage, guys.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, Chris. Yeah, it's exciting. It's our first child, so I had to make sure that baby's outfitted in his Fantasy Magnets gear from Viridian Global, right?
No doubt. I could send you some lion stuff too. Get a little lion's hat or a little onesie lion stuff. And
we're raising our son to be a champion, kid.
Well, guess what? I'm in my mid-30s. By the time your son is in the 20s or 30s, they might actually win. So your son we're putting all the faith in your son growing up as a champion.
Chris, we've been talking a lot about cyberbullying and everything on here. And one of the things we did talk about was DeAndre Swift. What I've noticed that the Detroit Lions are excelling at this year is tanking. I think they have done a fantastic job at trying to make sure that they get a very high draft pick next year. Am I reading that situation wrong, Chris? I know you're very plugged into the Detroit Lions. Yeah. Are you expecting a lot out of them this year, or what are you looking at there?
Well, not to be rude, but I think I think the opposite way, and it's not because I'm a Lions fan, and I am very realistic. I think realistically here, and I'm not expecting the Lions to win the North or win 10 games, but to say that they're doing all this to tank, I think that's, I wouldn't think that way, and I wouldn't say that, and, nothing against you, but what they're doing is it looks like they're just trying to build some sort of a core. Because if we look at all the years past, they always draft the new shiny thing. Let's draft 4 wide receivers in the first 3 picks in 5 seasons in a row. And it never made sense. It never added up. It never got them anywhere. So Swift in the 2nd round last year, getting rid of Stafford, getting some 1st round selections. Maybe golf can, help bridge the gap, as I've said on numerous broadcasts here. But I don't think they're willingly going to tank. But I think in a way, that's kind of the mindset here. Let's play our hearts out. Let's build and grow together, and then we'll let the chips fall where they may. Because from what I've seen recently, Dan Campbell is, in your face kind of coach, which is good, within reason. Matt Patricia was calling people names and putting people down that clearly didn't go over well. But what I say, Dan is on the field. He's more active. He wants these guys to learn and these kids to learn, not put them down like they're animals, like they're dogs or cats, but talk to them like they're young kids or men that are just looking for a little bit of guidance, a little bit of strength here. And I think Dan and both Brad have that in spades here. So together, I love what they've done so far, and I love what they didn't do. Not signing Kenny Golladay was huge. I mean, signing a 28-year-old wide receiver for all that time. I mean, the list goes on and on. But Wes, I think that, sooner rather than later, they might have a chance here at 10 games or winning the North. And again, I can't remember, as I told JB moments ago, I'm in my mid-30s, right? And I can't remember the last time the Detroit Lions have had so many positive options, right? They could go a million different ways instead of just being pigeonholed into, obscurity and playing awful.
So let me
Chris,
ask
before we transition over to you, I wanted to make sure that I pointed out to you, because you talk about that core that Detroit has, right? And I didn't do it on purpose, but if you look at my draft here, I double tapped quarterbacks with Josh Allen and Matt Stafford. Then I followed it up with Swift, because Swift was, in my opinion, the most talented running back left on the board. And to get DeAndre Swift in the 3rd round, I feel like, I had to go ahead and grab that. And then in a tight end premium league, I came back in the 4th round and grabbed Hawkinson. So I double tapped quarterbacks, and then I double tapped Detroit Lions. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, again, when it comes to fantasy football, I mean, you're the GM of your own team, but as an outsider looking at your team, I like it. I mean, you have arguably the 2 best players on the Detroit Lions team, and I mean, defense included and all that. Swift and TJ, who should see 110 targets is like set in stone at this point, right, guys? And then Swift, we'll see what happens. I don't pay any mind to what Anthony Lynn is saying in June, in the beginning of June, and about Jay Will and all this other stuff. These studs and this talent will always win out, and both of those kids, TJ and Swift, are going to do well. Win or lose, they're going to do well, and that's all we're really after in fantasy points. I don't really care what the real life outcome of the game is, as long as there's touchdowns and interceptions and all that jazz. So I love it. I love the double tap, as you put it, JB.
That's right. High five.
Do you guys know, are we supposed to sign off? Chris, are we handing it off to you? Are you going to be holding this banter up for the rest of this time?
I think so. I've been entrusted to hold this banter up, just me and my microphone, till I believe 7 o'clock. Shouldn't be an issue, and we go from there. So I appreciate you guys. What a day so far. It's only 5:30 Eastern time here. The people that have come in and out, and the draft, and brighter skies. So thank you, boys. And I mean, I guess, say what you have to say, plug what you want to do. And I'm in no rush to kick you guys out. So if anybody wants to hang out for a little while, so be it. If you got anywhere else to go, then no worries.
I'm good. My daughter's down. The youngest one's down for a little nap. The other 2 are out shopping and spending money. So I need to keep my mind off of that. So that'd be all right. Pierre, I got to ask you this, because I'm not going to ask JB. And we just heard about Chris and his team, the Detroit Lions. How strong do you think that Tampa Bay Buccaneer team is going to be this year? Not from necessarily a fantasy perspective, but man, are they going to be going for that championship trophy again come January?
Yeah, they're right back in it. They truly are. I don't know how they kept everyone. Maybe Arians has something like hidden, like photos of these guys where they didn't want to get paid. Like, Super Bowl winners usually want to get paid, but they just basically brought the whole gang back. And when you're back full strength, everyone knows the system, the offense, the defense. They seem to have really good camaraderie and just really enjoy each other. I think they're right back in the mix. You look at the Rodgers situation in Green Bay, that's going to take perhaps a team, out of the contention as well if Rodgers doesn't come back to play there, and just makes it a little easier. I feel for Tampa and Brady and those guys. So, yeah, I think they're right back in it. They'll make the playoffs barring any injuries, and, give themselves a chance to repeat or run it back, whatever you want to call it.
Chris, I don't know if you saw it last year, JB, after they won the Super Bowl. I don't. Was it shirtless, JB, that you started running down the middle of the road in the snow there, wherever you're from, and you started doing snow angels or something like that in the ground?
It was not shirtless because A, my neighbors don't want to see that, and B, it gets cold here at that time. So yeah, I did snow angels. I ran down the block actually after the NFC Championship win, screaming into the phone, "We're going to the Super Bowl," and then. After we won the Super Bowl, I went outside and I jumped into the snow and I did the snow angels, which was actually pretty cool. It ended up making it onto a couple of different compilation videos that I ended up seeing myself on, like ESPN or wherever else was doing these videos. I was like, oh, look, that's me. So I was that guy.
Fantasy football analyst gone wild. I'm sure you can call a 1-800 number and find JB. I have been, lucky enough. I've seen the Red Wings win a couple Stanley Cups. Yeah. I've seen the Pistons win the championship against Kobe and Shaq and the Lakers, and then even the Detroit Tigers. I saw them in some World Series, some AL pennant races, but that's one big box still left to check. Is the Lions a home playoff game would be fantastic. An NFC championship would be even better, and then the coup de grace, as they say, icing on the cake, would be a Detroit Lions Super Bowl. And again, JB, I know what you're doing. I run up and down Gratiot, is one of the bigger streets here in Michigan, goes downtown Detroit all the way up to the tip of the thumb. 8 Mile. I've done it all. Red Wings, shirt off, pants off, don't care, because I was in my early 20s or 17, 18, and anything goes when you're that age. So JB, I know what you're feeling and what you're going through.
Chris, you know, we all got together here for this great event that we're talking about right now, and you're always perceived as being one of the better guys out there on Twitter, very supportive of people, encouraging others to do better than what they did yesterday, you know, do better than what somebody else may be doing. And I think that that's because it really hits home for you. I know some of the stuff that you do outside of the fantasy football community and in your community where you actually live. Could you tell people about that, or why this event just strikes so near and dear to your heart?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. And thank you for asking that, instead of me just droning on and, you know, being kind of narcissistic in a way. But it's a great question because, I work with mentally impaired adults. I coach Special Olympics. And, you know, years ago, you know, again, I've said it numerous times. I'm 37, actually, turned 37 in April. And if you would have told me this when I was in college, in my undergrad, or, you know, 18, 19 years old, I would have said you're crazy. I had one goal in mind, and that's just to, you know, be on the radio or make money, you know, all that, you know, that insecure kind of stuff. It's all money is shallow and all that, right? So I had to go through a bunch of nonsense to get where I am. You know, I make no secret about my past substance abuse issues, you know, pain medicine addictions after hurting my muscles playing, tearing muscles in my back playing baseball, you know. So I've made no secret about that because, you know, they say, I go to support group meetings, I'm in recovery, and they say that if I can help one person, or if, you know, one sentence that I read or I type out on Twitter helps one person, then my work is done in a way. So they have all these cliches, and they're corny, but they hit home if you're looking for it, right? And sometimes, you know, if you go to church, if you're, you know, religious at all, you don't know, and then you go to a service, and you think nobody else is in the building, and the pastor's talking directly to you, yet there's 100 couple people in there. Yet you get that message when you're ready, right? People can tell you to, you know, you need to quit drinking, you need to quit with the pain medicine, you need to quit, you know, acting this way with women or whatever. But nobody is going to change until they're ready and willing. You have to go through enough pain, right, to change on your own. How many times have we seen, you know, celebrities or athletes, or even the guy down the street, right? His parents or his wife, they've taken him to treatment, you know, 10 times, 12 times, and he's drinking or using again, you know, hours after completing the program. Well, he hasn't gone through enough pain, right? He's not ready to change. So the only time, you know, we can accept the gift of sobriety or accept the gift of wanting to be better, it has to come within, in our heart, in our soul, and we go from there. And, you know, this whole Special Olympics thing and working with mentally impaired adults wasn't even on my radar 2-3 years ago, right? I was working in a drug and alcohol treatment center, the same treatment center I went through years before, helped me get clean and sober and on the right track. So I went back there to work. It was a paid position, wasn't volunteer, but it kind of, it wore on me, right? It was a lot of doom and gloom, you know. After the first few people, you work with, you know, people one-on-one, you sit in a room and you get to the root of a problem, and you do work together, and then the glow, it goes back in their eyes, the light bulb goes off, and they're ready to go back into the world, you know, and do better and be better. And they ultimately succumb to the disease of drugs or alcohol within a week of leaving. So after that had happened a few times, right, I'll be honest here, I didn't deal with it, right? I have no qualms saying I'm in therapy, I see a therapist, I give advice, I go from there, but I didn't really deal with it because I didn't know how to deal with it, right? So I'm just stuffing it down, and it just creates this way of thinking that reminds me or reminds you of how it used to be when you were alone. You were going through withdrawals, or you were sick to your stomach because you didn't have alcohol, or you didn't have your drug of choice. And even though I was not using or was not drinking, that's what it reminded me of. And it freaked me out and it scared me. And I had to walk away from that position because it wasn't as fulfilling as I thought it would be. And then again, that created a bunch of problems. You can't hack it in the drug and alcohol industry, or you fancy yourself this positive man who will go to the ends of the earth to help your loved ones or to help strangers, and look at you. You quit. You couldn't hack it. You couldn't deal with it. So again, that was a whole nother set of issues and problems. But the job that I'm in now kind of came about through a friend of mine. Hey, I'm at this company where, that whole story. The company's looking for people, whether it's sweeping a warehouse or plowing snow, whatever it is. I know, JB, you're in Tampa. I don't know why you would get snow or do snow angels, but here we are.
I'm in New York.
You're in New York. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, you get it worse than we do here in Michigan. So I emailed my resume in, and here we are. You fast forward to right now, June 26th, 5:30 Eastern time here. And it's just turned into bigger than I could have ever imagined. Hey, Chris, we know you're a big sports guy. We know you like basketball and baseball. We'd love the kids would love to have you coach, coach basketball. I was given my own Special Olympics basketball team, right pre-COVID, right? And we went second overall in the States. And to me, people, with the bullying, but I want to focus on impaired adults for a minute, if I may, right?
Sure.
I look at it as, it's classless, right? It's unbelievable. It's not even in the realm of, oh, you're ignorant or you're silly. I mean, it's just really classless to make fun of somebody who is, mentally impaired, physically impaired, or has a disease that nobody asks to be born with Down syndrome. Nobody asks to be born with cerebral palsy. Yet these kids, men, women, grown men, kids, and all of them, they make the best of it. They persevere. And I just tweeted something about this maybe a week or 10 days ago. You know what? Let's be kinder, not only to each other, but to people that have these impairments or who are ill, because again, we don't see what goes on behind closed doors, right? The parents are at their wits' end. They're exhausted. The company I work for, provides respite to these people where, let's say, I could go into their home and, hang with Johnny for a little while the parents kind of de-stress. And you don't know until you're in it. And that's where the ignorance comes from. You're walking down the street and you see some young girl with cerebral palsy in a wheelchair, and everybody has to stop and stare and Snapchat in today's day and age of social media and make fun. And it really, it's been like this for as long as I can remember, right? Where this thing happens and you're thinking, well, it would satisfy, very, very quickly, it would satisfy to just go on a rampage and, punch someone in the face or, superplex them, but what would that solve? I would be in trouble. The other person would be hurt. I mean, so you have to think, bigger than yourself. I have to think bigger than me. What can I do, long term, in it for the long haul? What can I do to not only help other people, but in turn it's helping me, right? They say, in the AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, or NA, they say, we can only keep what we have by giving it away. And again, 12 steps, it has most times it's just a better way of living. It has nothing to do with if you're, abusing drugs or alcohol. It's just a better way of living. You treat yourself better. Therefore, everybody around you feels like they're treated better here. Yeah. So, it really struck a chord, like my first 6 months or so working with impaired adults. I went back to school, graduate school, and I was working with them more. And there's a sense of fulfillment that, and again, I'm not saying this to be corny or, like after school special here, but, they say people that have jobs, that love it, you never work a day in your life. My late father used to tell me that all the time when I was a kid. You're going to go to college, be the first, my last name is DeBacker, be the first DeBacker to graduate from college. And that was, a badge of honor to wear. But they say, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And I never understood that. As a kid born and raised on the east side of Detroit, I thought I was just, predestined to dig ditches or plow snow the rest of my life. Like it never occurred to me, like, you know what? I could, if I wanted, you could go to medical school. You could be on the radio. You could, if you wanted to plow snow, whatever you want to do, that's my decision to make, right? No matter what anybody says, I'm of clear mind, right? I'm able, free will, let's say, I can make those decisions. And here we are. And getting back to the fulfillment, these kids and grown adults, men, women, I keep saying kids, but I'm sure you get the gist of it here. There's no, they don't want for anything, right? They might be, mentally impaired or physically impaired, but one thing I've noticed that I feel like everybody on earth, especially on social media, or whether you're writing or broadcasting, the lady at the grocery store, whatever, is be thankful for what you have now right in front of you. If we look too far ahead, it would kind of break our backs, right? We wouldn't be able to kind of comprehend that, right? If you had a crystal ball and you could see your whole life laid out in front of you, it would be too much. We would go crazy and we would go for that, we would go off the deep end. So be grateful and mindful of what you have in front and what you, have in front of you. The old stop and smell the roses adage, right here, right now, I'm with, a bunch of like-minded men, you three guys. There's a draft board in front of us. This is what we really love to do, right? I'm not thinking about, the silly mistake I made last week. I'm not thinking about an appointment I have, in the next few days. I'm right here and now because this is what I like to do. This is what I've learned to do. Be present in every situation that you're in. And that will kind of... in the beginning, it'll kind of force you to be, mindful of everything that's going around you. And then as you pick up the pace, you learn and you develop other, senses, let's say, or you develop more, stuff that you can take in here. So working with Special Olympics it's been a blessing, right? And again, they don't judge, right? The other coaches who are of sound mind, they're not impaired. Nobody, asks questions, right? Well, why are you wearing those shorts, or why are you wearing that hat, or oh, you grew up. There's no judgment. Everybody is there for one kind of ideal, and that's just to have fun. And I think the hashtag for Special Olympics is inclusion. Like, let's end the inclusion of this is what we're doing right here is only for this group of people, and this is like everybody should be involved. And that's the thing where, again, I'm not running for president. I'm not even running for the mayor of my condo association or the president of my condo association. I'm just doing what I like to do and what brings me joy. And if that's, saying some overly nice comments on Twitter, that's fine. That's how you perceive them. At the moment in time, I send that kind of stuff, or I share photos of my cat. That's all I'm always in the right here and right now. So the Special Olympics has been, coaching that and working with these kids and adults it's giving me everything, right? In turn, I'm giving all of myself to everybody, but I'm getting it all back, which was rarely the case in the past. If I'm working at a drug and alcohol treatment center, or I'm actively drinking myself, I'm all get, no give. I'm taking, and I'm not giving anything away. Therefore, it's a very cold existence. So when you can find yourself in a mood or a mode with your friends or your family where just a lot of, positivity or a lot of sharing going on, then you've hit the lottery. I don't need $100 million Powerball ticket to be rich, right? And again, what I'm saying is very, it's corny. It's kind of like that live, laugh, love stuff that women get at Target. Probably, Wes, your daughter's buying one of those signs.
No. You're probably right. No, and I appreciate that. And I've known you now. We've gotten involved with one another's lives, I think, for a year and a half or so, however long pre-pandemic time was or whatever. And I've seen you get more comfortable in your skin. And one of the reasons why I think we identified with one another, I don't know if you could tell it from my standpoint, but I knew that something you and I had in common was some kind of past drug dependency.
Big time trauma of some way. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And, we kind of connected on that kind of level, and I don't know why people are drawn together like that, but we can kind of sense that about one another, I think. And I love the couple of things you said there about being happy. and I've noticed you being happy in your own skin more. And I've seen more Chris Robin come out of anything than anything else lately. JB, I don't know if you noticed this, JB. You wanted to be on whenever your pick came up, and you're OTC, man, unless you just made that pick a little bit ago.
I did. And you know what? I made it for you, Wes. I drafted John Ross.
Oh boy.
In the 20th round of a 16-team best ball,
thank
it's
you.
slim pickings here. So I'm debating between John Ross and a backup tight end and a third-string running back. So, I'm taking the guy who has the potential to score a touchdown every once in a while. That's
He
all.
is on the Giants, too. John Ross made it to the Giants. Wow.
So that entire time I was talking, trying to be uplifting and sharing what I've learned, JB didn't listen and didn't hear a thing. He drafted John Ross. I don't know about you, but that doesn't make me happy. That's not part of my final plan here is to have John Ross on my team. But again, it's your team. You're allowed to do as you'd like, JB.
Hey, you know what? When you're debating between John Ross and Will Disley and third string running backs, and at that point, I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna click this guy, and I'm gonna finish listening to this great story. So
I'm glad it makes you happy, right? That's what we're here to do is make things happy. Chris, do you know why we're here? Do you know the Cyber Smile things and everything like that? Do you have all that information in front of you?
Absolutely. I've been on with Julian and I, shout out to him at North Point and even Ben, the point after, excuse me, and Ben C. I host with Julian, I think the second Friday of every month. And we've been talking about this. I've cut some promos. I've shared the stuff. I've been in touch with Brighter Skies, and it's a website, but it's an ideal that I can fully get behind. Just jump in full steam ahead, both feet, both legs. And I agree, because in today's day and age, everything is at the touch of your hands, right? Social media, and you can send photos and sayings and all this stuff. And let's be honest here, if I may, for a moment, it's just like high school all over again in terms of, cliques, and these are the cool people, and they're going to share their own stuff, and they're going to kind of brush everybody else aside in a way, and I'm not saying that with anybody specific in mind. It's just kind of a mystique that I've noticed. Not one person comes to my mind when I say that. And the only reason I mention that is because, right, a lot of people who will hopefully watch this, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm tearing somebody down or I'm calling someone out. That's just not my way. It's not in my nature. It's not in my style here. But Brighter Skies is something that it kind of can collectively bring everybody together. Same thing with, animal rescues. Everybody loves animals. We all have pets, right? Everybody gets together for the benefit of animals. Everybody gets together for the benefit of impaired kids and adults. And same thing, we can all collectively get together for cyberbullying and even in-person bullying in high schools and things along those lines. So yeah, Wes, I'm all in on Brighter Skies.
And I just actually, Wes, I wanted to point out just before we hop off, because I know, Chris has some guests that he wants to bring on also. And, I'm glad that the Fantasy Magnets and Fantasy Impact Today Network were able to represent in this great initiative that Julian and Ben came out with on this Brighter Skies. And again, guys, Brighter Skies FF on Twitter. There's a link there where you could donate to Cyber Smiles. You can go on ViridianGlobal.com, purchase a t-shirt, a mug, a hat, and 100% of the proceeds go to Cyber Smiles. While we were on here, in fact, after I said that, I realized I hadn't bought a t-shirt yet. So on my other screen right now, I have ordered a Midnight Navy Brighter Skies Charity Best Ball t-shirt, and I look forward to it coming, and I look forward to wearing it. And you know what? I look forward to somebody in the supermarket asking me what it is so that I could tell them what it is and impart to them, what this cause is, and just, keep talking about it. Because, yes, this Pod-A-Thon is great. It's a one-day Pod-A-Thon, but the idea is not to just talk about it for, the length of today. The idea is to continue to talk about the cause and to continue to do good and continue to just bring brighter skies to the world. So, I'm really happy to be able to have participated in this, not only in the Pod-A-Thon, but also in the draft. So, obviously, make your donations, buy your gear. But if you can't do that, just talk about it. Just talk about it and be a good person. So I'm glad we were able to hop on here, and I know that we're leaving it in good hands now because Chris
sir.
got a bunch of people coming on with him.
All right. Hey, I appreciate you guys filling in for us. Thank you, Pierre, very much. At PeeWee31 on Twitter, at Fantasy Coach JB on Twitter, and I'm at Loafing It. Chris, it's all yours, buddy.
Thank you, boys. I appreciate that, and it helped. Get the nerves out. Right, I can talk for hours and days, but when you're just thrust upon with a camera and a microphone in your face, you second guess. And let's be honest here. So I appreciate you, boys, and thank you for the questions so far and letting me ramble. I really do appreciate that.
You're great.
Nah, thanks for sharing, man. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Yep.
Well, here we are. It's me alone with my microphone and my camera for about an hour or so. And I just want to say, thank you to those guys that were on with me. We had a nice kind of, as they say in the radio business, although I'm not in it, they say then overlap, right? One show overlaps with the other. You guys get together, guys and girls get together, and you hang and you chat and you go from there. So as it stands now, I just wanted to open the floor as well. I mean, I'm here, as obviously, but if anybody wants to come on really quick and just say hi, Chris, I'm Gemmo. I know Gemmo the Icon is in the comments, or FF Monsters. Ben C is in the comments as well. If anybody wants to pop on at any moment in time and say hi, or share a story of any sort, perseverance, something that wasn't so nice happened in what did you do to kind of get out of that? The old thing where what it used to be like, what happened, and what it's like now, right? Like everybody loves a good success story. I mean, Rudy, the football movie was built on that. So I just want to let that be known right off the bat. And again, when I got into this, when Julian or Ben asked me to do this, I really didn't plan on doing too much football stuff, right? Because again, thank you, Calvin. If you want to pop on and say hi, please do get the link from Julian or Ben here. But I wanted to just come on and just me and a microphone and just talk and share stories and really kind of express myself on what it used to be like for me and what happened and what it's like now. Because again, the man that you see before you right now, or the man that you see, on social media, Facebook or Twitter, hasn't always been the case. I mean, and I guess, in a way, we all change and we all grow and we all morph into the men or the women that we want to be. But sometimes that isn't the case. We get in our own way, right? We blame other people. We get in our own way and we're left to our own devices. And I know I can say without a shadow of a doubt, when I'm left to my own devices, I make bad decisions, or I should say I used to make bad decisions because I wasn't as sharp as I am now. I'm not saying I'm sharp as a whip or I'm witty here, but it just goes to show you that we once were something that we don't like. I mean, I look at photos or videos, or I've had the same group of guy friends since I was a boy. 1991, Woodland Middle School, in East Point, 9 Mile, 8 Mile, and Gratiot area. And we share when we get together. When the guys and we get together, we share stories and the wild stuff we used to do in high school or college when we all shared a home together. And it makes me cringe because as it stands now, I told you, probably about 20 minutes ago, I just turned 37 in April 14th. I'm an Aries, so shout out to all my other Aries friends or Aries people. But there's some things that I can't stomach, and I can't believe the life that I used to live, what I used to do just on a daily basis. And what's shocking to me is there's people that are living that life right now. They're in it and they have no idea, and they haven't the light bulb hasn't gone off for them. And I wish all those people the best, because when you look back at it, we've all been in, hopefully not, but I'd like, if I share this, I'm sure some people would understand here. We get in toxic relationships with boyfriends or girlfriends, or maybe it's a step parent, or maybe your biological mother or father, aunts, uncles, neighbors, where it's while we're in it, it's all, drama, it's all fighting and it's crying, and there could be some emotional abuse or physical abuse. And we wake up and we start to, we crave it. We look forward to it because we don't know that there's a better way. There's a better way to live, and there's another way to do this. So when you look back at the decisions that we've made or the people we've surrounded ourselves with, right now I look back at that and I think, holy smokes, I can look and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe that was Chris. I can't believe, like, let's say I'm looking at me from 20 years ago and I'm saying, I can't believe you did some of those stuff, like the photos I used to see, as I previously said. So, but again, in a way, I know, poetry and music, especially Eminem, is big on this. I had to go, I had to be in that place to get where I am now, right? It's a journey from, point A to point B, and it's never been a straight line for me. It's been every letter in the alphabet 5 times, every number that you can think of, zigging and zagging. And I've made some bad decisions, and I've harmed some people, not physically, but emotionally. I hurt my mom over the years, years ago, let's say, my late father. They were both instrumental in my recovery, in my sobriety. So I owe them everything that you see now. Everything that I do is thanks to my parents. And my father passed away in 2000, a few years ago, right? Colon cancer, and he passed away. And thinking about that now in front of you, it's I don't know if I wouldn't for sure. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I was, ripping and running, as they say, taking pain medicine, opiates, any opiates I could get my hands on, in my mouth, up my nose, however I could get it in my system. That's what I would do. And if my father was sick, in the hospital, and if I was doing that when he was sick, I would have never been able to forgive myself. But he said, a week or two before he passed, the greatest joy that I've seen is you growing and learning and getting sober and craving that better way of life, that positivity. And my mom, she's still alive. She's alive and well, very well. Her and I are very close. I come from an Italian family. My mom is 5'2", 5'3". So I thank the Lord that my father was tall, because I don't know how I would live life as a man at 5 foot tall or 5'2". But jokes aside, we harm people along the way. And again, it doesn't even have to be an issue of substance abuse, alcohol. It could just be an issue of anger or mental health. If the oldest trick in the book is, right, therapy 101, as they say, we do unto others that have been done to us. So if you were to be living your life in high school, let's say, and you got stuffed in a locker, or the starting quarterback used to sock you in the arm on a daily basis or at lunch, guess what? I'd be willing to bet that you did those same things to your younger siblings, or, your family dog or your family pet. And I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm just saying that's the process here. That's when they say that's the cycle of drugs and mental illness and depression and all that. We only know what we know, right? It sounds, lame of me to say that. You don't know what you don't know. It's a corny cliche, but it makes sense. I don't know what I don't know. That's why recently, the last few years, I take in, everything I can, books, media, people, talking to people, because I'm not nearly the person that I want to be. I'm always chasing something better for myself personally. And I know before I get called out for plagiarism or stealing something, that is from, I believe it was Matthew McConaughey at his Oscar speech. He said, I had a guy on set, or even his dad said to him, he goes, well, you're your own idol, right? Or what are you doing all this for? Something along those lines. I should have looked it up ahead of time. Sorry for the lack of preparation here, but he said, well, I look up to me every year. I'm looking forward to me in 5 years, me in 10 years. So if I were to say that now, well, my idol will be me in 2020, right? So that's 5 years from now. So then when 2026 hits and we revisit this, well, you've caught yourself, your own idol? No, because my idol is always me 5 or 10 years from this moment in time. So here's the catch. I will never catch up to me 5 or 10 years from now. I'm always chasing that. And instead of chasing the feeling of chemicals or substances or hurting somebody else emotionally or physically, you're chasing the positive stuff, the good interactions with people, the laughs, the joys of it all, whether it be just on a computer right here or on a broadcast, talking into a microphone, knowing that I have, friends, or I have the backing of other people who are like, you know what? I like when Chris speaks. I'm not saying I don't know if any of you enjoy when I speak or, like seeing my face. I don't know. That's not for me to say or decide, but it's that someone values your opinion. Someone looks up to me in a way, or someone not look up to me, but says, "Hey, Chris, I'm playing, fantasy football for the first time, or I'm getting into IDP for the first time. Do you have any, the old thoughts?" You get a message and it's thoughts, and it's totally vague and up to interpretation. Well, just knowing that people are looking for that kind of attention, and attention doesn't have to be a negative thing, right? Your girlfriend or your boyfriend, they're just such an attention hound. It doesn't always have to be bad. If you're seeking the attention of your peers or you're seeking the attention of your colleagues, that can be used to your advantage in a positive way. I want all the feedback that I can get my hands on. I want all the, I wouldn't say adulation, because that could be a slippery slope here, but look for people that make you feel good. I mean, that's always been the case. Human nature is to, do things that we enjoy, or look to people that want to please us or we please them. And there's a mutual benefit there. But I'm saying, have that support system, that safety net that is so huge in today's day and age, where most everything is done digitally. Everybody has a phone in their hand 24/7. Our thumbs have calluses, our palms have, because we're holding our phones constantly, our iPads, or our computers, whatever it may be. So anytime you can get together with another human being and connect, emotionally, or in that way, that's what you look for. That's what you crave. That's what you should crave, that positive attention rather than that negative attention. Now, before I continue, I just want to say that if anybody wants to pop on, I know I can, get on a roll or just ramble, but if anyone wants to pop on and say hi or share a story, I think I tweeted this out. I shared it on Facebook. If anybody wants to pop on and just share a story of a loved one that has passed away, or a loved one going through something now, or a personal story of success, or a personal story of perseverance, where something really bad, nasty happened to me or my family, and here we are now, and we made it. Everybody's happy and everybody's healthy, or just a shout out of any kind. This isn't a top 40 radio station. We're not going to do birthday shout outs or morning zoo type radio here. But again, if anybody wants to pop on and say hi and chat it up with me for a little bit, have at it. Again, my time here was never really something that I planned, but it was never really something where I wanted to have, a bunch of guests on talking football. And that's no offense. That's we all live and breathe fantasy sports or DFS, but I figured at, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, maybe we could do a little something different. We can share, stories of perseverance. We can be positive, and we can go from there. So again, if anybody wants to pop on and say hi, as I've said, or share a story, get with Julian, get with Ben, get with Brighter Skies. They'll get you the link and we'll pop you on here. I don't have anything to give away, but here we are. I know that this whole thing, if you do donate, you're entered to win a prize, and the prizes are bountiful. I know me personally, I'm giving away a full, for this coming NFL season, I'm giving away a full season of a DFS optimizer, the ones I use personally, the ones I find success with, that, and as well as like a 10 to 15 minute consultation every Sunday before, the 1 p.m. lock, we can get together. You can pick my brain. We can share lineups, and we can go from there for FanDuel, DraftKings, whatever you want to do. So that's the best thing I think that I could give away is sharing my time with someone else, because receiving, someone else's time and their effort and their hard work it's literally worth its weight in gold. So those are the prizes I'm giving away. I know there's a ton of swag, shirts. I don't know if there's any cool shoes to give away, but when I think of a shirt, I think of shoes. I don't know why. So get with Julian, get with Ben, get with Brighter Skies, and we're all here hanging out. I'm here for about another hour or so. So we're in it for the long haul. So again, if anybody wants to pop on and say hi, have at it. And I wanted to direct, our attention, or my attention to, you see social media in a way, Facebook and Twitter in a way. It's like, I say it all the time, so does everybody else. It's like, riding a wave, right? So there's lulls and there's ebbs and there's flows, but the one thing is constant. People are getting together, people are connecting, and they're going from there. Kelvin, great question. Chris, what's the best advice you've ever received in your life? I would say that it is to, man, there's so much. I would say, live and let go kind of thing. I know that's a James Bond movie, but in a way, first thing that popped into my head: respect others, be open-minded and willing to change. And I'll really quick, Calvin, I'll tell a story. I guess there was advice in here, but my late father, when I was in high school, I think junior or senior year, was getting ready to, apply for colleges and everything. My dad, and again, I think this is advice. You let me know. He said, you know what? Go to school and get an education so you don't have to bust your ass like I do, right? My dad, born and raised on the east side of Detroit, same as me. And he always, worked at, he was a carpenter. He did construction. He was always punching a clock, right? 9 to 5 or 6 in the morning, and working in hospitals and everything. Then he got a gig with the city of East Point where he, fixed water mains and everything, but he busted his ass. He was a hard worker because he was a good man. And he did what he had to do for me and my mother. I'm an only child. So the best advice I've received is probably, get an education, never stop learning. So if you're not able to get an education, I know it's expensive these days, but never stop learning. The moment you think you have it all figured out, you have to go back to the drawing board, because more than likely you have nothing figured out. So never stop learning, keep an open mind, and always keep it moving forward. Don't rest on your laurels, as they say, and don't rest on your charm, right? A lot of people, especially nowadays, everybody, a lot of people can talk a good game, right? They can, as they say in Tommy Boy, you could sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves. I mean, that's just kind of taking advantage and using your charm. Don't rest on that. Could you imagine what would happen for anybody that's listening to this if you use that, if you rest on your charm or your wit? Can you imagine what would happen if you were to constantly be evolving and learning and growing and just stacking up different ways to handle situations and different tools for the proverbial tool bag here? So never settle. If I know, Kelvin, I am just going on and on. So there's a lot more than what's the best one piece of advice I've received, but look, I'm being honest here. I have an hour to fill. So anything that comes to my mind, I'm saying it, and hopefully it makes sense. And I'll watch this back and I might be embarrassed. Maybe not, but here we are. Live for the moment, right? As they say, carpe diem. Can't believe I said that. So Calvin, there's a lot here. There's a lot to unpack here, but that's the best I can say. Go to school and get an education so you don't have to bust your ass. I mean, I know we all have parents. Some of us are in close contact. Some have passed away, or some we don't see, and that's unfortunate. But the number one thing I've seen from parents or your guardian, grandmas, aunts, uncles, they want a better life for their offspring, or their nieces and nephews, or their sons and their daughters than they had. So always keep looking for more. And it doesn't have to be, like this massively big hit or this massively good piece of news. It's just be better tomorrow than you were today. If you were really good today, then you got nowhere to go. There's no reason to be stressed out or freaked out tomorrow. So I know Julian said this private chat, he's sending a separate link so we can get people in here if you want. If not, I'm here. I can chat and we'll go from there. Chalk is here. Shout out to the Undroppables. I appreciate them bringing me in to handle the DFS side of things, something I very much love and what I do well, what I do often. So Chalk, thank you, and shout out to all the Undroppables guys, Jax, Tommy, Ashley, the new female recruit that we have here who is unbelievably talented on Clubhouse. She's really plugged into, how can I put this without sounding weird or like in a weird way? She's really plugged into like social media, those platforms where, it's based on interactions, right? If you go into a clubhouse and everybody's kind of there not talking, it's just crickets. So you need to have, interaction. And from what I've seen in the short period of time I've known Ashley or been on the clubhouse with her, she's just a master at getting interactions from people here. So thank you to the Undroppables, and a lot more to come there. I mean, this coming season is going to be a massive success. So getting back to what I was saying before, that great question by Kelvin is, on social media, there's a lot of ebbs and flows, right? There's, really high highs and there's really low lows. We've seen, cancel culture is a big thing. And, within reason, right? If you're rude or you do something, to completely embarrass yourself, or you go out of your way to make someone else feel uncomfortable, then you should be canceled. Then again, I'm not, I practice what I preach. I made a massive mistake last August on a live broadcast, and I think about it every day, right? And I'm sure people remember or know what happened, but they don't, shove it in my face, right? Because I try and be better because of that. Every day I'm working on being better and being positive, or being a man who not only is accessible, but I give out my phone number or my email. Anybody that asks for it, if you're feeling down and out, or you're excited and you want to get something off your chest, here's my phone number. You can text me, you can call me. And again, I'm not just saying that because I'm on a live broadcast, but I absolutely do live that way. And Julian, if you're watching, can you get rid of the draft board up here real quick? So we can really get one-on-one with some people as they're popping in and out and as I'm talking. And thank you. And it's really nice to have kind of a behind the scenes producer here. Now I got to look at my own face. It's a lot bigger than I thought. So what I was getting at is, I made a big mistake last August on a live broadcast. I'm still embarrassed about it, but I don't let it kind of cripple me in what I want to do in terms of writing and broadcasting. I spin it in a way where I know what not to do, that my actions, and I go from there, and we do that. Now it's on a again, I shouldn't even mention this because who am I to judge? I mean, I'm not the end all be all of social media or how people should act here. But, it's on a case by case basis. If someone, shows respect, and someone, has an active, desire to get better, then you go from there. There's some things that are unforgivable, and we all know that. We've all seen people come and go the last year, 6 months, and they've done some pretty rotten stuff. And again, I'm not one to judge, but at a certain point, there has to be a switch that flips, and you can't be acting this way actively out and about with people. A lot of us, not me, but a lot of you guys and girls, you have kids that are on your social media sites. You post photos of your families and everything. So you'd like to think that in a way, if you're kind of dialed into, fantasy football Twitter or DFS Twitter, in a way you follow who you want, and right. And it's kind of in a way, I hate to say this because I don't like the term, but it's like a safe space, but you're not going to see, a ton of dirty language. You're not going to see a ton of nude photos and things along those lines. So we have to, think that way when we're on a broadcast, or when we're writing, or when we're interacting with each other. But what I was getting at is these ebbs and flows. It's human nature to kind of connect with each other, and it creates, I don't want to say it creates strife or it creates teams, right? But we know that there are websites websites, right? And these websites recruit people and they want to put together, the strongest team, like my team versus your team in terms of views and clicks and articles. And that's all well and good. That's a healthy competition. But when you get into the, talking down to one another, well, my website or what I'm doing is better than yours. That's where personally I have a problem because, everybody's trying their best, right? I know this is corny, like I'm talking to a group of 10-year-old kids, but we're all trying our best. Some, are naturally gifted at writing, or some are naturally gifted, speaking in front of people or speaking in public. But as long as you're in there, as long as you throw your hat in the circle and you're going to broadcast and you're going to write, then you're good in my book. So I've never liked the idea of one or two or a group of people shaming another group of people because, oh, your comments stink or your website stinks. I mean, that's not fair. We're all here for one common goal. And I know, I see it at least once a day. Heck, I've even posted it where, the whole number one rule here is to have fun. If you're not having fun, then what's the point? Now, I know there's a case and there's a point here where, it becomes work, right? I have, 17 articles to write, or I have deadlines here. That's when you need to be open and honest with the people in your group or your website and say, hey, look, I need a rest. There's no harm in that. Because again, this is the Brighter Skies, podcast, or excuse me, the Brighter Skies Pod-A-Thon. It's all for, a change of behavior, treating people better, stopping the bullying, stopping the ignorant comments and putting people down and shaming people, right? I mean, it gets awkward and it gets uncomfortable, but as long as you're willing to, as long as you're willing to kind of want to be better, then that's all that matters. Again, as I was saying, it's just about fun. What can you do to kind of lighten the mood up, right? We've seen several accounts that have taken off. And again, there's no handbook to this. People connect with other people. People are, as I was saying, naturally gifted in terms of being funny or broadcasting. Some people are, we got all kinds of positive attitudes. We got all kinds of personalities here. That's the beauty to this thing. We can all have, we're all from different areas and we all have different things to say, yet bam, we come here and we hang out and we're getting together. Before I move on, I just want to say that it looks like Julian said there is a new link. So again, if anybody wants to pop in and say hi, share a story, share a comment, give someone in the community or anywhere, a positive kind of applause, a virtual applause, please do. If you want to pop on and say, you know what, this guy or this girl helped me out big time, sent me some stuff, and it was, it opened up my world, please do. That's why I wanted to get together for an hour, which is going to wind up being an hour and a half, to be a place where, we're just you can pop in and out and, say what you want to say, get some stuff off your chest, kind of in a weird way, if it makes sense, kind of a therapy session, right? I'm here. You can pop on, you can ask questions, you can, hey, in a way, I have my boyfriend or my girlfriend is whatever you want to do, just ask me and we'll get through. We'll trudge through it together. I've always looked at therapy as a positive thing. I see a therapist. That's what I do. All right. I'm in behavioral therapy. I've never looked at it as a kind of a bad thing, right? I mean, especially granted, I'm late 30s. It stinks to say that, but I'm 37. But way back when our parents or our grandfathers, they're in in world wars and stuff. I mean, going to therapy was I don't even think it was a thing. It made you look weak. But in today's day and age, being evolved, right, and growing, being evolved, not involved, but evolving and being kind of a Swiss Army knife in terms of feelings and personalities in a way is a good thing now. So don't ever let anybody tell you that that therapy is for weak-minded people. Therapy is for someone who wants to, get outside of themselves and get better and grow and learn. And you're better able to, access life in a way. I know it seems weird, kind of like when you put a key in a door, you're able to access whatever door that is. I look at therapy as a key to our brain, and we're able to access more things than we ever thought possible. And then I'm telling you right now, your personal relationships will be better. Whatever, if you're married, I'm hoping that in a way that would get better, even at work. So again, I want to get rid of the stigma of therapy being for weak-minded individuals, and I applaud anybody who mentions that, often on social media, on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, whatever the kids are doing these days, because it takes some gall to do that, because we don't know how others are going to act. We don't know. Someone's gonna say, "Oh, well, Chris, this whole time you write, you broadcast. I love your DFS stuff. I love Beastie, your cat, and I didn't know. Oh, you go to therapy. Oh, I'm all out. You're a wimp. You're weak. I don't think I would surround myself with people like that, anyways. But it does exist. So anybody that can say, I want to go to treatment and see therapy or see a therapist, or I am going to see a therapist, then I applaud you, because it's not easy. That's the thing here, in today's, what everybody's doing now, we go as humans, we go down the path of less resistance, right? Some people take the easiest route, especially with social media. How can I get to, people place high importance on follower count. How can I get to, 100,000 followers in a month, or I believe I should be at, X amount of followers right now because I'm funny or my content is fantastic. There's no handbook to this thing. And it goes like that sometimes, right? Where I want to be right here, but you're not willing to do the work. You want to get from point A to point B with the least amount of resistance. And to be honest with you, that you can do that. That can happen in all shapes and sizes, at your job, in relationships, especially on Twitter. Last I looked, and I've heard people talk about it all the time, especially, bigger, promotional websites, right? You can go on websites and you can buy followers and you can buy likes and you can buy stuff for Facebook and RTs and stuff, but that's all kind of shallow. That's all kind of fickle. I mean, a number is a number, but I get why people would do that. But, if you really want to do the work and you really want to roll up your sleeves and dig in and really, submerge yourself in what everybody's doing, then that's the way. And granted, it's a lot of hard work, but it'll pay off. Again, getting from point A to point B in the blink of an eye, it's not fun. The journey is almost nothing, right? You go to bed and you wake up and bam, I'm there. I'm on the top of the mountain and here I am. Now what do I do, right? It's the process. It's the journey in between that makes us who we are. It builds character. All the the unsuccessful posts or the unsuccessful conversations, or maybe you don't get along with someone, all that stuff, whether it's good or bad, it builds character. You might not think that, but everything happens how it's supposed to. And I don't want to be like a cornball and get into astrology or things along those lines, but I'm a firm believer in a spiritual life. And again, I'm not saying religion, right? That's religion and politics I don't do, but spiritual, sure. Spiritual could be anything you want. A higher power can be anything you want. I'm not talking God, Buddha, whatever here. Spiritual life is just a belief that things happen around you because of the actions and the choices that you make, and that's it. I've been to plenty of support group meetings where someone comes in off the street, they want to get off alcohol, let's say, and they can't wrap their mind around being religious, God or Buddha, whatever, and that's fine, because that's not what I'm trying to do, and that's not what I'm trying to say. It's like a higher power can be anything that you need at this moment in time. Seriously, right now at this moment in time, my higher power could be my top 250 rankings. I'm going to place all my efforts and all my stock into my top 250 rankings right now, which shameless plug, can be found on the Undroppables right now, along with my top 100 IDP. But to be fair, for long periods of time, my rankings have been my higher power. And it might sound silly, and I'd love to discuss this with anybody, right? What is your higher power? Or am I a fool for saying that, my top 250 can be my higher power? But it doesn't matter what other people are saying, and it doesn't matter what other people are thinking. If placing all my efforts into one kind of thing gives me that solace and gives me that relaxation that I need to get through the day or to get through a nasty situation that I'm going through, then I'm all for it. Who are you to judge, how I kind of want to get over something, or who are you to judge how, I want to reap the benefits of peace and calm here. So, there's a lot to discuss here this evening. It's going on 6:20-ish Eastern time here in Detroit, Michigan. Brighter Skies Pod-A-Thon. It's a great cause. It's for, to stop cyberbullying. And I'd like to take it a step further and just, stop all the nonsense, all the name calling and putting others down, and I'm better than you, or what I'm doing is better. And it's all useless. It's all exhausting, and it's all useless. So I love the idea that what Julian and Ben have done in terms of Brighter Skies, where, you shine light on something that not a lot of people talk about. And I think we both know why, because it's not the sexiest thing in the world, talking about, cyberbullying or, treating people. I mean, it's not a conversation that most are willing to have, right? Because it's not the path of least resistance. You have to do a lot of work. You have to get shovels and bulldozers to kind of move this stuff around. I mean, it's days and days, years and years of hard work and digging in and looking into yourself to kind of get through it all. And some people they don't want to do that. And again, that's fine. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. I understand. I'm not judging you. I don't judge anybody. Again, as I've said the last hour or so, I've made a ton of awful mistakes, but I've learned from them. I mean, there's a memes and all that Target stuff, the store, it's not a mistake. If you learn from it, it's not a mistake if it teaches you a lesson. And I agree with that. If you do something once and it yields, awful results, and you never do it again, well, now you learned not to do that. But if you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, then hey, that's the definition of insanity. And I will repeat that. The definition of insanity to me is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And now I know, to spin that for, fantasy football purposes or DFS purposes, if you're spending all your time and your hard-earned money, entering contests or playing fantasy football, and you're having no success, then you're insane. You have to, reach out to someone, and you have to learn another process, a different process. Same thing with life. You're at your job and you're not getting anywhere. You absolutely hate going there. You're just doing the same thing over and over again. Well, you're insane. You might not be, medically diagnosed with insanity and locked up in a straitjacket in a padded room, but you're living in your own little personal hell here. So it never hurts to, try something new, get out of your comfort zone a little bit. And Julian, if you're watching, I know you're going to love this. Hopefully you can cut this up in the future, but I'm going to give you the nothing grows in comfort thing. That's a huge, I've been saying that for years. I don't know where I heard it. I mean, I have all these little books that I read on a daily basis, but it's legit, right? If you get to where you are, doing the same thing over and over again, then I applaud you. You should put it in writing, or you should broadcast it, because people will want to know what you have to say. But again, nothing grows in comfort. People share that stuff all the time. They share those stories. And again, really quick, I want to great graphic. Nothing grows in comfort. Absolutely. And again, I do want to say, if anybody wants to pop on, just get with Julian at The Point After on Twitter. I know the link is floating around on Facebook and social media and Twitter and maybe you Snapchatted it out. I don't know. But if you just want to pop on and say hi, hey Chris, we've never crossed paths, but I wanted to pop on and get your take on this, or I wanted to get on and say, shout out to my wife for letting me do all this fantasy stuff nonstop. Have at it. Again, no birthday wishes, no top 40, zoo, New York Zoo kind of stuff, but it's just a positive space for the time being where we can get together. And I right now, normally, like the old me, right? Like the egomaniac narcissist, the old me, 10 years ago, I would have been, upset. I would have been embarrassed. I mean, I got in touch with probably 100 or so people, today, this morning, and then right before I was to go on at 5:15, and I said, hey, I got bumped up. I'm going to be on at 5:15. Here's the link. If you want to pop in, we can say hi. It'll kill some time, whatever. Because again, that's always the thing. If you're on a broadcast for an hour and a half, you just want to kill some time, and that's natural. But again, what I'm getting at is I shared the link out with a ton of people, and it's just been me for about an hour, and I don't take that personally. I understand people have other things going on. I'm not the most important person in the universe. So again, just a sign of the old me would have been, well, F you, man. I shared the link. You said you were going to pop on. You were going to help me kind of burn 15 or 20 minutes, and you didn't show up. It's just me here looking at my own face, talking into my own camera here. But it's cool. I don't mind, because it's a thing where I'm, as Wes said, and yeah, I believe his if I'm not mistaken, is at loafing it, something along those lines. Wes and I connected, early on, probably a year and a half, maybe even 2 years ago. He said, and again, he took me by surprise when he said that, where he's noticed that I've kind of started to get comfortable in my own skin. And to be fair, I haven't even noticed that. I feel like I've been the same, Chris. My last name is not Robin. My full name is Christopher DeBacker, and I just use Chris Robin as kind of a fun moniker for social media. But when Wes said, you kind of you've been more comfortable in your own skin, it shocked me for a minute, because I think I've been pretty even keel. I keep it at an even pace. I don't get too high, and I definitely don't get too low, really. But I'm glad that Wes said that, because that's something that when you're, living your life or you're broadcasting, people just don't talk that way. They kind of, stroke your ego or say, yeah, man, that article you wrote was fantastic. Won me some money. Yeah, right. That probably didn't even happen. You just say that because it's a nice pleasantry, to say. So I've always appreciated, being open and honest, not only myself to you, to anybody watching this, and everybody else being open and honest with me. Because again, that's the only way I think realistically that we can learn and grow, is if people say, you know what, Chris, last week when you were on that broadcast, man, you were a real jerk. And I was, well, what happened? And then they kind of go back and tell you what it is, right? And you didn't see it because you're in it. As I mentioned probably an hour ago, when you're in it, you don't notice it. We always see that kind of thing with our guy friends or groups of our girlfriends or whoever you have here, where, oh yeah, I remember when that happened, nobody could talk to you. You didn't want to hear a thing. But then when you get out of it and you learn and you grow and you use that therapy key to unlock what's in your brain, you realize, holy smokes, I was a complete tool. I was a complete jerk. So again, be open and honest within reason, because there is a moment or a time where you can be brutally honest, and that's no fun for everybody else. So Julian, thank you for the graphic. Nothing grows in comfort. And I'd love to have that on a shirt or a hat someday. I don't know. Maybe we can do that and get the Point After logo or the Undroppables logo, whatever we want to do. And I just want to reset real quick. I get excited and I ramble, but it is what it is. This is for the brighter skies, cyberbullying, Pod-A-Thon, right? Help other people, kind of reach out. If you see someone struggling, if you're struggling, reach out to someone that you trust, or reach out to someone that you look up to, that will not be nosy and share your business all over the place. So reach out to someone if you're having any problems or issues. Heck, you can even, when I'm done with this broadcast, you can DM me. I'll give you my phone number, whatever you want to do. And again, I don't say that stuff to be, to be fake nice or to, kind of put on a show. I'm not a smoke and mirrors kind of guy. What you see is what you get. And I hope that at this moment in time, I've established a connection with anybody that's watching this or anybody that will watch this. And here we are. So just real fast to reset Brighter Skies, to stop cyberbullying, to help other people, get involved, really get involved anywhere you can. I know I don't want to hammer the, the substance abuse thing into the ground, because it's not what I'm about, right? It's made me who I am, but it's not. I never like those people that they fixate on one thing. But reach out and help somebody if you need the help or you want to help somebody else out. I mean, it really is that easy. Start small. I'm not asking you to donate $1 million. Go to the Brighter Skies website. Go link with Julian or Ben. Give a couple bucks. There's a ton of prizes we have here. A ton of swag. There's a ton of like stuff that's behind paywalls that you can get access to. And the donation, I believe, is the $20 donation, if I remember correctly. Julian, you can correct me in the comments if I'm off here, but I believe a $20 donation, gets you entered into the drawing, and you get to pick kind of what you want. But obviously, anything, even if you have $1, don't overextend yourself, right? Your time and your effort and to be here, to be watching, to getting involved is enough, right? We don't need, millions of dollars. That wouldn't happen anyways. But just know that if you don't have anything to give, that's fine. Share this with somebody else. Reach out to someone and say, hey, I saw a broadcast or I was in touch with someone and they made me think of you. I'm grateful for you. I'm thankful for you. They are still taking donations, absolutely. But again, it's not always about the money. It's about, lifting people up and showing people that you care. I was on switching subjects real quick. I was on a networking kind of Zoom call last night. Her name is Renee Washington. She works for ESPN. I believe she was a D1 athlete. She played professional soccer as well. She's a fantastic woman. I came across her page a few months ago. We, mutual follows, and we go from there. We hadn't really talked much, but if you remember correctly, I would say about 4 or 5 days ago, right before bed, I was in bed, half asleep, and I had just spent the last 4 or 5 days updating my resume, not my professional career resume, but my fantasy football resume for broadcasting and writing. And I mean, I'm locked into the undroppable, so I don't want anybody to take it the wrong way. I just wanted to have that in front of me, right? Just in case. Let's say Chalk or Jax at Dino Game Theory or Tommy 2-for-1, 2-on-1 wanted to see my resume. Well, here you go, boys. There it is. So I just wanted to update it because, again, it's something that gave me some fulfillment. I can see, everything that I've done in terms of writing and broadcasting the last few years in front of me. And it's something that gives me a boost, not only, not personally, but it gives me a boost of confidence. Like, when I'm feeling, bummed out or down, like, oh, well, why didn't that big time website want me on their broadcast? I can look at it and say, you know what, Chris, you've done good. You're doing the best that you can. And here it is. So I updated my resume, and I just happen to say it on social media, and it still holds true. If anybody wants to build a resume from scratch, it could be for an actual real life career, whatever it is, if it's your writing, broadcasting, whatever you want to do, reach out to me, shoot me a DM. I'll give you my phone number. We can exchange emails. I'm here to help because I know how important it is. I know the boost that it gives you to update a resume and to see it in front of you. And correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody that's ever, started a resume from scratch or updated it from scratch, I can't send it. I can't send it to enough people. There's been moments in time where I've sent my resume to 1,000 different places just because I wanted people to see it. I liked what I did, and I'm very proud of my past workings in coaching or playing sports or my work. I wanted to share it with a lot of people, so I know the confidence boost that it can give you. So that's the only reason I said it. Well, I signed up for the Zoom call. It was a kind of a networking thing with Renee Washington, as I was saying. So hi, Renee. It was a fantastic last night. There was about 5 or 6 people there, and we got talking kind of like I am now, like we are now, where, you know, sending messages to people and reaching out and saying, hey, I don't know you, but I've seen you on numerous broadcasts. I don't know you, but I read your articles. I don't know you, but you make me smile. I don't know you, but I like you. You don't have to know people is the term here. Shoot them a message. Shoot someone a text. DM someone on Twitter. Say, hey, you know what? We've never crossed paths, but you know what? I've been paying attention to you because you're everywhere. You're doing so much stuff, and I love it. Just tell them how you truly feel. There's never any harm that comes from that. Really get in your feelings. Seriously, it's sappy, whatever you want to do. Hey, you know what? Can be this simple. You know what? I've seen you a lot lately on other broadcasts. I've read your articles. I like your rankings. We've never connected, but you know what? Keep up the good work. And I'll tell you this. I know anybody that writes or broadcasts, we've all at least gotten one positive message, email or anything, and you're on cloud 9 for a day, sometimes a week. So you don't know the impact of your words on other people, whether it's positive or negative. We have to really be mindful of what we're saying and what we're doing, because again, you know, you go, like, I think it's Yelp, right? You can review restaurants, you can review, you know, bars or clubs that you go to. And if you look at them, do me a favor. When I'm done don't go now, because I'm still talking to you, but go when I'm done here, go and look at the reviews. They're all bad. They're all nasty, right? And I could go to a restaurant 100 times, right? I could go there 100 times. In 99 of those times, I have a fantastic experience. I have the time of my life 99 out of 100 times. But that one time I have a bad experience, that's the only thing I talk about. I tell my friends that. I write it on Yelp. I share all that one negative time. But what the heck? What about the 99 positive times? That's the same thing with social media. You could see it over and over. You could see all this positive stuff over and over again, but nobody's saying it. And the first time you screw up or make a mistake, everybody's in your face. So Cal, I'm telling you, it'd be nice of people to just reach out to your favorite content creator, reach out to an old coworker, whatever, say, hey, you know what? I appreciate what you're doing. I love what you're doing, and keep it up. That stuff goes for miles in terms of the love and the beauty. So Cal, what's going on, my friend?
No, I love that, man. And I just so much of what you're saying, I was in the car traveling here and able to pull it up and listen to it on YouTube. But glad I get to jump on with you, because I'd love to pick your brain about some of this stuff. And even like to what you're saying, like when we think about some of those people that we appreciate what they do and we appreciate their work, sometimes we take for granted that there's just all these people that are always telling them that they're doing well. And we don't see the DMs that they get that are hateful and hurtful and personal attacks that have nothing to do with the content that they're creating. Even it could have to do with just something that they are. My co-host for Ask DLF, Tyler Karp, was dealing with something just 2 weeks ago, and he was vocal about it and talked about it on our show, where people were just talking about his looks, talking about, like, you know, just his voice, just criticizing him personally. And it's just it's infuriating. It's like, if you don't agree with a fantasy football take, like, you know, then just don't agree with a fantasy football take. But it's those kind of things that are so hard.
Cal, we both know Tyler is a stand-up dude. I mean, he's fantastic. He had, I will remember him and his show forever, because he had me on the draft live, and I was on with him the moment, you know, that Miami drafted Waddle, and you could clearly see my reaction, knowing that you know, the Lions were going to get Penny Sewell. So I'll forever be indebted to him. And as long as Penny Sewell is a Detroit Lion, to be fair, I haven't told Tyler this. Maybe I will after, maybe he'll catch this. But every time I think of Penny Sewell, I'm going to think of Tyler in that broadcast, because it was so special. It was so fun. And you know what, when you get people that reach out to you that way, and they have nothing but something negative to say, or you stink, or your rankings stink. My first initial reaction is to absolutely go nuts, like tear them down, bury them. People throw that term around a lot, like it's like I'm big and bad, I'll bury you. Well, let's be honest here. You're not going to bury anybody. But when someone says such awful, distasteful stuff, you have two options, right? You can just kill them with kindness, or you can just mind your P's and Q's. You can hold your tongue and probably realize that the person on the other end of that is not in a good place. They're miserable. They're going through something. They're not happy. There may be wishful thinking that they want to be where you are. They're jealous, things along those lines, right? And it's a slippery slope when you get into that stuff. But just realize that, again, I've mentioned a few kind of corny cliches that you would find at Target on a painting, but when someone is so miserable like that, you have to kind of take solace in that, like they're going through something. And what I was going to say is everybody is fighting a war that we know nothing about, right? If you're driving and someone cuts you off and they freak out, like we don't know like what they're going through in real life. So when people, act this way on social media or in real life, I take solace in the fact, well, you know what? It really wasn't really about me and my rankings or my broadcasting appearance or I pulled up at the wrong gas pump. It's not about me. It's the fact that you as the other individual is, you're going through something right now. And I then turn it like whatever I can do to make you feel better. Because again, real, regular, normal, everyday people don't act that way. Regular, normal, everyday people don't show up at the Kroger, when you're checking out and say, you know what? Your hat sucks, dude. Why don't you get that? People don't act that way. So social media has created this instance, or I think Mike Tyson said it, where people have gotten a lot comfortable, putting others down because there is no consequence. They can just kind of get in and out. They fade away. It's faceless. It's a nameless, faceless crime in a way. So just anybody that's ever dealt with, negative interactions or negative behavior, just take solace in the fact you're doing exactly what you should be. And the other person on the other end of that it is not in a good spot right now. So you take solace in that fact. I know it seems awful to say, take solace in someone else's misery, but whatever you have to do to kind of, get out of that, right?
Honestly, like the word that keeps coming to my mind when you're talking is empathy. And, I think that's the thing I remember. I'll never forget my grandpa. Like you talked about your dad and how much he meant to you, right? And like my grandpa was that person for me. He was always very. He had, when you talk about cliches and you're putting those Detroit Beasties, quotes up down there at the bottom. That was him. Like he was like a walking cliche. But they were also meaningful. Like life is 10% what happens to you, 90% how you react. He would always have something, some word of wisdom and be able to kind of put it in a good way. But he very suddenly died about 13, 14 years ago. And I remember that later the same day driving and I'm not completely absent-minded in my driving that day, but certainly my mind's elsewhere, right? Like that's a rough day.
Absolutely.
And I remember somebody, just laying on their horn with me and having the thought like, man, how can you not realize, that what I'm going through? But then I had the thought like, man, how many times have I done this where I didn't know if somebody else was, not that I've like laying on my horn, but are there times where I wasn't thinking that, hey, somebody else could be going through something? Like you mentioned empathy there. Like, was it like, were you always that? Like, were you taught to be empathetic, or do you remember moments where that became more important for you?
Yeah, I absolutely. I was never like that, right? So growing up, I was an only child. As I said earlier in the broadcast, I've had the same group of guy friends since I was a little boy, first grade together, 1991. So my parents were fantastic. Married, they would have been married forever had my dad not passed away in 2013, 2014. And I looking back now at this moment in time with you, Cal, I realized that my parents, they taught me more, and they they would tell me things and teach me stuff I wasn't even, mentally able to comprehend at a young age, or 10, 12, even as a teenager. But as life has progressed, there's been times where, my parents told me, I'll get to it. It's kind of a slow burn here, but this thing hit me where I remember I came home one night in high school. I'd been drinking, right? It's a school night. I came home drunk, me and my friends, and my dad woke me up and goes, "Listen, we'll talk in the morning. I'm not pissed." And he was never like that. He was just really quick to be angry, but he goes, "We'll talk about it in the morning, and we'll go from there." So in the morning, I said, "Well, I thought what I was doing was completely different. No one else had stayed out till 1 o'clock in the morning on a school night. No one else had drinking all this beer and went sledding at the park at whatever it was." And my father told me at 17, 18 years old, he goes, "Listen, there's nothing that you can do that your mother and I haven't done already." And I said, "There's no way. Everything I do is so original. Everything I do is so new, fresh, and fun." And it didn't even hit me. That's the statement that hit me literally 2 years ago, right? My dad had been dead for a few years. I'm a single man, not married, and it hit me, right? I was at home, working on something, right? Building, a new picnic table or something, and it just hit me out of nowhere. There's nothing that I can do that my mom and dad haven't done already. So even at an early age, they were telling me, very philosophical things to kind of, mold my mind, where I was always thinking about, other people, not myself, thinking about, my next door neighbor, or the guy at the corner, right? The homeless guy, or the guy sleeping under a bridge when it's cold out. Think of other people. Now, when I was in my haze of drinking and using drugs, I got away from all that. It was kind of a very selfish thing, right? You only think about yourself, and I got away from that. But now that's one of the biggest gifts I've ever been given is first getting sober, and second, reconnecting with the Chris who I was always meant to be, who I knew I could be. I just didn't achieve it at that moment in time. So now, as I sit here in front of you, I'm able to kind of, achieve this stuff. It's like a video game. Every day, every week, I'm unlocking new stuff, new characters, new mindsets, and it's just an absolute joy. So I'm back to where I think I should be as a man, given what my parents did when I was a child.
Yeah. So for somebody listening, maybe like, they're like, yeah, I mean, I think I'm empathetic, but like maybe not. Like maybe there's ways that I can get better at that. Like, are there certain things that you can think of that that like helps produce that kind of empathy? Because I mean, look, people go through a lot, and I think we all kind of like theoretically know that people go through a lot, but sometimes we don't make that connection that like sometimes our actions can make things worse for them or make things harder for them or whatever.
To be fair with you, I know this is going to sound awful, but I can only speak to what I know, right? I can't tell your story. I can't tell DFS Doc at Abe's story. I can only tell mine. And I know for me personally, all the pain and all the pain and the trauma that I went through, it's kind of shaped me who I am now. So it's like I'm Chris, but kind of a little bit better, right? Because of all that pain, of all that, there was a moment in time where I was homeless because I stole and I lied to everybody around me, and nobody wanted to be around me, and I had no money, and I was broke, and I had nothing, right? And so I was homeless, or sleeping in somebody's basement, or sleeping in my car, because it really did get that bad for me. And so now I look at that, so I'm better able to be empathetic because I've gone through it. Now I know not everybody on earth is going to go through a drug and alcohol problem. Not everybody on earth is going to be homeless. So not everybody is going to go through these very specific and certain situations, but you kind of molded by the pain, where I know what has happened and what I did. And I know how bad it could be if I ever choose to go down that route again. So when I see, folks out and about, down and out in a way, that's the first thing I think of. I think of, how it used to be like for me, and what I would do anything not to go back that way. But in a way, Cal, if this makes any sense, I'm lucky because I feel like I've been able to live 2 lifetimes in one. In a way, I'm the guy you see in front of you now, the positive kind of happy-go-lucky dude, but I was also that really down and out bum. I was a bum, right? So I've had all these situations that have molded me in what I am now and where I want to go in the future. So that empathy that you speak of, now again, what I was getting at is not everybody would want, even if you had the chance, you wouldn't want to go through that just so you could be enlightened and be empathetic. But it's something that it has to happen on your own, right? I mean, you can read, you can watch YouTube videos, you can go whatever, you can go on Reddit and you can see all this nasty, horrible behavior, but you until you experience it for yourself or firsthand, right? You can, maybe your brother or sister or your late mother or your late father, whoever it is, has gone through that, and here you are, disease, cancer, COVID. We all know, unfortunately, we all know, somebody that was affected by it, whether it be, firsthand or, your neighbor or a friend of a friend, right? But things like that, if I dare I say if used right, because that's not the right way to say it, but if looked upon right, if noticed correctly, that's kind of the kickoff to be empathetic. Like I'm big in animals, right? Abused animals, dogs, cats, wildlife here. And I've never harmed an animal, and no animal of mine has ever been harmed, but that's just something that I realized at a young age, right? And so we all have our own little quips and things like that. So it's just all about life experience to me personally. So to be empathetic is to just be kind, just to want to be kind to everybody that you encounter, regardless of the situation. Put yourself in those person's shoes. That is the definition of empathy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, I hope that you realize how inspiring your words can be on that. And I remember, we did some stuff through, I think it was our IDP guys initially, a couple of years ago when I first met you, and then we did that Detroit Lions team preview. That was great. Back in March or something like that. And what I love is that we're trying to figure out what the Detroit Lions are going to do, and it turned into the deepest conversation we had ever had. And absolutely. That any of my shows, those 32 that I did, turned into. And it's obvious that there's so much more to you than just DFS or the Detroit Lions or whatever it is. But I want to, what's up, DFS docket? But I want to hammer on something you said right there, because it's got to be a personal thing. And there's some people who went through what you went through, that what it would have produced in them is this idea of well, you just have to be somebody who's going to take charge, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and do better. And there's a lot of people that wind up with that, and they don't have that empathy that other people may struggle more, or there may be something worse there. Why? What is that difference for you? Has there been moments where you're you get frustrated that people aren't able to overcome certain things, or what keeps you in that humble mode of being able to empathize with what others are going through with that?
That's a great question. What's up, Abe? Glad you're here. Looks like he's probably in the garage at the police station. I shouldn't have said that, but here we are.
I'm at work right now, brother.
Yeah. So I guess the difference of what you said, Cal, if I can kind of process it, real time here, is the fact that I know, at any moment, I'm one wrong decision away from being back kind of in that lifestyle, being, sleeping under a bridge or, somewhere in an abandoned house on the east side. Right. And I know that one decision away, so that always keeps me on my toes in terms of the people I surround myself with or the decisions that I make, if that makes any sense, right? So I have to be super focused on what's going on. I can't let things just kind of fall by the wayside. There's an extra layer of work that I have to do every day, all day. It's always, I don't want to say it's in the back of my mind, because that would be awful. And like, that's all you think about, right? No, but in a way it is. I'm always writing stuff down. Anybody who knows me knows that I fill up notebooks at an unbelievably fast pace. I write everything down because I don't want to be caught in my own head long enough. I know one more quip, one cool cliche my late father told me is like, your head, he goes, Chris, your head is like a dangerous neighborhood. You don't want to be caught in it alone. And that makes sense. So that's why I've always had this air of just in terms of recently, just being open and honest, and just saying most things that I'm thinking within reason, obviously, because if I keep all that stuff in, it's going to kind of slow me down. It's going to kind of set me back in a way. So if I just get it all out there to anybody that will listen, or anybody who values my opinion, getting it out makes me feel better. And there's really there's no payoff. I'm not saying all this stuff to get all this adulation or to get paid or to be famous. It's just the way I've learned to deal with situations in my life.
Chris, you said it really well, actually, how, you're one step away from going back, living under a bridge and all that. And I know you've seen it growing up where you did. And in my line of work, I see it, unfortunately, every single day. And more than anything, it gives you that appreciation of life, that what I have for me now, like, just think about how much worse it could be with one or two bad decisions, one or two things that don't go my way, and look where I'm going to be. And I come home every day and I see my wife and I see my children, and I'm so appreciative. Even though, I've been married a long time, me and my wife fight just about every day. That's just the way it
like
is.
A normal marriage, sure.
Yeah. My kids, there are times I want to throw them out of the house. That's part of, that's just part of life. But at the same time, I'm so appreciative, and I love my life that I have a roof over my head, and I have my support, somewhat supportive wife, and I have my children there with me, and you hug them and you kiss them every day, because one mistake can get rid of everything that you have. Everything.
Absolutely.
And you might think my life sucks. All this crap I'm going through, it sucks. But you know what? If you go out into the world and you see what kind of garbage is out there, and people killing people because they breathe the wrong way, because they
shoes, yeah.
Yep, I've seen people killed over, hey, I don't like your haircut. Killed over that. And to think like my life sucks because my wife won't let me go play basketball tonight. No, it's not. It ain't like that.
No. And again, that's when I mentioned to Cal not too long ago, it's like it makes I feel lucky in a way. I get to live two lives in one. So it's like when I talk about, I've done it before, but I kind of refrain from always saying stop and smell the roses, but be appreciative for what you have. I truly mean that. And that's just the way that I live. And that's fine. Taking things for granted, that's going to happen. People live that way. And there's nothing we can do about that. But I'm telling you, anybody that's watching this now or live with us now, slowing down once a day or once a week, whatever you got to do, slowing down and just looking around and being, thankful for what you have in your life, no matter how small it is. I'm not a big materialistic person, so you don't need a big house. You don't need a brand new car. Just be in today's day and age, everything that's going on, be thankful for your health, right? If you don't have your health, you have nothing. All the money in the world, all the fame, all that nonsense, it's meaningless. So I love the idea of always, stopping, slowing down and saying, you know what, it could always be worse. We all know somebody that's sick or that's not doing well, or we all know someone that's down and out or whatever it is. So we have to be thankful and also grateful for what we have now. And I know, I'll be honest with you too, there's people on social media who do that stuff all the time. I'm very thankful for you, and I appreciate my followers and everything. And it kind of, nobody will say it because you'd be a dick if you said it, but it kind of, you're like, you got another spiel? That's all you're always talking about. Like, let's do, like, I mean, I'm just being honest here, right? So you have to realize that whatever, if that one person is saying that stuff over and over again, leave it be. They're not harming you. And that's just the whole, how you're living and the misery thing here. So it's plain and simple, just be kind. I mean, come on now. And let's reset real quick before I get the heck out of here. We're hanging out here, Brighter Skies, Pod-A-Thon, best ball league. There's a ton of prizes. It's to combat, cyberbullying, just live in a better way, kind of. And I know $20 donation. There's a ton of prizes. Mine, I'm giving away a full season premium DFS optimizer. And if you'd like, you can get a 10-15 minute kind of consultation every week during the season before 1 o'clock lock in terms of our DFS lines up. So shoot a message to Julian, shoot a message to Cal, DFS.me, whatever you want to do. And again, your time and your effort is more precious than your money. So I just don't, you get in to situations like this and people feel bad. I don't have any money. We're not looking for your money all the time. If you have it, you give it. If not, we're glad that you're here. And again, if you don't have any money to donate, reach out to me. I'll give you something. If you don't have any money to donate, reach out to a friend, reach out to a family, say, hey, you know what? Thanks for what you do. Or I came across you and I appreciate what you've done for me recently or what you've done for other people. So Cal, anything else before we get out of here this evening?
Well, I know I'm hanging out here. The Dynasty Vipers are going to be coming up, and we've got a really special guest. Mr. Adam Rank is joining us as well, so that's going to be a whole lot of fun to do that. I do think we're going to go through some of the mock draft, but I just want to tell you, like you talk about saying, being appreciative to other people, and I really do appreciate listening to you talk. And I love your fantasy advice and all that, but anytime you start talking about other things, like it's obvious, like you've really poured yourself into thinking, like trying to be self-aware, trying to be a better person, trying to have empathy for people and understand where people are coming from and help people out. And I just want to, I appreciate that you do that and that you share that. It's not just something that you keep hidden behind the camera for your personal life. Like you share that out with people, and I appreciate you doing that.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't want, if Matt is backstage watching this, Dingus, don't get nervous. I'm not going to hang, but I'm going to hang for a minute and say hi. We'll do a little crossover. We'll reset and we'll go from there. And Matt is here and I'm talking to his show. Oh, there he is. Matt, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing good here on location here, a little family camping trip. So definitely had to figure out a way to slide this into the whole schedule as we go about it.
Easily the best mustache in fantasy football. Easily.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
It is. It really is. We just had Daniel Dopp on our show the other day, and Calvin put me in my place pretty quick about not having the best facial hair on the show for once, which is really rare that happens. So I'm glad to come in here right now and regain that throne as the best facial hair going on the Blue Skies Pod-A-Thon.
Yeah, Dopp has always prided from everything I've known. Dopp has always prided himself on his beard, and it is glorious. I think he's a local guy. I know he roots for the Lions. He's a big Detroit sports fan. I don't know where he was born or raised, but Dopp has a fantastic beard. So I know you two, Calvin and Matt. You have Mr. Adam Rank coming on here shortly, so we'll hold it down for a couple more minutes. Abe, anything you want to say before we get the heck out of here? And I very much appreciate you joining for a short period of time today.
I wish I would have known earlier. Honestly, I got to work about an hour ago, and I didn't even realize that this was going on. I would have, Chris, you and I go back a long time. And, honestly, what the work I'm doing right now today, because of the torrential rain we're about to get, is going to be, thankfully, a very easy and simple night for me. So Chris, if you're making your way downtown, hit me up. We'll go grab. No, I can't drink. I'm on duty right now. So, but we can definitely get like a Sprite or something. I'd love to see you, buddy.
Absolutely.
And I'm hoping sometime soon. I know you're scheduled to come on with us for a little divisional preview coming up shortly. I hope sometime soon you're in studio with us as well as we're starting as COVID is, as we're beating COVID.
Opened up.
Where everything's open, Michigan's 100% open, and we're going to start recording back in person, in studio. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm technologically incompetent. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to any of this stuff. Like all my audio levels and the cameras and this and that. Like I'm a cop. I don't know what I'm doing. Like I play baseball and I enforce the law. I couldn't tell you how to do any of this stuff.
And I handle firearms.
Yeah, right. I can do that pretty well. But we're gonna be back in person. We're gonna be live, hopefully, maybe trying to figure it all out. And Chris, you got an open invite not only on the show but in studio also, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, it's let's reset real quick before the Dynasty Vipers get rolling here. It's 7 p.m. Eastern here in Detroit, and I want to kind of tie this thing up in a nice little bow here before I get out of here after almost an hour and a half broadcast, just looking at myself and talking. So I want anybody that's watching this now, take it upon themselves. I'm challenging you. Just send a message, text message, email, DM, just send a message to one person and tell that person what you're thankful for. Hey, I like this about you. I love that you did this. One positive piece of information and go from there. And in the same vein, question yourself, what are you grateful for today? It's that easy. Can be your dog, can be your cat, could be for a warm, dry household. I know we've had a ton of rain here in Michigan and a kind of, moving towards the East Coast. So message one person, doesn't matter who it is, and say, hey, I'm thankful for what you do and in terms of this. And then look at your own self and say, this is what you're grateful for. And I know before we close out, I keep saying this. I don't know if it's become my tag yet, but individually, we can only do so much. By myself, I can only do so much. But when we connect and we build up together, anything is possible. So just be better to people, be better to yourself. And I appreciate everyone being here for about an hour and a half. And Cal, I'll turn it over to you, and I'll hang here for a couple moments and let this thing kick off for you guys at 7.
Well, I definitely appreciate that. And seriously, I listened to most of that. Like, I think the hardest thing in the world to do is to do a show completely by yourself. And you killed it, man. Like, at no point did I feel like you were, like out of your element or like, yeah, and I feel like you were connecting dots and everything. Like, it felt all connected and meaningful and good. And so, yeah, I'd certainly appreciate that. And Abe, good. I don't know if I've ever been on with you, but appreciate having a chance.
No, we gotta have you on, brother. We gotta have you on. We had Matt on a couple months ago. Our hardest problem is that we do a show once a week so myself doing what I do for a living, my partner, he's a lawyer, and that's kind of how we got the name of the show and all. But it's so difficult to do a show with our lives more than once a week. So getting we try and limit ourselves to 2 guests per show maximum. And there's so many good people in the industry. It's hard to come up with a list of everybody you want to have on and try and, I'm not going to say cut it, but just to limit of, that's why we do it 52 weeks out of the year, so we can talk to everybody all throughout. And it's football and it's life, and we just love it.
Thank you, Abe. Guys. As we see, Cal, I'll let you introduce your people. I know Major well. We've been on several clubhouse events together. Tara, how are you? We haven't really crossed paths, but we're now in the Viper Pit. I'm sure that's what you guys call when you guys all get together. And Tara, I just want to say I appreciated your 30 for 30. Basically, you did 30.
Nice.
Thank you. That was fantastic. And Major, I appreciate what you're doing, and I'm going to get the heck out of here. I'm thirsty, and I'm ready to just kind of sit back with my feet up and watch the next the round of people here. So you have a great show, and I'll be in touch.
Good job, man.
Yeah, great job. Thanks, guys. Well,
and I'm gonna let you guys do. I'm gonna let you guys do your thing. So, but I'll be tuning in.
Yep. Thanks.
Peace.
And we're here, just over the top of the hour here on this Brighter Skies pod, and I'll go ahead and introduce everyone. Matt was jumping in and out there, as you guys saw. We got a message from StreamYard, really weird. They said you can only have a 9.5 mustache or lower. You cannot have a perfect 10 mustache and be on a stream. So he's doing everything he can to fix that and lower the gloriousness of his mustache as we speak. But while he does that, I'll go ahead and introduce our guest. We got to start with Tara. Tara, he mentioned it. You're 30 for 30. We know you have a lot going on. What else are you doing? What else are you up to besides being maybe the fastest growing Twitter account in the country?
The country,
Well, I mean, aside from that, just joining way too many leagues, best ball, dynasty, auction, DFS, you name it. Apparently I'm getting pretty diverse. So, but it's all good. Yeah. I've been doing good. The 30 players in 30 days videos are going really well. It's fun to kind of, dive deep into those players that, aren't the top dogs, the Calvin Ridleys and all that good stuff. But yeah, I'm close to wrapping that up. And then, once we get into that, we'll start doing some different shows as well. So it's been going good.
Those are solo shows, and like as I mentioned before with Chris, those are so hard to do. And I did one for DLF that was just like I had to stop and restart it like about 15 times. So take us behind the scenes. Like how many times do you have to restart it every time you do one? Be honest.
I promise I have nailed a couple on the first go, and when that's it, I cut it. I'm like, I'm good with it. Let's go. But there's been some where I don't know, man. Some players, I don't know if maybe I didn't have the conviction in them that I thought or something, but there were some that I've had to do like 6, 7, 8, and I'm just sitting there, and you have the ones that are really frustrating, or when you're almost through, everything's going great, and then all of a sudden you just say something really weird. You're like, wait a second. Restart.
I have no idea what you're talking about there. Saying something weird in the middle of a conversation.
Right. And then Major, of course, who is like I'm pretty sure he's a majority owner in Clubhouse. How are you today, Major?
I wish. I am good. What's going on, Calvin?
What you been up to, Major? You got anything I know you got some shows you're planning on rolling out?
Leagues. I've been in several leagues, drafts, and all that good stuff. I'm on the final stages of like making my show. I have like this thing where I am a perfectionist, and sometimes that perfectionist turns into procrastination a little bit. So I have to like pull back some of the stuff. I'm trying to make it too big. So I'm getting to a good sweet spot. So it's going to be coming soon.
Very good. And of course, all this is here, make sure you're paying attention to below the screen here on that's rolling through. There's a lot of different ways that you can help for this cause. And, the cyberbullying is certainly something that I think we all, if we haven't been personally affected, we know somebody that has. This is something that we, all of us need to make sure we're doing a better job of and bringing awareness to. So I love this Pod-A-Thon. And Chris had some amazing things to say. And I hope that we get an opportunity to, communicate on some of those things. And I'll just toss it out to you here, Major and Tara. Like, is there something like, personal or something that you've seen, through someone else that just made this an issue that you care about, or something that you would like to communicate to people?
You want to go first, Tara?
Yeah, I can. I haven't experienced cyberbullying just 'cause I probably haven't been on the internet as much as I would like to. But, growing up was a little bit difficult for me in high school. I did go through a lot of bullying just because I went from a different school environment to a brand new school environment. And for some reason, I just didn't mesh well. And so in terms of bullying, it's a topic that really does mean a lot to me, in making sure that people can not only just have safety from bullying, whether it's in person or cyberbullying, but also an outlet to feel like they can speak about it as well and feel comfortable.
Absolutely.
Major, and then obviously Matt has trimmed his mustache a little bit, and actually, Major, let me come right back to you, Matt. You do something that is that's really cool that I don't know that everybody knows about, and can you just talk about being a foster parent and having how many children have come through there, and what you've seen, and some of the ways that things that they've had to deal with and ways you've seen them overcome it. Just talk a little bit about that experience.
Yeah, no, my wife and I, we've been foster parents for a while. She was actually fostering before we got together there. So that kind of came into that. I come from a small family, just me and my sister. She comes from a family that's a little bit larger. Her mother and father did the same thing, where they fostered hundreds of kids in her time back across the country. They've done it from the East Coast all the way to the prairies here. And I think last time we checked, and I'd have to double check with her, she's just outside minding the kids right now at the campfire. I think we've had 85 children come through our household.
Wow. That's dope.
So we joke around that number about having 11 kids or 12 kids or cheaper by the dozen in the Donnelly household. But the reality is we've had about 85 kids come through. And a lot of those children have come from different kinds of backgrounds. Some people who are watching this have probably experienced at some point, and some that we dread as parents, caregivers, that we just can't fathom what they've come from, what they've seen, and the psychological abuse that comes along with that, and that mental struggle that they see every day, even when you're trying to be kind, like even raising your voice at times could put them on edge. So it's a very difficult thing to kind of find that line where you want to try and give them a real life and try and give them real life experiences, but also knowing that, you know, if I'm watching a football game and I scream at the top of my lungs, it might be a trigger for one of them too, or a trigger that loud, especially being a loud male, that my voice, I'm a loud person to begin with.
No,
and I've got a deep voice, so it's toning that down a little bit from time to time as well.
Yeah, I love that, and I think now is a good time to go ahead and turn this host chair back over to you, Matt. And I think somebody in the Boom Boom room is ready to come in and, you know, make his entrance on the pod.
Oh, so yeah, we see the man here right now. He's essentially the fantasy football version of a certain Los Angeles Angel. The guy, he not only can he hit dingers, but he can throw no hitters. We've got Adam Rank joining us here right now. He can podcast, he can write, he can do TV, you name it, he can do it. He is the oh boy, here we go. I'm gonna try to pronounce someone's name that I'm gonna totally butcher, but we'll go say Ohtani of fantasy football.
Shohei Ohtani. That's really nice. I got the Shohei Ohtani bobblehead up there too. If I actually move this up a little bit so you can check that out. That's a very nice introduction. And listening to that story, Matt, so admirable that you and your family do that with the foster kids. I can't even fathom what that's like. You know, I have 2 small children, and just to be able to open up your home and your hearts to so many kids. It's funny to just listening to the conversation where you're just talking about it and you're not being matter of fact. But you're like, that's a really big thing. Like, it's not, it's not, I don't know. I don't think it's not talked about, but I mean, that's insane. That's not insane, but I mean, that's so admirable. I was trying not to, I usually come into these things and I'm a house of fire, ready to throw down a bunch of jokes, but I'm listening to it. I'm like, this is such like, what a good person you are. Like now I feel bad about myself a little bit, but it's
nobody in the world is worse at promoting themselves than Matt. That's why, like, I wanted to make sure I tossed that out and said, like, I don't think people know like what you do, but 85, that is 85. So many lives that you have impacted by opening your house and loving those kids, and just the awareness to think through like what your actions, your tone, your facial, expressions, things like that, and what kind of effect it can have on people. That takes a lot.
Well, and it comes like, once again, Rank, I'm going to kind of put it back here, so don't feel bad. It's all the wife. You know what I mean? It really is. It's her heart. It's her kindness. I kind of just come along for the ride, and that's how that works out. But we talk about this, the cyberbullying, the bullying and stuff that goes in through. A lot of these kids that come into care are maybe socially awkward at school because of their experiences, and then they get bullied at school as well because of those experiences that I had no control over. So it's talking to them about that and trying to explain to them and talk about their situation, because a lot of them kind of blame themselves at times for these experiences as well. So that's where the wife comes into handy, because she's really good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Major, I think we skipped over you, and I think you had something you wanted to share on this as well, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I have a daughter, and she's a Hollywood kid. She's in the industry. She's been a dancer and an actress for a while, and she has her own YouTube channel. So with that comes, the bullies. You get that. It's kind of hard to, make sure that she's good with all that stuff. But I just try to tell her, like, don't read the comments is like the number one thing. These people don't know you. That's like the biggest thing. But she get critiques about her dancing and about her acting, stuff like that. So it's just really hard to navigate that without like me trying to beat up the internet,
Yeah.
Adam, what would you say to someone like, I guess, going through that? Like, and this happens to a lot of fantasy football analysts too, right? I mean, we can't look on any of the major names and underneath anything that they post, they can post like, hey, Pat Mahomes is a really good football player, and somebody's going to be like, yeah, but you're ugly. It's like there's something like that under almost every one of those. Like, I'm sure you dealt with some of that yourself. Like, and what would you like? How would you encourage someone maybe that's going through that?
Well, you just have to let them know where all this is coming from, what it's stemming from, because I think it's so easy to take things like this personally. But like you said, like they don't know me. They don't know, what's going on in my life or anything like that. But people are jealous because, if they see that Matthew Berry's got millions of followers and he's crushing life and he's in an Avengers movie, they're going to take shots at him just because he is such a prominent name. But it's not you just have to understand, like people are like they want to switch places with you. And I think it goes back, I was thinking about as you were telling these stories, like when I was in elementary school, I remember the kid who was sitting in front of me one time called me a schoolboy because I got good grades. And you feel bad about it. Like, oh, I'm sorry that I'm getting good grades and I'm smart. And then you have to look at like, well, what is this coming from? He's coming because like he's struggling. He's not doing well at school. There could be something that happens at home or whatever. So a lot of times, and it's not easy to do. It's not easy to disassociate yourself from that. But just realize it. It's as weird as it sounds when they're sitting there like commenting, and it's not even posts about Mahomes or anything like that. You can post photos of your kids or whatever, and people will talk S on it. But you have to you should realize it's not personal because they don't know you, so it can't be personal. They're reacting to a public profile of somebody that they would all want to be. Like I sit there and I comment on a lot of posts on Instagram and people are like, oh, you're an attention seeker. And you're like, yeah, that's what all of us are doing online. Like we all are here trying to get attention in some respect, And so your avenue or their avenue is to come after somebody who's got a bigger following or whatever it is. And again, just don't take it. It's hard not to take personal, but you really shouldn't take it personal. And that's what I would tell anybody. And even, Major, your daughter, I agree with the like don't read the comments, but sometimes people say some very nice things as well. And that's so true. You could always as long as she can flush the bad ones and be like, God, that person doesn't matter. And if somebody, you might have reached somebody might really admire what you're doing. And, I read the comments and I'm like, I just know, if it's real easy to mute somebody on Twitter. Just be like, all right, see you later. Like I got rid of you that quickly. And, that's just, it's a grind that you got to go through. And I'll admit, like sometimes, every once in a while, it's kind of like when you're playing with your kids. And the boy the boy loves to wrestle. And then every once in a while he'll kick you somewhere and it really hurts. And you're like, oh, that stings. That's kind of what it's like with the comments. Like most of the time you're like, whatever, I don't care. And then every once in a while, and especially if somebody's like really thought about what they're talking about and it's actually an intelligent critique that's slamming you, and you're like, oh, that kind of stung a little bit. But at the same time, you just have to realize who's important in your life. Yeah. What do they think about you? And then everything else will take care of itself.
Do you remember when that first started? Like, do you remember, like, I mean, you were already, doing your thing, but like at the dawn of social media, like, do you remember when it went from somebody emailing you maybe to all of a sudden there's these anonymous accounts?
Great question.
I think it's always been there. And even before social media, you would go on like message boards or comments on your articles or anything like that. And even when I was younger and I was in school and like, I remember not being a huge fan of the sports guy. And again with this not being personal, but there's a prominent person who's a Boston sports fan. And my two teams happen to be the Lakers and the Angels at the time, who are like rivals. So you're like, I don't like what you're writing because you're making fun of my team or whatever. It's not personal. Like I'm not. So it's always just been around. And like, even like sending emails, like, to newspaper columnists or anything like that. Like I kind of did that. Like I would always be upset with some of the local columnists here when I was in like elementary school or a little bit older, high school, and a columnist would write something bad about the Angels or whatever. I would send an email like, listen here, you don't know what you're talking, not thinking because you're a dumb kid, and send stuff off. So it always, I almost, for me, I always feel like it's coming full circle. Like, yeah, okay, I deserve this. Am I the 49ers 3-13 guy? I am. And it's just, things just working themselves back out again. So it's always just kind of been around. Like, remember, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember message boards, and there'd be like flame wars or anything like that. Like you would be like on a message board. And it's so funny to be behind a keyboard and you're like, listen here, Boston Finn. And just saying like the meanest things that you can think
You
of.
can think of, yeah.
And then you get face to face with them and you're like, oh, hey, it's nice to meet you. Like, you're not a terrible person, but it's like, and it's theatrics and things like that. And I do, I also do stand up, and there's times too, people will like yell out stuff at you during a show, or they like get real upset about something. And then you see them afterwards, they're like, oh, hey, I thought I was contributing to the show. And you got to tell them, like, you weren't. I mean, thankfully, I'm very funny and I can overcome. No. But you also just got to, you're like, again, like, it wasn't, like, most of the time, this isn't personal. Like, somebody is not really, they literally don't hate you. But they're just saying mean things and trying to get a reaction. And, it's unfortunate, but hopefully, and again, like, I'm not blaming, like, it hurts sometimes, but at the end of the day, if you can remember that it's not personal, it'll help you out a lot.
Just want to draw attention again to the banner that's scrolling down at the bottom of the screen. Just make sure you guys go visit the @BrighterSkiesFF on Twitter, and there's a link there in the bio where you can go and you can donate. Also, ViridianGlobal.com merch is incredible. Matt, talk a little bit about those guys, Will, the Viridian Global, and like what you can get over there. And right now, 100% proceeds are going to charity.
Yeah, no, they're great over there at Viridian here. So obviously, Major, he's wearing the Fear the Stash T-shirt there. That mustache is literally my mustache on our on one of our logos. I got one of those SFB Pink Floyd SFB 11 T-shirts I purchased from Viridian. You get like all our Viper stuff. You get to the great quality there, and then the Blue Sky stuff, fantastic logo. You see that on the backdrop right above Major's head, and like I said, I can't say enough about the Viridian Global and how kind they've been to us as the Dynasty Vipers and the Vipercast crew, and the collective that they have. They've got just about every group of individuals and podcasts out there right now. From, I think, Fantasy Points is in there, and Fade the Noise. I think they've got some product in there as well. So if you're looking for your favorite podcasts and stuff, Viridian Global's got you covered there for sure.
Yeah, it really is a great place. And why not, right? Like, you're going to get some great merchandise if you go over there, and you're going to be supporting a great cause. It really is like, open up a second screen, like if you're watching this on YouTube, and just go check out what they have, because Viridian Global really is like podcast. You could go support some of those guys and they will so appreciate it. Like, I can't tell you, like, when I have seen people post that they bought something that was Dynasty Vipers, how much that like meant. It was just like this brand that Matt has really worked hard to produce and build. Look, he's got 86 children. He needs it, guys. Come on, let's support him.
Well, and it's just not that. It's just not that part of the collective. You can get some stuff like Visca Chanot, he's got like a little thing there. Antonio Gibson, they've got some nice little knockoffs of there of his and his brand. They're like a Gibson guitar pick and stuff. Master June there, if you go check him out on the Twitter there, he comes up with these amazing designs for Viridian there. And Will Harris is just a genius behind it all as well.
Yeah, I'd love to go back, Tara. It's been a while since we've heard from you. Just any thoughts on what we've heard here so far? I saw you shaking your head earlier on some of the things Adam was saying.
Yeah, I was thinking as Adam was talking, I was thinking about how we don't. So in the Behind the Grind show, we don't specifically ask about this, but this kind of topic and these answers kind of lend itself to the things we talk about in that series. And so it gets brought up a lot, and it's, the how to handle when you get hate on Twitter, how to deal with using the mute button, all of that. So, it's just very interesting. All of the feedback that people have in terms of how to deal with that.
Adam, I noticed you've got your Instagram there. Like, have you feel like you've hit a max on Twitter and you're trying to grow your Instagram now? Is that?
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up to the two. Yeah, trying to get them to be equal or whatever, and just branching out to Instagram to try to hit all the they're not even millennials, right? That's like the Gen Z kid. Although they're all on TikTok now, anyways. It's a new demographic. Like Instagram actually feels meaner than Twitter, which is what I think it's the opposite of what people expect it to be. But it is like a bunch, and you go on to like the bios of the people who are hating on you, and it's like, CHS class of 24. I'm like, how are you so mean and so young? Like, you're a clown. Like, oh my gosh. Like that, if you go into their favorites, if you hit the emojis and hit their favorites, like the clown emoji's got to be the one that's the number one thing. But yeah, just reaching out, just listen, just trying to get the profile. Again, like it is one of those things. It's part of it. Like we've got to do this dance that you got to be out on social media representing yourself, even though it opens you up to, some people who might not always agree with you, but that's okay. Yeah. That's just, it's just part of the gig, I guess. But
yeah, I want to hammer in a little bit on that because like whether it's Instagram or whether it's, whether it's Twitter, whether it's whatever, these anonymous accounts sometimes, like I think being behind a screen, and you touched on it, Adam, like being behind a screen gives you this courage to just become the worst parts of who you are sometimes. Like there's a lot of people who just embrace that and get, and before you guys came on, me and Chris Robin, Detroit Beastie, were talking about just empathy and having like care for other people. And I remember being someone who I grew up as someone who, when I started driving, like I would get road rage, and it was just like my dad did it. I kind of carried that on. And then I remember the day my grandpa died, my grandpa, who was like one of the most important people in my life. And I remember driving that day, and like, I wouldn't say I was like completely absent-minded, but I certainly wasn't 100% focused on exactly what I was doing. And I didn't, crash or do anything like that, but I kind of merged over on somebody and they just laid on the horn. I mean, just like, one of those where they just laid on it. And I remember having the thought like, gosh, I mean, give me a break. I'm going through something here. And then the next time I went to go, do something like that, I had that thought, wait a minute, those people might be going through something too. Like, and all of a sudden that empathy thing has started coming out a little bit more for me. And, you don't have to have that behind an anonymous account.
Yeah, it's true. It's funny. All you have to do is see somebody in a car near you road raging to realize how dumb it is to be upset at everything that's going on. And so it is weird, though, when you think about it. I would probably be nicer online or in comments or things like that because those words stay there. Like forever. You can read it and like they stay. Like I'm more apt to be meaner in person. Like I will just say mean thing. And I again, this goes back to doing stand-up or whatever, where I don't have a fear of like saying whatever, and like making jokes or being a little bit meaner or what. Like not like nasty, but like, hey, just like, if like a heckler is, going after you or something, and having that but when you put it down in words and you're typing it, I'm like, I don't know how you go through that. Because you can read it before you hit send, or even if you hit send, like that just stays there. And it's open to interpretation. Like whenever I put anything online, whether it's an Instagram comment or a tweet or anything like that, like I sit there and study it for a second because I'm like, this is standing here, like it's there. It's not like a thing that's in the moment. It's just there. And I don't know how these kids they just don't think about that. Like, these words stick around. Like, it's not a disappearing thing. And it's going to be connected to your name forever, or not forever, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just wild to me that people will have that kind of bravado. And so, I don't know. I think that I might be the reverse. I just think I would be more apt to say something in person. Just like, hey, because I'm also awkward and I'll just say something dumb. Because I always hate, and this was like a thing that was tough when I was doing stand-up, is like hating silence. It took me a long time to get over that. Like, like the silence, you just got to say something and you'd end up saying just, I don't know, something innocuous random, or just some, like non sequiturs. You're just like, I don't know, like, hey, did you ever like Timothy Dalton is James Bond and somebody look at you like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know. I got to fill the silence somehow. I want to talk about this subject apparently, but it is wild. I wish I could understand people being just so, cause like, it's there. Like you don't proofread it. Like go back and read it and say it out loud. And then before you hit send and be like, oh, like maybe I should tone this down a little bit. Like I used to as an exercise, like if my neighbor did something, like if my neighbor was parking too close to you or something, like sit there and literally write down and know, like, how dare you, like, where do you get, like, write it and then read it back and you're like, what was I like, why would you do that? Like, I don't know. I think of the people that were putting stuff out there. If you read it, or at least go to your mother and read it, be like, hey mom, how does this come off if I say this? You're the biggest clown who ever existed. I don't know how you have a job. Like, if you would be comfortable saying that to your mom, then fine, send it. But otherwise, why don't you just leave that one in the drafts file?
That basically sounds like my mom after she watches me on a show.
Yeah.
But you saying that kind of triggers something for me. Like, I feel like athletes are the only one that is like acceptable to like cyberbully now. Because how often, especially fantasy analysts or guys trying to come up on Twitter, how many times do they go out and say someone's trash or someone's like, just the language of fantasy football? Sometimes I think we need to look at it a little bit as well.
Like, for us critiquing a player, like I'm always very mindful of that, where I will say stuff where you're like, hey, and this isn't even accurate. I can't even think of a player. I'm trying to think of like a bad player, like wherever you'd be like, okay, like so-and-so, where you're like, oh, like Mitch Trubisky, like obviously better. He's obviously better than me, but compared to NFL quarterbacks, he sucks. Like I always try to put that in that context of like, hey, if we were playing intramural flag football, like I would probably take Mitch. Like if we were on the beach playing pickup or something, like, yeah, I would probably take Mitch out there. Otherwise, but if you made me choose between him and Josh Allen, I'm taking Josh Allen. That was one, you know what? That's actually funny because we would, this was on Fantasy Live a couple of years ago. We were in meetings and I kind of brought that thing up. Like, hey, we should be careful. Like where you're like, hey, this guy's garbage. Like maybe like, unless, and TV's different than podcasts because you can kind of explain yourself a little bit, but like realize like, hey, you're gonna be captured. They're gonna send out this clip on the NFL Network handle of 20 seconds where you just don't want to be like, hey, this guy's garbage, and don't start him. But you can also just say like, hey, his matchup's difficult. Like he's obviously a good player. Like he's a good player. Like Marvin Jones is a good player, but I'm not starting him this week against Jalen Ramsey. Like you can make that kind of connection without being like, this guy sucks or anything like that, because it's too easy to do that. Although the players have now turned it on us. Well, now they're coming after us. Jalen Ramsey told me to STFU because all I did was point out that Darnell Mooney made a great move on him. And he's like, shut up. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, I can see the tape. Like I watched it. And he's like, yeah, but what? And he was going on and he was like, he was commenting on every Bears, like every 14-year-old Bears fan would post the video, and then Jalen Ramsey would show. And Jalen Ramsey's got millions of followers. Like,
right.
They're tagging me in the post. Like, bro, like I can't even, like I have a fraction of the followers you do on Instagram. I can't keep up with everybody. You're seeking this out. You're letting everybody know. But that was more that I find that humorous more than anything. Like, yeah, Jalen Ramsey, that's kind of fun. Like, hey, the best cornerback in the world took a time out of his day to call me a clown because I happened to speak up for Darnell Mooney. But yeah, that was fun.
And I think
my favorite part about that is that you said in the intramural game you would probably take Mitch Trubisky. You didn't want to be definitive about it.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know. Like, if you ever go down, like, there's guys who play these intramural games. Like, would Trubisky have the touch to be able to play intramurals? Like, is he too advanced for people who are playing at this level? Like, like he's almost too good. And he's ruining it for everybody else. Like if you took like he's just trying to rifle the ball in too hard. And it's like, yeah, this is a guy that, works at, he works at Remax. I don't know that he can take he's not Allen Robinson. You can't throw the ball that hard and expect him to catch it. Where the soft buttery passes that I'm throwing that just loft there for a little bit, that might be easier for them to catch.
That's pretty good. But you made a really good point with Jalen Ramsey. And I think that's one of the things that I don't think we always think about is, we think of somebody as being like Jalen Ramsey almost seems like he would just be invincible to something that you post, like showing the Darnell Mooney beat him, like, and him taking offense to that, almost seems like there's no way Jalen Ramsey is going to be insecure about that.
It was a check down post of all these great receivers he's facing. And I'm like, oh, and they didn't even mention Darnell Mooney, who put that move on him last year. And then he was like, nope, I'm not having this. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get upset at you, Jalen Rams. I'm just saying, like, I was just sticking up for a Bears guy. And, and he's, he'll come back and be like, your team sucks. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why we're celebrating this one play. That's all we had to celebrate last year. Like, a lot of people could sit there and be like, hey, we made the playoffs. We beat this team. For Bears fans, it was like, hey, remember the time that Darnell Mooney put that move on Jalen Ramsey? That was our seminal moment for 2020. And we're just talking about it a bunch. Sorry, we don't mean anything by it.
What's crazy is that it happens at all levels. So, and Matt knows this. I don't know if we told everybody, but one of my videos, a relative of one of the players that I was talking about watched the video and liked it. So you really never know who is watching the videos, who's listening to it, no matter what you're talking about. So when that happened, that was something that kind of clicked in my mind, like, oh, wait a second, like actual people can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah, that's a fine line, because it's like you want to be able to give like honest analysis and not have in the back of your mind that they, that any criticism could come across poorly. Like, that is kind of a fine line there. And you must have to really balance that out a lot, Adam, don't you?
Well, I'm for sure. And if, as long as you're coming back from a factual basis and can tie it back to something of trends or whatever we're seeing, if you're like, if I predicted the Steelers are going to go 7-10, whatever it is, 17 games now. It's so obnoxious.
It's going to take a lot to get used to.
Goodness. And you're like, hey, and if I don't know, if Juju came after me, he's like, why are you predicting us to only win 7 games? And you'd be like, well, you have 4 new starters on the offensive line. Ben Roethlisberger, was battling a knee injury last year. And, by the way, every team in the NFL has, NFL players on it. So it's not like you're not damning anybody, but you're like, hey, these are the kind of things I think could be a problem for you this season. And so it does happen. People will be, why are you saying this? What's happening? And you're like, well, the matchup. Like, you're going up against Jalen Ramsey. He hasn't given up 50 receiving yards this season. So I don't know. I'm not starting you. Prove me wrong. But I'm just telling you, I'm not saying you're bad. But yeah, so sometimes you just gotta, as long as you're coming from a statistical point of view or you have some sort of thought in it, I think most people kind of understand the game that we're playing, and so they will, okay. But if you're just wildly being rude and obnoxious and saying, oh, this guy's garbage or whatever, or anything like that, then people tend to get upset. Like, I know, like, when we talk about Jared Goff and some Lions fans, like, you're just being mean-spirited and whatever, I'm like, well, here's my thing, is Sean McVay traded him. Like, no matter what I've said about Jared Goff, Sean McVay made the determination that his team would be better off without Jared Goff. Now, obviously, Dan Campbell does not feel that way, but Sean McVay does, and I'm taking Sean McVay's word for it. It's like going and getting the butcher's word for it. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. Go get mad at Sean McVay. Don't get mad at me. I'm not the one who traded him. I'm just telling you what happened. Like, it's not mean-spirited. Like, I thought, like, because it was also, too, like, in 2018, I go, oh, the Bears kind of shut him down, and then the Patriots shut him down in the Super Bowl, and he was never the same. He's never been the same quarterback. They're like, well, you're just wrong. I'm like, it's not wrong. Like, it's fact. Like, the Rams traded him. Like, there's nothing I can say. Like, they're the ones who said it, not me. So don't get too upset at me.
Do you guys feel that people are mean online because those are the things that, the celebrity, the athlete responds to? Like, you never hear an athlete responding to someone that said a good comment. It's always like the guy talking crap, and then like Ocho Cinco comes out and like has a rebuttal for him or something,
Yeah. You're never allowed to recognize people saying nice things about you. Where I know recently, like, Stephanie Smalls retweeted like an article I wrote, and I retweeted her, and people were like, oh, look at you, like, glory hound or whatever. I'm like, can I not be like,
Just be nice.
Most of the time, my comments are like, "You're a clown. You don't know what you're talking about." Somebody said something nice about me, and I acknowledged it. Sorry that I offended you so greatly. So it is one of those things. It is like, and it's a dumb complaint, but it is a little bit of a catch-22 where you like can't acknowledge people who are saying nice things about you without like, "Oh, look at this guy.
Yeah.
You only like the comments that are nice." You're like, "Well, sort of, yeah. I don't want to pay attention to the bad ones."
Well, I know that's what also got you on the Smoke Show there with Smokey Nelson there. We were talking on our show. He had some nice things to say about you. You caught that right away in a tweet when we were talking about the promotions there. Also, that kind of stood out to you more so than maybe some of the negative comments. Jules there, point after, kind of put up a comment there just about how do you deal with it on a weekly basis, just kind of that mental health there. How do you handle your mental health weekly, monthly, going forward there with the schedule you have going on? I know golf's a big thing here in the
Golf
summer.
helps, yeah. Well, golf makes me more upset. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm opening that up to me. Like it is one of those weird things. Like, why am I playing this game? Like, there's nobody meaner to me than me on a golf course. Like, I'll take a swing. Like, I'll take a swing. Quack. I'm like, Adam, you're the stupidest person in the world. Like, what do you like? I'm so mad at actually, this happened yesterday. Is I pulled out my 5-wood, pushed it right out of it's so far out of bounds. And I'm like, Adam, you're the dumbest son of, and then you hear the thunk and the ball comes shooting into the fairway. And I'm like, you're a genius. Exactly what you're meant to do. So there's nobody tougher on me than me. I do know during this season and during, whenever I need a little break from stuff, I will listen. I love music, and I have like happy tracks that I listen to, and it changes from time to time. And, I think it was yesterday it was yesterday when I needed a little bit of a break. I was listening to a live version of the Go-Go's doing Head Over Heels. I found a video of the Killers doing You Were Always on My Mind with the guys from the Pet Shop Boys. So every once in a while, I'll just do that. Just kind of unwind, just sit there and just, let it all just fade away, listen to some music, enjoy myself, and just try to move on. Try not to eat my feelings with Sour Patch Kids or anything like that. But music is always something. Music, and I guess golf a little bit kind of helps me out mentally.
This is a follow-up that only Behind the Grind listeners are going to understand, but were you able to successfully get yourself away from the threesome you were playing with on the golf course?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't play with them on Friday. So, yeah, I went out with another one of my friends. I will go back because for anybody who needs a sort, like there's a group that I play with who take a ton of mulligans and they take a lot of like whatever, like they take a lot of mulligans and all this stuff. And then they're very proud if they're beating me and will point out like, hey, in some respects, it's the only thing that keeps it competitive. So if I started taking mulligans, then it's not going to be competitive. I'll shoot, especially on that course, I'll shoot even par. So I just took it with a grain of salt. But yeah, one time they were counting. I didn't realize that this hole was actually a par 4. No, it was a par 3 and not a par 4. It was a long ass par 3. So he always asks like, the way they score it is how many over par were you? And I'm like 0. And he's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Thinking that I got a 4. Like if he would have just asked me like, what'd you get on that hole? I got 4. Then the problem would have been solved. But I had to say how far over par I was. I thought I had parred. And then we had to go through this whole circle. And he's like, count your strokes. And I'm like, 1, chipped on for 2, and then I 2-putted. And he's like, so you got a 1. I'm like, what the F is the par then? What is it? It's like, it's a par 3. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm like, how is this a par 3? It was like 220, like Justin Thomas could reach this green, and that's about it. But it's like, I don't know, it's one of these things. So I did ditch I've ditched those guys now and again, but I've noticed because they irritate, it's just one guy too. He irritates me so much. I actually now like golfing with him because I want to have that irritant so I can focus on myself and focus on canceling out people who are chirping or doing whatever. So it actually is kind of a helpful exercise of like, okay, just play with somebody that annoys you and then see if you can overcome it. Because that, again, it's another mental battle and can help you. I should actually be better before I do all this stuff. But yeah, I do. I don't play with them as much anymore, but I still play with them.
You and Michael Jordan just looking for griefs that you can like just have there. That's
yeah, like a beef. Like, oh, that's when it became personal. Like, oh, is this what we're gonna do? Because actually, you know what? 2 weeks ago, not this Friday, the Friday before, it was actually him and I playing head to head and smoked him. Smoked him. So actually, I think it did work. Yeah, because I remember the first hole, I put one behind the tree where he would have dropped another ball from the tee box and hit it again. I'm like, he's like, oh, do you want a mulligan or breakfast ball? And I'm like, nope, I'll play it. And I went out there and I chipped it within 3 feet of the pin, then set the par. I'm like, oh, yeah. And then I went, and then there's another one. I went in the water and he goes, oh, what'd you get there? And I go, 4. And he goes, how? You went in the water? I'm like, yeah. Then you dropped. So on my third shot, I chipped up and then I one putted. That's a 4, dog. Mm-hmm. No mulligans.
I think he knows who he is now.
Yeah, he probably knows. There's no secrets anymore.
I know Matt has talked about him not being a great golfer, but Major and Tara, like, do you guys play golf?
No, I understood what he was saying, but no.
So I do, but I promise you, I have not touched my golf clubs in a solid 3 years. Like I can specifically remember the last time that I went to a driving range. So I imagine my skills right now must be awful, but I should golf more. My dad's pretty good at golf. He's a politician, so it's like his thing. Like they're supposed to be good at golf.
Yeah.
But I want to. I just can't figure out how to get out and golf in this Houston heat. It's ridiculous.
You got to go first thing in the morning. That's what I do.
Sure.
Because I've got kids, so especially now this time of year, it's light out, or it's light out enough at like 5:15 in the morning. So some courses aren't open that early, but I do the ones in Long. There's a couple in Long Beach that are. I go and I get it, and I'll be home by 8:30, and ready to go. The kids are going to be out, and we're like, all right, let's go and go do our thing with the children because they're out of school now.
Yeah.
And so that was my thing. Is like if I'm going to start playing again, and it all started during the Pan-D. And by the way, I'm trying to get that phrase over. The Pan-D.
I like it.
So when the Pan-D started, I'm like, I was getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning anyways to drive up to LA. So I'm like, well, I'm getting up early. Now I can go golf because I'm working from home. So it's been kind of nice. I'm like, I'm not an afternoon golfer. I don't go on the weekends unless it's like a special occasion or something like that. But you know what? First thing in the morning, get it out of the way. Not that you get it out of the way, but like play first thing in the morning. And you still got your full day ahead of you.
That's true. I do tell you, I do a lot of top golf. I do.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I'm miniature golf. Miniature golf is the business, man.
Yeah, it is. Matt, you always have this, like, you kind of like you named yourself Dingus at one point, but you always have these like really good things. Like, despite your own self-deprecation, you've got these really good words of wisdom. Like, as we get kind of closer to, we're like 12 minutes from the top of the hour here. What are some mental health, like good things that you've done for your mental health, some tips, things like that for anybody who's watching?
Well, a couple things here. Just going to piggyback here off of rank here. One, Golden Tee is one of the greatest games ever. If you haven't had an opportunity to play Golden Tee, you got to get on that. Two, kind of going on the golf course. And this is kind of where I have a very short fuse. Always had a very short fuse. It's been a challenge to kind of bring that all in, especially with as many kids as we've had come through the home. But on the golf course, probably the best piece of advice I ever got, I was golfing with a scratch golfer, and I was playing the whole golf course. And I'm a very good scrambler. Like I can get about 9 over par on a golf course, but I'm playing the whole golf course, and I'm using running shots, and I'm using, you name it. I've used my putter on the fairway just to try and, because my short game was horrible. But I'm ready to throw a temper tantrum. I'm about to go Happy Gilmore, throwing the clubs into the woods. He turns at me, looks at me, goes, Dingus, you're not good enough to get mad. I was like, I'm like, you know what? You're absolutely right. You know what I mean? I'm not quite Justin Thomas where I can wear a white belt on the golf course. Because, as soon as you become a really good golfer, you're allowed to wear a white belt.
That's my thing. White belt energy. I talk about that all the time.
White belt energy.
So I'm not there. And he looks at in a deadpan face, like dead straight, like not even joking with me. He's like, yeah, you're not good enough to get mad. I'm like, And it kind of put everything into perspective right there. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm not good enough to get mad. You're right. This is a game. This is supposed to be fun. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what brought my golf game in.
Like if you get on in 2, like you're playing a par 4 and you're on in 2, and you're 30 feet from the pin, you cannot get upset at that. Like you're not Rory McIlroy. Like go and 3-putt your way to a bogey, but do not get mad at that, because that is your skill level. That is like anything, like whatever. Like a lot of times you just hit it and you're like, damn it. Like I'll get mad at myself in the moment, but you're like, well, I mean, like, but again, you're like, this isn't my profession. I can't really be that upset about this.
Yeah, there's something to understanding the moment and understanding like, okay, this right here that I'm doing is not the PGA Tour. Like, yes, I'm competitive by nature, but sometimes I have to remind myself, like, this is for fun. Like, I'm supposed to be enjoying this, and, maybe don't take it quite so seriously.
I was just going to say, it sounds very stressful. I don't know if this is a good relief. I tend to go for like jogs, run it out.
Well, it is, but it is good, because if you're being upset about something that's inane, like on 17 yesterday, I had a brilliant drive, and then the whole left side is wide open. The only place you can't go is to the right of the hole. So of course Adam puts the ball to the right of the hole to where it goes into a storm, like goes to the storm channel. And it goes about 500 yards down. Like we didn't find the ball until we were driving to the 18th fairway. And I'm like, wait, I think that's my ball right there. By the way, I did take the penalty, and I did drop it. I got a double bogey because I was brilliant gosh dang it. But then when I was looking for it, because I wanted to make sure that it did go into the storm channel, because I'm like, I don't want to take the stroke. And I'm complaining about like the one place on this course you couldn't put this to the right, and that's what you did. But then at that point, it's done. It's over. It's been flushed. And whether I was upset at myself for going right, or like people who were mean to me online, it's now over. It's flushed. It's moved on. And I ended up parring 18, and I didn't care anymore. So it's all good. So you got it out. It's a stress relief.
I like how you said you went after that ball. For me and you would go for that ball for different reasons. Me, because I'm cheap. Golf balls are not cheap. They're expensive. I'm getting that ball back. If an alligator goes down there and I know it's got Chubb's hand, I'm going for that ball one way or the other. That's how I'm rolling. These balls are like $10 for a ball nowadays.
Oh,
like, it's
stop
insane
it.
how much.
It's not that expensive. That's close. No, it's not that expensive.
It's in Canadian dollars, maybe.
I think we can talk about this as, you know what, you're not good enough to get mad. We can also apply that on our everyday kind of thing. Not any one of us is perfect in any way, shape, or form. So really, we don't have that right to judge others. We don't know what other people are going through. We're not in someone else's shoes. Like I kind of bring this full circle to the top of the hour there when we have this conversation. We don't know what people have gone through. Like I said, these foster kids that have come into care, and they've seen things that I hopefully will never have to see for myself. And trying to put yourself into their shoes and it doesn't make sense. We are not perfect beings ourselves, but we need a better understanding of what someone else has gone through, and understanding that, you know what, maybe what I said I thought was harmless, but it triggered someone in another way. And I think until we're self-aware in that way, we're never going to be good enough. We shouldn't be good enough to get upset, is what I'm trying to say, as far as the people when we're talking there, if that makes any sense.
It does.
100%.
Words of wisdom.
Absolutely. Major, what about you? Just words of wisdom from you for, maybe something that you've learned either through your life, through your daughter, through, whatever, as we talked about at the top of the hour, but just good mental health advice for anybody watching.
Yeah. I tend not to take myself too serious. So I really don't get that up for certain things. I don't get down for certain things. So try to find that good balance and don't take yourself too serious. And, find something to do. Like the golf is a great thing. I like to run and listen to music. You go for a couple miles, you can't think of anything else but your foot placement, your breathing and stuff like that. So you start to really focus on yourself instead of focusing on everything outward. I think that's the best that I can give today.
That's good. Having an outlet, that's really good. Tara, how about you?
For me, it's just checking in on people. You never know what they're going through. And, some people are vocal about sharing their struggles, and a lot of people keep it in. I know I was one of those people who, when I was going through bullying in high school, I didn't tell a soul, not even my family or anything. Like, I just kept it all inside. And it probably would have been productive to actually be able to confide in people. But not that anyone was wrong, but no one ever asked, if there was an issue. So, just checking in on people, seeing if there's anything going on in their life, making sure that they're okay, because you never know, no matter what appearances or, how much they're smiling or laughing or anything, you never truly know what's going on inside.
Adam, how about you? We'll give last word to you, and then we'll sign off. We got the Sons of Dynasty crew coming up after this.
Last word.
Oh wow, this is this feels too big, but I would echo I would echo a lot of the sentiments of like finding what works for you. Whatever that is, whether it's golf, it's music, it's jogging, yoga is something that I use as well. Is just finding that balance and just trying to find something that speaks to you. And I do know, like we've had a full moon over the last couple of days, and there's a lot of teachings about that, like moon days and things, and like being able to just let go of things that aren't serving us. And I think a lot of these times that happens. We get too bogged down by things that don't really matter, and we just need to remember what matters. And that actually is one of the things about the last 15 months that it's been good for me, is being able to be a little bit more focused on what are the most important things in life, like your health. Like, think about any time that you're sick, the only thing you can care about is like being well.
Yeah.
And like when you have you're like, oh, I just wish I was healthy. You know what? And we need to not take that for granted as much as possible. So find out what matters to you, and just try to focus on that. And the things that don't matter to you, don't be afraid to let them go.
That's really good. Being grateful, it sounds like, finding something that, kind of is a good hobby that we care about, that we love, that can kind of take our mind off of things. And some really good discussion here, no doubt. And, I know we've got behind the scenes, like some great guys coming up, Nate, Dan, Matt, I know I said last word to you, Adam, but Matt, I feel like as the bearer of the best mustache on the screen right now, you've got to have the last word.
You know what? I was going to take it one way or the other, but I want to kind of leave it here for everyone right now. If you see something going on, don't ignore it. Too often, and we're just as guilty. If you see something like a cyberbullying event going on, or someone being picked on, and you ignore it and you walk past it, you're just as guilty. I'm sorry, this is real talk right now. You're just as guilty as the people doing the bullying. If I see someone trolling Adam Rank, I need to step in there and have it ranks back. Not like a lynch mob mentality here or anything, but sometimes you got to step in and say, hey, what's going on here? Kind of talk it through. I think too often we try to avoid conflict in general, and we try not to intervene with the ongoings of someone else's conversations. And I think what I would like to do is just kind of challenge those who are watching right now, is if you see something that you believe in your heart of hearts that's wrong, that may be causing pain for someone else, step in, check in. Like Tara said, check in on them. Even if it's a conversation, inject yourself into that conversation. I know it's none of your business, and I'm using air quotes, but you can't tell because I'm on my phone and I'm all over the place. But if you don't check in, if you don't do nothing, if you don't stop anything, you're just as guilty as the next person. You know what I'm saying? So I know we need to do a better job as a whole, not just in the fantasy community, but in real life, to better our brethren out there and step in when we get an opportunity to do so.
I know we speak for everybody here when we say really appreciate the Brighter Skies Best Ball League for allowing us to have this platform to just talk about this, discuss it. I certainly enjoyed it. Appreciate them giving us this time. Make sure you go check out their Twitter account at Brighter Skies FF. They have a link there that you can go and you can donate. Also through Viridian Global. That's a really important, really great way, no-brainer way to go purchase something, support one of these local shows. And like Matt said, there's a bunch of things on there. Maybe some Dynasty Viper merch you can go get on there and, support that. And those proceeds will also go to the cause as well. So yeah, with that, I think we're ready to transition over here to some great guys with the Sons of Dynasty. What's up, Dan?
What's going on, fellas? Y'all have been absolutely killing it. Great talk. Appreciate the intro, the kind words. Adam Rank, you were phenomenal. Calvin Hobb, appreciate you, buddy.
Y'all enjoy it. Have fun.
What's up, Cal? Great session, man.
Thanks.
All right, fellows. Well, here we are at the 8 o'clock hour officially from Sons of Dynasty Crew. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Brown NFL, and I'm here with two of my fine brethren, some of the originators in the Sons of Dynasty brand, starting at the bottom with the one and only BZB. BZ needs no intro. BZ, what you got going on?
Dude, I just got done work. I'm sweating, but had some pizza, but we're doing good, man. We're just kind of chilling, having a good time, coming to represent some brighter skies.
Good, man. It is good to see you. It's been a while since you and I have been on the mic together, so I am looking forward to this on many different levels. But before we get going any further, right here next to me, I have my man, Brother Matt, in the house. Another strong representative of the Sons of Dynasty, making some killer videos for the True North Fantasy Football YouTube page. Brother Matt, what is going on?
Nothing much, man. Just really excited to be here hanging with you guys, trying to figure out how we're going to follow that tough crew that just went before us. So, those are big time there.
Yeah, those were some good guests. It's always great to see who ends up getting involved when these things get going. Before I get any further, let's welcome the fourth member of the Sons of Dynasty. We have popping in here in the lower column, Nate Williams. Nate, can you hear us, brother? How's it going?
I can hear you good, man. How you doing?
Excellent. Nate, tell us what you got going on. I know you're all over the place right now. Big news for you, picking up some DFS content with a couple of other brands. Tell the people what you got going on lately.
Like you said, it's quite a bit. I'm definitely staying busy. I just signed on with Ball Blast, so I'm going to be doing DFS stuff over there, like you said. And then me and you have that podcast coming, so I'm super looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's great to have the four of us on here. I feel like this needs to be something regular right here. But we're brought here on behalf of Brighter Skies FF. And I just want to take a moment to thank Ben and Julian for putting this thing together. It started out as something small and really blossomed into something beautiful, and to be a part of all the backstage work that went into it, and get to witness that, and seeing people step up. Chris really stepped up this afternoon, ended up having to kind of take over a segment himself. Seeing a lot of the guys really put their heart and soul into the behind the scenes stuff. So, the draft was killer today. I did end up getting to be a part of that, and my team turned out rock and roll, kicking ass. So we'll take a look at it later on, and you guys can tell me. But Jules, Ben, really do appreciate you guys letting the Sons of Dynasty be a part of this. As soon as it was on the table, we knew we wanted to jump all over it. So really looking forward to the best ball tournament itself and the rest of this Pod-A-Thon, because it has been absolute fireworks all day long. I woke up with this Pod-A-Thon on the brain, and it has not stopped all day. So once again, big shout out to everybody involved. Dynasty Vipers, who were just before us. They are putting out killer content. Tara is on the rise right now in the FF community, so make sure you check all of them out. So guys, what else is going on? Anything popping new in your personal lives?
I just spent 7 days at the beach, so I'm in super chill mode right now.
Oh man, that's perfect.
Nothing bringing me
I think
down.
everybody needs a vacation right about now.
That's what I'm saying.
Coming back from that, your mindset.
Yeah, I'm ready to get popping on this redraft season that we got coming up here. Best ball season that we got coming up here. That's a bit of a change for the Sons of Dynasty, being more of a dynasty-focused crew here over the past couple years. So excited about that. Who are you guys liking now as we're shifting over into redraft season? Anybody popping off for you as a major buy?
Michael Thomas.
Oh boy, yes.
It's Michael Thomas for me. And I wasn't even a big Michael Thomas guy until I started doing my research a little bit. And as long as Jameis is the quarterback, I am all in.
Good call.
Hold on, I'm trying
what about
to
Keenan Allen?
Oh yeah, that was another one.
Excellent one. For
yeah,
sure.
I like Keenan Allen this year. Herbert coming into year 2. I think a lot of these, rookie quarterbacks, kind of thinking of an Allen Robinson, he might have a little bit more of a down year, with Justin Fields, who I'm very high on. I've been getting as many shares as I can, including today in the Brighter Skies Best Ball Draft. I locked Justin Fields up as my QB1. I think it was either round 5 or round 6. We can get more into the draft particulars later, but I am a big believer in him. But just over the past few seasons, really rookie quarterbacks, even when they do have a successful season, they aren't necessarily bringing these top tier wide receivers. They usually don't pan out as great with that rookie quarterback. While they can be productive, even Keenan Allen last year was super productive, peppered with targets, but he didn't get over 1,000 yards. And I think it was kind of masked with how good Herbert was. But I do like the step up forward for Herbert this year. Really love what those guys did with the offensive line there. So I am wheels up on that offense in general, and that is including Keenan Allen in 2021.
I do. Well, I think there's a big thing going on right now where it looks like a lot of these older wide receivers, once you hit that 26 to 28 mark, they are falling in drafts and becoming such a value. Tyler Lockett is definitely one that's striking me right now. I just seen him go in the 7-9 of a best ball redraft. Julio with the Titans, he went right before Lockett. And then you got Robert Woods going at the 7-7. I mean, if that's not value, I don't know what is, because Woods is going to feast with Stafford over there. All these guys it's all about the youth, and it's starting to translate over into redraft, which is the worst mistake you could possibly make in redraft. Get those vets. Those wily vets are going to get you points. They're falling. Take the value.
Yeah, this is the info I need right now because I'm still so stuck in my dynasty drafts. I need to figure out how to flip that switch.
I'm the same way. As much as I want to be able to shut it off, I just get behind a lot of these year 2, year 3 players, and it's just I can't. I'm painting a picture where these guys are top 24 regardless, and that's like at the floor that I'm painting. So, it's really hard to ignore these guys, even in these redraft leagues. When you guys see my best ball team, you're probably going to laugh a little bit because it looks like a slick dynasty startup, and that's just how it pans out. I'm an ageist just like the rest of us, but it is what it is. I believe in a lot of these younger guys, and I think that the access to a true ceiling, it is with those younger guys and not with these vets. So even in a redraft scenario, I do find myself favoring, more of the youth aspect of the bunch.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yep, I feel it, dude. It's so hard to go from dynasty to redraft. But it's one of those things where you have to look at every situation. You have to look at what's changed, what's going to be happening, who's got the opportunity. Guys like Chris Carson, it's not a sexy name. People don't necessarily go out there and say, I'm going to take him in the 3rd round. I mean, I got him in the 5th, and I mean, that's a smash value. Guys, even like a younger guy like David Montgomery is still going a lot later than what he should be. It's just,
where is Carson going in relation to Swift right now? Redraft.
I could tell you in this one, Swift was the 3-7, and I got Carson at the 5-1.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's great value.
It is, yeah. I was pretty stoked, dude. I went. Now this is obviously a super flex redraft, so a little bit different. I mean, a lot of people play one quarterback, so I get it. So values are going to shift a little bit in that sense, but I came out of the gate with Tyreek, Saquon, Joe Burrow, Brady, Carson, Deontay Johnson. I just snagged Tua on the turn.
Deontay
at the 6-12.
Oh man, That's
all right. So
money.
while we're on Deontay, help me figure out Juju. I'm having trouble painting a picture for Juju in 2021. What do y'all see happening?
This is one of those situations where I actually think Juju is a buy. Last year he was Big Ben's go-to target at the second half of the season. Now, granted, he's not getting long shots. He's not getting a ton of yardage. These are dump offs out of the slot. These are quick screen passes that he's catching. But Ben is going to go to who he's most comfortable with. Now, Deontay is obviously his favorite. If those drops continue, that could become an issue. I love Claypool. I love the upside of him, but I think I would actually take Juju over Claypool in redraft this year, just based on how Ben has been throwing the ball the last 2 years. He doesn't got that same arm. It's quick. It's in. The offensive line got another hit with DeCastro being let go. This is going to be Big Ben dropping back or sitting out of the shotgun and just pow, 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 right over the middle. Real quick shot passes.
Right.
So Juju, Najee, light them up, man. I think those two are going to have a great year.
There's a lot of people really, really, really down on Juju too. That's pretty much what you see is people down on him. But, Ben, like you said, he's going to be throwing underneath and stuff. So I think he's in for a solid year.
Do you guys see much of a ceiling there, or is that just a nice, consistent play?
80 catches I could see out of him.
Yeah, I think the ceiling's lower.
But you'll have weeks like he had last year where you might have 2 touchdowns in a given week. His ADOT's going to remain low, but Big Ben's not afraid to go to him in the red zone as much as they want to use Claypool in creative ways. Juju does have a rapport with Big Ben. I have Juju and Claypool pretty much neck and neck with redraft. That's typically where they are ADP as well. But I'm all in on Deontay Johnson as well, which hinders my overall thought process on the upside of either Juju or Claypool, because Deontay is the volume king there in Steeler country, and I'm going to ride that hot and heavy. But if I can get Juju on a good deal right now in Dynasty, because I think he is being looked at as kind of the odd man out of that trio, and I believe he's only there on a 1-year deal, but he still is a talent in this league, and maybe if he ends up going somewhere else, at heart Juju wants to be a Steeler for life. Maybe he takes a friendly deal for another 2 or 3 years after this and remains in Pittsburgh. A lot unknown with those guys, but as of right now, I do have Juju as the third best of those 3.
Boys, he's 24 years old, and he's going into year 5. All right, there's still some meat on the bones there. He's still got a lot of opportunity to grow. Gymnastic threw a question out there if he thought Big Ben could support 3 top 24 wide receivers. I don't think so. I think one of these guys is going to take a hit. If I had to take a choice on who it would be, I think it's going to be Claypool. I do think we're going to see some big games out of him. I do think he's one of the future wide receivers there. But I think between what this offense is probably going to look like with the dink and dunk, Najee, Juju, Deontay, that's more their game. Claypool's that field stretcher. I think you may end up crazy enough, man. I love Claypool. I've been drafting him in Dynasty as much as I can get my hands on him, but he is absolutely a guy that I think could finish out of the top 30 this year.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of upside, but he's also got a lower floor,
So looking at the Scott Fish Bowl and Brighter Skies and these best ball leagues that are going on right now, in looking at your best ball strategy, are you more interested in a guy like Claypool who can possibly pop off those big weeks for you? Or are you more interested in a guy like Juju who is maybe going to get you 8 or 9 catches in a game?
I think I'm leaning Claypool for the upside.
Yeah.
Juju does feel safe, but that might kind of depend on your roster build to that point in the draft. Are you filled with upside guys?
Are you guys looking to balance?
Is this a tournament where you're just trying to stack for plenty of upside? And so I think Claypool really does offer the most upside, probably of all 3 of those wide receivers, if we're being honest. But we're just not sure what Big Ben has as far as what he's capable of bringing, throwing. You see the pictures floating around on Twitter today of him walking around with all the ice bags. It's like this guy looks like he is coming off of a war, and here we are in June. So I don't know what's going to happen, but after this year, but I expect Big Ben to be, just as good, if not better, than he was this past year. But let's take a moment to welcome our guest who is here now, and that is Coach Craig Sport. You can find him on Twitter at Coach Craig Sport. Craig, how's it going, man? I'm glad you could join us.
Doing all right.
What's up, Craig?
What's up, dude?
Did you get any sleep?
Just a little bit. I took like a 1 hour nap earlier today, and then just another one a little bit ago. So,
right on.
Yeah, you said you were gonna go take a nap when I was chatting with you earlier, and I was like, "What? A nap right now? It's like 3 hours until it's go time." I was like, "Whatever." This guy likes to live dangerously. Roll the dice, baby. Let's see. In best ball, do you boys feel comfortable taking two Steelers wide receivers, example, Claypool and Juju? So doing a Steeler wide receiver stack. Yeah, I'm not going to shy away from that. If I end up deciding between those two around, and then the guy who I was deciding with is there the next round, I'm not going to shy away from that.
Nope.
That seems to be a fruitful offense when it comes to those three wide receivers. And as we mentioned before, whether or not Big Ben can sustain having three wide receivers that caliber, while that might not be the case, there's a good chance at least two of them are going to hit on a weekly basis. And so being able to kind of hinder those odds in your favor and locking down two of them and kind of capturing the floor of say Juju, and then once again the potential upside that a Claypool brings to it, I don't mind that move at all in a best ball.
Completely agree.
Yep, I'm completely with that, man. Especially if I could get, which I'm actually staring down here, possibility of Claypool Deontay. I'll take this all day long if this falls to me. Claypool has that. He could win you a week in best ball just by going off with one of his big ones. So absolutely, I have no problem taking a shot on those guys. Ben does worry me, and it does worry me if he goes down. There's not a lot back there. Is Dwayne Haskins going to just come in and just all of a sudden become something? You never know. I mean, it's a great opportunity for him, but that definitely makes me a little bit nervous.
Now, Jim is once again in the comments here, and he's asking which AFC North team has a better trio than the Steelers, Juju, Claypool, and Johnson, or the Bengals, Chase, Higgins, and Boyd.
I wonder if this Jim guy is a Steelers fan.
Yeah,
it's an interesting conversation. Obviously, all of those guys are pretty hot commodities in any type of format that you're really referring to. And Chase being a rookie, obviously you'd want to knock him for not being NFL proven, but we're also talking about one of the better wide receiver prospects that we've seen in the last while. So we're kind of going to give him the benefit of the doubt and recognize the talent that he is and what he's going to bring to that Bengals offense. I'm a huge Deontay guy. I love all those Steelers wide receivers, but quite frankly, I love all those Bengals wide receivers too. And we're going to be pulling at hairs. Who can make a case for who? Let me see what you guys got.
Well, Dynasty, I'm definitely rolling with the Bengals trio and then trying to stack them up with Burrow and loving that.
Yeah. I think if you kind of take these trios, you pop them side by side. You have Deontay, you got Chase. So Deontay is that target hog. Is Chase going to be similar with Burrow? Very possible. Young rookie, big upside. I kind of look at that. I'll take Deontay right now, just until we see what's going on. Boyd, Claypool. I'm sorry, not Higgins, Claypool. I kind of put those two together. Honestly, give me T. Higgins. And my man is a stud, and he is looking good. And then you got Boyd and Juju. Boyd's a good. They're both good football, very similar players. That's a draw for me right there. So,
And while we like all the Steelers wide receivers as of right now, that all those Bengals wide receivers are tied to Joe Burrow and the foreseeable future. We don't know what the Steelers offense is going to look like a year or two from now, especially while they may end up with another stud quarterback there to sling the rock. We quite frankly, we don't know. We don't even know right now that Ben Roethlisberger is going to come out here and really sling the rock. So I think you have to give the edge to the Bengals as far as the 3 pass catchers that I'd want to be on top of.
That's
Joe
what would
Burrow.
do it for me for sure. Is Joe Burrow over Roethlisberger.
Burrow's going to throw 600 plus times this year. I mean, it's he could easily, when you're talking about can Ben sustain through top 324 receivers, can Burrow? And that answer is I absolutely think he could in that offense with how bad that defense is and stuff. It's a great offense.
Being in West Virginia, I watched a lot of Bengals games last year. It was amazing the trust that Burrows puts in his receivers. He will throw the ball. He puts it on them right on the sideline. Like if A.J. Green could have caught even a quarter more of the passes than he caught last year, he would have had like over 100 targets and 50 catches or something crazy, stupid like that. But yeah, I love how Burrow trusts his players. And I think bringing a guy like Chase in there that he already knows, they're going to connect early and often.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, I'm pulling the draft board back up here. As I mentioned before, I got to be a part of it, and our special guest, Coach Craig, also got to be a part of it. So, we're going to go through here, kind of tell you our process as these first couple of rounds unfolded, and give you guys a minute to kind of look over these teams. I want to hear some thoughts on those of you who weren't involved in this draft as to what teams you really do like and which ones you're pushing your chips behind. I know you can see which team is mine. I was picking from the 109. I know that it's your favorite just because I picked that team. So without any further ado, we will go through here. You see how the first round unfolded, quarterback heavy, McCaffrey there at the 102. When it got to me, those top 5 quarterbacks were really kind of hoping one of those guys fell. When that wasn't the case, I opted to go running back. I was looking at Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Taylor, Chubb. Those were kind of the running backs in my wheelhouse. I'm not a big Henry guy, don't have any dynasty shares, but when I have a best ball / redraft league, Derrick Henry me for my RB1. So after I went Henry, you see the quarterbacks continue to run, and then we get Kelsey there at the 115, and then Coach, tell us what you did here at the turn.
Real quick, guys, is this a super flex?
This is a super flex. Start two running back, 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end, an additional 3 flex spots.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was sitting there at 16, and I'm just waiting. I'm like, I might get lucky, and I just might have Travis Kelce fall in my lap. Nope, that didn't happen. There's a couple different times in this draft. It's like I'm really looking at, or that third round was the same way too. I'm looking at Keenan Allen. I'm looking at Allen Robinson and Michael Thomas. I'm like, well, if one of these 3 guys fall, nope. It's just like that 16 spot. It's just like the forever wait. So, but Darren Waller, I think he has that upside as well. I think he's got a pretty safe role in his offense once again. I wanted to make sure to get a quarterback early at least. So I went with Tom Brady. I felt like he's kind of the safest one out of the bunch because we kind of know what he's going to do. We saw what he did later on in the season once they figured out their offense down with Tampa Bay as well. So, when you're kind of looking at him, Tannehill and Matt Stafford, I mean, you could put Aaron Rodgers in there too, but there's just a lot of risk with it. A lot of upside too, though, if he does play. So I just felt like Tom Brady was probably the one that had the most upside, that I felt the most confident in his unique situation.
Yeah, and being a 16-team superflex, we knew the quarterbacks were going to run pretty heavy up front, which kind of led to me avoiding the position, which I don't typically like to do in superflex leagues. But being such a large league with 16 teams, it really kind of spread the quarterback playing field thin quickly. So as you see, after Coach went, Tannehill, who would have been a gem that I would have liked to have fallen into my lap for my second pick, went right after him. And then you start seeing the wide receiver 1, Stephon Diggs. I don't think anybody's going to argue him over Tyreek Hill, but Tyreek Hill and Stephon Diggs are right there in the conversation for the wide receiver 1 this year. Devontae Adams, with the question marks revolving around Aaron Rodgers, continue to swirl, but he's definitely in that conversation if we assume Aaron is going to indeed play in Green Bay this year. As it came back around to me, after that second quarterback run, when I wasn't feeling trying to catch on to the back end of that train, So I continued to play the other one position that is going to be scarce quickly, and that's Nick Chubb as my RB2. So I locked up 2 running backs with my first 2 picks. Quarterbacks and running backs are going to be the top 2 scarcity positions that are going to run dry quickly. So if the value's not there at quarterback, I have no problem going running back in this scenario, which I did. So I started double RB, the first to start double RB here at the 109 position. What do you guys think about those 2 running backs I locked in there?
It's as safe as it gets. I mean, Derrick Henry, he's 27, of course, and people are fading the hell out of him in Dynasty, but as a redraft, that he's about as solid as it's going to get. I mean, he's going to be the focal point of that offense again. Go ahead.
Is there a scarier offense in the NFL than having Derrick Henry, Julio Jones, and AJ Brown?
No,
I mean, if Derrick Henry prospered last year with AJB, kind of being the sole guy there. I mean, imagine opening up the field with AJ Brown and now a Julio Jones. I mean, what are you going to do? There's no box you can stack. There's no safeties over the top. I mean, it's all you're going to be able to do to stop this offense. I think Derrick Henry's going to ball this year. And like I said, I'm typically not on the Derrick Henry train, but I am painting a picture, and that is the Titans steamrolling their opponents offensively this year. I know they lost their coach there to our Atlanta Falcons, but I think they have the recipe there, and the playmakers are still in place there in Nashville. I really like this Titans offense in 2021.
And you know what's kind of even scarier too? Is at some point in the year, you're going to have Julio on the outside, and they're going to put AJ Brown on the slot right on the same side. And then it's like, what are you going to do then?
I'm trying to look at this board a little bit, see where some value fell.
Yeah, so you see here, after I made my Chubb pick, Adams ended up going a couple more quarterbacks, and then you start to see the running back run really take off there at the end. Team 2 started with 3 running backs. That's a trio that I think any format you'd like to get the team cranked off with. But coming back in the 3rd round, Najee Harris, Gibson, and Mixon there at the top 3. And then you see Hopkins. I was really eyeballing Ridley here falling down to me. He did not. Swift, AJ Brown would have been another guy. I almost was really liking the wide receiver value that was at this point. So I was eyeballing the likes of a Ridley, an AJ Brown, a Metcalf, a Jefferson. Really knew one of those guys were going to fall to me. I absolutely love Justin Jefferson. He showed us that he is an absolute baller this past year. And I think he's going to be a great asset again this year. Adam Thielen's not getting any younger. He's a red zone machine, but Justin Jefferson's going to do a lot of the heavy yardage there for them in Minnesota this year. And I'm going to build up on those yak points all day. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a player that was in discussion for myself. But I just really, really liked the wide receiver value that was right there. So I went ahead and selected Jefferson.
Now, let me tell you right now, I obviously we're talking some teams, but Michael Gallup, smash value. You got Jarvis Landry, fantastic value. Damian Harris, fantastic value. My man, Coach, taking Michael Carter, love it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my boy right there. I mean, it's like look at like I mean, even like just trying to see like.
I'm liking Pope's start there with the Dobbins, Montgomery, Javante trio.
I mean, Traquan Smith right over here could be something at round 15. Gabby Davis at 11. Woo.
That Javante Williams, that was another one that I got sniped on too. I'm like, I'm almost there. Nope.
So, Coach, at the 3-4 turn, you opted for Chris Carson and DJ Moore. Tell us about your thought process behind those 2 picks.
Yeah, I kind of talked about this a little bit before, but I was looking at the Allen Robinson, the Keenan Allen, the Michael Thomas there because I think there's definitely a separation from them to the next tier. Unfortunately, they went 3 out of the 5 picks right before me. Chris Carson, though, he's the last workhorse running back out there. I think he's kind of underrated overall just because people look at him and they're like, oh, it's just Chris Carson. But, there's really only 8 running backs this year that have a a workhorse role. And then
are you
there's
not
probably,
throwing David Montgomery into that mix?
I got him in the lead back role, which is like I got 11 guys in that part too. So we'll see how that works out, especially with Tariq Cohen coming back and everything too. We'll see how, because Montgomery, a lot of his value came in the games that Matt Nagy was not the play caller last year too. There is some concerns that came against lesser competition though too, and I don't know if Matt Nagy's going to go back to throwing the ball 40 times a game and only running the ball like 14 times a game again. So there's some concerns there with that, plus everything. So I don't have him quite in that workhorse role, but I think Chris Carson, at the end of the third round in a 16 team, this is 48th overall pick, so that's a lot of value there. DJ Moore. I love DJ Moore. I wish he got a real quarterback at one point. We're not going to go too much into that because I talk about it all the time. But, in best ball format, you're just getting all the good weeks with him too. And I think he's talented enough to succeed with any quarterback, and we've already seen it in his young career with a banged up version of Cam Newton, Kyle Allen, Teddy Bridgewater, PJ Walker, even a game with Will Grier in there too, I guess.
I like Mike Davis going at 5'5" too. I don't think Mike Davis is extraordinarily talented or anything, but he's going to have plenty of opportunity, and 5th round seems pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have mixed emotions on
running backs. Running backs needed to be the focus by that point because they were flying off there.
Yeah, and I have mixed emotions on those Tampa Bay wide receivers. I was a big Godwin guy, and I still am. He is my preferred wide receiver in just about any format that I do have a piece of. But it just seems with Antonio Brown continuing to be in the fold, and I know that they don't have much of a run game there in Tampa, and Brady is the mastermind of picking apart defenses. But at times, they just seem a little inconsistent, and ones that I have second thoughts about plugging into my starting lineup on a weekly basis. So I have found myself slightly avoiding. I'm more in on Tom Brady than I am on any of the individual receiving options at hand.
Now, how crazy would it be if Antonio Brown was the wide receiver 1 on Tampa Bay this year?
It's a possibility. I mean, you can't deny that connection that him and Brady did have towards the end of the year last year, and it looked like Antonio Brown was the wide receiver 2 roster. And obviously I've been staying away from him for what feels like years at this point, but here he is kicking around the league and doing it at a high level. So hat tip to that man for that. But it could really be any one of those 3 guys could have a 2-3 touchdown game any given week. But we saw it with Mike Evans at times last year where they almost just kind of get phased out of an offense any given week too. Godwin battling a few injuries, and so it's really just kind of a receiving core that I found myself avoiding more often than not, and if that includes dynasty startups or best balls alike. But moving on into the draft here, so it came back around after my Jefferson pick. And I saw Andrews go just a few picks before me. So I knew undoubtedly in my wheelhouse was my tight end of choice of Kyle Pitts. I made a promise to everybody a long time ago that I was going to soak up as many shares as I could. I don't care what format we're talking about. And you can say what you want. That was right there on value. They were basically flashing. When I was on the clock, I went to my queue and there Kyle Pitts is flashing at me. I had no choice. I left there with Kyle Pitts as my tight end 1 in the 4th round. Tell me what you think about that pick and Kyle Pitts in 2021.
Good Lord. I mean, Mark Andrews going before Kyle Pitts. I never thought I'd see it. It's got to be a Ravens fan, but wheels up for this kid, man. He's not a tight end. He's a wide receiver. He's going to be that. The kid has got a opportunity of a lifetime in front of him right now. He has a chance to come out and blow the league up on fire. Do I think he does it? No. But do I think he could put up, obviously tight end 1 numbers? Absolutely. Wide receiver 2 numbers? 100%. Love his upside, especially with Julio out there. Matty Ice is going to throw. So he's another guy that's going to throw probably over 600 times this year. So buy anything you can get out of that offense.
Yeah, and with Julio Jones now out of the picture, obviously a large piece of pie available there for the incoming Kyle Pitts. But as Coach Craig, I think, alluded to in the DM chat with me earlier, we still have question marks that are surrounding around Calvin Ridley right now. Coming off of a foot injury, they've been pretty tight with it as far as his recovery goes there in the Falcons organization. At what point do we start, kind of raising a couple of red flags here? There's not a great history of wide receivers coming off foot injuries producing at an optimal level the following year. We know this offense offers 600 plus targets on a yearly basis. Book it. And Calvin Ridley now inherits a large majority share of those said targets. But let's talk about a world where Calvin Ridley might be unavailable to start the season or potentially for a part of the season. What are we talking about Kyle Pitts at that rate?
I think what's going on here is Dan's trying to pick up some Ridley shares from the viewers. So let's not buy into this too much, the Ridley hate. But without Ridley, I mean, I think Pitts is going to soak up a lot of targets. Like Beezy said, we know the Falcons are going to throw the ball. We know their defense isn't that good, and we know their run game hasn't been that great recently. Maybe Arthur Smith can turn it around if he can whip that Lions ass into shape. But for the most part, he's going to be flinging the ball around. And when you got a 6'6", 83-inch whatever reach out there, wingspan out there, I mean, you're going to be flinging the ball at that guy. It's going to be hard not to throw the ball to that dude.
Well, the hardest thing is going to be is if Calvin Ridley misses any time, especially significant time. I think that's very bad for Pitts because there's going to be no one to take the pressure off him. This team defense is going to be able to focus right on Pitts, and that's it. I mean, there's not this fantastic running game that people have to worry about. I mean, Hayden Hurst, yeah, he's a weapon. He'll probably get some targets too. Russell Gage, I love Russell Gage as a late round wide receiver in redrafts or in dynasty. Fantastic pick, buy him up. But he's not a competent wide receiver one that's going to force defenses to double coverage him. It could get really messy if something were to happen to Calvin Ridley. 25 years old. Some people are putting him out as a wide receiver one in dynasty right now. I will not lie, man. I have been selling my shares, and I'm okay with it because I'm getting a lot back, and that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been wheels up on Kyle Pitts long before my Atlanta Falcons selected him in the NFL draft. So, I'm going to continue riding that high, and I don't really care what the outcome is. There's not really, even if the Falcons absolutely tank this year, Kyle Pitts isn't nearly as productive as we wanted him to be, due to the Falcons not being a successful NFL team. There's no realm where he's going to lose value over the next couple of years. So even locking him up, you might be able to get him cheaper than you can now this time next year. But I just don't see any way that he really loses value this year. He's another guy that I just think you're taken to the bank no matter where you have him.
Agreed. I think as Twitter has once shown us time and time again, every player can lose value significantly if they do not produce what people want them to produce. If Pitts does not hit 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns, Twitter is going to massacre that guy, and he is going to fall in drafts, and that happens. But that's where savvy players will take advantage of these situations and capitalize on a situation.
So. Is Pitts this year's like Clyde Edwards-Helaire? Because like everybody hyped him up so much to like where he's just bound to fail.
Disappoint, yeah.
I feel like he's going to disappoint a lot of people. Like obviously, like guys like D Brown and Matt over there, they're not going to be disappointed. I mean, he's the future of their franchise at that position, and you got to be excited about it. But from a fantasy perspective, if he doesn't hit, a lot of people are going to be bumming, and it's just going to cause that that drop.
I'll tell you this right now. Najee Harris is more likely to be Clyde Edwards-Helaire than Kyle Pitts is likely to be.
You shut your damn mouth right now.
I'm just putting that out there. I'm a big Najee supporter myself, but if we are really tracking and mirroring their projection as far as where everybody's at on him, Najee Harris is right there in the conversation as well. There was a 50-50 mix on people who were taking Kyle Pitts versus Najee Harris in most formats, and the fact that they're both running backs, I think we have to tip of the hat. We know what I'm talking about here.
Speaking of CEH, that is just wrong how y'all faded him all the way down to the 6th. That's not right.
No, he went in the third there.
What am I seeing here?
I can't.
I cannot confirm nor deny what you see.
Take a few more rips, brother. Take a few more rips, and it'll come.
Oh, and I'm seeing Edmonds. My bad. I'm seeing Edmonds.
So when I selected Kyle Pitts, obviously I still didn't have a quarterback on my team here, and I was kind of playing that game to see there was still a kind of a nice little section of QBs before a good tier break was coming. And not many went. You just saw Deshaun Watson, the question marks that surround around him. Late in the 4th could be a great value there, or it could end up being the pick that tanks team number 2. So that could go either way. But either way, Deshaun Watson wasn't really on my radar. He would have had to have been there, in the 7th or 8th for me to really consider him at this point in a best ball. And this one's for charity, no less. So I want to come into this thing with a clean face.
Some good karma.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a reach.
I mean, you got to take a look in the mirror at the end of the day, and what are we doing here? So but moving on, I ended up I did get a quarterback of my choosing, Justin Fields. I'm not really buying Matt Nagy standing in the way. If he wants to trot out, Dalton out there week 1, so the Rams defense can slaughter the lamb, and then we can kick off the 2021 season and the future of the Bears, then I'm fine with that. It's not going to hurt my pride. I'm willing to take the lick week 1 and potentially just ride with my QB2 in Daniel Jones in the QB slot week 1 as that happens. I have no other QBs past these two fellers right here. It just didn't work out. I would have loved to have had a 3rd or a 4th, but at the point where I would have been looking at a Taysom Hill or a Drew Lock, it just was not in the cards for me. So Justin Fields ends up being my QB1. And truth be told, I thought I was at the beginning of a nice little tier here, and there was a good chance that maybe one of these other quarterbacks would make it back to me. A Trey Lance is kind of a guy I was looking at. Even a Fitzpatrick. I would have really liked to land Fitzpatrick right here, where I did end up opting for Danny Dimes. And I don't mind Danny Dimes. The weapons that they put around him this year, and whether or not he can keep his feet, he does possess some rushing upside, and that's always something that I'm looking at for my fantasy football quarterbacks. So, you know what? I'm riding Daniel Jones to the moon here in 2021 for the Brighter Skies Best Ball League.
I like all your wide receivers that went right after that. Judy, Gallup, Mooney, Parker. That's awesome.
Oh man, and that's kind of been a strategy I've been pushing, for all these formats is trying to lock up, running backs, tight, an elite tight end, and a couple of quarterbacks early, and then just hammering wide receivers. And you can see that's exactly what I did. Is I hammered them. I took Jefferson. Like I said, the value was there at the time. But with how my draft turned out, I very well could have taken Clyde Edwards-Helaire there in the 3rd and just continued to hammer those the wide receivers. So, Ben, kudos to you. You got Clyde from me as your RB1. I could have had him as the 3rd. Oh, man, that stings a little. But, I really like the wide receiver depth right now is just unbelievable. I'm Darnell Mooney, Gallup's a value. I really like Mooney to take a step forward this year, and it gives me my Justin Fields stack. When I was unable to secure Allen Robinson, I'll take Darnell Mooney as the 1B every time And really in Dynasty, that's a stack that I've been really looking to collect on. If I've got Fields, I'm sending offers for Mooney if I don't already have him. I like Allen Robinson. I think that he is indeed the wide receiver to own there this year. But outside of that, I don't know that Allen Robinson will be with the Bears much longer. I do know that Darnell Mooney and Justin Fields are growing roots together as early as this year, and that those roots can prosper and grow into something beautiful over the next 3 or 4 years. And that's something that I'm very interested in.
How do you feel about Tariq Cohen with Fields?
I don't know what to think about Cohen really. He's kind of gonna come in and show me, what he's capable of still bringing to that offense. He's kind of a wild card, and I think that brings some hesitation around Montgomery. But I do like this Bears offense moving forward. I do think Montgomery is probably the only back that I'm interested in 2021, while you may have some spike weeks from Cohen, when the Bears are trailing. I just really don't think that that's an asset that you're going to want to be plugging in on a weekly basis and getting ahead of those 2 touchdown performances that might come once or twice that year.
100%. I mean, we don't know how Justin Fields is going to run in the offense. Is he going to be a check down kind of guy to the running backs? Is he going to push it downfield to Robinson and deep to Mooney? Is Cole Kmet going to be a big factor? We don't really quite know exactly how Fields is going to come out and run that offense. So there's risk everywhere. Monty's probably the safest running back in my opinion, because he's going to get the volume and carries. He'll get the targets because he showed he can handle it. Tariq, I mean, with all the talk about people coming back from ACL tears and how people are fading them there was talk on Barkley being faded because of an ACL tear coming back, but yet the same people are hyping up Tariq Cohen like he's the next big thing. It's like there is a possibility that Cohen could be a little off this year. So, it's going to be interesting to see how they take that offense to the next level, and if Matt Nagy is the coach to do that for them.
Nope. But I think the thing about Cohen too is you get most of the drafts that you're drafting now, you're getting them double-digit rounds. I think that's so. Like if you're going like 0 RB, modified 0 RB, I think he's a prime target there. I think he's a guy that I kind of end up with a lot in like some of these Scott Fishbowl mocks as well, even though it's only half-point PPR there. But somebody that you can slot in and you kind of know that he's going to have a role. He's going to get you, 8 to 10 points pretty much every week, regardless. Just a safe pick later on, at least, too. So, probably somebody that I would have targeted if he fell back around. But my second group of running backs, I got the Michael Carter, James Conner. Let's see, what was it? Darrell Henderson there. I felt really confident with those 3 guys that I can get a RB2 out of between those 3 guys on pretty much any given week. Darrell Henderson is one of my favorite guys to pick up, especially the value where he's actually going, because Cam Akers, he's showing it for maybe 4 games, but I haven't seen anything special out of him. He's got some durability concerns as well, and if it just goes to 50-50 or something else happens, Henderson's a good back as well. So, the like 8-round difference between those players just seems crazy to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I like that call. I am in on getting some Henderson exposure this year as well. Just the price difference between him and Akers right now, it almost feels like Akers is the pass for me. I do like what he did show in such a short sample this past year, and I'm really getting behind this Rams offense with Matthew Stafford moving forward in 2021. So I really do like the upside that either of those 2 backs, if and when they hit, do present, but I do like the price tag involved with Darrell Henderson specifically. All right, guys, we could sit here and talk about this draft and these players, all night long, but we are, starting to wrap up here, about 10 or 15 minutes left before the next guys come in. And I just want to take a minute again to bring some awareness to the brighter skies and what they got going on here with Cyber Smiles. I highly recommend you do check that out. you can find them on Twitter, and that's at Brighter Skies FF. And check out their Twitter. All the links are there where you can go and donate. No donation is too small. When talking about causes like these, every little bit helps. And to be a part of this, once again, Sons of Dynasty was thrilled when we had the opportunity to jump in here and bring awareness to such matters that are very important at this point in the game as well, because we've seen an uptick in these types of cyberbullying acts with the COVID, and many people being stuck at home, feeling rambunctious, and others putting themselves out there in ways that they maybe never had before, due to the same circumstances. So it's really kind of an area that's seeing a lot of gray area. And so for it to come forward here in the fantasy football community is really something special. All of these that come around, Scott Fishbowl, is in the air right now too. And just seeing what this community is capable of really speaks volumes to the heart and soul of our Dynasty, FF Twitter community. So I just am thrilled to be here with you fine gentlemen and talking about this. And if anybody wants to take the floor, I know Coach, you wanted to talk a few minutes and bring some insights. So let's give Coach the floor for a few minutes here, gentlemen.
Yeah. So as soon as I found out about this whole league, this charity and everything like that, when Julian said something about it, I jumped on it right away. It's something that I take pretty personally, just because I have experience in my own life where between bullying, everything else, when I was like 17 to 20 years old, I had really bad anxiety, some depression and stuff like that too. I thought, I came to the point probably about 7 different times where I considered taking my own life too. So if it wasn't for the people that were there with me at that point in time, including the person that ends up being my best friend now that I talk to every day for, probably like the last 13 years. So I just want to help people, because your life has value, even if you don't see it at the time. You could have everything going on in the world that just seems like it's going wrong. And I'm just trying to be there for other people and try to pass along what happened for me, because I don't want anybody to deal with some of the stuff that I had to deal with personally. Not going too in depth with it, but just really trying to help other people. If you guys ever need somebody to talk to, my DMs are always open. I try to respond as quickly as possible. Obviously, not always possible, but if you are in that situation where you feel like you have nobody to talk to, feel free to reach out to me. Feel free to reach out to a hotline or anything like that as well, because it's a really, really serious thing. I know personally, because I was like in college, I had a couple different things that led up to some different things too, but I didn't feel like I had anybody that I could really talk to. I went to like multiple different counselors, and I just didn't feel like there was anybody I really could trust and talk to. It's just, and I understand why people feel that way too. So it's definitely a process. And even going back this last year, 2020, COVID, I messed up my back. I lost my job. There's so many different things that went wrong, and I could have went down this really bad path once again. So I'm just really grateful to know a lot of you guys, especially D Brown, Nate, Julian as well. The whole True North crew, when you guys did come into my life, it was at a very good time, just because it was a time where I got was a little bit lower in my life too, and definitely appreciate each and every one of you, the positive vibes that you guys do bring, and just being able to talk and connect to some of you at a more personal level, especially more recently. Definitely do appreciate that though, but yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing, Coach, man. It's stories like those that can inspire others. Every day I'm seeing DMs that, people that I do call my friends here on this website are constantly inspiring myself. And, there's no gesture too small, checking in on your friends, looking for signals. Sometimes they may just drop something. Sometimes they're just being an asshole in the DM, slide over to them personally and be like, hey, what's going on? Everything good? Many a times I've gotten those DMs, and many of times I've sent them. And while more often than not it leads to nothing and everything's good, it never hurts to check in on the ones that you love.
Mm.
I know there's a person that's close to us in a big way, and that's the Fantasy Moose. His approach on mental health awareness, just the guy just is always willing to put a hand out there for anyone, man. And I think that has gone a long way in the FF community, just to say that there's always a hand for you to grab if you're fallen. And it's been big for me personally. I go through stuff all the time, man. I mean, I got a history that it's crazy, but drug abuse, jail, everything. But, there's people out there that'll listen to you, help you out, always be there to pick you up. And, just if you need a hand, it's there. Grab one. Somebody's got you.
Yeah, this is a good reason to always kind of like Matt Donnelly was saying in the last episode, we really need to be empathetic and try to put yourself in other people's shoes and think twice before you just spout out something on Twitter to somebody and, being a smart ass or thinking you're being funny or something like that, because people can't always see the smile behind the keyboard where you're thinking you're being funny. And, somebody like Coach Craig could have been going through a rough time in his life, and that's what he didn't need to hear right then. So, love your brother and try to put yourself in his shoes.
Yeah, and like Coach mentioned, my DMs are always open, and I'm willing to talk to anybody. Shout out to Doug, as BZ mentioned, Fantasy Moose. He's one of the bigger mental health advocates that we've been surrounded by for the last few years in this community, and has only brought awareness to all of us through that. More so to myself, and I won't speak for everybody, but I enjoy having these guys around me and allowing me to grow my own awareness, to be more empathetic to others, that while I may not truly understand, having the empathy and the open mind to be willing to listen and willing to understand, no matter the cost. So, and having a circle of gentlemen here that I know that we can be open with, and having a circle that you can lean on in those times, it can do wonders for your foundation. And as the obstacles come, knowing that you have that in your pocket can really go a long way. So I strongly suggest that you find individuals like the ones surrounding myself on this screen, and to keep in your corner, and you will find that you are loved, and people are going to be there for you when you need them to. So, hats off to you, gentlemen. I appreciate each and every one of you.
Appreciate you right back, homie.
Kind of echoing that. I did want to say thank you too. All you guys have helped me at some point since I've met you. Dan, you've helped me through a ton of shit. Just a couple months ago, and it was pretty bad. So I appreciate that. And my DMs are always open too. I'm always available to talk if you need to talk. That goes out to anybody.
I want to say thanks to Julian and Ben for putting this all together. If you guys haven't hit the Viridian store yet, these shirts are just pimping. They're so soft. They're so nice. You got to get you one.
Yeah, and as much of a pleasure as this has been, our time is starting to wrap up here. It was an absolute pleasure, as I mentioned, to be a part of the Brighter Skies Best Ball League via Pod-A-Thon, via the draft, and everything else that went on behind the scenes. This is really the stuff that Sons of Dynasty wants to get behind, full-fledged, and so to be able to be a part of this and offer up some Sons of Dynasty gear from the one and only Viridian Global. Let me take a minute to build up my friends over at Viridian Global, where you can get your Brighter Skies FFT right now. These t-shirts, it's helping a great cause, and as Matt has on right there, Matt, tell us about that t-shirt. Is it not the most comfortable t-shirt that you own?
Super soft, super silky, tight around the guns, It's the best.
I absolutely love the Viridian Global apparel. And while you're there, check out the many other brands that are there. Many of those brands associated were very much a part of this Brighter Skies Best Ball Pod-A-Thon. So be sure to check out all the merchandise available there at Viridian Global. You will not be disappointed. They have some more great guests coming up later on this evening. As much as you are getting all your Brighter Skies Best Ball information right here on the Pod-A-Thon, it doesn't end right here. There's still more to come. So stay tuned later this evening, and you will have plenty of more Brighter Skies content coming to you. And I strongly advise anybody and everybody, if you're watching, make a donation today. Nothing is too small of a donation, whatever you can spare. And really, it goes a long way for what we're trying to achieve here today in Cyber Smiles.
Hell yeah. D, awesome job hosting. Thank you guys for having us, man. Make a donation. Get it in.
Appreciate you guys all showing up here today and rocking out for Sons of Dynasty and Brighter Skies FF, man.
Beautiful. It's a great time. Thank you.
Here we are, right here. We got our next guest rolling in.
Here they coming in.
Damn.
Guys.
Rolling
Damn.
Kevin, we'll let you guys have it. I know this is going to be a tough act to follow, but I wish you guys the best, and I'm sure that no matter what goes on, you guys are going to handle it and take care of it, man. Best of luck to you guys.
See you guys.
Hey, boys, have fun.
Bye, guys.
See you guys. See you, bees.
See ya. We'll talk soon.
Yo, takeover! Hey, somebody cue the NWO music. It's takeover time.
Oh man! All right, guys. This is our hour for the Brighter Skies Best Ball League Pod-A-Thon. Very, very exciting. We were hanging out backstage. We were messaging each other, like getting ready. I feel like we're ready. We've got an hour, and let's chop it up. But first, I do want to mention we are at 82% of our goal for the donation. So I'm about to retweet this stream, and then in that thread is going to be exactly where you can go to donate. And if you were with us the last 5 minutes, not with us, but with the guys before, then you know that the Viridian link is also down there. So I'm about to retweet because I've retweeted a few times today, but we're going to redo it. And so that way it is fresh on your timelines. Guys, how are you? How are you guys doing?
I'm good. I'm excited. It's Saturday night, so we're here for a great cause. Certainly rocking the V gear. I see Kevin's got his on as well, and so I'm good. Christian, how are you and Kevin?
I'm doing pretty well, man. Kevin, how are you?
I thought today was Sunday all day. Like I thought I had to go to work tomorrow, and so when I figured out it was Saturday, everything has felt a little bit better in my life. So it's good. Out here in California, it's a little hot. I'm struggling a little bit today. It's like 102. But other than that, I appreciate coming on, Julian and these guys having us. I think this is an important topic. And especially, for me personally, I'm going to go first because these guys, the one thing that I really want to express is as a teacher, and Christian, I know he works with the youth as well. And then I know Jeff's wife's a teacher as well. And like, I see the mental health side of bullying from a school perspective. I teach high school. It's ruthless, and it's something that these kids really struggle with, especially at the teenage level. They deal with so much mental health stuff on top of getting bullied and on top of social bullying that it has led to a lot of things. I've seen a lot of unfortunate events happen. I've seen a lot of kids, they confide in their teachers, psychologists, stuff like that just how ruthless it can be. And it's pretty simple. Jeff talks about it all the time, is just be kind. But for some reason, that's just a hard thing for people to do. And I think that the pandemic affected that as well. Social issues are definitely big. As someone who teaches psychology, AP psychology, we've done a study on that this year in class, just the social differences now. Now it's even interacting with people now that we haven't done it for a year. I think people online definitely it can affect you, and it affects me. Like I've been affected online from trolls and like DMs, and Christian gets a lot more than I do. But I my fair share of like people, and you take it personally, like, and you're like, hey, this is upset, but you really got to try to find guys. I know Dan was talking about that before. Like find your circle that will help you, and I always know I can rely on these guys and other people in my groups that if I have something I'm going through. You got to find those people. That's why I tell the kids in my class, like, you got to find a good social group, people that will build you up.
Yeah. That's all good stuff, Kevin. You mentioned I work with youth. It's crazy. It's actually very ironic. We had an instance of bullying yesterday at our summer day camp. I work at a community center, and it was actually more like threat than bullying, and these kids are like 10 years old, and so you can start to see that it's starting very early, and then that's kind of the problem solving that these kids are learning, right? They see this all the time, and then it trickles over to Twitter, and so thank you for sharing, Kevin, with kids especially, but you mentioned it, man. We get the bulk of it on Twitter. And now you did mention I get a lot of it. I do. I put out takes that, I try to, I have my process, right? And then I put out a tweet thinking no one's gonna bully me for that, or no one's gonna get upset with me for that. And a lot of people are just very angry, and they use Twitter as like an outlet, right? And so they see a lot of tweets that they don't agree with, and they end up saying some nasty things. Now, I kind of wanted to touch on how I deal with that, because I do get a lot of, I wouldn't say hateful all the time. I think a lot of people challenge me, but it's tough to tell how people are actually reacting to something when they're typing it online, and online bullying is one of the main things that we wanted to talk about here. But yeah, the way I'm able to kind of manage that is just unplugging. You hate to say that, but to remove yourself from the situation, I've found is one of the better strategies in dealing with things like that, because when you stay in the situation for a long time, you can get wrapped up in it as well. And then I know I've said things that I'm like, man, that was kind of mean. I should not have said that, or I was condescending, or my attitude wasn't the right way. And Jeff has really helped me with that, because he tells me to be nice. And I think about that, like I now think about Jeff's rant at the end of our last episode, where he's like, just be nice. And so then when I start to get into an argument, it's just much, much easier to just hit the like, close out Twitter, close out whatever social media app you're on, and just kind of deal with it that way, and go do something that's not like football related. I know I had one instance recently where I actually let it fester, and I unplugged for like 4 days, and it was really refreshing. It's not something that I've ever had to do, and it's not something that I thought I would ever have to do, because like I said, I get into it with these people. I try to justify what I'm saying, and sometimes it gets nasty, but unplugging has definitely helped. Jeff, do you want to touch on anything?
Yeah, I just want to say too, I think social media has just changed so much from, when I was a kid, it was the type of thing where maybe you've got some bullies at school, but you go home and your school's gone, and you're disconnected, you do your thing, if it's video games, if it's, playing whatever it might be, but you're able to refresh and disconnect in that regard. And now I think that, people, their jobs are on social media. They're always connected to social media. Kids are on social media. So they might be dealing with something at school, or, you might be dealing with something, but then it's always there. So you've always got the people that are always there. And it's just, it's just the struggle that I think that things have changed so much in that regard. And so, we're obviously on social media frequently, and that's part of almost the requirements of the job, and so in that regard, it is difficult to just disconnect and do exactly like what Christian said. And I think that it's good for all of our mental health to just unwind. And again, like, think before you hit send, think that there is a person on the other end, and maybe you might disagree with their football take. And, maybe you are, and I do think that a lot of it comes out of insecurities, because what we're doing right now, there's a lot of projection, there's a lot of guesswork. Nobody's quite sure. And it's the type of thing where it's almost your reputation, and your reputation might be on some random thing that you don't have any real influence on, but you'd make the take. And if a guy steps out of bounds 3 times on the 2-yard line, it's the difference between a 40-point game or a 17-point game. And all of a sudden you look smart versus, hey, maybe you missed that one a little bit type thing. So I think that's kind of difficulty in the space. And so people, when they're dealing with those insecurities, it can be very easy to lash out if you don't agree, or if it's something makes you uncomfortable. And so I think that it's just, we all could probably benefit if we just kind of take that little extra beat and say, hey, is this going to come off right? And that's something that I certainly try to do before I send a tweet. And I think it's important that treat everybody kind. And, I could do better. We all could do better. But if we're trying, then we're getting better. And so I think that that's just something to think about.
Yeah. No, I mean, I said it before the show, and I didn't really mean to do it. I had tweeted out that, I never actually talked to Christian. I don't think me and Christian ever interacted until, January, or February. I didn't even know he was alive. And, because it's a small space, but it's not. There's a lot of nuances goes with the algorithm and stuff. So, I remember I had tweeted something out, if anybody's telling you, or something about if Trevor Lawrence isn't the 101 in Superflex leagues, then that person is not right or something. It wasn't negative. It was just hey, Trevor Lawrence is the 101 to me. And someone added Christian underneath it.
It was probably me.
So no, it wasn't you. It was somebody else. And I remember and that could be a negative thing, because I saw someone doing this recently where they were adding people with different takes. That can lead to a lot of problems. That is something that I think that we need to be better at. If I know someone that's their guy over there, then I'm not going to at people, because it couldn't lead into that. No, we're different corners of the country. But I will say, and so what happened though with me is I think me and Christian just talked for a few times, and we were fine. But that could have definitely led to me being we could have got into it. But our personalities aren't going to lead to that. And it was very quick. But I think that's the other thing. Don't feed people out there. Don't do that. And I've had plenty of times that people either quote tweeted me or added me, and I just didn't respond. I just kind of was it's not worth it. Or I'll do what Jeff does now, because I love how Jeff answers people and responds to people. And I'll just do a thumb up, or I'll do a meme, or I'll just put K or something like that. And I won't engage, because you can't make this. It's too easy to get wrapped up in the social media world, because people thrive on negativity. There's a reason why certain accounts like to be negative, because they get more attention. But I don't think those people realize how much it's affecting other people on the other end. And that's something I'm always cognitively aware of as I do things. And I'm not perfect, but I always remember there's someone else in the end, you don't know what they're going through. And that's a big thing. I was going through a very personal thing on Wednesday for about 8 hours of my life. And I didn't express it to anybody, but at any point, if someone would have said something to me, there was a very big possibility that I could have definitely snapped, just because I was stressed out about something else personal, not anything about fantasy. That was the furthest thing from my mind. But you got to be very careful with how you perceive things out here. And just remember, mental health is important, and taking a break is very important.
Yeah. Furthering your point there, Kevin, shout out You Fantasy Barbecue. That's a great ad.
Eric. Hey, Eric.
Yeah. It's a great ad. You mentioned in that tweet just speaking with respect and staying respectful. And I think that's something that, everyone in the community could do better, including me. I know I've talked about it on our podcast, but I had another instance where, I grew up with phones. I didn't like periods, because periods meant that you were angry, right? That's in my world. So I used to just end sentences with LOL, and I do that on Twitter, and it sounds condescending. And that's kind of back to my point. People think I'm being disrespectful. People think I'm being condescending just because of a punctuation. That's my punctuation, right? so I've done better. Like before, when someone would get upset about that, I wouldn't really understand that that's what they were upset about. And that's why I was being perceived as condescending. Now someone made me aware of it, and Jeff loved to point it out right after. That was perfect. But now I just try to explain myself. Like, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be condescending. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. And I think that's something that, overall, you're dealing with a lot of egos, especially within the fantasy community. But then in the real world, like, everyone has some level of ego. Whether or not they let that show is one thing, but you might come across someone who they decide to say something and you take it as condescending, and that's not at all how they meant it. And so just kind of knowing how to deal with that, I think that's important. And also just trying to check yourself. I've said some things that I'm like, man, that was incredibly rude of me. And I've reached out and I've apologized. And I think that's, the ideal situation is that I never said it in the first place. But second best would be, hey, realizing that I did it, apologizing, and hopefully mending that relationship or mending that interaction at the very least. But yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to branch off of Kevin there.
Yeah, and I think going a long way is just like actually talking to people. Like, there's some people that I bet you if you just send them a message or like a video Zoom, like, hey, let's hash this out, it's really not that serious. It's a fake game. It's not that serious. Like, it really isn't. And like, it would go a long way. Like, hey, I did that a few times recently, like, because we all have different paths and we all say stupid things, like all of us do. And like, it happens, but just reaching out and saying, hey man, my bad. Like, and I've done that plenty of times. And sometimes it's not the response that you like, but at least you tried. At least you did something to where it's at. But you just can't, but you're never going to be liked by everybody on this app. And especially, and in life in general, I think social media can be very, very cruel with what you do. And I think that's part of it. So, that's my 2 cents, is just reach out to people, talk to people, be about them. It's a game. We're supposed to have fun about this game. And it's okay to be wrong too. Like, I'm wrong a lot. So sorry if you follow me, but I do get a lot of things wrong. Like I do. I know I do. I can only try to improve my process.
Yeah. And I think it's hard because clicks are present, but the reality of it is it's not clicks so much as it's your friends. And anything that it's really, you want to be friends with 2,000 people, but the reality of it is you're going to have your circle that you're talking to every day, and you're going to have people that you check in with, and certainly always looking to expand those networks and always being open to conversation, whatever it might be. But I think that's, people see people in groups and they're not involved and they get frustrated, they get jealous of that. And so I think that's something that is a reality in the space. And the reality is, it's not like we're running gangs and everybody's got a corner, it's type thing where, we're talking about a sport we all love. And, we might have different approaches and different processes to that sport and at least different beliefs. But the reality is, it's so many times that if you're not going to talk to somebody, if you're not going to reach out to somebody, little things here and there can build and they build and they build. And you're not having those conversations. You're not having those check-in conversations. You're not having those, hey, just to clear the air, I didn't mean anything by these conversations. And I think that that's where a root of a lot of the problems come from, of just not those. It's unrealistic to talk to 500 people every day. You're just not going to do it. And even like in a week, it's very, very hard to do that. You have to be very hard. But I think the reality is we're all in this and we've all share passion. And so many of us too. And especially people that joined this past year, people that joined recently, we all went through this pandemic together. And a lot of it, we've lost those social contacts in our day-to-day life. And some people haven't necessarily gotten back to that. And I think it's turned into social media being the outlet, but you've also lost those just polite niceties that you have when you're going to hold the door for somebody type thing. You can't really do that on Twitter, but you can do that in ways. And, just things like I see so many people get upset about retweets or things like that. And, if we put a lot of time in and we put a lot of passion into things, like let's help boost each other up. And I understand you don't want your feed to be all cluttered with something else and you're trying to establish your individual brand and whatever. And I do think that calling a brand feels like depersonalizes yourself, but it also depersonalizes interactions. And maybe some people do that on purpose, but we're people. You're not a brand, you're a person. So, but I just think that's one of the things that's difficult with. But we do have somebody that I think is going to join us and share. He's very involved with the Scott Fishbowl coming up. But Steven is backstage, and Steven is coming in. And Steven,
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
How's it going, man?
Doing fantastic. Just a lovely Saturday evening.
Good deal. How's bowling?
Expensive. My goodness. You think, oh, it'd be a nice fun evening with the family, go out bowling, and then $87 later after 2 games of bowling, it's like, all right, we're never doing this again.
Oh man.
Does that include but man.
Is that like the shoe rental and stuff too?
So the shoe rental was like $23. So it was 4 pairs of shoes. And then it was like $60 for 2 games of bowling. And when you got a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, it's it's its own little world. But they had fun. It was their first time bowling, so memories cost something, I guess. In this case, $87.
It is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've just kind of been discussing how to make this space a nicer, kinder place. Just kind of trying to break down some of those walls that maybe you don't have somebody in your friend group, but or maybe somebody you've gotten into it with somebody in the past, and just the things that you can do to mend those fences or just kind of prevent them from occurring in the first place.
Yeah, no, I mean, this has been great conversation. I've been listening in here for the last 20 minutes. It's weird. And really, you mentioned there the pandemic and what this last year and a half has really done to everybody's, psyche or whatever you want to call it. And just how they've kind of adapted differently to, these interactions. And the one thing that I've noticed is that it's become a lot more of an impatient style of conversation, of interaction, versus what it was in the past. And it's weird because you think that with everything that's been going on this last year and a half, is that you feel like there would be this overall kind of sense of camaraderie that we're all going through this, we're all feeling these same things, wanting this to be over, wanting to get back to some type of normalcy, understanding, in a lot of ways when this first started, like, our careers were greatly affected. There was a lot of unknown. No one really knew what to do. And you felt like, maybe people should band together, and that really never happened. It's like, okay, in some cases, like, you have your group. I'm going to ramble here a little bit. I apologize. But you have your main group of friends that you can always lean on, and then again, these other groups where it's like, we're all going through this, we're all experiencing this. There shouldn't be like this give and take and back and forth, and there was some of that, but at the same time, so much of this growth, like you said, a lot of people on Twitter and banding together. There has, on the flip side of that, there has been a lot more camaraderie, a lot more, I guess, togetherness to an extent too. So really, it's been this weird give and take, I guess, through it all.
Stephen, to your point, I think too what we saw was, and people have mentioned, like, I wonder how many of the accounts are going to go away now that life is resuming, but a lot of people just had a lot of free time, and they jumped on Twitter, they jumped on Reddit, they jumped on Facebook, and decided, I don't have anything else to do. I'm going to talk about some fantasy football, or they're going to talk about whatever topic. I think this is probably applicable across multiple different little sections of social media, and just the broad scope of social media as well. But you had just a huge influx of people that were ready to, have their voice heard, or whatever they wanted to do, whatever their end goal was. And a lot of people achieved that in a short time. And so, like, you look at those people, I guess you could view them as like outsiders, and that's some of the issue that they would face as well. But yeah, it's just been, like you said, it's been up and down. Sometimes it feels like everyone pulls together, and other times everyone is just at each other's throats. And whether or not that's, people that know each other, or it's, an account on Twitter with no profile picture and 1 follower, that's the stuff that I think I see more often. It's those people that there's no name associated with them. There's no face associated with them. So they're ready to say whatever. But yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's been interesting this last year and a half.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, like I in the interactions that I've had with you three, like obviously I know you're probably along the same lines I'm at, where it's like you see some of this nastiness. You know, you see, like you said, the people that are kind of hiding themselves and basically saying whatever they want. I mean, I highly doubt that any of our consciences could handle being that type of person and just being that, you know, nasty to somebody. And I think that's the thing that blows my mind about all of this is the fact that people feel okay about doing that. It makes you just wonder, like, you know, are they going through something? I mean, are they? I mean, I don't know if you guys are South Park fans, but like when was it Kyle's dad goes and starts trolling everybody sitting there with his glass of wine? Like, is this what these people are doing?
Yes.
But you know, it's just like the I guess lack of conscience is something that's always interested me, especially about this space and online in general. And there's also that quote out there that, you know, online and social media has has made people forget what it's like to get punched in the face for saying things that they shouldn't say. And and obviously no one likes violence, but at the same time, it's like it almost feels that way. And that's not great. You know, you need to treat people with respect. You never know what somebody's going through. And obviously you can interact, you know, with as many people as you want and you know, for as long as you want on Twitter, but you'll still never know the full story of what they're going through.
Yeah, and to your point too, I do think that like people hide behind like, well, I'm just real and honest, and that there's a very fine line between being real and being compassionate, and like, and also like knowing what line to not take. And I think it's really easy for people online to be like, oh, well, I just tell the truth. It's like, well, no, like you got to have some nuance. There's nuances involved, and that I think too many people use that excuse and say, I didn't do anything wrong. And so, and I've seen that a lot in this space, like, well, I'm just honest. Well, no, like you guys know there's some social stuff you have to be able to, you know, navigate. You can't just be, we're dealing with human beings. And I think sometimes we forget that because we're on phones. And so we don't think, we see these icons, we see these abbies that you make for this Scott Fishbowl, all these great ones that we see. And we don't realize that there's a person on the other end of that. And then all it takes is one bad interaction, and then it's bad, and then it turns into, oh, I don't like that person, and then it just kind of snowballs. So I just can't stress enough. Just be compassionate, but at the same time, if there's an issue, just reach out and say, hey, you know, I think I did send you, Stephen. We don't talk as much. I don't have as much time as the thieves in that group, but all the messages that they have in there. But I think you got a pretty messed up message, and I did send you a DM like, hey, I just wanted to, you know, and I didn't necessarily know you that well, but I did send you it saying like, hey, you shouldn't have to deal with that. Like, and I do that periodically to people when I see it, and I don't do it publicly because it's not really meant for public consumption, right. But it's like, hey, I saw that should not have ever been said. And I do the same thing with content. Like, hey, that's really good. Keep it up. Because you never know. Like, people struggle with this space every day. I do. These guys know, like, why am I here? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I really don't. But it's the same thing for being positive. Like, hey, you're doing good. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. No, 98% of us are not like that. Like, and especially like how the women in this space have to deal with that crap. Yeah. Like, I send them a lot of messages too. Like, hey, we're not all like that. Like, these are select few people. So just reaching out to people, even if you don't know them, is a good way to do it.
No, absolutely. And yeah, and Kevin, I know exactly what you're talking. I appreciate you reaching out on that. I know that was one of the things, and you know, he's kind of tying in like the Scott Fishbowl stuff with the Avies, not necessarily directly with that, although there's plenty of stories, but just designing in general. You know, like the story that you're mentioning, somebody expected, you know, me to sit there and basically work for free, and I do it for the exposure. Everybody's favorite word in this industry, exposure. But you mentioned just, you know, reaching out and being that fan, that cheerleader for people, because the imposter syndrome that goes behind a lot of what goes on in, you know, just putting out content and feeling like what you're doing is meaningful, that people are actually taking it in, utilizing it. that can be a struggle for a very, very large majority, if not all of us, to sit here and think, am I really doing this correctly? Is this really worth it? And to get those type of messages can mean the world to people, to understand, like, this is literally, the thing that I need to hear, is that people are appreciating my work, because it does give you that drive to keep going.
Julian, can you toss that question back up that you flashed by chance? Wizard of Oz back there. So customer is always right. I wanted to touch on this because I work in customer service. I have a background in customer service, and I train my staff on customer service, and I've never trained them on customer is always right. And the reason for that is because the customer is often wrong. And if you go into something with customer is always right mindset, then essentially in the industry, what you do is you end up breaking your policy, and then that person then takes advantage of you, right? My motto for all of my staff is customer is always first. They get your attention, they get your full-fledged attention, but they might not have the right idea. They might not be right. This doesn't mean, and I stress this to my staff too, this doesn't mean that you can be a jerk to that person, right? This doesn't mean that you can just downplay everything that they're saying, but what it kind of means is you kind of put them onto something else, right? So like you might ask them, okay, why do you feel that way about something? Why do you feel that way about this policy? I'll use as an example. If they want to vent, if they want to keep complaining or whatever they want to do, there are solutions that you can get to, but it might not be what they initially intended. Now, taking all of that nonsense that I just said and applying it to like a Twitter interaction, for example, the troll is not always right, but what you can do is kind of find out why they think that way, and maybe find a new solution. Like my solution would be, sometimes I'll say, hey, maybe next time you can just scroll by. You don't need to interact with me. That might come off as like a mean thing to say, but truly what it is it's a solution. If they didn't like what I said, then they don't have to, interact with me. And I'm okay with that. And I think they'd be okay with that too, considering what they wanted to say was kind of nasty or mean or whatever. But I just wanted to speak on that because the customer is always first. That's my big thing. Interacting on Twitter, I love it. I love interacting with new people, especially because that's an opportunity to build a new friendship, right? Or build a new relationship. So you want to give them your attention. Now, there are certain people that they might not command that. But yeah, I think that's applicable from industry to industry. And you can take some of what you do in your day-to-day life and kind of apply that to your interactions on Twitter. And hopefully that makes you kind of rethink what you're saying. If working in customer service is not always fun, and being on Twitter, not always fun, but it should be. And so doing everything you can to make sure that it is important, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. My number one piece of advice to anybody starting off trying to do anything is never take yourself seriously. The minute you take yourself seriously, you're headed down a path that is going to destroy you one way or another, to the point where maintaining, like you said, maintaining that decorum and always believing like, this is the way things need to be. That's not the case. Things are not always going to go according to plan. You're going to be wrong. You just need to honestly just roll with the punches. Like that's honestly kind of what it boils down to, is just rolling with the punches and not allowing yourself to get bent out of shape when those punches do come, because they're going to come, and they're going to come fast and furious at certain points, and other times it'll just be, smooth sailing. It's just a matter of how you get through those tougher moments in what you have to deal with. Like you mentioned, the trolls, obviously they're immediately looking to just get a rise out of you. It's more fun to just respond and just honestly just kind of like joke and kind of agree with them. It's just like, Yeah, you're right. That was pretty dumb. And then they got nothing to come back on. Like, it's things like that where if you pull like that reverse psychology type stuff, like that's my enjoyment with with trying to deal with people like that they're more or less looking to get a rise.
Yeah,
I
Go ahead.
agree. Yeah, and I think Christian makes great points. And it's be respectful to people, but at the same time, like, they're not always right. And I think it's important that you put a take out there. It's your take. Own it. That don't be the type of thing where you're going to say something about. And I think something that people struggle with. And I did the show yesterday with Cecil Lammy, or not Cecil Lammy. I'm sorry, with Sigmund Bloom, and he hit on great points where he talked about you're putting your take out there. Stand behind it, believe in it, and don't put it out there like, I think maybe if this could happen, put it out there and believe in it. But at the same time, I think that the way that I handle interaction is basically if somebody's coming in, I'm going to read it right away and say whether or not you're interested in having a real conversation or if you're just interested in driving by, making a comment, and I don't know, gaining whatever you want to gain out of it. And my reaction is going to be respectful either way, but it's going to be very, very different because I'm not playing a game, but like type thing where, I'm just going to, I am actually, but at the same time, like,
beside the point,
but it is kind of a game because I'm just going to either not, and some of it's just fun to just hit like and be like, so I know that you saw me, but I'm not giving you anything more, just type things. But it's
just at me next time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I'm right here. No, but it is. You can tell when somebody's interested in making a real conversation or real, just a cheap laugh, essentially, and you're not gonna get off me. Sorry, but no, I think it's just one of those things where the customer is not always right, and if it's your take, you're right, and stand behind it. But at the same time, be respectful. And the other thing too is, with every interaction, you don't know if that's a future follower. You don't know if that's a future my relationship with Christian, my relationship with Kevin. Type thing where like if you slam the door in somebody's face right away, or don't want to grow, like you're in the wrong space, and you don't know what those relationships will turn into, where a couple messages or a couple replies on your posts or things like that can turn into, hey, we're doing a podcast together type thing. And so I think that's what's fantastic about this space, and everybody's got the right mindset. I think it's hard because we all get to a point where, and I almost think it's like the space kind of reminds me of like high school classes where like you kind of come in with people and you're going through the same thing with people and you kind of grow with those people. And then it always seems like this time of year, like going into the season, there's always like a new group of people and I know that it was accelerated with the pandemic, but it does seem like this is the time of year where new people get on, like, or people that watched for the past year as fans, and they get on and they start writing articles, and and they're going to make their friendships. And so I think it's hard when you've got a year or people that have got 3 years of talking to the same people and having the same social circle, to expanding that is something that I'm seeing it. Like I struggle with it, and I'm sure a lot of other people struggle with it too. It's easy to fall where you fall into your comfort zone, and that's the reality of that. But just be respectful, I think, with people. And again, it's just, you never know where that first interaction, what it could build towards.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. What I was going to say really quickly, my new go-to to people who they just come flying in like a car crash, just very disrespectful right from the get-go, is just, okay, thank you. Like, thank you. I don't want to do this. It's kind of like a thanks, but no thanks. But
probably, maybe.
Yeah, right. You might be right. I might be wrong.
You might be.
But I do think, to your point, Jeff, it is important to stick by your takes, because as someone who, as I talked about, Justin Fields was my quarterback one. Justin Fields was my quarterback one after a long, long process of determining that Justin Fields was going to be my quarterback one. If someone like Kevin, in our first interaction, if Kevin had said something that made me, question myself, or, and I guess I shouldn't say it that way, because you should be here looking to learn new information. You should be fielding other people's opinions and getting all of the perspective that you possibly can. But for example, if Kevin said, no, you're wrong, Trevor Lawrence is QB1, and I was just like, all right, you're right. would I be who I am today? Would I have integrity with any other take that I put out? Probably not. Now, I'm not saying like there's this thing called take lock, right? And I get accused of it a lot when I stick behind some of my takes, but you should be willing to move off of something if you learn new information. But if you trust your process, if you trust what you're doing, and then you put your take out there and people annihilate it. I'm going through the ringer again. I just learned about fantasy Reddit and how cool it is, and how crazy it is over there. I dipped my toes in the water a few months ago, but I re-entered. I decided it's time. I posted my Justin Fields article, and it was like, January all over again, where I was just getting as many hateful things said as possible. And my thing is, I don't even read them anymore. Like, I'll read the first sentence and see what it is, and I'm like, not worth my time. I don't have time for that. I'll take like a nice, insightful, really good conversation about football, and that's what we're all here for. We're all here to talk about football or fantasy football or a blend of both of them, and kind of learn things and create relationships. And yeah, I rambled for far too long right there, and I'm sorry I cut you off, Kevin, but I did want to say, like, okay, thank you is a very good way to deal with some of the trolls. Kevin, what were you going to say before I cut you off? I'm sorry, buddy.
Honestly, I don't remember. I know.
It is fair.
I was going to say just the point that Jeff was kind of making earlier and stuff. There are also bigger accounts that I cringe when they comment on my stuff. Like, there are some people that are very big bullies on that end too. It's not just trolls with the egg shape. Like, I feel like that other imposter stuff is like what Jeff was talking about. These guys have been here for 3 or 4 years. You get some other guys that pop in that and they're territorial, right? A little bit. Like, there is that. Like, I see that, and like, I cringe when I see some of these people like comment, because it's never anything like constructive. It's usually like they quote tweet it, make fun of your take, or they quote tweet, make fun of your rankings for a cheap laugh for their followers, because that's what their followers expect. And it hurts when I see that. Like, I recently wrote a piece for new content creators, and Jeff and Christian helped me a little bit with like kind of just my thoughts and gave me some advice on what it did. But I truly meant it, because I've taken a weird turn. Like, I'm really not part of a crew. I'm part of the Debbie
You're
Royale
part of our
crew. I'm not like
you're a fan.
As I wrote in the piece, like, and I talked about it, like, I grew up with a single mom. I moved around a lot. I lived in 24 different houses before I was in high school. Like, I didn't really have a lot of friends because I moved so much. So like Jeff is a master on social media. Like, he does a lot of fun stuff. He comes up with all kinds of stuff. And I'm boring. I post rankings and film and edits and like and all that kind of stuff. So like, you can't let that get to you though, because I can't be Jeff. Like, and I realized that early on. Like, I think I was trying to emulate other people. Like, when I first started, like, okay, what works for them? And I couldn't find my own voice. And it took me almost probably till January. Like, I really didn't feel comfortable. I still don't feel comfortable. So if you're out there and you don't feel comfortable, don't worry. Like, I still don't either. Like, I am very like nervous when I put out stuff, like even stupid videos of like Swift season, when I'm just being dumb. Like, I'm not even trying to be cool, but I get worried because you still get those people like, well, that didn't look very good. Well, I know I was joking. Like, if I did that, I'd break my back. Like, I hurt my back changing my daughter's diaper. Like, I am old and just like this. So just know, like, I went through there, and if you want that, I can send it to you. Just like things that I did wrong, because I did a lot of things wrong. But also, like, it's okay. Like, it'll take you some time to find your place. And when you find your place, you find a zen. Like, you kind of like, okay, I have some people that, follow me, and I think that they respect what I do, which is fine. But you got to be at peace with yourself. Like, hey, this is why I'm here to do this. I'm here to give these people this content and stuff like that. But it's taken me a long time. It took me almost a year. So don't worry if you feel the same way.
Yeah, no, there's a saying. I'm a Bears fan. I don't care much for Matt Nagy. However, there is a saying on his play card every week, and it says "Be you." And you think about that, and it's like, you just got to be yourself. Don't try and imitate. Don't try and think, okay, well, this is really popular, so I need to imitate and try and be somebody I'm not. Like, it's something that will never benefit you in the long run, because it's honestly it's like playing up an imposter almost, especially if you're looking to grow, if you're looking to do something in this space. You just gotta, again, when you do roll with the punches, at the same time, like, just understand, like, things aren't going to happen overnight. It's going to take, like you said, finding that niche. It takes time, but you always have to be true to yourself, do what you think is right, and just be yourself.
Yeah. I put out a tweet about niches like last week, I think, because I sat down and I was like, okay, what is it time to work on? I don't know what I'm about to work on. And then I started thinking, I was like, man, I do some DFS here and there. I do draft stuff. I do dynasty. I do Devy. I do redraft. And I'm like, I never even found a niche. I don't have one. I still don't have one. And someone was like,
niche.
and that's what someone said. They're like, your niche is you do everything. I said, well, that's not really a niche, but like, it's also something that I took with me. And I was like, I guess I can own that though. Like, I can own that I do dabble in everything, and I might not be great at any of them. I know I'm not great at any of them, but I know that I enjoy doing them. And I think that's the most important part. If I didn't enjoy one of them, I'd just say, well, I've got 5 other things that I can write about or that I can create content on. But yeah, I mean, I guess someone saying that is your niche, that kind of made a light bulb go off, I guess. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll take it. I'll take that.
Yeah, and being yourself is so important. And Matthew Barry always says, be the very best Steven, or be the very best Kevin, be the very best Christian that you can be. And I think it's hard. People look at niches, and I think that people see the paths that other people have taken and think like, oh, well, if I just do DFS or if I just do Devy, I too can grow too. But if it's something that doesn't come natural to you, it's not your passion, that's going to come through your work. And there's so much work that really needs to get put into it, that I think it's something that people struggle with, where they want to go into a niche that isn't necessarily their niche. And I think that's the imposter syndrome can really wear on you when you try to do that type of thing, where you're already going into an area that you're uncomfortable with, and you're trying to put so much work into it to put out presentable content. It's the type of thing where I know nothing about IDP, and for me to write an article on IDP right now, for me to be comfortable putting that out there, like, you're talking tens of hundreds of hours, maybe, like to get to the point where, like, okay, I understand the scoring structure, I understand the good players and whatever else, and I'm comfortable giving that advice. And so I think that it's important to find your niche, but it's more important to be yourself. And if it's the type of thing where you're comfortable with a redraft approach, do redraft content, and take what it's going to come with it, and pull your very best into it. If you want to go do Devy, then you embrace it and you go all the way in. And I think that's something personally that I struggle with. I get pulled in a lot of different directions, and Christian could probably relate, as you just said, but it's, you don't feel like you're giving your full self to anything. And so if you're not doing that, then are you giving real value to it? And certainly you can get to the place where you're comfortable operating multiple different niches. And I think Christian is there, but I think it's hard when people see and try to compare paths of other people and try to compare success of other people and say, well, I'm not doing it that, and so maybe that's what I'm missing. When maybe there needs to be spend an extra 45 minutes on the next article type thing of, like, go back, reread it again and restructure it, or those type of improvements might need to be made instead of just reinventing yourself.
Yeah, and I think that all comes back to bullying and, like, mental health awareness. Like, because if you aren't comfortable with where you're at, you can lash out. That causes problems, and I think jealousy is a huge part of this. Like, yes. And I'll be honest, like, I struggle with it too. I'm like, wait, like, I feel like I've done more. I don't want to say better, but more stuff, because I can't write, but more stuff than what that person can do. Why is they getting that opportunity? And then you can get really lash out, like, and you either bury it and then it festers, and then it causes more issues, or you lash out at the people, and then it just makes you look like an idiot, and then you lose your chances. Like, and so I think that all comes in there. And like, I challenge everybody, like, seriously, like, I try to do this as much as I can. If there's like a holiday or even like just a random week, if I'm sitting in bed and my daughter's going to sleep and she's rolling around because she won't go to sleep, I will send like DMs randomly to people that even followers that aren't really content creators. I say, hey, thank you for following me. Like, and I don't do it all the time, but I do reach out to like people that like the same 15 that always like my tweets. You guys are my guys. Like, I always like, I'll send it out and say, hey, I appreciate you. I really do. Like, I appreciate that you follow me. That and just doing that to random people with 10 followers, like that connection, that's what matters. Like, that's why I'm in it. Like, I have a very comfortable job. Me and Christian talk about this a lot. Like, my family I take care of my family. Like, I'm probably not going to be a full-time fantasy person because it's just not in the cards for me. Like, and that's okay to me. Relationships and building people up is what I really do care about. And I think that if you keep those things in perspective and you're just helping people, that's the most important.
Yep. Yeah. And you know who built a ton of people up is Julian and Ben, who we want to thank for definitely putting together this entire event. Guys, if you've joined at all throughout, it's been going, 11 hours now? Math is hard. 11, maybe 12 hours. But yeah, this has been an outstanding event. Yeah, it's confirmed 11 hours. So we have about 10 minutes left. And of course, we will mention it as we are leaving, but I do want to reiterate, guys, if you're whatever you're watching on, there should be links down below to both the donation site, which is justgiving.com. That can be found in the @BrighterSkiesFF bio. There's a link tree. If you guys want to donate, that would be awesome. Very, very much so appreciated. We are still at 82%, which is a very good number, but we're trying to hit 100% here in the next hour or so. So there's that. And then, Jeff, since you're wearing the shirt, I think you should talk about Viridian Global and how they partnered with Brighter Skies.
Yeah, I believe the hashtag is rocking your V gear. I know my guys over there, Mark and Will, are fantastic, and I'm sure they've got other people that they work with too. It's your one-stop shop for whatever it might be in fantasy goods. I know that there are certainly Steven does some great work, and other people do some great work as well. But Viridian, I think that they stand behind so many in the community, and whatever your brand, or discover a new brand, or if you like t-shirts, if you like stickers. I posted a picture earlier today with my kids and all the Scott Fishbowl gear, and I'm very excited about that. I'm certainly rocking the shirt, and very thankful that Viridian went ahead and did merchandise for this, and that way we just another avenue to be able to support. And so make sure to check out all their goods. Certainly it's a great time to buy your Scott Fishbowl shirts, and I bought way too many because band shirts and fantasy shirts are both weaknesses. So you combine them together in this explosive combination. But I'm just grateful and thankful that all that they do over there. And again, another shout out to Mark and Will. So I appreciate those guys.
Yeah, and I think you said it. 100% of the proceeds go to Cyber Smile from any purchase of the Brighter Skies t-shirt over at Viridian. Guys, we have 8 minutes left before we get kicked out of here. I'm losing my voice apparently from that long ramble. So last thoughts on this. How do we want to close this out? Steven, do you have any parting thoughts?
I mean, again, just don't take yourself seriously. Be yourself. And again, just have fun with it. I mean, if you don't try and have fun with anything that you're doing, you're not doing yourself a service whatsoever. You're doing yourself a disservice at that point. And again, we're here to talk about a game. We're here to, again, just have fun. I mean, for some people, it's more. For me, it's really kind of like a hobby. But it's one of those things where you just need to go with the flow. Don't take it all too seriously and just have fun. Be yourself.
That's good. That's good stuff. Jeff, parting thoughts before we bounce out of here?
Yeah, I had a really good thought, and then I was listening to Steven, and I kind of forgot what it was. No, I think it's just, I think it's a great time of year, and new people are coming into the space. And again, just going back to your first interaction with somebody. Oh, okay, I got it. So Twitter, and I tweeted this before, and I'll probably tweet this again, but Twitter is a choose your own adventure book. And every approach, every path you take, you can decide if you're going to try to slay the dragon, or you can decide if you're going to go have a feast in the hall. And that's the way that I approach Twitter, and I just try to have fun. And I think that there are others out there, and I think that we've joined past, and I certainly have people that I just have fun with. And I think it's just make what you want to be, because it's always a choose your own adventure.
Did you ever find an NBA team to root for, by the way?
Yeah, the Blazers. The Blazers and I are good friends now, so we've had a couple conversations, and they follow me, I follow them. So right now, the Blazers. But it's hard because being a Supersonics fan as a kid, so they were the rivals, so I had to kind of bury that a little bit. But they were the most friendly team that reached out to me, so I went with them.
Yeah,
one of my many favorite adventures that you've taken on Twitter.
We're just getting started. It's a choose your own adventure. There's so many different avenues to travel down.
I think one of the first things I saw with Jeff was the Disney Princess, the rankings. I think that was the first time that we ever really interacted, and he was completely wrong in those rankings. Like, it was terrible, but I thought it was it brought a lot of people together that usually don't actually like talk, because we're all, for a lot of us, dads and people that watch Disney and did all that kind of stuff. And so it was a lot of fun. And I remember thinking, this guy's pretty cool. And it just was cool that it brought everything together. It wasn't the same, like, dynasty rankings or anything like that. And I think that's what we're here for, right? Like, and I think a lot of people forget that. Like, hey, I'm okay with talking about that stuff. That stuff's funny to me. Like, that brings me joy when I can talk about that, especially when I watch Moana 57 times a day with my daughter because she screams at me. We have to watch Moana or whatever we have to do. Like, I think that brings personality. And I'll be honest, I like content creators that have personality that brings something else out. Like, it's not just everyday, like, DFS rankings. Like, no, give us something about you. Like, I enjoy the personal stuff. I put a lot of it in fleets, though. Like, I don't always post things there. But I do like seeing, like, the real human side of people. I think that's important for us to have in this space.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do too. Guys, I think this is going to end up being, more of an annual thing now. I don't know that for sure, so don't quote me on it, but we'll call this inaugural. And the Best Ball League, I would assume, if you missed out this year, Julian, if you could drop in the comments if you feel that this was a success, and we'll do this every year. The Best Ball League is part of raising awareness for cyberbullying, bullying, everything that we've been talking about, mental health throughout today. We want to grow this into annually good stuff. We want to grow this into something that I would love to come back at this time next year and do this exact same conversation and have a lot less to talk about. And so trying to make that a reality every day is very important. I think that would be my parting thought, is just try to be better every day. Try to grow as a person, grow as someone who interacts on social media. And again, to reiterate what everyone has said, there are people on the other end. So just remembering that every time you click send tweet or post whatever on Facebook, whatever it is, that would be my parting thought. And I cannot wait to come back here next year. Again, remember, guys, at Brighter Skies FF bio, there's a link tree. You can donate to the cause. We would very, very much so appreciate it. 82% down. That would mean 18 to go. Math is easy now. And then also all proceeds of any purchase on Viridian Global of the Brighter Skies t-shirt will go to Cyber Smile. Again, don't forget the main message here. We went down a lot of different rabbit holes, but the main message is be a good person, be kind. We'll take words right out of Jeff's mouth. And guys, I'm telling you, my favorite moment on the Debbie Royale came this week when Jeff just absolutely went off about being kind. That's a funny sentence to say. He went off about being kind. It was great. Highly recommend you go check that out. Again, at Brighter Skies FF is where you want to go, though. Immediately, right now, as soon as you click off this, which don't, because we have another exciting hour. I don't remember who's following us. Do you guys, Jeff, Kevin, do you guys remember who's in right after us?
Is it Will, Julian? Yeah. I think it's kind of Julian.
They're closing it out.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The
stuff.
big guns are coming in. They're going to close this out here.
All the good stuff. Yeah. So
the opening act.
Well, we're like the
11 back, whatever it is. Yeah,
right.
Whatever.
We're the one that we bring it back down a little bit so that you can lower the bar for the closers. So you
Yes.
kind of go up here, and then you need to bring it back down just a little bit, and then you can go back up here. So that's kind of where we are.
Yeah,
good stuff. Well, I thank you guys for the insightful conversation. I feel like I learned quite a bit tonight, and that's awesome. So again, thank you to Julian and Ben for putting all of this together. I cannot wait to be back here next year. Do you guys have any thoughts before we leave? I know we said our parting thoughts, but anything else for the good of the order?
I appreciate you.
Donate.
Guys.
Find something that you love, that you're passionate about. Be a part of it, and get involved.
Good stuff. All right. I think I think it's time to kick it over. So we're about to get kicked out of here. Ben's here. Look at that. Ready to take over.
Also don't really know how to use StreamYard, so I kind of popped in on accident. But don't let me stop your mojo here at the end. But seriously, guys, really, really appreciate you being a part of this. And I know Christian, you were part of the original brainstorming group that we had, when this event really even first was in the infancy stages, and you brought Jeff in, and obviously you brought in Steven and Kevin, and, to come on the Pod-A-Thon with you. So it's just, it's been so awesome just watching this whole thing play out all day, and just the support that everybody's, shown, and the openness of everybody just to have this conversation today. It's just, that's the reason we're here. That's the reason we did this.
Yeah. Well, again, man, thank you for leading the pack and putting it all together. And I'm going to hop off here and tune in so I can watch you guys close it out.
Sounds good. Appreciate you guys for sure.
All right, guys. See you.
Take care.
See you guys. All right. So we will be bringing in Julian as he comes in. What's up, brother?
What is up, Ben? Today has been a crazy fun day, man. This has been a blast. I've been here. You can see I've got so much sweat in my hair from just from all of the awesomeness that has been going on today. I've been so excited. Every single hour has been an absolute blast. And I cannot thank the community enough for all of the support they've given us. We've received multiple donations today. We're up over 80% of our goal, and that doesn't even include our merch from Viridian Global, our sales from our donations from over there. And speaking of which, let's bring in one of the co-founders of Viridian Global. At It's Harris Time, Will Harris. How you doing, brother? Thank you so much for taking this time out of your Saturday night to come and join us.
Hey, absolutely, guys. It's an honor to be here, and just so honored to be a part of what you guys have done and put together. What a day!
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's been really just fantastic all around. We had a couple hiccups throughout the day, and the people around us just completely rolled with it, and they filled in the gaps and helped us out just tremendously. I can't thank everyone enough. So without further ado, I'll bring in our last guest, Chrissy Scoor. Is that how you say your last name? On Twitter at Chrissy Fantasy. Chrissy, thanks so much for taking this time out of your night to join us to close out our Pod-A-Thon.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. So it's actually Squore. You say it like there's a W after the C.
See? Yeah. It's been a long day.
We'll go with Chrissy. It's easier at the end of a long day. But no, seriously, appreciate you.
It's a tough one, honestly. It's Italian, but
okay. Got it. Well, I don't have the easiest last name either, so that's why I just go as Ben C. So it's I just keep the last name.
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
We can. You're definitely delayed on my end, but I can hear you.
I like it. I like it.
So we, obviously, we're super happy to have you guys as part of the stream here at the end to help us close it out.
Let's see if I can figure this out.
I'm not sure how delayed we are with Chrissy. It seems really delayed.
Yeah, because you might want to jump back in, leave the stream and then jump back in, see if that helps.
Okay.
Is that her saying bye to leave the stream?
Yeah. I think.
Well,
I think
yeah.
so.
Give me.
I'll send her a
I'll
quick-
come right back in.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Do.
How do you pull her out of the studio? Because I'm not good at
I
that.
can't.
There
I
she
can't really
goes.
pull her out, but I can pull her out of the stream. How about it? She's got to leave the studio herself. But
There we
in the
go.
meantime, Will, I wanna go down to you, buddy, because we've been preaching Brighter Skies merch all day. We've been talking about Viridian Global. But ultimately, it all comes down to you putting this together. We could not have done this without you. I like my hats off to you for all the work you've put in, not just with Brighter Skies, but with so many fantasy football affiliates and what you guys are building over there at Viridian Global. So if people maybe don't know you or haven't had a chance to hear your story, just take us through like how you guys got started, why you wanted to get involved in this event, and then we can kind of go from there.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And I mean, our contribution, Viridian's contribution here is just a really small part of what you guys are doing. Hats off again to Dan Made Graphics, who made this kick-ass logo. Couldn't be done without all these awesome graphic designers out there. So hats off to Dan for the awesome graphics, and he just continues to put out awesome work. A little bit about Viridian. So we're about a year old now, and you know what? It's myself and my business partner, Mark Mathick, who does all the beautiful designs that you see, all of the amazing Scott Fishbowl t-shirts that are happening out there, and about 90% of everything that you see on the site, from our player designs to our team designs, that's all my business partner, Mark Mathick. So we started about a year ago, and really it's all about kick-ass designs on, premium clothing. I tell this story all the time. I had when I was getting into fantasy football, I had ordered a hoodie from a brand that I really love, still love to this day. I waited about 3 months to get that hoodie. Still was super excited. I thought that, hey, it's because I'm up here in Canada. It's like a horse and buggy across the border. RCMP have to go through all that shit, and that's why it's taking so long. Then it gets to me after 3 months, and it's brutal. Like the design is completely cracked. It's faded. And I'm just like, damn. And I know it's nothing to do with the brand that I had bought it from. It was done by a third party. Really, nothing to do with them. And I had reached out to the third party who had sent out the hoodie that had created the shirt. And I said, hey, I waited 3 months for this. Not a big deal. I'm Canadian. I'm easygoing, whatever. But this looks
it's in your blood.
Yeah, this looks like total crap, though. I mean, let's do something about it. And they just pretty much said, well, you could reach out to the brand and ask for a refund, and then they can send you another hoodie. And I'm just like, what a bad experience. Not only for the consumer, right? Not only me, the end customer, but imagine if that's your brand being represented like that. And I said to myself, and I had a conversation with Mark. Mark has been designing. He's designed for some of the biggest names of fantasy football. And we've been brainstorming on how we could work together. We said, hey, you know what? I think that there's something here. I think that there's a real need in the marketplace for quality merchandise because, hey, this stuff isn't cheap. We're not selling cheap t-shirts. It's not something, a throwaway kind of giveaway t-shirt that you get at the town fair type of deal. This is high quality stuff, right? So when you pay $26 for a t-shirt or you're paying $44 for a hoodie, you want it to be high quality. You want it to last. So when we started off Viridian, I took about 2 months. Not a lot of people know this. I took about 2 months and I literally tested everything that we have in our product lineup. Some of the stuff was awesome. Some of the stuff wasn't awesome. And we decided, hey, some of this will be our core products and other ones won't. And that's how we got started. in September actually, and partnered with brands like True North, Point After, were some of our first brands that we had on the site, and it's growing. You know, we're over 40 brands today. We've got player collection that's over 100 different designs. So all of your favorite players, AJ Brown to LaVisca Chenault to Antonio Gibson to George Kittle. I gotta represent San Francisco with Chrissy on there, and that's what we're all about. You know, it's about quality. It's about awesome design, and just like for us, it's really about when you get that T-shirt, when you get that hoodie, you get that hat. You're proud to wear it. You're happy to wear it. Like there's nothing like having your brand on a hat or repping a brand that you love, that have helped you win fantasy football championships. So that's what Viridian is all about. And we're just going to continue to grow. We have a brand new website. Mark went absolutely bananas for Scott Fishbowl. I just had to be like, dude, you've got to stop designing kick-ass shit. Like it's literally insane. So Mark is 12 hours ahead because he's in Shanghai, and I would wake up and I'm like, okay, like Mark, you've got five more designs here. Like you started with 11 for Scott Fishbowl, 11, of course, right? Like he was designing this months and months ago, and like 11, when you put it in perspective, RotoWear has always done a kick-ass, awesome job with everything Scott Fish. Some of my favorite T-shirts of all time. But they have maxed, maybe put out last year was probably their most at 5 or 6. And Mark started off this year with 11, and now he's at like 20 plus, 25 plus designs. He just dropped Kanye, just dropped Drake. It's just incredible. Mark's really passionate about music, and yeah, man, it's been a pleasure to work with the Scott Fishbowl, and literally with every single brands, including including Brighter Skies. You guys have been doing an awesome job, and love the merch that we were able to put together for you. And you know what? Like it hasn't been all smooth sailing. Viridian got off to a super, super rocky start, like unbelievably rocky start. I'm not going to get into all the details, but I think that it's really important to talk about, because what we're here to do is talk about mental health and cyberbullying. And like the very start of Viridian was a rough ride, and Mark and I didn't think that we were going to get through that, and that's because Twitter, which it has a habit of doing, is grabbing something and spinning it negatively without giving all the facts. Mm-hmm. And you know, my personal experience with Twitter is that, and social media in general, I'm sure that all social platforms are generally the same. I just happen to be on Twitter more, is you meet amazing people, which is the positive. Everybody here, Chrissy, Julian, Ben, you guys are awesome people. The people that I interact with on a daily basis, and I choose to interact with, because that's what I do, is I choose to interact with who I want to on social media, because that's how I operate. Not everybody operates like that. Some people are much more encompassing and welcoming, but I have to choose who I interact with to save my mental health, because I have to be around positive people. I have to limit my exposure, I guess is the best way, because I've seen the negative side of Twitter. I've been a part of that. I've been attacked. I have seen things be completely spun out of control, and people would rather focus on the negativity than look at the good. And that has a serious, serious impact on people's mental health, because there's people out here every single day that are putting themselves out there on social media to do better. They're putting themselves out there, not for attention, not for anything else. They're doing that to share their life, to share their positivity with the rest of the world. And some people take that and they twist it and they pollute it. And that really is what leads to cyberbullying, and part of the reason why we're here having this conversation today, because that exists in our world. And I think that we need to raise awareness and say, this shit isn't okay. Like, you can't be doing this because it can have a really big impact on your mental health. I've struggled with mental health since I was like 13 years old. And, I didn't realize that I was struggling with mental health until I was much, much older, like until I was in my late 20s. And I kind of look back on my life and I said, holy fuck, I had serious like anxiety and depression issues when I was 13. I just didn't know it. And what we're seeing now is social media can really compact all of that and really blow it up for people. And what we need to do is just say, yeah, that's not okay to do that. And it's great that Brighter Skies, that you guys have kind of stuck up your hands and said, yeah, we need to raise more awareness about this. We need to do something about it because it's not okay. This should be a platform for uplifting and helping people, not putting people down. Like, why do we have to do that? And I don't get that. I'm here for positivity. I'm here for being around people that uplift me and that I can help uplift. And Julian, Chrissy, Ben, I know that you're all part of that. And I'm kind of putting it all out there, guys. And sorry to take up so much of my airwaves, but I'll also talk about, the positivity that I've seen in Twitter. Julian, and you're a big part of this. You're probably going to get a visitor. My daughter's going to come in here.
There she is. Hello.
Oh, cute.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, sweetie.
Hi. So for everybody at home, this is Isla. I'm putting her pony. This is Bluey.
Is that blue for Brighter Skies, Will?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my
That's
God, I love that.
This is Flower Bluey. This is Flower Bluey.
Gotta get the name right, Dad.
She likes Flower Bluey. So I'll talk a little bit about the positive side of this because there's a ton of positivity. I've already talked about meeting y'all on Twitter, which has all been positive interactions with every single one of you, and we're doing the good stuff. We are uplifting each other and doing good for the community. And Julian, I will go back about a year ago where, dude, I was in a pretty dark place. I seem like a pretty happy-go-lucky dude, but sometimes there's been some dark times that I've went through and been in. Last year, this time, I just lost my job because of COVID. That was going pretty well. Didn't really, it wasn't a great time, and a lot of other stuff going on in my life, and that's where I got connected with the Canadian fantasy football community on Twitter. And it really helped me get through a lot of dark days, helped me focus my energy, helped me focus my anxiety. It allowed me to connect with other people in the community that had went through similar things that I had went through, that had, I think about a lot of the guys and women in the Canadian fantasy football community that, we were able to connect while we were all at home, all in lockdown, and help me get through some of this stuff, help me work through this stuff. It also connected me. Twitter connected me with Mark, my business partner. We never would have met without Twitter. My charity league, the Canadian National Best Ball Champions League, that started because of Twitter as well. So as much as there is negativity on Twitter, there's also a hell of a lot of positivity. And let's surround ourselves and uplift each other and do that. And hats off to you, Jules, for, being a part of that from the very beginning, since I've connected with everybody on Twitter. And, Chrissy too. I mean, Chrissy and I, it seems like it's been years that we've been friends. It's only been a few months, but we've been there, for each other through, in a very short period of time. There's been some tough times, but also some good times that we've had together during what, last 6 months, Chrissy?
Yeah, it's been about 6 months, and honestly, I don't know how I would have gotten through a lot of the stuff that I went through if it wasn't for somebody like Will. And I know we were talking a lot about how Twitter has its ups and downs and everything, and unfortunately, I I mean, I found that Twitter was something that when I was bored and going through some of my own things in personal life, I'd get on Twitter and just start talking. And that's kind of how I grew, a following and a bunch of people connected with me just because I was very open about some of the stuff that I've been through in my life via Sports Illustrated All 49ers when I was writing for them. And it was such a great way to connect with people that had also been through some stuff. And then, I mean, Will has been kind of my crutch this last little bit just because there was something that I went through that I don't think anybody should ever have to go through. And I'm kind of shaky talking about it right now just because I haven't actually been on a live stream since this happened, and it's affected my mental health in more ways than I like to admit. But I love that I'm on here right now with you guys because I feel like this is a safe place, and it's somewhere where I feel like this is finally where I feel like, okay, I can talk about it, and I have people around me that support me and have been really amazing. And I do have to give a shout out to Will because, we were working on merch for me and everything. And like I had built up a brand and everything, and it was really great. And I was feeling on top of the world with life. And I don't know how else to explain it. Like everything just felt like it was just fitting together. And so we had all these great things going on, and it was so awesome. I don't really want to get into the full details of everything, but I'd gotten on a live stream with somebody that I had met on Twitter, and me and him kind of had ups and downs just because, like when we first started doing some shows together, I was still working at Sports Illustrated All 49ers, and we were doing roundtables and stuff. And like, it was a safe place, but something inside of me always was like, okay, there's something there, just like kind of having a little red flag. And so I ignored it. And this is something I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit as a female in the sports industry. When you feel like you have the support, especially of other males and whatnot, they hold over these things over your head that are like, look, I have this that I can get you going with, and I can help you out here. I can do this for you. And so as a female, it's hard to break into this industry, and you take those chances when they come. Just to kind of give you guys a little prelude of what I'm going to say. So, I met somebody that wanted to help me get ahead in my career, and I took the chance and just started doing these live streams, and I put myself out there in ways that I didn't think I could ever do. And I found my voice, and I loved it. And it was a very positive vibe. It was really great. I was talking about things that I'd gone through, but like uplifting other people as well. And, I got to get to know Will really well through some of the stories that I'd put out there, and like me and him connected, and it was great. But then this other person, and I had done some live streams with him in the past, and I got this vibe because some of the things he was saying were not the things that I would ever agree with or say myself. And so a part of me was like, get away from this. But I took the step, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to get away from it. It's fine. I'm just going to focus on my own live streams for a bit. And I did. And then he came back to me and was like, I have this great thing that we can do. And it was this following on Facebook with so many followers. And so again, it was this little bright light of, oh, okay, there's this in that I have into the sports industry. Let's give it a go. I know I kind of had a weird feeling inside, but let's just try it out one more time. Especially as a female, you just want to take all these chances and see where they could lead, because I've gone through so many ups and downs in my own career, and I just thought maybe this is it, right? So I wanted to give it another shot, and I got on a live stream with this guy, and he said something that was kind of inappropriate. I didn't hear it fully at the time because, when you're live streaming, you connect your headphones, you can't really hear what's going on. And I know everybody who's done live streams can understand this. Like, you don't know what the other person on the end of that live stream is going to say. And so when you have to react to something that they've said, sometimes your reaction isn't the reaction that you mean to give. And so I say that I'm not going to, again, I don't want to get into it because I don't think it deserves for me to talk about it. It's brought me down so much. And like, it took a lot of energy for me to get on here today because I've been so scared, and I've actually been dealing with threats still from people. I've been dealing with, like some DMs that have been really horrible. Anyways, he said whatever he said, and I looked like I was laughing at it because I didn't know what he said. And so I awkward laugh. Like, this is just what I do. I'm one of the types that, like, somebody says something and I don't know how to react, so I laugh. I'm an
awkward laugher.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
Exactly. I know. And if anybody's watched my live streams and stuff, my real laugh is a booming big laugh. Like, I have a very Italian personality. I am very out there. When I find something legitimately funny, I will laugh at it. But that was not a real laugh. And that was just me being like, I don't know what to do. I didn't hear him. I don't understand what's going on. And anyways, what happened was somebody screenshot what was said by that guy. And instead of them going after that guy, they all attacked me. and they all said my reaction was, you know, a horrible reaction, that I'm this kind of person, that I don't deserve to be on Twitter anymore, that I don't deserve to be alive anymore, that I don't deserve to follow the 49ers, that I don't deserve to be on this team. I had never received as many horrible comments and I don't know, like just horrible reactions and people coming at me. Like, it felt like I was just getting piled on, and I'll never, ever forget that feeling. And I just need to tell you guys, I've been through some really crappy things in my life. Like, I was in an abusive relationship. Like, I've dealt with some of the worst things that you could physically imagine, and this was way worse. Like, I will never forget, I was sitting at my computer, just like working on an assignment for my job, and my fiance now, but my boyfriend at the time comes in, and he's like, I don't know if you've been on Twitter today, but you should maybe go on. And I was like, why? What's going on? And I went on, and I've never in my life read so many horrible comments. And like, at the time, my grandma was she's in a care home, and like, she's got dementia really bad. So my family's going through a lot, and I just felt really heavy already. And then to go online and read all these horrible comments of people telling me that I don't deserve to breathe, and that I'm this and I'm that, it was really horrible. Like, I've struggled so much with my own mental health. It's something I've talked about in my own podcast, in my own live streams. I've talked to Will, and you know, he's helped me so much to get through some of my really bad days. But to be honest, there's a lot of days that I spend in bed that I don't want to get up, that I feel like I'm not worthy to get up. And so I really struggle mentally. And to have to deal with that, it was one of the most horrendous things I've ever been through in my life. I don't want to cry because I feel like I've come such a far away from that day, but to go online and to read these people that don't even know who you are, to talk about you in that way, it was really hard. And then the hardest part was the next day after everything happened, I go to see my mom, and she's reading me some of the things that she read, and she's crying to me and telling me, you know, I raised you this way. I know you're not that person, and this is so hard for a mom to read. It was really horrible. I like took so much time off work. I ended up messaging my boss, Grant, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this anymore. Like, I had to walk away from something that I put so much effort in, a dream that I thought that I was finally going to accomplish. I had to walk away from it, and it was really hard. So I guess all of that to say is that, like, I wanted to believe that somebody online was helping me, and I didn't realize that a lot of the stuff, like, especially as a woman, you just want to get there and make it in this industry. And so you forget to look at the signs of maybe some people that you shouldn't involve yourself with on Twitter, you know. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons I'm going to take from this. And that's something that I hope other, especially females, but also males in this industry, I hope that they can take from this, is that, you know, if you ever feel like something isn't right with somebody, don't do it just because you want to get ahead in your career, because that can lead to so much harassment. And just to go off a little bit, I mean, that guy, I've had to block him on everything because I'm still getting messages from him, and I'm still getting messages from people that hang with him or whatever. And they're very like detrimental to my mental health. I'll wake up and I'll read them, and it triggers me again, and it brings me right back to that day. And I feel like I'm not worthy. And so I think that if you feel like you're doing something positive in this life, surround yourself by people very positive, because in the online world, and take it to heart and feel that whatever else other people are doing is something that you've done wrong when it isn't that way, right? And so a lot of the time when you're dealing with cyberbullying and everything, it's really hard to separate yourself from what everyone else is saying, but you continue to push and continue to do those good things in the world. And you know, you are going to have those bad days. I still have days where I don't get out of bed because it's hard. Like, and it's not just about the cyberbullying. I've been through a lot of real life bullying, real life situations that are horrible, like physically beaten up, physically felt like I didn't deserve to breathe, you know. And then to come online, and I always thought online was such a positive space, and then also deal with that. I think I heard you guys talking about this in the previous podcast with those guys, is that you never know what's going on the other end of that screen. Yeah. So why not be a little better to other people? Why not support people? And I've said this all the time. If you're going through something, lift others up. Don't dump whatever you're going through on somebody else, because you don't know what that person's going through, you know? And it's sad to me, because I feel like if I could get on a phone call with all these people that have said these horrible things and just talk to them, I think they'd realize I'm not what they think of me, and it's sad that I even have to say that out loud, but I think the biggest thing that I took from it is that just try really hard, especially online, to just really drown out the shitty people and the toxic people. And that is one thing I will say through all of that I went through. A lot of people unfollowed me. A lot of people I unfollowed or blocked or muted or whatever. And I got away from that guy. And like a lot of the toxic people are gone now. And I feel really good. And I feel like a weight has got off my shoulders. And so it doesn't matter. This is something I've kind of been thinking about for a while. The following doesn't matter. You don't need to have this incredibly big following to be something in this life. I'd rather have people follow me that have my back and support me and want to see me succeed than any of the people that try and bring me down. So if you guys are trying to grow your own brand and do whatever, that's great. But know that like you don't need the people that are trying to bring you down because they're jealous, because they're this or that or whatever. Just do you and keep focusing on you. And if you have to block out the haters, block them out, because my mentals have felt so much better when I got rid of those people that never wanted to see me succeed. So I don't know what else to say on that. Like, I mean, I got a little off topic and whatever, but it's something that I've just kind of held on to for a very long time, and it's been difficult. But the positive side of it is that I have met people like Will that, I'm laying in bed that day and like he sends a nice text or whatever, like we're reading this book together, The Power of Now, and I just focus really on the moment right then and there. And that's something that's gotten me out of bed. And I've gone on my walks, and those are something like I've made lists of things that make me truly happy. And one of those things is putting my phone away in the morning. When I wake up, I literally don't go on Twitter. I don't look at my phone. I put it away, and I got myself an Apple Watch, and I go for my big long walk. I go for like an hour and a half around beautiful Vancouver. I'm very blessed. I live in a very amazing area, and I go for a nice big walk, and that's how I start my day. And I know like this is real life, not the people online, not the people that are trying to tear you down, and you focus so much on the people. I've spent so much more time with my family and my nephews, and that's the stuff that matters. Like really the trolls and the people that are hating and cyberbullying, I know it's really hard to deal with, and trust me, I think I took it harder than a lot of people probably should ever. But if you can get through it and just understand that those people don't truly know who you are and who your heart is and what you want to do and all the good that you're doing in this world, if you can really separate yourself from the online situation, and me and Will were saying it's like the online witch hunt, like that's literally, or the modern day witch hunt, that's what it's like. People want to be a part of something, whether it's negative or positive. If they see people attacking somebody, unfortunately, that's what they want to do as well. They join in on it because maybe it like gets them clout or gets them more followers or whatever. That's not what it should ever be about. If you can be a good person at the end of the day, that's what matters. And so I'm only going to come on stuff like this. I want to do positive live streams, and I think I'm very blessed that you guys wanted to have me on for this, because it feels good to get some of this stuff out. I'm like sweating right now because I haven't been able to talk about this, and I've been so nervous, but it actually does feel nice to talk about, because at the end of the day, like we all deserve to have a life. We all deserve to feel comfortable in anything that we're doing. And I just think that we should be better to each other, because we never know what's going on in real life, right? So yeah, that's, I guess, my little 100%. Bit.
I first of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for sharing your story with us and bringing that 2-hour Pod-A-Thon. That is why we created this whole event, is for reasons just like that. And because it can get really, really serious, and it can, like, we've seen it get to the point that, people have tried to take their own lives. And so I'm so fortunate that you didn't get to that stage, but I can see a path that could have led that way. And, and that's so sad and so scary, because, when we look at these situations happening online, like Will had said earlier, there's so much positivity in here as well. But the negative stuff always sticks so much more, right? We naturally, as humans, that's the way our brains work, is we're just so concerned about other people's criticism that we aren't thinking about the positives. And I mean, at the end of the day, like, really, what does it matter, right? Like, if I say something on a podcast that someone doesn't like, and then a week from now, like, someone says, "Oh, I thought that take was dumb." I mean, really, like, can I go back and change it? Like, what am I, how am I supposed to take that, other than, oh, that's constructive criticism, and I'm going to take it for what it is. And so I applaud you so much for sharing that story. Thank you so much for coming on. And then Ben, I want to head over to you, because you've been quiet since we kind of started this up here. How was your day, man? I know you had a crazy day with your watching your kid. You were part of the draft. You were one of the lucky 16 contestants who who got picked. We don't have to talk about your draft, but
Queen of the auto draft.
Wide receivers. I'll just say that.
So Ben, now that we've concluded, I'm going to pull the draft up. I just want you to kind of take us through your strategy. We talked a little bit while you were making your first few picks, but just take us through your thought process. And then Will, I'm going to go down to you, and I want you to tell me your favorite team on here. I know you are a best ball guru. You love the best ball game, so we'll get into that after. But Ben, take me through your thoughts.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I guess, Julian, if you don't mind pulling the board off really quick, I just like want to address like real quick, Chrissy, like just having you on, first and foremost, like you said, you thanked us for letting you come on, but like really honestly, thank you for like letting us give you this platform, because this is truly like, this is why we did this. I mean, not obviously just for you, but like it worked out, but like legitimately, this is why we did this, because like these conversations need to be had. And like, I think a lot of times, we hold it in. And when you finally have that chance to let it out and have that conversation and communicate like your thoughts and feelings with somebody, that you trust. And, I appreciate you like maybe having that thought with us here. It's incredible, like what it can do for you and just what, like, just being open and honest about your thoughts and feelings can do. This is obviously more to the mental health side of things than the bullying. But the bullying leads to the bad mental health. And that's and that's really like the chain that kind of brought us all here. But, for me, like Julian mentioned, I was in dad mode all day today. And something like for me that is really huge and a big reason why I wanted to be an advocate, I guess, of this is just having two young children. I mean, my kids are 8 and 4, and I mean, they're already dabbling in the online space. I mean, there's no denying kids these days, like even at my kids' age, like at, 2, 3, 4 years old. I mean, they have a tablet. My kids have had tablets. They have, YouTube, and my 8-year-old plays Fortnite. And so, I mean, he's online gaming. Like, I don't necessarily know all the conversations that he's having. I mean, I try to stay in tune with at least his side of it and understand like what he's saying. And I'm damn proud of like what I can hear him say, at least like when certain topics may come up or like certain conversations, and he defends himself. Like if somebody's, talking, smack to him or whatever. But my point there is that it's like, I try to be, as a parent, try to be open with my kids and try to, have these honest conversations with them, even when it comes to mental health, because like if I'm having a bad day or if I'm struggling or I'm overwhelmed or like, just forthright, like today, like at certain times got to that point, like you just said, Julian, I was drafting, I was trying to maintain the Pod-A-Thon. I was also dadding and like making lunches, and my dogs had to go out. Like all these things like had to happen at the same time, it's just like, and like, I don't say that to pat myself on the back, but I say that to say like, it's overwhelming. Like life is overwhelming at a lot of times. And so as a parent, like I try to be honest with my kids when it comes to that, because like those moments happen all like each and every day, multiple times a day. So like, if I know like, I'm just not in a good mental space, like I talk to them about that. And I just say, hey, like I need a moment, like I need my space. But like, you can also, I think it gives us an opportunity to tell like when they're struggling, like when they're having a bad day. And a lot of times we forget that in our kids too. And so we try to like, just as parents, like, communicate that, because I think it's only going to help them as they get older, be able to have these kinds of open conversations. And I don't think they happen enough.
Yeah. No. Ben, that's an awesome point. I've never really thought about it like that, but like our parents and our grandparents, they didn't think mental health existed. Right? Like
it wasn't a thing. It just wasn't.
It wasn't a thing. It was like, oh, you're having a rough day and like, you want to spend the week in bed. Like that's normal. It's not normal. There's something happening there. Mm-hmm. And if we can address that, to your point, and start to understand that at an earlier age, hey man, maybe I'm not going to carry my anxiety and depression problem from the age of 13 until the age of 35 before I get it diagnosed and looked at. And, it can change a lot of people's life to start having the conversation earlier and being cognizant that it exists. Right. Mm-hmm. And like, certainly like I'm looking at my daughter's only 3, but I'm like, I'm looking at it a different light. I'm like, hey, maybe some of the things that I'm doing can make her anxious or, and I want to do as much as possible to help her understand that side of her brain and mental health. So that's an awesome thing. And it's so important to be able to understand your kids and help that generation understand mental health, because our generation is coming at it at the tail end, right? Like we're dealing with it. We're now understanding that mental health is something that is critical to our overall health. And we're discovering this at age 20, 30, 40, 50, whereas our children, we can start instilling that at such a young age that it's going to make a huge difference in their lives.
Well, and to speak to that point, Will, like, I think the pendulum is really shifting. And like, you know, when you talk about like our grandparents and their grandparents before them, you know, like this was, like you had said, this was never a conversation that they were having. They weren't talking about mental health. It was just a bad day. But now, you know, we're getting to, I really do firmly believe it. And it's through events like this, and through the Scotty Fish Bowl, and through, you know, all different kinds of people reaching out online and whatnot, that we're able to create this platform for, you know, people to actually talk about this. And it is becoming, you know, less stigmatized. Like there's, and there shouldn't be a stigma around it. We need to, you know, we need to be at a point that like, this is a normal conversation to have. And that's, you know, that's why it's been, you know, like for so long, it's like, oh, you don't talk about that. Like it was like included in religion at the dinner table. Like you just, you know, in politics, you just don't talk about your mental health to other people. You keep that all bottled up inside. And so, you know, I think it's absolutely, you know, outstanding that we have these outlets and that we are growing as a community, and we have so much more room to grow in what we're going to be able to offer to people, you know, not just through Brighter Skies, but just, you know, on the Twitter platform, and what we can, you know, be, you know, what kind of service we can be to the community and to the world.
Yeah, and can I kind of throw something in there too, Julian? So Please. I know we're talking about like our grandparents and whatnot, and it's crazy because my mom and I were actually just talking about this, and I had, you know, I've been struggling for a while with mental health. Like I said, I'd been through some stuff that, you know, I held in for a very long time, and then I found when I finally started talking about it, that's when I was able to lift that weight off my shoulders and get out of bed and realize that there's so much more that I can do in my life that will make me feel mentally good, because when I'm stuck in that bed, I just think of all the bad things and whatever. And I always wondered, I'm like, Mom, I don't know why I'm feeling this way. Like, I know I struggle, but I don't want to feel this way, you know? And she said that my grandma actually, she dealt with a lot of mental health issues and depression and whatnot when she was growing up, to the point that like, and she kind of laughed about it, but it's not actually funny, but you know, her mom, when they were moving out of their first house when they were younger, she was in a bed when they moved her. She wouldn't get out of that bed because she was so depressed. And, you know, she said, you know, your grandma had the same problems where like it got to the point where her own kids were watching her struggle. And it's sad because she never felt that she was able to talk about what she was going through. You know, at that time, it was a stigma. Nobody talked about it. It was way too taboo. It's like, ooh, mental health? No, that's not a real injury. What's going on? No, if you can't see it, it's not real, right? So I don't ever want to be stuck in that bed and my children have to watch me not get out of bed because I'm feeling a certain way. You know, and I feel like that's something that this is going to help curb. And I look at my nephews, I have 4 beautiful boy nephews, and they're absolutely incredible kids. And I just think to myself, you know, I want to make sure that they understand that I'm being vocal and honest about everything that I'm feeling and going through, that I hope that they know that they can come and talk to me about anything. And I hope that my own children one day, because I'd love to have kids, like, I want them to never have to experience anything that any of us, you know, especially anything like that I went through. I never want my children to go through that. I never want any child to go through that. Any human should never go through that. And so I think one of the things is just talking about it. And I know it's hard and I know it's difficult, but if you find that support system, it gets easier, you know, and that weight comes off and you do feel like you can get out of that bed. So I hope that we're different. I think that we're trending towards a brighter sky, you know, and we are getting that way. And I did want to mention, you know, if anybody's ever struggling, there are so many great people online. Like there's one of the guys that used to work at Barstool Sports. His name's BW Carlin. Bailey, his name is, and he created this company called Bad Brain, and he basically talks about all the mental struggles he's been through, and he is very open to accepting DMs, getting on phone calls with people, and like he's helped me through some stuff as well. And you know, if you can find those resources, I think it's so great to not only use them but to also share them with others, because you don't know, again, who's behind that screen, who might need the help, and they just need that little push to get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's super important. And, you know, I kind of, I guess I want to bring it back a little bit to the point too of the, like, you know, the previous generations and, you know, how it wasn't talked about in the light that we're trying to talk about it today and now. And to me, like, that's just, as a parent, like, I guess whether you're a parent or not, like, to me, the younger generation is the one that I think truly, and that's, I think, what brought, like, at least drew me to Cyber Smile, is like Cyber Smile is a lot about awareness of what cyberbullying does, because, you know, it's really hard to like change somebody's, you know, mindset once it gets to like the age that, you know, I guess that I'm at, you know, I'm in my 30s at this point. And like, so it's like you get to a certain point in life and it's like, it's really hard to like change that perspective. It's like, to me, it's much easier to mold that perspective, like when somebody's younger. So, you know, that's where like, I feel like that's my responsibility as a parent, or like any of our responsibilities when it comes to, especially being in this online space, because we're interacting with people of all ages. And so like the way that you interact with somebody has a direct impact on the way that they interact with the next person. And so like you can have that, like, regardless of what your platform is, whether your platform is your family in the room next door or the 10,000 people that follow you on Twitter, like your platform is whatever, like, you know, the cash register, you know, the lady at the grocery store, whatever. It's like whoever you speak to, that's somebody's life that you have a chance to impact. And like how you treat that person, like literally can change like their day, change their life. Like the way that you like, it goes beyond social media, I guess, at that point. But it's like, you know, just to set that example of like the next generation, like as they come up, to me, that's just so huge. Like I'll always get back to that because I'm a dad, and it's just like, you know, especially raising boys, like, I mean, boys, girls, I guess it doesn't matter, but like in a lot of ways, I feel like because like our generation like recognizes not just the mental health, but like the, you know, the toxic masculinity and all that jazz. Like, you know, to me, it's like I have that chance to raise two young men that maybe don't have all of those like toxic traits, whether it's, you know, mental like health, like discouraging it, you know, because as men, like sometimes we're told like you're not supposed to feel that way, like you're a guy, like you're just, you know, suck it up, you know, hold your feelings in. Like, no, like that's bullshit. I want to tell you like how I'm feeling, because you need to know, because if I snap, like you need to know why I'm feeling this way. And I talk, like my wife and I are very open when it comes to stuff like that, and we're the same way with our children. And like, you know, getting back to the point of like the older generations, like this sounds like, I don't know how to bring this up, but like, you know, men back in the day used to be like aggressive. They used to be mean. They used to come home and like they would hit their wives and their kids. And like I hate to even like that. I don't like those words even coming out of my mouth. But like it happened. And so like I think like having an opportunity to be open and honest about the way that you're feeling, and hey, I had a bad day at work, or hey, like just give me 10 minutes when I get home. Like those kinds of conversations can lead to just such a better quality of life at home. That and that's where it starts for me, and like it just blossoms from there. I don't know.
Well, ultimately, Ben, to me, I mean, everything is solved through communication. And you know, when you're in a relationship with somebody, it's so important to actually be communicative and to have those tough conversations, even when you know, you think that they aren't needed. You know, like I know I've been victim to that, where you know, I'm in my own head, I'm feeling a certain way, and you know, I don't even know why, but I've just, you know, I've told Renee, my girlfriend, like, you know, like, I don't know what's up, but I need to talk about it. And then it just comes out, right? And it's just like this, for sure, this venting rant, you know, this flush of emotions that just comes out. And after it, I'm like, oh, wow, you know, I feel a whole lot better now. And so, you know, I can't agree more. I mean, it's just an absolutely fantastic resource to have somebody to talk to about that. And, you know, I encourage you, everybody who's listening and anybody who goes back and listens to this after, I encourage you to reach out to your family and do the same thing. I mean, I can guarantee you that if you reach out to your mom or even your dad and say, like, you know, maybe we don't have this conversation very often, but I want you to know that you can talk to me about your mental health. If you're ever feeling upset or you're frustrated about something and you don't really feel like you have anyone to talk to, you definitely don't want to talk to me because I'm your kid. And, you know, you think that like that's a silly conversation or something. Like I've told my mom that, you know, like I'm not a little boy anymore. And like, when you're feeling upset, like, you know, you need to get that off your chest. You can't keep that bottled up, because, you know, my brother's 10, right. And she's raising him. And she lives with my grandma, and she has all, you know, a bunch of help and whatnot. And she still gets frustrated. She gets flustered. And that's on the mental health side. But I wanted to bring him up too, because, you know, he's dealt with cyberbullying. Like you had said, Ben, like your son's on, is playing,
yeah, he plays Fortnite, but, you know, Fortnite, online games, whatever. Yeah, Fortnite's the big one for that age group. I mean, it is.
But yeah, so my brother loves Minecraft. That's his thing. And so he's on there and he plays on there with his friends and all that stuff. And he's really good at it and he loves it. But, sometimes he tells me about some of the things that people say to him, at school, some of the things that he hears online. And one thing that I wanted to say before we get out of here, before we end this conversation, is just like with people online, there's no consequences. And I think that that's really like where we, see a lot of the cyberbullying is people can say something, like we see it all the time. You got one follower, you're following 0 accounts and you go and troll somebody and you just say something awful. And, there's no consequences on the other side of it, right? They say it and they're a keyboard warrior and then they leave. And, personally, like I couldn't imagine saying that to somebody because like you had said, like that just, you don't know what's going on the other side of that. You don't know what's going on in that person's life. And it just, I'm not out to spread hate or negativity. And I'm not perfect. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, sometimes I get frustrated and I bite back. I bark back at people on Twitter, and then 20 minutes later, I'm like, man, I feel really stupid about that. Like I shouldn't have done that. And so, that just like, that goes to speak, like, none of us are perfect. And I think it's just having an ongoing conversation about it, where we're, continually bringing it up and making sure that it's okay and not, building that stigma around it. It's so huge. So yeah, thanks for listening, guys.
100%. So go ahead, Will.
Yeah, and Jules, just to that point too. I mean, when you just take the time to listen to somebody, it really makes a difference. Just sit there and listen to what they have to say and let them kind of unpack what's going on in their mind and their life, and don't offer opinions, don't offer advice, and you just listen. It makes such a big difference for people. And I think that, I've been somebody that I love to help people, and you jump in and you want to fix things and things like that. But sometimes, on the helping end, just be an ear, just be an ear for somebody that's going through something, to let them vent and let them work through what's going on in their minds. Because Jules, you said it yourself, sometimes that's all you need. That's all you just got to get it out of your lungs, get it out of your, your mind, your soul. And, you kind of cleanse yourself and clear yourself. And I want to say, Chrissy, like, I'm so proud of what you were able to do today. I know how tough it was for you, but I also understand how important it is to talk about this and to get it out there, because, for every one negative person, there potentially could be 10 positives. And I was looking at all the comments coming in as you were talking, and it was phenomenal to see all those people hear your story, comment, people that don't know you, people that do know you, that are here listening to Brighter Skies all day. It's a good thing that Brighter Skies is doing. It's a good thing that you're doing. It's a good thing that Jules is doing. It's a good thing that Ben's doing. And most of the time, it's a good thing what I'm doing. I'm trying my best out here to bring the positivity. But sometimes I find myself,
except when you're preaching Steeler Nation. Sorry, I had to.
Well, that's different. That's a different story. But I gotta check myself a lot too, and just say, okay, I really want to snap and flip out on this person, but what's going on in their life? Yeah. Maybe there's a reason why this person's treating me like shit right now, and continuously treating me like shit. Let me try to understand that. I think that we all just need to kind of pause, reflect, listen, understand, and this world will be a better place. We've also I also have to mention, I'm sure that it's been mentioned before earlier today, but this was a really shitty year for everybody. Absolutely. And like, all of our normal issues were like compacted and just like into one messy ball. And I don't think that we kind of say and say, this has been a really tough year. And like, you might think you're dealing with COVID okay, but are you? Because like, there's just so many different factors going on that is compacting what could just be, a normal bad day that's just really, really blowing that up. So let's keep things in perspective as well, because this has been a tough year and we're going to get through it. We're almost there, folks. Let's
That's right.
We're so close. I don't know about you guys, but over here, we go into stage 3 on July 1st. So just in a few days here. And then hopefully, I guess, Ben, you're probably the only one who isn't in this boat because this is a Canada-wide thing. But then we get to take the masks off at the end of July, assuming all goes well. And then, life can kind of get back to normal. So I'm super, super excited for that. We're getting to the end of our time that we got on here. But if you guys want to keep rolling it a little longer, by all means, feel free. I'm going to jump off at 9. My time 9. I know it's 11 where you're at, Will. Yeah, Chrissy's on the West Coast. She's just chilling.
I'm
She's
good.
like,
I'm cruising.
the sun's still out. I'm fine. But yeah, did you guys want to talk this draft a little bit? I mean, Will, I teased it a little earlier. You're a best ball guy. You do a ton of drafts over on Underdog. This one's obviously run on Sleeper, but I just want you to take me through like your favorite team on here and who you think is the front runner to take down this whole league.
So can I just clarify? Is it 1 QB or Superflex?
Superflex, 16 teams.
Tight end
premium
and tight end premium. Okay, so there's a
lot going on here.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of really good builds here. Chrissy's wide receiver heavy approach is interesting.
I was literally sleeping because my alarm didn't go off. So the app itself was literally about me. It's fine. I'm good with it. We're gonna get through this season.
Andy Dalton QB1. Let's just hope that he stays that way.
Jimmy Garoppolo in my queue too. Oh.
Kelly, this is a good time. This is a good time to mention that every single person who got into Brighter Skies this year will walk away with a prize. So don't be too upset.
That's right. Chrissy's gonna get a prize no matter where.
We're always winning.
So there's a couple teams that really stand out for me. There was a lot of sharp drafters here. As people were messaging me, kind of going through the draft, I'm like, "You're drafting who? Where?" I'm like, "Whoa, the value." The value kind of got sucked up really fast in this one. And looking at some of the names here, you got JB, Dan's in here, Kyle Senra. We've got Dave, FF Monsters. Then we got Liam, then Coach Craig. These are just people that I know. I don't recognize their actual names, but I'm sure that I actually know them, and they're all pretty sharp. So I think
I was in there, Will. I was in there.
Yeah, sorry, Ben.
He doesn't know you. He doesn't know you, Ben.
But I don't. Know me. Oh yeah, Ben C. Yeah, okay.
He's like, wow, that guy in the 9 hole, he sucks.
Good thing I drafted from the 10 spot. I'm just kidding.
It's been a long day, Ben.
Yeah.
Sorry, Will. I keep cutting you off, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. So one team that's interesting to me, just how it's built, just the RB heavy approach, and there's some big kind of dart throws on the QB side, but could turn out to pay dividends here. Is from the 2 spot L Wolf, that kind of heavy RB, like in a 16 teamer. He comes away with Christian McCaffrey, Aaron Jones, and Antonio Gibson in the first 3 rounds. That's pretty impressive. But when I say that there's some risk involved, when you look at the quarterbacks in Superflex, you got Deshaun Watson, who we don't know if he's going to play, and then we got some late dart throws that I really like for best ball in Cam Newton and Roethlisberger, and then you got Mariota in the 19th. He's got that solid. How I like to construct best ball teams is with a solid running back foundation to kind of build your team off of. He or she, has certainly got that, but really these QBs can go sky high, or there's going to be an absolute. They could also put up zeros for you on a weekly basis. Then we go to another team that really caught my eye in terms of balance. Connor from True North Fantasy Football, his team is extremely balanced. He goes right off the hop with 2 QBs with Patty Mahomes and Matt Ryan. And you look at the spread of running backs and tight ends here. What I like what he did with this team is he gets a solid RB1 in Najee Harris, who people are sleeping on for whatever reason. When you're looking at him, if this is a 12-team league, this means he's going in the 4th round, which I don't understand. When we compare him to Jonathan Taylor from last year, you actually remove any of the doubt that you have in your mind that Naj is going to be a starter. With JT last year, we weren't sure what was going to go on there. We assumed that he was going to be the starter, but it wasn't a sure thing. Najee's got the profile of that RB1, and he's going into a backfield that he's going to get all the touches. I mean, we don't have an O-line now, but Najee is going to get all the touches there. So I like that shot. He's got some solid WR1 potential coming later, in the 4th and 5th rounds with Deontay, Kenny G. I love Robbie Anderson in the 6th. And he's taking a shot on James Robinson, which I don't hate, in the 6th round. And what I really like here in a tight end premium format is snagging Gesicki and Irv Smith back to back. Like, is there a possibility that each one of these guys could be a top 5 tight end?
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, who am I to say no? Logan Thomas was a top 5 tight end.
Great point.
And what I like here too is there's some of these wide receivers in the deeper rounds. 111, Corey Davis, Nico Collins, 12-6. Old AJ Green, target monster himself at 13-1. And Sammy Watkins at 14-6. I don't like that. But Connor's got a really solid team. But, the team that I really, really love here has got to be our boy, Coach Craig. And I'll walk you through that quickly. We got tight end 1 at 116 with Darren Waller. Love what Waller's going to be. I mean, he's about the only sure thing in Las Vegas, which is really cool. Old Tom Brady, the GOAT, at 2-1. And then you've got a pretty interesting running back core that he's built here. Chris Carson, Michael Carter, James Conner, Darrell Henderson, and some high upside wide receivers in DJ Moore, potentially Devontae Smith, Cooper Kupp. Don't like that. And then you got Drew Lock, which is interesting in Denver. I mean, nothing's settled there, right? He could be a QB1. There's no doubt about it. Really like Craig's team, and to go and do. Well, why don't I turn it around? I've talked a lot here. What are some of the teams that jumped out to you guys?
Oh man, I actually love Kyle's team. Senra says on Twitter, I love the build he's done in a 16-team league. He was able to lock up Russell Wilson, Carson Wentz, and take that upside shot on Trey Lance while still locking up what I think are 3 really good wide receivers in best ball formats in Allen Robinson, Tyler Lockett, Deebo Samuel, and then take the upside shots on Michael Pittman, Paris Campbell late, Henry Ruggs, kind of getting that Indianapolis stack with Carson Wentz, and then continuing it up with the tight ends as well, really trying to build that stack. And then, of course, I skipped over Jonathan Taylor, but he's got him rocketing in the RB1 spot. I think this is a really well-rounded team that has a lot of upside as well. It's not like you're just baking on a floor there. You're looking at some really high upside plays. And then the other team that I really do love, there's 2 actually, and it's Dan's team and Ben's team, beside each other at the 109 and the 110 spot. Again, Ben, you kind of waited a little bit to get your second QB, but I still like Darnold back there in the 6th round when you're able to, stack these higher upside guys underneath. When you go and build a team with Tyreek Hill and Hollywood Brown, and you can get those deep shots going. And then and then in a 16-team league to get Clyde in the 3rd, as your RB1, I think is fantastic value. So I'm a big fan of that. And I talked about Dan's team earlier. They talked about it while they were on. So if you want to hear my thoughts about it, just go listen to Dan talk about his team earlier.
I picked out a couple, but there's a lot of good teams here. Like the value is just sucked out of this out of this draft a ton. Like looking at Ben's team, like I love that value at wide receiver that you're picking up here. The quarterback, getting the value at Clyde and Josh. I also love that 10-11 turn. Well, it wasn't a turn, but your 10th and 11th round pick of Troutman and Jared Cook. The pass
I think that was deadly.
the past and present of New Orleans. I also I've also been talking about this guy a lot. I'm like, David Njoku is basically free in every single draft. He's still like, dude, 3 years ago we were talking about him being the second coming of whatever hyper athletic tight end we wanted to talk about at that time.
He was the Kyle Pitts of like 2017.
Yeah, he just wasn't as good. But yeah, I mean, that's the build. Like,
yeah, right. Like athleticism, like profile wise, I feel like.
Yeah,
he's a total super freak, and I mean, Cleveland loves to run those 2 tight end sets, and in the red zone they go to the tight end, right? Like, I don't know who it's going to be, if it's Njoku or Hooper or who's the other kid that Hopkins they have there, right?
Yeah, Bryson Hopkins, I think.
It's going to be one of them. Senra's team, Senra says, is Harrison Bryant. That's it. I screwed it up. Senra's team is good.
Okay, coach has got your back.
Dan Brown's team, like all these teams, it's best ball too, right? What I'm gonna predict though is that some of these teams that bullied the QB position are gonna take advantage of this league. Like, it's just, I saw it from the Canadian National Best Ball Champions League. It's like the people that hit on late round QBs, they had more than one kind of starter QB. They had like their incumbent, let's call it like a Tom Brady, kind of like somebody that you know is going to be solid. And then they hit on somebody late round, like Justin Herbert, for example. Could that be for Senra this year? Could that be he took Lance, right? Could Lance be this year's Herbert? I don't see why not, right? So that's what I found. And then, with the Canadian National Best Ball Champions League being tight end premium, if you had Travis Kelce, you had Darren Waller, like, you just put up monster weeks all the time.
Yeah. Well, and I'll add quickly. Like, I was in that league last year. I actually, I believe I finished 3rd or 4th. And that was my first taste of best ball. And, really, I'd done a bunch of potting research prior to that, just listening to different strategies, and you hit the nail on the head. I mean, you compile those quarterbacks. What I had done, I had the 101. So I ended up taking Patrick Mahomes. And then on the way back, I think it was actually in like the 4th, 5th round, I grabbed Tua. And then later I grabbed Fitzpatrick, and then I hit on DeAndre Swift and Justin Jefferson. So that's how I was able to, build that team. But I mean, that's how you win these leagues, these really like big tournament leagues. Is you got to hit on those later round quarterbacks. You got to hit on those rookies that are gonna come in and be consistent starters for you. Because especially in a 16 team league like this, where you're starting 3 flexes and 3 wide receivers along with a super flex and 2 running backs and then a tight end, like. If you can plug in a guy who's going to consistently get you 15 plus points in your last flex spot, I mean, you're going to have such a huge advantage. So it really does make a difference. So I love that you highlighted that point there. Chrissy,
I was just going to say, I wanted to ask Chrissy too, just about like the complete fate of the quarterback position. Like, what went into the mindset there? Like, kind of walk us through that.
Well,
listen, I actually was asleep and I didn't set any cue. I didn't do anything. I had no idea that in a best ball league, you don't want to take you want to take a quarterback earlier. So I'm used to playing just a regular league where you don't take a quarterback right away. You go heavy on your wide receivers. You go heavy on your running backs. You take the quarterback later on. My whole plan was to get Mahomes first if he was available, but then I was asleep. And so I didn't take the time to go through and do a queue and everything. And like, I thought, I'll be up. I was actually up this morning watching the F1. And so I got up to watch F1. I was all pumped up watching the qualifications and everything. And then I'm like, I'll be up for the tournament. No problem. Or for the draft. And then I fell back asleep and my alarm went off and I snoozed it instead of actually getting up. So it's my bad. You know what? Like, this is one of the things that it's I'm not going to come first in it, but it goes towards charity and I'm happy to just be a part of it. So it's all good.
And Chrissy, it's a warm up. It's a warm up for the Canadian draft happening next week, right?
You know what? Like, I've definitely learned my lesson now.
There you go.
When the app said sleeper, who knew Chrissy would take it literally?
Yeah. I am the sleeper.
I also wanted to walk through one other team that really stuck out to me. And as this person was drafting, we were talking back and forth, and like, this team to me really embodies kind of the beauty of best ball. The beauty of best ball is that its volatility is actually a blessing. You know, when we're setting our rosters on a weekly basis, we want floor players that we know are going to get us points, right? Taking a 0 in season-long fantasy football is a losing proposition. Like starting Will Fuller for weeks like 2 years ago, when he would either put you 0 or 40, it's super frustrating, but also the zeros obviously killed your week. And then when he got the 40, it was probably a week that you already had the points. But in best ball, because they're picking the best players for you on a weekly basis, volatility can be beautiful, because if a player scores 120 points over 4 games versus a player that scores 120 points over a full season, this is bad math, boys and girls, but just hear me out.
It's late. It's fine.
It's late. But those are the same amount of points in best ball. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter how they come, because at the end of the season, you're just going to take that point total. So one team that really stood out to me, and this person was talking me through the draft, was FF Monsters. So Dave's a good buddy of mine, and you know, you look at it and you look at volatility. Man, this team has got it. Jalen Hurts in the first round, Tua, who I don't think we've seen the best of yet, and then Mr. Volatility himself, Ryan motherfucking Fitzpatrick, coming right after that.
Love it.
You know, you have quarterbacks here that could potentially put up 40 points a week. Then I look at
and he filled out the rest of his squad fantastically. Like, I love the upside wide receivers he went with. Like Will Fuller in the 7th round is unbelievable value in a best ball format. I mean, hats off to that. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries. But this is volatility 101. I look through it. Saquon. I mean, could he put up? We don't know what we're going to expect, but hey. Could he put up 30, 40 points a week? Maybe. Miss Keenan Allen, Mr. 30-pointer himself, right? Like Keenan Allen is, when he's healthy, is like a WR1 in this league. Mark Andrews, who knows? Maybe Lamar Jackson throws the ball this year. They said they're going to do that last year. Who knows? And then you get into Juice Landry. Will Fuller is like the boomest player ever.
That's just crazy value, man. I can't get over it. That's fantastic.
Totally. And then you look at some of these later round picks. These guys might not be weekly starters, but could Naheem Hines and Tony Pollard have weeks where they put up 25 plus points?
Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Well, I mean, if anything, if anything happens to Jonathan Taylor or if Zeke goes down, like we saw Pollard step in and be able to put up those massive weeks. And so if Zeke does go down, and like I talked earlier, if you can get a guy in a flex spot who's going to be giving you 15, plus points, you're going to have a huge advantage. So like, I love attacking those handcuff running backs, so to speak. I don't like in best ball formats, I don't actually like handcuffing my running back. I don't like going and getting the other guy, but I love attacking other teams' handcuffs because, if that player goes down, you now have a starting running back that you don't even have to know when to start them. They just fill in. And if they're fantastic, then you're riding high and you've got that guy sitting in your flex spot because you didn't have to draft him until, the 11th round or whatever it was. So I love it. Yeah.
The handcuffs handcuff is your best friend in fantasy football for best ball. And even Hines and Pollard put up legit weeks. Like Pollard had some monster weeks on their own with Zeke and JT in the lineup, right? Because they're those shifty type of, they can break a massive play with like a catch and run and blow the thing open for, an 80-yarder or something crazy like that. Pollard had some, and I look at this. I mean, the tight ends, I like to see where Zach Ertz lands, right? Yeah. Hayden Hurst is kind of like a post-hype sleeper that people are starting to talk about again. And I look at these wide receiver kind of darts. Dwayne Eskridge, if there's an injury in Seattle, who knows? Jalen Hurd has reappeared into relevancy. Chrissy, can you talk a little Jalen Hurd for us?
Bring it.
Honestly, I don't want to jinx it because I'm scared that somehow he's not going to end up on the field again and my heart will be broken. But I am really rooting for that guy because of this whole thing that we're doing today too. He dealt with a lot of people coming at him online to the point that he literally deactivated all of his accounts and whatnot for a very long time. And so in my heart, I want to see that guy succeed and completely ball out. And I'm going to put it out there in the universe that he will. So he's going to be incredible. He's getting out there.
Look, I'm still holding on to that 2-touchdown preseason game. Those were the days, man. Those were the days.
Preseason,
that was 2 years. That was his rookie year. And
Yeah.
that was like when Jalen Hurd hype was at its peak.
I know, and that's why we got so excited for him, and that's why a lot of the fan base was just disappointed that he didn't get out there. But again, like, you can't help an injury, right? So you don't just shit on somebody because they're injured. Things happen. There's turf sometimes that puts people off, like whatever it is. I mean, the Niners dealt with it all season. You cannot shit on a player because they got injured, you know?
Yeah, what was up with that? Why did all the Niners get injured last year?
I feel like the nutritionist didn't do a good job. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. They
It was
weren't
like the
drinking
whole
milk.
defense at one point was out of the lineup.
Yeah.
The field
Let's leave the past in the
specialist,
past, please.
Oh man, yeah, Super Bowl contenders to out of the playoffs the following year. That was a
To literally
pretty.
the
I mean,
worst team, right?
But that's what I mean. Like
Worst
the
team.
injuries, it's not like it was like really their fault. I didn't think that the team got a whole lot worse. They just, I mean, you got to work with what you got to work with. The fact that they were able to put together a few wins with the situations that they had, it's pretty impressive.
You know, they were the second most injured team in the entire NFL in the last 20 years.
Yeah, I would easily, well, maybe not easily, but I would certainly believe that because I remember seeing a new 49ers injured player every single week. Like every single week I'd watch a game and it wasn't like these minor injuries either. It's like torn Achilles and torn ACLs and like broken collarbones. Like, you know, and you feel for the players, you feel for the organization, and it really sucks to see that happen on there. So I hope they could stay healthy this year. I never want to see any kind of injuries, you know, in the game that we love. But you know, naturally it is something that happens and it's part of the game, but it still sucks.
Yeah, agreed.
Boom. There you go. Yeah, you're right, Kyle. It's
Super right.
exactly why we started this up.
This is true. So yeah, great job by everybody drafting today. I mean, this is really tough. I mean, I can literally make a case for every single team here.
Except mine. Honestly, this is the first best ball I've ever been in, though. So I'm just going to throw that out there so you guys understand that this was definitely an auto draft situation also. And it's going to help me for the next one. So you guys will see I'll come back stronger.
It's just
come back
just a warm up. Just a warm up.
Revenge tour, baby. Revenge tour.
I mean, Christy, I will tell you, like, you have to start 3 wide receivers, and then we've got the 3 flex spots. So despite the fact that you don't have those quarterbacks, I mean, DK Metcalf, Devontae Adams, Mike Evans, Jamar Chase, Odell, and Jalen Waddle. I mean, you've built some tremendous upside with that group there. And, you know, I think like all those players could log into your lineup every single week, and you would have that advantage in your flex spot that other people might not. So,
and I took a chance on some rookies. I don't know if you guys saw. I'm like, okay, let's go with some rooks. We'll see what they do for me, right? So we'll see.
Also, Canadian content got Hubbard, right?
Chuba.
Yeah, you got yourself some Chuba.
I had him in my queue, so I'm pumped on that.
Well, and I mean, guys like Marlon Mack, like that's again like another handcuff who, you know, he's a handcuff to another player. And if Jonathan Taylor for whatever reason does go down, I mean, and Marlon Mack is healthy, you know, I think he's going to be the guy. He's had 2 seasons where he rushed for over 1,000 yards.
Your tablet. Where is your tablet? Speaking of online.
I love it.
Isla, where's your tablet? She can't hear us, can she? No. Dad's like, dude, just keep the show going.
Just keep talking.
Well, I mean, really quick, because I know, like, I don't know how much time you guys got. Like, literally, I feel like I could do this all night because, like, I'm in love with, like, this whole, you know, event and everything we got going on. I know we got JB in the comments, and I gotta talk about JB's team because, you know, first and foremost, JB had the run of all runs on Lions and current Lions and former Lions, like between Matt Stafford, DeAndre Swift, TJ Hawkinson, like you have my heart, JB. You have my heart. So like you have the perfect build of, anybody who was a relevant Lion on your team. So thank you for that. But I mean, like, honestly though, first and foremost, thank you, JB, for, crushing your hour plus of the Pod-A-Thon earlier today. But
yeah, seriously, I just wanted to add to that, Ben. Like he stepped in, came on early, and just completely took the reins during his hour and helped lead that. And we can't thank you enough for that. So thank you so much, JB. I really, really appreciate it, man. And yeah, sorry to cut you off, Ben. I wanted to say that before we moved on.
That's okay.
JB is awesome. He's an awesome dude.
Dude, yeah, 100%. Like JB, like you've got my heart, like in many ways today. So thank you for that. But like, so I do want to kind of hit back on like a point that Will made though too about like grabbing somebody at your third quarterback position, which I think is awesome that you went and grabbed Tyrod Taylor as your third quarterback, because he's somebody that a couple rounds later I sat and looked at and I was like, oh gosh, is he still available? Like knowing sleepers ADP and like the way that they, sometimes like sneak guys in there. Tyrod Taylor to me is the ultimate third quarterback in that position, because he's a guy that should he be the starter in Houston this year, like you've just hit on a guy that is going to give you like not only weekly production, but some of these potential boom weeks as well. So like, I love that as your flyer at your third quarterback position after you doubled down in the first 2 rounds. So I think that's awesome. And then coming back and like, you obviously went like, you kind of faded running back after the first, after grabbing Swift. But I mean, to me, you got guys that all of them, like literally I looked down your list of guys, like, and they're all guys that could easily maybe step into the primary role on their team or like garner some significant touches, whether the quote unquote primary guy is available or not, with Drake, Lindsey, Cohen, even down to Darrell Williams. So I think it's a really nice build.
Yeah, I do. I like the build. I just want to make a comment on Tyrod. I love him. Last year I was drafting him everywhere, almost every single team in Superflex. I had Tyrod, and then the puncture happened, which was super yes. Unfortunate. But let's tell. I mean, not that we should always buy into narrative, but let's look at the situations where Tyrod has went into the season as the starter, and by week 3 he's been dethroned by a rookie quarterback. Cleveland, LA, and what do we have right now? Did it happen in Buffalo?
Davis Mills.
I was thinking Buffalo.
Davis Mills.
Yeah, Buffalo. Did he get dethroned by?
I think
Nathan Peterman.
Yeah, I was saying, was it Nathan Peterman that was
there? Maybe we don't want to talk about that one, but I get this uneasy feeling with Tyrod. I'm rooting for him because he's definitely in the best shape of his life, as we know. But I don't know. Mills is kind of lurking there in the background, and as a late dart throw, might be a good bet in Superflex leagues just to have him as some security, right?
Well, and let's take a look at their ADPs. So Davis Mills went for, it's Davis, right? With an S, I think so. He went 1404, it looks like, where Tyrod went at the 906, and I think there's a real possibility that we see these guys play the same amount of games this year. Maybe we see the Houston organization bring in another vet. Somebody, maybe we see someone like Alex Smith make a return, make a run to come play for these guys, get himself a payday. Like I don't know, man, but I don't actually believe that Tyrod Taylor is going to be the quarterback for this entire year for the Houston franchise. And I think when you spend the first pick that you have in the draft in the 3rd round on a quarterback, you're at least going to go in and see what you got in that guy. Especially we project this team to be losing a lot of games, so at least throw him in the fire there and let him see how he performs. Right? I mean, again, like the guy doesn't have a whole lot of weapons. The same thing could be said about Tyrod. And so I think, like from a fantasy perspective, the only thing that Tyrod offers more than Mills does is really like his legs in the rushing floor that he does offer. Because we all know that Tyrod can move, but he also had a lung punctured last year. So who knows how how mobile he's going to be, how often he wants to get out of the pocket and run. And, it'll be interesting. But I think out of those two, like just looking at the ADP, I would rather go and take the shot on Mills, save myself 6 rounds and hopefully hit on him rather than spending up a bit. But what's your name again? Yeah. All right.
His name's Dad.
Yeah, I'm Dad.
Just kidding.
That's awesome.
All right.
I wish she could hear us, Will. I keep wanting to talk to her. I realize you have headphones on.
Yes. Hey, Julian, if you want to, we can pull the draft board off and we can kind of wrap things up a little bit here. I guess as we're kind of coming to a close, it's getting late. On the East
it's almost midnight. 11:30 over at Will's time over there.
So we'll I guess I want to kind of put a bow on this hour plus that we've had with Chrissy and Will. Obviously Will, you've got dad duties to attend to. You've got to put Isla to bed and read about was it Blue Ivy or so? What's the name?
Oh, we just read about late round tight ends. That's what we
smart.
So
Kyle Pitts early, late round tight end. Kyle Pitts early,
hyper athletic tight ends.
Just read the scouting reports and all that.
That's right.
Go to bed.
No. That's no. Okay.
Coach is throwing in the chat too. The Texans have Driscoll.
Jeff Driscoll, yeah. There's another one. So late end tight ends. We go through their we go through their Spark X scores from their high school days, from their we go through their pro day scores. Smart. Pretty much any of those athletic measurables on the tight ends. We just read through that on a nightly basis. And I'm getting pen written everywhere, guys. So this has been an absolute pleasure. Chrissy, so proud of you for sharing your story. I know how tough that was. Ben, Julian, really appreciate for me being a part of this, but also for Viridian being a part of this and, bringing your merch on with us. Guys, it's still, there's still awesome hats, T-shirts, cropped hoodies, I believe, right? You've got one coming. It's crossed the border. I saw it's still going there. So Brighter Skies merch still available at ViridianGlobal.com. All of the proceeds there are going to Cyber Smile. So we'll have a updated total once everything's all wrapped on how much we raised. Come and check us out for all your Scott Fishbowl merchandise, as well as all your awesome player merchandise, literally from almost every single team in the NFL. Come and check us out at ViridianGlobal.com, and really appreciate what you're doing here. And Chrissy, again, thanks so much for sharing your story.
Thank you guys so much. Will, first off, I just want to give you a little shout out just because you being on this made me feel very comfortable coming on, just because me and you have, I know it's only been 6 months, but it feels like I've known you my life, and I'm very thankful that I had you beside me in this. So thank you. And Julian and Ben, you guys, I've just gotten recently to know you guys, and I'm so thankful that I'm in your corner now, and I'm really, really happy that you had me on this, and I will continue to be a voice for people who are struggling and going through mental health, and I'm always in your guys' corner too. So thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I can't thank you enough, Chrissy, for being on and just sharing your story and your situation and everything. And, would love to connect with you outside of this and, beyond, and just, continue that conversation, because it's, it's important, and it's just, I can't thank you enough for being able to, come on here and share that with us.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
So cool. Well, both of you, Julian, I'll let you kind of, close them out before these two drop off when we close out the whole thing. So I'll let you take the floor for a second.
I was just going to reiterate what you said. Thank everybody, all of our hosts, so much. But we'll get into that in a second here, Ben. But seriously, thank both you, Chrissy, and you, Will, for jumping on. And Chrissy, I applaud you, and what you did today. The story you shared is extremely brave, and I hope that can inspire someone. Inspire someone to reach out, inspire someone to talk about their story. And so don't think that it goes unnoticed. I mean, you really changed someone's life today, and I firmly believe that this event has done that, and it's made it's made our Twitter space a better space. And so thank you both for coming on. I would say more about Viridian Global, but Will already did it all for me. So thank you. This has been an absolute blast. What are we going on now? Like hour 12 and a half or something like that. I've been staring at a screen for 12 and a half hours. I've had so much fun being on this. I'm excited to click the end broadcast button and know that we've done something really special here. So thank you guys all for coming on. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
And yeah, that's all I got. I'll pull you guys out, and then Ben and I'll close this out together.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you both so much.
All right, buddy, take it away.
Perfect. Well, yeah, I know that Chrissy DM'd us here in the stream and said she had to go, which is obviously great, and that's fine. And clearly Will had to head out. He had dad duties to attend to, so I know what was going through his brain there for a second, and how important that
I love
was.
That's so funny.
to go out. So just to hit on that point, Macau, like that's hilarious because I had the same thought too. Like clearly it's good. The neck's not stretching out. Like your kids pulling on it. Dad duties are going on. So one thing I did want to hit on, just like as far as the Viridian Global gear goes, like if you haven't ever bought anything from Viridian Global, like I'll just like the Brighter Sky stuff, the Brighter Sky shirts. It's the first things I've ever bought from Will and Viridian Global, but like I love them. Like I wear them not just because they're Brighter Skies, but because like I like the shirts. Like if they were plain just black shirts like I have on right now, or the white one I have, like I like the way they fit. So I'm not just saying that. Like I am very particular about the way my shirts fit. Like that is one thing that I had just like.
And now you got 3.
Yeah, I have 3 of them now. So like I'm really weird about the sleeves, and to me, like the sleeves, like they fit great. Like I forget who it was earlier. They mentioned how like they hug the arms. Like to me, that's huge for a t-shirt. Like I don't like when my t-shirts are like the super cheesy like vacation shirts that have like the fins that stick out. Like give me a shirt that hugs the arms, like, and that's what these do. So I mean, 100% like great quality stuff. Everything's printed on great. I've washed multiple times. Like it's all good stuff. But obviously, if you buy from Brighter Skies, like you're gonna donate to our fundraiser, which is even better. So, that being said, I mean we're closing out, man. It's been a long day. It's been a really long day. As much as we've thanked our guests and everything, like I can't thank you enough either. Like, we'll get personal for a second, man. Like you've been behind the scenes all day. I've tried to be behind the scenes as much as I can today, but dad duties and whatever else, like they beckon. So
you're in the draft too, Ben. Don't forget about that.
I was in the draft. Like all this happened. So can't thank you enough, obviously, for making sure things got facilitated and guests and hosts and everything else got pulled in as they were supposed to. This was our first go at it. We didn't know how it was going to go, but like truly anybody that watched or hosted or drafted or donated, it's just, man, what was it? I guess at this point 4 months ago, 5 months ago, when we first
like March, early March, like late February, something like that. Yeah.
It's just we didn't know what this was going to be, but like we knew we had to do something, and it turned into more than I think I could have ever expected. And like hearing, like honestly, putting the bow on it with Chrissy coming on with us here, obviously Will too, but like Chrissy being able to feel comfortable enough sharing her personal story, like that's why we freaking did this, man. Like that's why I did it. Like I can only speak to myself, but like I feel like I can speak to you too, man. Like that's why we did this. Like we want people to like feel comfortable like talking about this, and whether it's like to us or like their spouse or their kids or like their mom, dad, whatever. I don't know. Just talk about it. Like it's because it's so important, and being able to get that off your chest and knowing that you have a space, and if we can provide that space or like make it so other people feel comfortable providing that space, that's what this was all about. And I think that like at the end of the day, which literally we're at the end of the day, like I think that we did that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. And I'm so happy with how the outcome of this event went. Like you had said earlier, not everything went the way that it was kind of planned to, and that just, it speaks to the community stepping up and making it work. And so, huge shout out to all of our hosts and guests that came on today. I think we had over like 60 or 70 different, fantasy and football minds come on to the show and share their stories with cyberbullying, with mental health, and also break down this draft, which I'm sure was a super cool experience. I know JB was talking earlier. Bob Harris complimented his draft when they got on with Dynasty Rewind. And that was like the coolest experience for him, because it's Bob Harris. Like we've been growing up and watching this guy. He's been giving us fantasy knowledge, for as long as I can remember. And so it's super cool to see that for all the people involved. And then before we get out of here, I just want to thank all of our partners who have donated prizes as well. Like it takes a lot to donate your product to a cause that it's just getting started up. And the fact that we were able to go out and get 16 prizes, so every single person who got into the contest is going to win a prize. And actually, so you guys see this snazzy, nice like flame football thing I got behind me. So my grandma got me that for my birthday, but she made a mistake on the order and purchased 2. So I'm adding this tapestry to our prize pool. I'm going to add it into one of our packages that people are going to win. We'll be matching. We'll be twinsies. You can, you and I, whoever wins it, we can jump on a pod together and we can show off our nice backdrops. But yeah, I'm going to throw that in there. And then, again, just thanks to everybody. The donation page is still open, so you can go and donate. I've dropped it into the comments a couple times, but you can go and find it on the Brighter Skies FF Twitter page. It's just a link in the bio. There's a link to the link tree, and then there's like 5 links. You can go from there. You can find our Viridian page. You can find our actual donation page. And then you can find all the promo videos that we did talking about this event. So if you want to go back and watch those and find out what the last 13 hours is about, go do that. And Ben, do you got anything to add before we get out of here?
Honestly, the only other thing that I want to add is, shout out. I was trying to pull it up. I don't know if it lets me pull it up here or not. But to me, I just want to shout out like our original like group of, I guess we'll call it Brighter Skies, like DM group, because it wasn't even Brighter Skies when we started this DM group. And I was trying to pull up just to like remember who was all even in it, because, for us and for like the way that this all started, like there's a lot of guys and, guys and girls that were behind the scenes when we first started DMing about this whole thing. And, when Nina, who we started all this for, realistically, when that situation first happened, it brought a group of us together. And so there's definitely a lot of us that were part of a brainstorming session. And so I was trying to pull up the list and I can't do it quickly enough, but everybody that was in that original like DM group, thank you guys as well for just kickstarting this thought and this process. And Julian and I kind of, I guess, in some ways sort of like took the reins on it and kind of took the idea and ran with it. But like, it wasn't just us. And
for sure.
And it was definitely like a collective mindset of people that like really wanted to just like make a change and saw something happen and said, you know what, like from the beginning, like it's not just like thoughts and prayers. It's what can we do to make a change and make a difference? And at this point, like I just pulled up our fundraiser. We have raised like $2,060 for Cyber Smile.
And that doesn't include, Ben, the 90 that Full Tilt Dynasty, or the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast. We did I don't know if you saw that, you were in there earlier today, but they did like a little trivia game. They brought me on for the last like 10 to 15 minutes. And for every wrong answer we got, they donated $10, and for every right one, they donated $20. So that equated all the way up to $90. So you can add that onto that list there. And then like you kind of alluded to, all of our Brighter Skies merch sales, we don't have that included in there. So I'm confident we will hit our goal, even though it doesn't say it right now, because that's just donations on the Cyber Smiles page. But once we tally all that up, and we get it organized with Viridian Global, we're going to be rolling, man. And so I'm so thankful for this community. I can't say it enough. Like you had said, that group that we had built or that had come together to get that set up, that's really where all this started. And then through the community, like none of this would have happened without people sharing it and talking about it and 100%. Suggesting that you go sign up and getting themselves signed up and tweeting about it. Like we might be the two that are here talking about it now, but we're not the two that made this event happen. This was hundreds of people that all came together to, because there's a cause that we all believe in. So seriously, thank the community so much. I do got to get out of here, Ben. I'm wiped. I'm dozing off a little behind camera here. So if you got anything else you wanna add before we get out of here, by all means, go ahead. Otherwise, all I gotta say is, be a good person. You say it all the time. Be kind. Do something good in the world. Go out and do something tomorrow that you would like done for yourself.
It's 100%, man. Like you said, it's just understand that there's somebody else on the other side of that account, that Abby, like whatever else it is, like that Mike, like whatever it is you're speaking into or typing into when it comes to online communication. There is a real person on the other side of that communication, whether or not like their avatar like doesn't change emotionally, your words have impact on that. And so it's just remember that like we're all people, like we're all just trying to get through this thing together. So like you said, man, like we've ended every video this way. I think it's only right if we end our Pod-A-Thon this way. Like, thank you all. And most importantly, be kind.
Yeah. And be kind. And Ben, I just wanted to say too, you had thanked me earlier, and I had realized I hadn't thanked you back. But seriously, thank you so much for everything that you've done to help put this on. Like, you and I have been in constant communication. And like I said, on one of our last promo videos, I consider you one of my closest fantasy football friends. And, like this is a friendship that's going to last a lifetime. It's, it's not like Brighter Skies is going to end tomorrow and then we're not going to talk for another year. So, I can't thank you enough. It's been an absolute blast and a pleasure working with you. And, creating this event, it's been, absolutely outstanding. I'm just so happy with where it's at. And yeah, so be kind, do a good thing tomorrow, do a good deed. And this is Brighter Skies Pod-A-Thon 1 signing off.